Chapter 101 Crisis. At the moment the alarm sounded, Ruby and Fang Shangliu were still in the waiting room for the game. As a rapid alarm sounded throughout the space station, the players in the waiting room showed puzzled expressions, and at this moment, the game on the small screen was also stopped by the referee. What going on? An impatient player immediately asked, but everyone else in the room was also confused. Someone opened the door and looked out to find the staff to ask about the situation, but found that there was already chaos outside. Ruby quietly pulled Fang Shangliu close. Lulu, did you feel the vibration just now? Fang Shangliu nodded, with a vigilant look on his face. Just when everyone was in doubt, the sharp alarm suddenly stopped. And then a broadcast sounded. Now an urgent notice. There was a nuclear leak accident in the space station. In order to ensure the safety of all tourists, all passengers are requested to immediately go to the shelter under the guidance of the space station security personnel. We deeply apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. The broadcast was repeated several times. Ruby and Fang Shangliu looked at each other. And then they came out of the waiting room, preparing to meet up with the others. At this time, the outside was already crowded. Those who were originally watching the game in the audience seats were crowding into the aisle. Panic was spreading among the crowd. Ruby and Fang Shangliu moved out with some difficulty in the gaps between the crowds. On the way, they happened to meet Mia and Ji Nanqing, who were also coming out of the preparation room. Are you going to the shelter? Mia asked loudly in the noisy environment. Ruby answered her loudly. We plan to find our companions first. Mia thought for a while and said, then why don't we act together? Ruby and Fang Shangliu would naturally not object to this proposal. The space station is now in a mess, and it's not a bad thing to have two more helpers. When they arrived at the usual gathering place, they saw that the others had been waiting there for a long time. Mia and Ji Nanqing took the initiative to introduce themselves to the other four people, because Ruby had told others about the encounter with the coalition students in the mecha battle zone. Yin Ting and others were not very surprised when they saw two strangers of the same age coming with them. Now is certainly not a good time to meet friends. After simply exchanging names, they discussed the next action. Yin Ting frowned and said, now we can only go to the shelter, as the space station said. But it's too chaotic outside now. Can all these people really get into the shelter in time? As mentioned before, Dionysus is not under the jurisdiction of the federal law enforcement team. The space station has its own security personnel, but the quality of these security personnel is obviously extremely low. At this time, these guys in explosion-proof suits were holding electric batons and driving the crowd away rudely. This move not only failed to calm the tourists, who were filled with anxiety and panic after hearing the broadcast, but also made the situation worse. People in the passage pushed each other, and it seemed that a stampede could happen at any time. Dushi shrank his neck. Do you think the shelter is really safe? I think we should find a spaceship and leave here quickly. He has always cherished his life. Compared to staying on Dionysus, where he didn't know when something might go wrong, he hoped to leave this troubled place as soon as possible. And Xie Yinhan swept away her usual lazy look and was concentrating on operating the optical computer. After hacking into the monitoring system of Dionysus, real-time images of various places inside the space station appeared in front of her. She quickly zoomed in on a few of them. Squinting her eyes, the ports are now completely blocked. I'm afraid we can't leave even if we want to. When the others heard the news suddenly, their hearts couldn't help but jump. Yin Ting said angrily, there has been a nuclear leak. Why don't they let people leave? There is nothing wrong with this decision itself. It may be for safety reasons of the space station. Ji Nanqing frowned. But I still think this whole thing is weird. Haven't you noticed that you can't contact the outside world now? Others were startled, and tried to contact the law enforcement team or acquaintances in the address book with their optical computers. Sure enough, they all showed abnormal signal. Please try again later. I was planning to contact the principal. Ruby sighed with a sad face. At this moment, a sudden gunshot rang out, and a young man who was arguing with the security guard fell straight to the ground. The crowd that was still noisy screamed after realizing it. And then, they immediately became quiet after seeing the security guard pointing a gun at them. But there were still uncontrollable sobs in the crowd. How dare you kill people in public? A man stood out indignantly. I will report your behavior to the law enforcement team. Your behavior is completely immoral. I represent the union. However, before he finished speaking, there was another gunshot, and the man who was still arguing fell to the ground, and a pool of glaring blood quickly spread from under him. There was a commotion in the crowd, but no one dared to step forward this time. Are they crazy? Seeing this, Yenting whispered. Even in a lawless area like Dionysus. It was shocking that these security guards could shoot civilians so brazenly. After calming everyone down, a security guard held a loudspeaker and said in a bad manner, "Now everyone listen to our arrangements and enter the shelter in order. If anyone makes a fuss and refuses to obey orders, don't blame the bullets for not having eyes." The originally chaotic crowd calmed down under the deterrence of force. The security guards organized these tourists to enter the shelter under the space station from different entrances. The flow of people originally concentrated on the first floor of the arena was gradually decreasing. Seeing that they would soon be able to enter the shelter with the team, Xia Yinhan said coldly, "This is definitely not a simple nuclear leak incident. We can't go to the shelter," Diashi reminded weakly. "But if we don't go to the shelter, won't we be directly exposed to nuclear radiation?" Xia Yinhan raised his eyebrows. "What if the nuclear leak itself is a cover?" Ji Nanjing reacted. "You mean there was no nuclear leak in the space station? But why did Dionysus do this?" Xia Yinhan spread his hands. "At present, there is insufficient information, not enough to analyze their true intentions, but one thing is clear, that is, the more they want people to enter the shelter, the more we can't go. But these are just your speculations, right?" Diashi doubted. "What if there is a nuclear leak in the space station? I think we can go to the shelter first, and then act accordingly." Ji Nanjing frowned. "But once you enter the shelter, it won't be so easy to get out." Diashi saw that Xia Yinhan and Ji Nanjing were inclined not to go to the shelter. So he had to ask the other four, "What do you think?" Yenting hesitated and said, "I think it better to go to the shelter. Even if there is a conspiracy, with so many people, they will still consider the federal military, right?" Ruby chose to support Xia Yinhan's proposal without hesitation. This was certainly not because she knew much about the current situation. She was acting completely on her intuition. Mia did not think at all. She said that as long as they discussed it, she would only be responsible for execution. The remaining Lin Tianan and Fang Shangliu also felt that there was a problem with Dionysus. So they should not go to the shelter like this. In this way, it was 5-2. And Dia, she had to accept his fate. Mia asked curiously, "What should we do now?" Xia Yinhan thought for a moment. "Let interrogate a security guard first. Maybe we can get some useful information." Others also thought this proposal was feasible. But there were at least 70 or 80 security guards nearby, and they were all fully armed. It would not be difficult to kidnap someone with the strength of a few soldiers in a team. But how to avoid alerting the enemy was a problem. Ji Nanjing glanced at a security guard not far from them, and suggested, "Let's find a safer place first and then make plans." The tourists around were all following the group and moving forward. Only a few of them were still staying where they were. Such a move that was very different from others was too conspicuous in the environment, and it seemed to have attracted the attention of the security guards. The few of them looked at each other and quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. So, when the security guards looked at the place where they were standing again, they found that the young men and women standing there had disappeared all of a sudden. Most of the tourists were now gathered near the central elevator, and there were no tourists in other places in the arena. The colorful neon signs in the empty passageway were still flashing as usual. The huge Carnival City formed a huge contrast with the extremely deserted street. The game consoles beside the passageway were still playing cheerful accompaniment music, but only left waves of lonely echoes. Xia Yinhan retrieved the surveillance of this floor. Under her guidance, several people successfully avoided several patrolling security teams. But in order not to attract attention, they still did not stay on the street outside for a long time, but hid in a strange building. This building is located on the edge of the arena. It looks very plain on the outside. The faint blue light from the windows brings a sense of tranquility and peace, which is very inconsistent with the bright and bustling environment of the entire black market arena. When several people pushed the door open and went in, they saw a goddess statue carved from pure white marble on the altar in the middle of the room. The religious culture of the Federation is not strong, so the teenagers were very curious about this statue. Which god is this worshipped? Yin Ting looked at the statue curiously, muttering, "Generally, only people in the Empire believe in these things. Could this place have been built by people in the Empire before?" Xia Yinhan explained calmly, "This is Seraphina, the god of reason. She always appears with Dioscoria in the Empire. Dioscoria represents carnival and madness, while Seraphina represents reason and order. The two are opposed to each other, and also restrict each other. The reason why there is a statue of Seraphina in such a carnival city is probably to warn people not to indulge in pleasure too much. After listening to Xia Yinhan popular science, Ruby was surprised. Wow! Yin, you know a lot about the imperial myths. Yin Ting on the side snorted. She is a genius. She knows more than us. This building is obviously rarely visited, so it is perfect for avoiding security searches. The people were divided into two teams. Yin Ting, Lin Tianan, and Yao Shi stayed in the church, while the others were responsible for finding the security guards, who were alone. The few soldiers naturally took on combat tasks, while Xia Yinhan used surveillance to help the soldiers keep watch. After the tasks were assigned, they immediately took action. Chapter 102 Conspiracy. Among these security personnel, there are many with meccas, and those without meccas are wearing explosion-proof suits. This explosion-proof suit is a branch of power armor, with a thick chest armor that is difficult for bullets to penetrate, and it is not something that ordinary people with bare hands can easily deal with. Fortunately, Mia and Ji Nanqing both have their own meccas, and because the incident just happened suddenly, the S-class meccas provided by the arena for the competition are still in the hands of Ruby and Fang Shangliu. Therefore, it was more than enough for a few soldiers to deal with a few isolated security guards. After carefully observing the surveillance for a while, they targeted the security guards, who were stranded in the casino area. These guys who were not doing their job were concentrating on playing the fruit machine with the game coins that were not collected on the counter. With the background sound of the game machine, the security guards sighed with regret or cheered excitedly from time to time. After so many days of competition, the mecha fighting level of the four people has improved by leaps and bounds. It is easy to knock down these guys without vigilance without alerting other security guards on this level. After all the people were restrained, Xia Yinhan came out from the corner. She calmly commanded, "Take off all their clothes." Several security guards showed horrified expressions. What on earth were these people planning to do? Fang Shangliu seemed to be thinking, only one should be left. Right? After saying that, she cleanly chopped the security guard she was restraining and knocked him unconscious with a knife. The others followed suit, the only one left. Lucky guy. Seeing this, he became even more frightened and begged for mercy in panic. Fang Shangliu frowned and said, "Be quiet." The security guard didn't dare to provoke this evil spirit, and immediately shut up. Then several people escorted the security guard back to the church to start interrogation. But Diao Shi looked a little strange after seeing the face under the helmet of the security guard. "I know this person." He hesitated for a while, and still spoke. The others looked at him in surprise. Diao Shi explained, "The planet I was born on is a fourth-class poor planet. The law enforcement team rarely manages there. There are many gangs there. This person is called Chen Asen. He used to be a henchman under a gang. I didn't expect to see him here." Everyone couldn't help but look thoughtful. Under the appearance of the carnival city, Dionysus is actually a city of sin. Although the security here plays a role similar to the law enforcement team in maintaining order, it also acts as a thug in the black market arena. Therefore, it doesn't seem to be a particularly strange thing that they would recruit such low-quality hooligans as security personnel. But Ji Nanqing frowned. "But I heard that the staff of Dionysus never recruit outsiders. Due to the special historical background of this space city, the management of Dionysus has always been extremely xenophobic. Especially in recent years. The galaxy government once wanted to bring this no-man land back under its control. The management was in a state of panic, and important tasks such as security were handed over to local people. Several people realized that there was definitely a problem." Ji Nanqing looked at the security guard. "Tell me how you came to Dionysus." Chen Asen had calmed down at this time. He saw that although the people in front of him had high martial arts values, they were only teenagers, and he had other ideas in his mind. "Ah? I don't know what you were talking about." He deliberately showed a blank expression. Several people frowned. Seeing this, Diao Shi volunteered, "Let me interrogate. I am from the same place. I know best how to deal with such people." When Chen Asen found that the person in front of him had changed, he still acted indifferent, always with a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Diao Shi saw what the other party was thinking at a glance, sneered and said, "Chen Asen, you used to be a member of the Red Dragon Gang in District 47 of Yestar, am I right?" Chen Asen's expression changed instantly. His eyes widened. How did this guy know so much? Diao Shi directly put the gun to Chen Asen's head. "My name is Diao Shi. You may have heard of my name when you were on Yestar. I advise you to be honest. Anyway, this is a no-man land. My companions will not kill you. But I am different. We are from the same place. You know I can do such a thing. Do she? Chen Asen searched hard in his memory finally. He remembered why this name sounded familiar. Isn't this guy the gangster who offended several major gangs on Star and was hunted down by the Red Dragon gang boss? This guy is not dead. And he managed to escape from the pursuit of several major gangs? Chen Asen heart trembled and said with a smile, so we are from the same hometown. If you had told me earlier, I would have told you everything I know. Diyoshi showed a hypocritical smile and pointed the muzzle of the gun at Chen Asen's forehead. Don't give me that. Are you going to tell me or not? Tell me. Tell me. Chen Asen said hurriedly. I found this job on the Star Network a few months ago. We were hired by a security company. They said that there were too many tourists on Dionysus during the holiday this year, and they were short of staff. So they outsourced the security work. They paid well, had loose requirements for recruiting people, and even provided free boat tickets to get here. You are also from Star, so you should understand how much we want to leave that damn place. Right? Besides me, many other people from Star also came. Diyoshi, what the name of that security company? Chen Asen thought about it, hesitantly said, it seems to be called RE? Xie Yinhan operated on the optical computer, frowning. I can't find any information about this company on the Star Internet. Diyoshi sneered at this, and slammed Chen Asen's shoulder with the butt of the gun. What is the name of that company? Chen Asen felt pain, and cried out in injustice. I didn't lie, it really called this name. Xie Yinhan spoke up at the right time. He should not have lied to us. Someone should have cleaned up the mess, and erased all traces on the Star Network. This company is very likely not to exist. With the ability of telepathy, Xie Yinhan naturally knew that the other party was not lying. Diyoshi then interrogated, what do you know about the nuclear leak mentioned in the radio? It seems that there was an explosion in the reactor. I don't know the details. The higher-ups didn't tell us too much. They just ordered us to drive all the tourists to the shelter. Chen Asen replied. Then Diyoshi asked a few more questions, but Chen Asen didn't know much. After finding that he couldn't give more information, Diyoshi knocked him unconscious. Yenting couldn't help asking, what should we do next? It was obvious that there must be something wrong with Dionysus, but to the disappointment of several people, they didn't get too many clues from Chen Asen. Xie Yinhan thought, it seems that if we want to find out what's going on behind the scenes, we must go to the shelter. Ji Nanqing raised an objection at this time. No matter what conspiracy is behind this, it is not a good thing. I think curiosity will only bring us danger. Rather than going to the shelter, we'd better find a way to get a spaceship and leave here first. Then we can contact the law enforcement team to deal with the matter here. Fang Shangliu frowned. The port is blocked now, and there is the most security there. It is not easy to leave Dionysus. Yin Ting thought for a moment and said, it wouldn't be a big deal to go to the shelter on the way to the port. Right? There are at least 1 million tourists in the shelter. If there is any conspiracy, we can remind them. Ruby sighed. There are security guards everywhere now. It seems difficult to avoid being discovered whether going to the port or the shelter. Although they can wear explosion-proof suits to disguise themselves as security guards to confuse the audience. This trick only works on the same level. If they want to go down to the bottom floor, they must go through the central elevator, where they must undergo identity verification. And it is almost impossible to avoid being exposed. Just when several people were at a loss, Lin Tianan, who had been quietly standing aside, suddenly said, maybe we can go down in other ways. Everyone looked at her, and she slowly explained, when I approached the statue just now, I felt that there seemed to be extra space under the altar, which seemed to be a passage. Several students from the 627th Military Academy knew during the qualifying round that Lin Tianan had a far superior ability to sense space, and they were all a little surprised to hear this. After they moved the altar away, they saw a slightly old hatch. Xie Yinhan thought thoughtfully, this is most likely the emergency passage reserved by the remnant of the Empire army that stayed on Dionysus. Ruby said happily, then this passage must lead to the port? Ji Nanqing frowned. Generally, the structure of this kind of emergency passage is very complicated. It is not a simple road that goes all the way to the end. But there are many forks. If we don't have a map, we are likely to get lost in it. But after hearing what he said, several students from 627 were not worried at all. They confidently said that with Lin Tianan here, getting lost would never happen. Ji Nanqing couldn't help but glance at Lin Tianan, since her companions trusted her ability. He didn't raise any more objections. The hatch was naturally locked, using a digital combination lock that had long been eliminated. Yen Ting guessed, since this place is likely to have been built by the remnants of the empire. Could it be related to the 7 Years' War? Ji Nanqing proposed another conjecture. It could also be a coordinate, such as the coordinate of the imperial capital. Yen Ting did not agree with Ji Nanqing's idea. The emperor of the empire gave up these people. How could it be the coordinate of the imperial capital? Ji Nanqing retorted, then your guess is even more unreliable. The 7 Years' War took place in the year 1591 of the star calendar, and the password of this door is a 7-digit number. Just when the two were arguing, Mia asked everyone else to step back, and then kicked the hatch, kicking it open. The two who were arguing shut up in dismay. The passage was dark, and all of them put on explosion-proof suits, and turned on the helmet lights on their armor. This explosion-proof suit did not have an oxygen supply device, and after confirming the oxygen content in the passage, they entered the passage one by one. Whether going to the shelter or the port, they had to go down to the bottom floor, so they needed to find the connection between the upper and lower floors of the passage first. Lin Tianan walked in front and led the way. She spread her mental power. In the extremely dark environment, she saw countless white lines extending out, revealing the entire structure of the passage in front of her. Everyone walked silently in the passage. The slightly heavy footsteps spread in the empty space, producing waves of echoes that were constantly amplified. After half an hour, Lin Tianan suddenly stopped. We have reached the connection. The people walking behind couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they believed in Lin Tianan's ability, staying in such a cramped and dark environment for a long time still brought great psychological pressure. This is a straight shaft. There is a simple metal ladder close to the wall. The shaft is very deep. The light can't reach the bottom at all. It seems that there is an abyss below. Several people held the ladder tightly and went down very slowly. After all, if they slipped when going down the ladder, not only would they be in danger, but they would also be very likely to cause harm to others. When they finally got down from the ladder, several people were sweating. Lin Tianan said, we are now at the bottom. If we want to go to the shelter, we have to go out of the passage now. If we want to go to the port, we will continue to move forward. After discussing for a while, several people finally decided to go to the shelter first. At this time, most tourists have entered the shelter under the order of the security guards. This shelter is built inside the asteroid below the space station, and there are several entrances. After driving the tourists into the shelter, the security guards will not stay at the entrance, but will continue to patrol and search for slippery fish on each floor. Therefore, when several people came out of the emergency passage and found one of the entrances of the shelter, they found that there was only one security guard guarding the metal door. Several people looked at each other. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Diashi, Yen Ting and Ji Nanqing walked out of their hiding place first to attract the attention of the security guard. Because the three of them were wearing explosion-proof suits, the security guard thought they were their own people at first. Especially, Diashi always said one thing to one person and another to another person. With the information he got from Chen Asen before, he quickly dispelled the other party's suspicion. But just when the two were talking happily, the security guard suddenly felt a pain in the back of his neck and fell to the ground. Ruby squatted down and took out the ID card from the security guard. The others then came out from their hiding places. Did I open the door? Ruby walked to the card reader at the gate and turned back to confirm with the others. Open it! Xie Yanhan stared at the metal gate with interest. She couldn't wait to know what the secret behind this matter was. Chapter 103 Escape. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the heavy metal gate slowly opened. The door was connected to a long and narrow corridor. The sensor light on the top of the corridor flickered and lit up as the door opened, emitting a slightly dim light. Xie Yanhan's face was stern. The situation seemed not good. Several people walked into the corridor with guns in hand and were somewhat cautious. The only sounds in the whole environment were footsteps and the quiet working sound of the air circulation system. This was obviously not normal. You know, there should be at least hundreds of thousands of tourists in the entire shelter now. It is impossible for so many people not to make a sound. After the few people finally passed through the corridor, they arrived inside the shelter. However, the scene in front of them made everyone look unbelievable. They did not see any tourists. Under the deep blue light, there were countless white cocoons on the ground of the shelter. These cocoons were densely packed throughout the shelter, rising and falling in the blue light, like living creatures. What the hell is this? Yen Ting frowned. Mia hesitated. Do you think this thing looks like an unhatched Zerg egg? The faces of the others all turned ugly. If these cocoons are really related to the Zerg, then things will be very serious. Ji Nanqing bent down and observed carefully. Although the shapes are somewhat similar, there are still some differences between this cocoon and the egg. Unless it is a special mutant, the egg will not grow so big, and the outermost layer is not of this texture. Ruby looked worried. What is this thing? Will these tourists be in danger inside? All the tourists who were supposed to be in the shelter disappeared. Only these giant cocoons remained. Everyone didn't need to speculate anymore. They knew that these tourists must be in these giant cocoons. And when they shone the searchlight on these giant cocoons, they saw the presence of human figures inside. Xie Yinhan frowned. Through her telepathic ability, she could feel that the consciousness of the people in these giant cocoons had become very slow, as if they had entered a state of deep anesthesia. Fang Shangliu took a step forward, and directly took out the alloy knife to cut open one of the giant cocoons. The cocoon layer was not hard, and it was easy to cut open. A transparent liquid like egg white immediately flowed out from the gap. As the blade continued to grow larger, the person originally in the giant cocoon fell out of the gap, with the liquid constantly overflowing. However, when everyone saw the other person's appearance at this time, their faces changed drastically. This human who was still in a coma actually had a huge tumor on his chest. This tumor was constantly beating like a deformed heart, and the surface was densely covered with black arteries shaped like branches. Fang Shangliu checked the other person's pupils. Breathing impulse. Then stood up and said, "Still alive." Everyone didn't know how to react. The tumor was obviously strange. But they were not doctors, and they didn't know how to deal with this situation. Ruby was a little confused. Why did these people become like this? They shouldn't have been in the shelter for long. Right? Xie Yinhan thought for a while, and said, "The most likely possibility is that someone tampered with the anti-radiation iodine preparation. Now the situation in the shelter has basically confirmed that the nuclear leak is probably fake. So it is worth thinking about why the mastermind behind this would use this as an excuse." Ji Nanqing, if the person behind this just wants to harm people, there is no need to go through so much trouble. The current situation looks more like some kind of experiment. Yin Ting suddenly realized, in fact, if you think about it carefully, the application criteria for the free travel quota issued by Dionysus are indeed a bit strange. The main revenue of this space city comes from the casino. But the free quota is issued to retired soldiers and military academy students. Neither of these two groups seems to be the target consumer group. What more, the historical background of Dionysus itself is unlikely to have a favorable impression on federal soldiers. Now I think that these two groups are generally better qualified. Xie Yinhan hit the nail on the head. They want to expand the sample. Everyone was silent for a while. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. It's not good to be greedy for small gains. They seem to be involved in a huge conspiracy now. Ji Nanqing looked grim. Now this matter is obviously not something that we students can solve. We'd better leave here as soon as possible and report the matter directly to the military. Xie Yinhan's eyes were cold, since the other party has the courage to do such a thing. They will not let people leave easily. Everyone in this space station should be dead in their eyes. Those temporary security guards are obviously cannon fodder buried with them. Xie Yinhan is now thinking about another thing. In addition to the management of Dionysus, there must be other forces involved. Who could it be? She glanced at the constantly beating tumor. What is their purpose? Yin Ting urged, let go quickly. Maybe these tourists can still be saved. Apart from these giant cocoons, there were no other clues in the shelter. After taking photos to leave evidence, the few people left the shelter. Because the port area was blocked, they returned to the emergency passage, which should lead directly to the port. Walking in the dark passage, they could vaguely hear fierce gunshots outside. Obviously, not everyone will obey Dionysus' arrangement. There are many strong people in both the arena players and the audience. After hearing about the nuclear leak in the space station, they would rather leave directly than go to the shelter where they don't know whether it is safe or not. At this time, the bottom of the space station has been completely chaotic. Mia patted her chest. Fortunately, we found this underground passage. Others agreed with her. Just listening to the gunfire from time to time overhead, they knew how chaotic it was outside. But their good luck seemed to have come to an end. Lin Tianan suddenly stopped and frowned, saying, "The passage ahead has collapsed." Everyone looked at each other, and when they got to the front, they saw that the entrance to the passage was completely blocked by various collapsed building materials. Ji Nanqing went forward to check. It should be man-made damage. It won't take too long. Ruby rolled her eyes. Maybe it was done by the management of Dionysus? Maybe they evacuated from here. Diashi asked anxiously. Is there a way to bypass this? Lin Tianan carefully distinguished the information fed back by his mental power, and said in a deep voice, this is the only way to the port. Seeing this, several people had to come out of the passage. It was more chaotic outside than they imagined. In addition to gamblers and ordinary tourists, there were also many desperate criminals who came to Dionysus. After discovering that the Dionysus side stopped them from leaving, the two sides started a fierce fight. After carefully observing the battle for a while, everyone found that the people guarding here were definitely not the gangsters recruited from other planets, who drove away ordinary tourists before. These people all wore black combat armor, had more sophisticated weapons and equipment, and were extremely well trained. Yenting frowned. What should we do? Should we also get involved in the melee? This was obviously not a good idea. Diashi thought for a while. We are wearing explosion-proof clothing, and we may be able to disguise ourselves as their people, although there is a risk of being discovered. It is worth a gamble. But Ji Nanqing was still a little worried. If what we speculated before was true, then these people may not regard the security guards as their own people. Even if they are real security guards, they may not be allowed to pass, let alone us. Just as everyone was discussing a solution, something unexpected happened. Two security guards ran over from a distance in a panic, their eyes full of fear. At first, the people in the melee did not pay much attention, until one of the security guards shouted loudly, Zerg! There are Zerg here! As soon as the word Zerg came out, everyone subconsciously stopped their actions. The fear of Zerg is almost engraved in the bones of interstellar people. But how could there be Zerg here? Those who wanted to break through the blockade thought that the security guards were deliberately deceiving them. A big man sneered and said, This is far away from the Zerg battlefield. Don't try to deceive us. If you don't let us go today, we will definitely fight to the end. The group of armed men guarding the port did not pay attention to his words, but looked vigilantly in the direction where the two security guards had just run. After a while, a very strange creature appeared in front of everyone. It was about the size of a dog, with 8 insect-like appendages and a jointed tail. It was now rushing towards the crowd. From the outside, it did look a bit like a Zerg, but its body size was much smaller than that of an ordinary warbug, and the Zerg did not have a tail like a mammal. Could it be that some new Zerg mutants have appeared? But why would there be mutants here, so far from the front line? As the strange creature approached, the crowd cried out in panic, and people from both sides immediately aimed at it and shot. However, this creature ran very fast, and its body was small, so ordinary bullets could not hit it at all. It quickly jumped onto one of the security guards, who had just run over, and its sharp mouth parts easily pierced the thick breastplate of the explosion-proof suit and greedily sucked it. All this happened so fast. By the time everyone reacted, the security guard had already fallen straight to the ground, leaving a terrifying hole in his chest. At this time, the strange creature took the opportunity to jump onto a nearby mecca. Compared with the huge mecca, it looked pitifully small, like a flea crawling on a person. However, although the mecha driver tried hard to get it off his body, he could not do it. The strange creature was agile and climbed to the cockpit of the mecha in a blink of an eye. A pair of sharp forelegs cut the outer armor of the mecha without any obstacles, just like cutting tofu. Then it stretched its body, and like a ball of liquid, it entered the cockpit through the gap. Then the mecha driver screamed. The people around were horrified and fled in all directions. An armed man approached with a flamethrower, aimed at the mecha and pulled the trigger. The whole mecha was on fire. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the strange creature suddenly jumped out of the burning mecha and jumped directly onto the face of the armed man. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. Under great fear, many people fearlessly attacked the blockade line, making the armed personnel guarding the port passage somewhat overwhelmed. What more? They also sent a group of people to deal with a creature that seemed to be a mutant. Diashi took advantage of the chaos and shouted in the crowd, There are Zerg mutants here. The senior officials of Dionysus have already fled. If you don't want to die, let's rush forward together. These words were like adding fuel to the fire, and a gap was actually created in the defense line, and several students mixed in the crowd and took the opportunity to rush through the defense line. With the help of surveillance cameras at various locations in the port, they successfully avoided the armed men who came to pursue them, and came to a berth where a small spaceship was parked. Ji Nanqing frowned and said, The question now is, How can we gain control of a strange spaceship? By the way, can anyone among you fly a spaceship? He did not have much hope for this. But since they had already arrived at the port, they could not give up so easily. Perhaps they could use the space racing boats used for competitions in the black market arena to leave. Calculating the nearest asteroid. The fuel should be barely enough. This was Ji launching Plan B. But space racing itself was dangerous. They were all new to it. And the cosmic environment was extremely complex. So it was not a good idea. Just as Ji launching thoughts drifted away, Lin Tianan said calmly, I'm a warship technology major. And short-distance interstellar travel should be no problem. Xie Yinhan walked directly to the console and began to crack the code. A few days later, Kaibu Star. Yin Xiaonan was seeing off the residents. All residents' household registrations had been moved to other habitable planets, and most of them had been discharged from the hospital. The residents happily packed up the few things in their homes, and were about to go to other planets to start a new life. Before leaving, a gray-haired old man said to Yin Xiaonan, Planet Lord, no matter what Xiaowei promised you, one thing is one thing, we Kaibu Star people will always remember this kindness. If you need us in the future, just let us know. Yin Xiaonan felt warm in her heart. But she didn't think she had much gratitude towards the Kaiba people. So she naturally wouldn't consider herself their benefactor. After watching the spaceship leave, Yin Xiaonan decided to return to planet 627D. Half of the vacation was over. And school would start soon. She had to make preparations. But at this moment, she suddenly received an unfamiliar communication request. When Yin Xiaonan answered the call, she saw a federal law enforcement officer appear on the screen. Hello, are you the principal of the 627 Military Academy? Yin Xiaonan nodded. Yes, what can I do for you? The law enforcement officer said with a serious face. We are the 5th Squadron of the EU-86 Galaxy in the Taishi Star region. Several of your students are suspected of being involved in the explosion of the Dionysus space station that occurred 3 days ago. Please come as soon as possible to deal with the relevant matters. Yin Xiaonan, ? Shouldn't these students be in school? How did they run so far away all of a sudden? And were they involved in a criminal case? Chapter 104 Rescue. System, don't you have anything to tell me? After ending the communication with the law enforcement team, Yin Xiaonan immediately asked the system why it didn't tell her about the students leaving school. It was said that it would report everything that happened within the protective shield to her. But the system said confidently, the host is too far away from the school now. Students leaving school during the holidays do not violate any school rules. It is not a major emergency. If the host needs a reminder, you need to purchase additional services. It only costs 10,000 star coins per day. I can report anything that happens in the school to you. 10,000 star coins a day. Wouldn't that mean 300,000 star coins in 30 days? Yin Xiaonan was once again shocked by the system money-making tricks. But she didn't have time to argue with it now. In the Federation, as long as they are students of a formal military academy, they will automatically obtain military status. Therefore, military academy students are the same as active military personnel. The general judicial authorities do not have the power to judge and convict military academy students. All their affairs are handled by military courts. Compared with the federal courts for ordinary people, the sentencing of military courts is much heavier. Some crimes that seem no big deal to civilians are very serious in the eyes of military courts. If a military school student commits a crime, the school principal will also be held jointly responsible. At the very least, he will be held accountable by the military. And at the worst, the school rating may be affected. If a student commits a serious crime, the school may even be directly revoked of its qualification as a formal military school. This is why Yin Xiaonan emphasized the importance of military law to students. This is the true meaning of one person makes a mistake, and the whole school suffers. But she never expected that after 2 semesters of instructing these students could make big news for her during the holidays. An explosion occurred at the Dionysus space station, and millions of tourists lost contact because of the Dionysus explosion is suspected to be related to nuclear leakage. The past and present of the Dionysus space station are deeply exposed. From the 7.29 major explosion, the fragments produced by the explosion of the Dionysus space station have an impact on multiple space cities in the asteroid belt. Because too many people are involved, and the accident is too serious. The news about this accident has now spread throughout the star network, and has become the front page headline of major media. The EU-86 Galaxy government also immediately organized personnel to conduct search and rescue work in the nearby area. But so far there has been no news of any survivors. After receiving the notice from the law enforcement team, Yin Xiaonan immediately took a spacecraft to the Tiandu Star Space Station, where the 5th Squadron was located. It took her a full week to travel from the X-16 Galaxy where Kaibu was located to the EU-86 Galaxy, where the asteroid belt was located. Although Yin Xiaonan was anxious, she wished she could appear on Tiandu Star in the next second. But she also knew that being anxious now would be useless. She simply asked the system to collect more information about the Dionysus space station on the spacecraft. And the system actually found an interesting thing on the star network. After the flight finally arrived at the destination, the Tiandu space station, she went to the security station with a clear goal, looking for her troublesome students. Principal. Seeing Yin Xiaonan, the expressions of several students were a bit like chicks finding their mother hen, as if they had finally found someone to support them. Even people as reserved as Lin Tianan and as indifferent as Xie Yinhan. When they saw Yin Xiaonan coming, their faces relaxed slightly. Yin Xiaonan sighed, and did not rush to settle accounts with them. Instead, he first asked about their physical condition. Are you all not injured? Several people shook their heads. Seeing that the principal was so gentle to them, they could not help but feel touched. They thought she would settle accounts with them first, but she was concerned about their health. Where else can we find such a good principal? However, the students' feelings of being touched vanished in the next moment. Yin Xiaonan sneered, "It's good that you were not injured. Go back and prepare for extra training." What? Extra training? Isn't there still a month of vacation? Why do you treat them like this? So the principal just asked them if they were injured just to get extra training? The students felt heartbroken. Yin Ting protested in a low voice, "Principal, this matter really has nothing to do with us. We are also victims." Ruby also looked pitiful. "Principal, we didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. This was clearly a sudden disaster. We are innocent." Yin Xiaonan was unmoved. As a military school student, I was not vigilant enough. Fortunately, nothing happened this time. But I am not so lucky every time. When several students of the 627 military school were in a gloomy mood, the two members of the coalition forces showed an envious expression. Mia couldn't help but say, "Your principal is too good to you. Isn't he? He just gave you extra training, and no other punishment. It would be great if their school only gave them extra training as punishment." Several students from class 627 smiled bitterly after hearing this. Is the extra training given by their chief instructor just an ordinary extra training? Yin Xiaonan's attention was just on several students from class 627, but now he had time to pay attention to two strangers of the same age, who were with students from the same school. Seeing Yin Xiaonan gaze, Mia and Ji Nanqing politely introduced themselves to the principal, who looked a little too young. And the system prompt sounded at this time. Ding! Found a 5-star talent and a 4-star talent. Name, Mia. Age, 15. Mental power, SS. Constitution, S, plus comprehensive assessment, Qualification 8. Talent 7. Cultural cultivation 5. Heart 8. Potential 8. Luck 7. System notes. 5-star talent is here. What is the host waiting for? Hurry up and grab the person back. Name, Ji Nanqing. Age, 16. Mental power, S, plus Constitution, S. Comprehensive assessment, Qualification 7. Talent 6. Cultural cultivation 8. Heart 7. Potential 6. Luck 6. System notes. Standard 4-star talent. Not to be missed. Quickly admit him to the school. Unlock the corresponding training plan. When seeing me at qualification level, Yin Xiaonan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. If she remembered correctly, the Federal Military University had never publicized that they had a student with 3S qualifications. It seemed that they were hiding something. Compared with the other 3 top military academies, the Federal Military University presence was not very high. Its ranking in the Military Academy League often hovered between the 2nd and 3rd places, and it was nicknamed the Eternal Runner-Up. In this Military Academy League, when the other 3 military academies tried their best, it only got the 4th place. Their principal Jiang Xuanyu was nicknamed the Master of Fooling Around by netizens, because he was very perfunctory in every interview. Under the leadership of such a principal, the atmosphere of the whole school seemed to be very Buddhist, always showing a non-competitive and lame appearance. Yin Xiaonan narrowed his eyes. But since they concealed the news that there was a 3S level student in the school, it meant that they were not really as Buddhist as they appeared to be. And they obviously had big plans. since this student mental strength was SS level and his physical fitness reached S+ level. It was very likely that he would go further in the future and achieve 4S level qualifications. From this perspective, next year Military Academy League will probably be very lively. As Yin Xiaonan thoughts raced, she automatically ignored the system chattering. But the system did not give up, and was still trying to persuade her to poach students. Seeing Yin Xiaonan still looking unmoved, the system said strangely, "It's okay for male students, but the female student named Mia is a rare 5-star talent, which means a full 5,000 points, host. Are you really not tempted?" Yin Xiaonan was silent. Of course he was tempted. But is it so easy to poach students from top military academies? This kind of student is obviously a treasure in the hands of the school. If she pried her away, the Federal Military University would definitely come after her. Their school is still in the development stage, and it is really unnecessary to make enemies for no reason. Besides, on one side is the Federal Military University, which already has a sense of belonging and is a top military academy. And on the other side is their little-known school that can only promise people something. No fool would choose the latter. Right? Yin Xiaonan knew her own limitations. The only thing their school could boast about now was that it had a promising future. It was still not comparable to the 4 top military academies. She quickly withdrew her thoughts. Poaching was not the focus of this trip. She still remembered what she was here for. The most important thing now was to solve the current problem. "Tell me what's going on." Just as Yin Xiaonan was about to ask the students about the inside story, there was a knock on the door. And a police officer in a law enforcement uniform entered the room. He walked straight to Yin Xiaonan and introduced himself to her. "Hello. My name is Norton Tabor, and I am the person in charge of the July 29th explosion." The students couldn't help but grimace when they saw the police officer. Yin Ting couldn't help but say, "Officer Tabor. And not that we don't want to tell you the truth, but the matter is not a small matter. Before the military comes, we can't leak the matter out at will." Tabor ignored him at all, and said to Yin Xiaonan expressionlessly, "After the explosion of Dionysus, we have sent people to carry out search and rescue work nearby. But no survivors have been found so far. The bodies of the victims salvaged only account for less than 1% of the total population of the Dionysus space station." Everyone was silent for a moment. Tabor said in a deep voice, "As the person in charge of the case, I must be responsible for the nearly 1 million people on Dionysus. Now those tourists are missing, and their bodies are missing. I think the students of your school have the obligation to cooperate with our investigation." Several students looked at each other, with their eyes full of entanglement. After they escaped from the Dionysus space station that day, they immediately contacted the law enforcement team. But before the law enforcement team was dispatched, the entire space station and the asteroid were turned into countless fragments in a violent explosion. All clues were destroyed along with the explosion. The only remaining evidence is the photos and videos taken by several students in the shelter with their computers, and a cocoon layer cut from the giant cocoon. They realized that this was a serious matter. After internal discussions, they decided not to hand over the evidence before the military took over the matter, and they would not reveal the human experiment to others. After all, they didn't know how powerful the enemy hidden behind them was. But Chief Sheriff Tabor was obviously very suspicious of them. In addition, they also heard that the other party had a friend who lost contact on Dionysus, so he obviously wanted to get to the bottom of this case. In recent days, he often came to ask about the explosion, which made several students almost unable to cope with it, until they saw the principal coming and breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Ting explained their plan to Yin Xiaonan. Yin Xiaonan knew that this matter would not be simple after reading the intelligence about Dionysus collected by the system, and he also agreed with the approach of several students. Tabor on the side sneered and said, "Then can the students of your school explain why they drove a spaceship that did not belong to them to leave Dionysus? Is this theft?" Yin Ting said awkwardly, "We took a public flight when we came here. The situation was urgent at the time. We had to do it in an emergency because there was no other way." "What a good had to?" Tabor continued to question. "Then why are there so many people on Dionysus? And only a few of you escaped? Did you know that the space station would explode?" Tabor's face was cold, and there was a flame of anger in his eyes. "The asteroid belt is far away from the front line. There is no evidence to prove the Zerd mutants you reported before. If you want to get the military protection with your excellent qualifications, you may be disappointed. I will never allow such a thing to happen." Yin Xiaonan couldn't help frowning at this time. "Officer Tabor, be careful with your words. If my students are really involved in the bombing, no matter how talented they are, The military will not cover them up regardless of human lives. Moreover, there is no evidence to prove this at present. Has Officer Tabor already convicted them in his heart? Tabor laughed sarcastically, but what they said before is not believable. Right? Once the matter is handed over to the military. I am worried that the lives of millions of civilians are far less important to the military than these rising stars. These students generally have excellent qualifications. And there are 6 students who have reached S level. Tabor was worried after reading their files. If it was just one student with S-level qualifications, it would be easy to deal with. But it is hard to say what the military attitude will be in this situation, even if these students are really involved. As long as they are not the main culprits, the military may protect them for their qualifications, which Tabor absolutely does not want to see. Yin Xiaonan shook his head. Then you have misjudged the military. For federal soldiers, character is far more important than qualifications. The military court had tried countless soldiers with double S qualifications or above, some of whom had even made great contributions to the Federation. Not to mention several students, who had not even graduated from military academies. Just when Tabor was about to say something, the door was suddenly opened, and a large group of people entered the room. Everyone turned their heads to look at the group of people, and there was a flash of surprise in their eyes. Station Master? Tabor hesitated and looked at the man in the law enforcement uniform, who was leading the group. The station master secretly glared at him, and explained to a woman in military uniform beside him with a smile, "An old friend of mine lost contact in the space station explosion. It is inevitable that he acted on impulse. And it is definitely not that he has any opinions about the military. I hope Captainson will not blame me." Mia and Ji Nanqing couldn't help but stare at the people in the crowd wearing suits and holding briefcases. Help! Why is their principal here too? Isn't she usually the most impatient to deal with these trivial matters? Not only the principal, their department heads and professional teachers are here too, and they are all dressed so formally, and their expressions are so serious. It over, they will definitely be miserable when they go back. Yin Xiaonan looked at the person who was trying to please the station master of the security station in the front of the crowd. She didn't expect that the military would hand this matter over to Silver Eagle. This was the first time she had seen Xin Shui after her rebirth. Compared to the past, she seemed to have changed a lot. Yin Xiaonan could not help but be stunned when he saw her for the first time. The former deputy captain had shaved off his beautiful silver short hair and replaced it with a flat head commonly seen in the army. There was a scary scar on his forehead, and his temperament became even colder and stronger. Xin Shui had obviously heard what Yin Xiaonan said when she entered the room. She glanced at her lightly and said, "This matter is now taken over by Silver Eagle." Tabor was about to speak, but was stopped by the station master. Xin Shui said to him coldly, "If these students really committed a crime, I will directly apply for the establishment of a military court. You can rest assured." Although Tabor was still a little unwilling, he also knew that this matter was no longer under the jurisdiction of the law enforcement team. He left the room in a daze. After all the law enforcement team members left, Xin Shui turned on the recorder. "This interrogation will be recorded and recorded synchronously. Please explain the situation truthfully. If there is any concealment or deception, the corresponding legal responsibility will be pursued." Several students nodded nervously, and Yin Xiaonan sat aside with the principal and teacher of the Federal Military University to listen. Xin Shui said to several students according to the procedure, "Now you can start to explain the situation." Chapter 105 Interrogation. As the students told the story, the expressions of the people in the room became particularly serious. But Yin Xiaonan noticed that, whether it was the members of the Silver Eagle team, or the president of the Federal Military University, who was sitting beside her and listening, the teachers were basically not particularly surprised by such extremely horrifying things as human experiments and Zerg mutants. Apparently they should know a lot of inside information. Ji Nanqing projected the photos he had taken in the shelter in front of everyone through the optical computer, and the huge cocoon covering the entire screen made people's scalps numb. He paused, and said, "Although we have no direct evidence that these cocoons are related to Zerg mutants, after our analysis, the possibility is 80%. But we have not yet figured out the specific connection between the two." After escaping from Dionysus, several students discussed it together. As most people said, Dionysus is far away from the front line, and the appearance of Zerg mutants, and a single Zerg mutant, is itself an incredible thing, and it is likely to be man-made. They could think of two possibilities. One possibility was that this Zerg mutant was secretly brought to Dionysus. But what was the purpose of doing so? In addition, Given the combat power of this Zerg mutant, it would be extremely difficult to transport it from the front line to Dionysus. The two sharp forelegs could easily cut through the outer armor of the mecha. The students speculated that this creature suspected to be a Zerg mutant might be a product of an experiment. The reason is that after they searched the latest version of the Zerg Atlas published by the federal military, they did not find any mutant information that matched it. And the tail of this strange creature was more like that of a mammal, and it was not very similar to that of the Zerg. Of course, it is not ruled out that the Zerg itself has undergone some kind of mutation. Or perhaps someone has discovered such a special mutant egg. If this speculation is true, then the giant cocoons in the shelter may be used to hatch insect eggs, or serve as food. But there are many things that don't make sense. Another speculation may be more logical. That is, the mastermind behind this incident has mastered a way to turn humans into Zerg mutants. Through those giant cocoons, humans can mutate into Zerg. But this is really a bit too scary. And if this is true, then what is the purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes? The students have countless questions. The matter is like a fog, but it has little to do with them. The fact that it involved Zerg mutants, and caused a large number of civilian casualties, was enough to show that the nature of this matter was very serious. And the military would definitely not take it lightly. This matter, which had risen to the level of national security, was not something that a few military academy students could solve. Nor did they need to solve it. The military had many capable people, and they did not need a few rookies who had not yet graduated. After the students handed over the photos, videos, and the cocoon layer in their hands to the Silver Eagle team, the entire interrogation process was basically over. Sun Shui finally asked them, "Do you have anything else to add?" Several students shook their heads, but Xie Yinhan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "I think you can check the Alex family. This matter may be related to them." Sun Shui raised her eyebrows. "What did you find?" Xie Yinhan looked nonchalant. "It's just my intuition. It's up to you whether you believe it or not." Sun Shui didn't mind the other party's slightly contemptuous attitude, but took a deep look at her, then prepared to put away the recorder. Just then, a female voice sounded from the side. "I do have evidence here. On the way here, I found some interesting things on the StarNet." Sun Shui frowned slightly when she saw that the person speaking was Yin Xiaonan, and motioned her to continue. Yin Xiaonan turned on the light brain and projected a page. A few months ago, a company called RE once recruited a large number of security guards from the 4th class Poor Stars to work on Dionysus. This company is not registered, nor does it have a business license. It even deleted all the content on the StarNet half a month ago. Unfortunately, they obviously don't know one thing. Anything that exists on the Star Network will leave traces. The source of funds for this company points to a branch of the Alex Group. You can continue to investigate from this clue. After seeing the evidence Yin Xiaonan brought out, several members of the Silver Eagle team, who had just been acting very cool, couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on their faces. The case of the Dionysus space station was not handed over to them by the military by chance. More than a year ago, after the new Supreme Marshal took office, he secretly gave Silver Eagle a very important task. This mission is related to a mysterious potion from the Empire. According to the intelligence sent back by the spy, the ingredients of this potion contain a substance extracted from the body of a high-level Zerg, which is extremely dangerous. Although the specific purpose has not been found out, it seems to turn the user into a special Zerg mutant. A batch of potions has already flowed into the Federation. After so long of tracking, they have long suspected that all major financial groups are involved, but they just can't catch the other party flaws. Now that there is finally a breakthrough, how can we not be excited? Sun Shui listened carefully to what Yin Xiaonan said, stared at the projection and pondered for a long time, then expressed her gratitude, and the interrogation ended. The principal of the Federal Military University stood up first, called Mia and Ji Nanqing, who were frowning, to leave the room. "Deputy Captain?" Several members of the Silver Eagle team looked at Sun Shui, who was still sitting in her seat, in confusion. They finally got a clue. Shouldn't they seize the time to investigate now? Sun Shui glanced at them and said, "You guys go out first. I talked to Principal Yin for a few words, and then I find you later." One member immediately realized, "I almost forgot, isn't the 627 Military Academy the school where Sister Xia taught after she retired? The deputy captain must want to ask Principal Yin about Sister Xia's current situation. Right? I didn't expect the deputy captain to be cold and icy at ordinary times, but in fact, he is quite sentimental. But think about it, Sister Xia has been in the team for much longer than them. The relationship must be special. Right? It seems that the deputy captain is a very nostalgic person. This member suddenly sighed a little when he thought of something, pulling the others out of the room. Yin Xiaonan, who was originally talking to the students, also heard this conversation, so he asked the students to go out and wait, and then took the initiative to walk in front of Xin Shui. Are you looking for me to ask about Xia Ping's current situation? She is very good in school, and the students like her very much. Yin Xiaonan also guessed that the other party was looking for her for this purpose. After all, they are just strangers now. Except for asking her to understand Xia Ping's situation, she really can't think of any other reason why the other party would want to talk to her. Everything has changed. Yin Xiaonan just noticed that the team members who came with Xin Shui this time were all strangers to her. And she sighed. It was only a year. And the Silver Eagle team that she was familiar with in her memory now only existed in her memory. That good? Xin Shui only said 3 short words and fell silent. A sharp gaze swept across Yin Xiaonan's face inch by inch, as if searching for something. System, host, did your old friend see anything? Yin Xiaonan, ? Impossible? They haven't had much contact yet? But perhaps affected by the system words, Yin Xiaonan really became a little nervous. If Xin Shui really recognized her, how would she react? Thinking of the other party past temper, she was a little panicked. What going on? Just when Yin Xiaonan was thinking about it, Xin Shui retracted her gaze and said lightly, I heard Duan Hong talk about you. He and Xia Ping both have a good impression of you. If Principal Yin needs any help in the future, you can find me. It turns out that he didn't recognize her. Yin Xiaonan didn't know why he was strangely relieved. Xin Shui handed Yin Xiaonan a card with a personal contact number, and then stood up from her seat. I have something else to do, so I leave first. Wait! Yin Xiaonan stopped her. Can I ask you a question? In Xin Shui's slightly puzzled eyes, Yin Xiaonan asked curiously, I just heard others call you the deputy captain. Can I ask who is the current captain of Silver Eagle? Yin Xiaonan had always thought that Xin Shui would be the captain's successor. Besides her, Yin Xiaonan could not think of anyone else who would be qualified. In fact, when they were in the hill camp, the military had originally favored Xin Shui as the captain. It was later that Instructor Hill overcame all objections and single-handedly recommended Yin Xiaonan as the captain. Therefore, the relationship between Yin Xiaonan and Xin Shui was quite delicate at the beginning. It was also for this reason that Yin Xiaonan was particularly surprised by Xin Shui's reaction at the last moment of her life. She had always thought that Xin Shui actually had some doubts about her as the captain. Originally, Yin Xiaonan thought that this was considered returning the captain position to the other party. But she never expected that after her accident, Xin Shui was still the deputy captain. So who would be the captain of Silver Eagle now? Yin Xiaonan didn't think that apart from Xin Shui, anyone else was qualified to be the captain. She couldn't help but have a conspiracy theory. Could it be that someone was secretly manipulating and replacing Xin Shui's position as captain? Xin Shui was obviously very surprised by Yin Xiaonan's question. She was stunned for a moment, and only replied with one sentence, then nodded to Yin Xiaonan and left the room. Yin Xiaonan couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Xin Shui's voice seemed to still echo in his ears. She said, there is only one captain of Silver Eagle from beginning to end. After Xin Shui left the room, she took the other members of Silver Eagle away with her. She still had a lot of things to do. When she walked out of the security station, she thought carelessly in her heart, Duan Hong was not wrong this time. It was a bit like, but this person seemed a little stupid. Xin Shui recalled the other party's stunned look just now, and made a comment. New school year. Chapter 106 Preparation for the start of school. After everything was settled, Yin Xiaonan was ready to take a few students back to school. At the port of Tiandu Star Space Station, they happened to meet a group of people from the Federal Military University, who were also preparing to leave. When Jiang Xuanyu saw Yin Xiaonan, he showed an awkward but polite smile on his face. Principal Yin, I have heard of your name for a long time. I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. Principal Jiang, it's nice to meet you. Yin Xiaonan also had some helplessness in his eyes. If you don't pay attention to these students, you never know what kind of trouble they will cause. Today, the two principals gathered in a place where they shouldn't be because of the troublesome students. Compared to Yin Xiaonan, Jiang Xuanyu might be even worse off. She received the news and rushed here during her vacation. The beautiful vacation life was completely ended because of such a sudden incident. Knowing that the only precious child in a school with 3S qualifications had an accident. Even a principal of a prestigious school like Jiang Xuanyu, who had experienced countless storms, almost had to take a quick-acting heart-saving pill. At this moment, The two female principals looked at each other with a sense of mutual sympathy, and the students behind them were all drooping their heads, following behind them quietly, as obedient as little lambs. Seeing that the flight was about to arrive, Jiang Xuanyu looked very regretful. I have been curious about Principal Yin teaching philosophy for a long time, but unfortunately the time today is not very coincidental. I must have a good chat with you next time we meet. Yin Xiaonan laughed a little after hearing this. If she hadn't known that Jiang Xuanyu was not a sociable person, she would have taken this seriously. Some netizens who had nothing to do had summarized the catchphrases of this master of fooling around. The most commonly used catchphrase was next time for sure. Facing invitations from all kinds of people, she always replied next time for sure. But there was always no follow-up. When reporters asked the principals of major military academies what plans the schools would have for next year, compared to the passionate speeches of other principals, she always answered with only 9 words. Next time for sure, which was as good as saying nothing. But Yin Xiaonan actually admired the other person character. Sometimes, some meaningless greetings and courtesies are really boring. Since the other person doesn't want to do this, she is also happy. Before leaving, she curled her lips and said, "See you in the Military Academy League next year." Looking at the backs of the 627 Military Academy, Jiang Xuanyu raised his eyebrows. The Military Academy League is divided into auditions held in the inner world, and group matches, and finals held offline. Obviously, what Principal Yin meant by "see you in the Military Academy League" is not the same as the "see you in the Military Academy League." It should be the offline competition. It seems that the other party is quite confident about the Military School League next year. But she just heard from 2 students in the school that the students of 627 military school are very strong. And even several of them have reached S-level qualifications. From this point of view, this military school that suddenly rose this year is indeed coming with great momentum. So she will look forward to the other party performance in the next Military School League. On the other hand, after Yin Xiaonan took a few students to transfer twice, and finally returned to 627D star, she immediately assigned additional training tasks to several students. The students naturally complained bitterly. But Yin Xiaonan was not moved at all. You must be kidding. There was still a month of vacation left, and she was busy preparing for the start of school. She had no time to take care of them all the time. If she didn't find something for them to do, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause her. She didn't want to follow them around and clean up the mess every day. After arranging these students, Yin Xiaonan opened the system construction page. School was about to start. After nearly a year of development, the school had become famous. Yin Xiaonan was confident that she could recruit more people this time. So one teaching building would not be enough. Yin Xiaonan bought 4 teaching buildings of different styles in one go on the construction page, and simply named them the Command Building, the Battleship Building, the Fighter Building, and the Individual Soldier Building. If the old teaching building is a comprehensive teaching building for all students, then these 4 new teaching buildings are professional teaching buildings for students of a single major. Yin Xiaonan equipped each teaching building with classrooms and training rooms with different functions according to the training content of each major. In this way, students of each major will have a special place to go when they want to take professional courses or train in the future. After the hardware facilities are up to date, the school organizational structure can also be upgraded. The 3 majors are directly upgraded to 3 colleges. Yin Xiaonan even plans to recruit more than 1 class of students for each major in the future. In this way, the enrollment scale must also be expanded. The system timely released a new main task. Main task: recruit at least 800 students. Reward: 1500 experience, 200 points, double the area of the protective shield. Note: if the task fails, not only will no reward be obtained, but a certain amount of star coins will be deducted according to the completion of the task. Yin Xiaonan raised his eyebrows when he saw the system notes. If the task fails this time, there is actually a penalty. However, Yin Xiaonan was still very confident that she could complete this mission, so she didn't care too much. She saw that the system stopped talking after issuing the mission, and couldn't help asking, "Don't you have any recruitment promotion plan this time?" System: last time, it was a backdoor opened for the host under special circumstances. In the future, recruitment promotion will depend on the host himself. Yin Xiaonan was silent. She thought of the 4 promotion plans that the system had provided before, which seemed outrageous no matter how you looked at them. It called this a backdoor? She hasn't lost her memory yet. Since the system doesn't provide a recruitment promotion plan, Yin Xiaonan decided to go on her own. It's already August, and school will start in September, so we must act now. Yin Xiaonan opened the Star Network and browsed the relevant information. She found that many military academies had started warming up for this year's recruitment as early as the beginning of summer vacation. The strategy of some schools is to send teachers to various star regions to carry out offline recruitment promotion activities, while other schools choose to vigorously promote on the Star Network. For a school as wealthy as Minerva, the principal even personally gave very pertinent advice on how to choose a major in a military academy in a popular talk show. Yin Xiaonan rubbed her brows. She was still inexperienced. When she first got off work, she only thought about dealing with the matter of Kaibu Star. She felt that there was still some time before enrollment. She didn't expect that other military academies would move so quickly. But time cannot be reversed. Yin Xiaonan simply focused on the present and considered how the school should conduct enrollment publicity now. Compared with other military academies, 627 Military Academy has an obvious advantage in that it is the only formal military academy in the galaxy. That is to say, all students who intend to attend military academies in Z39 Galaxy will most likely regard 627 Military Academy as their first target. Not only Z39 Galaxy, but also students in neighboring galaxies, and even the entire UE star field will include it in their selection. This is the geographical advantage that the school is born with. In the central star field, there are not only 2 top military academies, but also other first-class military academies and second-class military academies. Students have a wide range of choices. And schools like 627 Military Academy that have just passed the qualifying round naturally have no competitiveness. The Fuguang Star region has the Minerva Military Academy. The Taishi Star region has the Federal Military University. And the Alberta Star region has many alien races, and has its own unique education system. And no one goes to military academies at all. In this way, the UE Star region, which is poor in educational resources, is the most suitable for the development of emerging military academies, like the 627 Military Academy. It is no wonder that the Minerva Military Academy regards this place as the location for a branch. Yin Xiaonan found Catherine's number in the address book and called her. As the governor of the Z39 Galaxy, the other party naturally hopes that as many young people in the jurisdiction as possible can attend military academies. After all, the purpose of formal military academies is to train senior officers. More senior officers from the Z39 Galaxy will bring considerable invisible benefits to the future development of the entire Z39 Galaxy. If these students choose to study at a military academy like the 627 Military Academy, which is built in this galaxy, Catherine will be even more happy to see it happen. Compared with the future development of these students, the development of the 627 Military Academy will bring more direct benefits to the Z39 Galaxy. Never underestimate the appeal of an excellent military academy in a country like the Federation that respects soldiers. It can not only alleviate the old problem of talent outflow in the Z39 Galaxy for many years, but also attract a large number of new talents. For Yin Xiaonan, consolidating his own geographical advantages is also very important. The interests of the two are the same. Catherine really showed a very friendly smile when she saw Yin Xiaonan on the other side of the screen. Principal Yin, if you don't contact me again, I will also go to find you. What are your plans for enrollment this year? Yin Xiaonan said, I want to visit all the middle schools in the Z39 Galaxy. Not only for this enrollment, but also hope to develop longer-term cooperation with some schools after the inspection. Catherine's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she immediately agreed to help make the connection. In addition, she generously allocated a large sum of money as a free education subsidy. In a remote and backward place like the Z39 Galaxy, not every child can raise the tuition for military school. Yin Xiaonan also had to admit that Catherine was a good governor, and she worked wholeheartedly for the development of the Z39 Galaxy, because it was still necessary to contact various middle schools. Offline promotion was expected to start in a week, and by that time, the teachers in the school would basically have returned to school. So Yin Xiaonan would not have to run around alone. After finishing the call with Catherine, Yin Xiaonan started to work on online promotion. If you want to stand out from the endless variety of promotional methods of major military academies, you must come up with a surprise. Yin Xiaonan decided to use a military academy built on a barren planet as the core promotion point. They are the only school in the entire Federation built on a barren planet. It would be a waste if they didn't use it. although barren planet gives people a negative impression. Everything has two sides. This label can quickly distinguish the 627 military academy from other schools. Yin Xiaonan will not use this point alone for publicity. Just like the clickbait, he will first attract the public attention in this way, and then show some content that breaks their stereotypes. Do you think a school built on a deserted planet will be poor? Not only is there a planetary shield here, but also the various dishes in the cafeteria are cooked by expensive cooking robots. Do you think the teaching staff of this school is poor? Not only are there strong alien teachers here, but there are also experienced retired soldiers serving as instructors. In addition, photos of each training room and the beautiful greenery of the school can also be shown. Maybe compared with some well-funded military academies, but compared with the originally desolate environment of the wasteland planet, the shock it brings to people is completely different. Yin Xiaonan thought about it, and decided to add a sentence at the end. This is the 627 Military Academy, a place to create the impossible. Are you willing to come and create miracles with us? In this way, the school purpose of running a school is also well reflected. Yin Xiaonan nodded with satisfaction. It should be able to fool some innocent and passionate children if it rises to an ideal height. Right? System. Does the host conscience really not hurt? The school online promotion went more smoothly than Yin Xiaonan expected. In just a few days, Danny responded to a lot of consultation emails. Now we just have to wait for the offline promotion to follow up. However, before the teachers of the school return to school to officially launch offline promotion, 627D Star welcomed 2 new teachers. Chapter 107 New Teacher. As the enrollment scale expanded, the school naturally had insufficient teachers. As early as when he was on Kaibu Star, Yin Xiaonan recruited 20 new teachers on the Star network. The first person Yin Xiaonan interviewed was a bounty hunter named Yana. This was a middle-aged woman with a very tough look. She wore a dust coat made of wax cloth, and a belt of ammunition hung around her waist. She looked very dusty. However, the most eye-catching thing was the mutant black cat on her shoulder. This cat with beautiful golden eyes lay obediently on her shoulder, and was curiously observing the surrounding environment. After sitting down in the reception room of the office, Yin Xiaonan finally had time to look at the other party basic information. Name, Yana. Mental strength, A level. Physique, S- level. Age, 57. Race, human. Subjects of expertise, mixed martial arts, reconnaissance intelligence, clue tracking, trace inspection, site investigation, space geology, spacecraft driving technology, planetary biology, etc. System evaluation. An experienced bounty hunter, with rich experience in space navigation. His footprints are all over the Federation. He has a certain understanding of the culture of each region. With a wide network of contacts, he has dealt with all kinds of people. If such a teacher is hired, maybe we can expect her to bring some different gains to the students. The system couldn't help but wonder, the host chose such a new teacher. Could it be that he planned to use such a professional to develop the business of catching star pirates? Yin Xiaonan coughed dryly. She definitely didn't have such an idea. She was obviously considering the students. A teacher with rich social experience could teach students many things that were not covered in the books. Moreover, teachers like Joel, Fiona, Old Bert, Xiaoping all come from the military. And Yana completely different identity can bring students a new perspective on the problem. It is very rare to find people who are still engaged in the profession of bounty hunters in this era. In fact, bounty hunters are a very old profession. As early as the late period of the Free United Nations, due to the continuous decline of the government control over the entire country, the relaxation of laws and regulations, and the beginning of signs of chaos. Although the government has also taken various measures, the crime rate has always remained high, and the society has continued to be turbulent. Bounty hunters came into being under such circumstances. This is a group of people who seek large sums of money by accepting government commissions, similar to civilian detectives, and the government has given them the power to legally arrest criminals. This profession was not very glorious in the early days. The quality of practitioners was generally not high, and there was often a phenomenon of black eating black. They were regarded as government lackeys by the people. However, during the subsequent riots, this industry did not die out with the collapse of the Free United Nations, but became more prosperous. At that time, the entire Free United Nations was divided into countless separatist forces. If a criminal fled to other regions, it would be difficult for the authorities to capture him across borders. If the operation was not done properly, it would likely lead to a war. Therefore, Issuing commissions to bounty hunters seemed to be a more appropriate choice. During this period, many masters emerged from the bounty hunter group, and their image also changed, especially under the shaping of later film and television works. This profession was shrouded in mystery, and was seen as a group of unruly heroes. However, with the establishment of the Federation and the Empire, the government control has reached a new height, and the profession of bounty hunter has gradually declined. Nowadays, the people who appear on the government bounty list are basically members of the Star Pirate Group. And the Star Pirate Group that can be wanted by the law enforcement team often has a whole fleet. The bounty hunter previous way of fighting alone is obviously not feasible. Therefore, many bounty hunters have changed their careers. Some have joined the army, and some have become merchant sailors. Those who are still engaged in the bounty hunter industry are regarded as out-of-date retrogrades. Yin Xiaonan looked at the woman opposite him. Her face was old, and the corners of her eyes had long been covered with traces of time. Could it be that she was tired of the life of a bounty hunter, and wanted to find a planet to settle down? When Yin Xiaonan asked his inner doubts, Yana smiled generously. I do have plans to retire recently. I just happened to see your school recruitment notice. I remember that you were the ones who arrested the Red Spider Star Pirates. So I tried to send my resume, but I didn't expect to receive an interview invitation. Until now, Yana didn't think that the other party would really hire her as a teacher in the school. After all, this is a formal military school, and the requirements for teachers should be high. But Yana still came, because she was really curious about this school built on a deserted planet. What she didn't expect was that after a conversation, the young principal in front of her smiled and stretched out his hand to her. Teacher Yana, on behalf of the 627 Military Academy, I welcome you to join. Yana hesitated. Principal Yin, I am not a military man. Are you sure you want to hire me as a teacher in the school? Yin Xiaonan nodded affirmatively. I think there are many things that students need to learn from you. You will be a good guide. In Yin Xiaonan's view, Yana is an admirable and regrettable existence. In today's declining bounty hunter profession, she still persists until now. It a pity that heroes are old. The tide of the times is not something that an individual can resist. However, Yana can actually continue to work as a bounty hunter in the future. Yin Xiaonan touched his chin. The students of the school can help. She, as the principal, can also. Friendly. All kinds of warships and weapons. Wouldn't it be easy to take some bounties and fight pirates? In this way, Yana can continue to do what she likes. The student's strength can be improved, and the school can generate income. It's a win-win situation. System. The last part is your focus. Right? The system couldn't help but mourn for the pirates. The host foxtail was exposed. She is definitely targeting the pirates and preparing to fleece them for a long time. The pirates can only wish for good luck. After Yana left the principal office, it was naturally the turn of the second job applicant for the interview. Yana passed by the other party in the corridor, and the mutant black cat made a threatening whimper. Yana reached out to comfort the black cat, and a series of crisp footsteps, and the sound of the door closing sounded softly. The experienced bounty hunter suddenly stopped moving forward, turned around and looked at the closed office door with sharp eyes. In the principal office, Yin Xiaonan raised his eyebrows and looked at the person who came in. This is a middle-aged woman who looks ordinary, seemingly younger than Yana, wearing a pair of square black-framed glasses, with no expression on her face, and wearing a slightly old-fashioned business suit. Ms. Pei, is that so? Yin Xiaonan projected the other person's resume. A top student in the Department of Psychological Research at Seraphine University. Can you tell me why you sent us your resume? With your resume, it shouldn't be difficult to find a better job. Right? Although Seraphine University is not a military school, it is also a comprehensive university ranked among the top in the Federation. It has produced many outstanding scholars, and its Department of Psychological Research is even more famous. Under normal circumstances, such talents have no need to come to a school like 627, which is built on a remote star system. The woman pushed her glasses and said calmly, I noticed your school during the qualifying competition in the UE Star region. I am very optimistic about your school future development. It just so happens that you are short of teachers now. I think this is an opportunity. It seems that you have great confidence in our school. Yin Xiaonan then asked the other party a few more questions, and even mentioned the other party alma mater, Seraphine University. The other party always answered flawlessly, showing the image of a rigorous and indifferent scientific researcher to the fullest. If it weren't for the system, Yin Xiaonan might have been deceived by her. However, The system has timely displayed the basic information of this Yupei lady, and has uncovered the other party past. Name, Yupei, Nisos, mental power, SS level, mental power characteristics, mind control, physique, SS, plus level. Age, 37 years old. Race, human. Subjects of expertise, mecha combat, shooting, military command, war mobilization, imperial history, military strategy, camouflage, poison, military intelligence, cryptology, etc. System evaluation. The leader of the Imperial rebels is a devil who climbed up from hell with the flames of revenge, willing to do anything for revenge, seems to have an ulterior motive for coming to the 627th Military Academy this time, and I hope the host will respond with caution. Born in a good family, received elite education since childhood, and has unique qualifications, is a rare all-rounder, can be called the top configuration of teachers, but be careful that the other party may bring private goods when teaching students. Yin Xiaonan immediately reacted when he saw the other party name. Isn't this the 5 million that ran away before? It a pity that the law enforcement team withdrew the bounty order. Yin Xiaonan's eyes showed a trace of imperceptible regret. The system wanted her to be more sober. Could it be that she still wanted to use the other party to exchange for star coins? Although she had seen through the other party identity, Yin Xiaonan still pretended to be ignorant and expressed a warm welcome to the new employee. Although this person was very dangerous and his purpose for coming to 627 was unclear, Yin Xiaonan believed that since the other party purpose had not been achieved yet, even if she announced that the other party had failed the interview, the rebel leader would probably not give up. Instead of being constantly alert to potential threats from unknown sources, it would be better to keep the other party under his nose. The area within the protective shield is under the absolute surveillance range of the system. In this way, even if the other party wants to do something, she can respond in time. Besides, since the other party has taken the initiative to come to her door, she has no reason to refuse. With such a small salary, she can invite a rebel leader to teach the students. It is a big profit, right? No matter what the other party purpose is, such a high-quality teacher is in front of her. It would be a waste if she doesn't use him. Thinking of this, Yin Xiaonan looked at the other party with a very sincere look, which made it impossible for people to think that she had seen through the other party identity. After the interview, Yupei turned and left the principal office. Her heavy square glasses hid a trace of deep thought in her eyes. She had tried to control the principal mind when she first entered the room, but all the spiritual threads she released lost contact with her. In order to avoid attracting the other party attention, she decisively gave up this approach. But she was a little apprehensive about the strength of the young principal. The ability of mental control can only be used on targets whose mental power level is one level lower than hers under normal circumstances. But even if she happened to use the ability on someone with the same mental power as her, the target would at most block her mental power back. And the situation just now would not happen. The other party mental power seemed to be strange. Of course, Yupei would never have thought that Yin Xiaonan had a system. And just after Yupei left the office, the system suddenly made a new discovery. Host, that bounty hunter seems to be sent by the military to monitor the rebel leader. I have deciphered the confidential information she just sent to the military. Yin Xiaonan was silent. So these two people are planning to stage a police or spy movie in her school. Right? Keep an eye on them. And report to me at any time if there is any situation. Yin Xiaonan's eyes became dangerous. No matter whether their true identity is a spy from the military or a rebel leader, since they have come to her territory, they must work as her teachers obediently. If they dare to hurt any plant or tree in the school, humph, she will let the two of them feel the principal warm care for employees. Chapter 108 Enrollment Promotion. After that, the teachers of the school also returned to school one after another. Joel was the first to arrive at school. The gloom between his brows dissipated a lot, and it seemed that he had a good vacation. Then old Bird, Sean, Xiaoping also returned to school, and then Jonah. Katie was the last to arrive, but she did not come back alone. Principal, let me introduce you. This is my sister Carter. In Katie's enthusiastic introduction, Yin Xiaonan looked at the unfamiliar Sultman. She was tall and slender. Although she looked very similar to Katie, her temperament was completely different. She had a pair of ice blue eyes, which showed a bit of alienation. Her two furry ears were pure white like snow, standing high on her head. Yin Xiaonan felt like he was seeing a cold big white cat. Hello. My name is Yin Xiaonan, and I am the principal of this school. Welcome to 627D. The big white cat glanced at the human in front of him coldly. and said sparingly, "Carter?" "Principal, my sister doesn't usually like to talk much." Katie moved her ears. In fact, she was surprised that her sister responded to the principal words just now. You know, she usually doesn't even pay attention to her own people. Therefore, in Katie's opinion, Carter's first impression of the principal should be very good. Katie couldn't help but feel happy. She naturally hoped that the two people she liked the most could get along well. She went back to Carter's Star during the holiday this time. But when she showed her sister the mecha materials given by the principal like a treasure, she was seriously asked where the things came from. After Katie told the other party all her experiences over the past year, her sister told her not to trust humans easily, and asked her to return the mecha materials. Katie was naturally not convinced. How could other humans compare with the principal? She felt that her sister was prejudiced against the principal. However, although she tried hard to explain to the other party that the principal was different, she only got a look from her sister that said silly sister is definitely brainwashed. Just when she was about to return to school, her sister, who had been staying at home for many years, actually wanted to go out and come to Planet 627D with her for the first time. Katie was happy to see this happen. After her sister meets the principal in person, she will probably change her opinion of the principal. Right? What more? Katie suddenly remembered that the principal seemed to have said that the school would open a mechanical engineering major next semester. She immediately became excited. Then wouldn't her sister have a good chance of coming to the school to teach with her? Even she can do it. Her sister is a rare mecha manufacturing genius in the family. It impossible. Principal, I tell you, although my sister is a little quiet, she is a very good mecha engineer. My beast mecha was designed and manufactured by her. Katie worked hard to promote her sister to Yin Xiaonan, but in fact Yin Xiaonan had already seen the other party basic information through the system. Name, Carter. Mental power, S plus level. Physique, S level. Age, 87. Race, Saltman. Subjects of expertise, shooting, mecha structure, mechanical dynamics, material analysis, mechanical manufacturing technology, fluid mechanics, bomb design, exotic culture, planetary biology, etc. System evaluation. There is a special existence in the brave and warlike Saltman tribe. The tribe members with blue eyes and white ears have some kind of genetic defects, so they are not good at fighting, but they have extraordinary talents in mecha manufacturing. The person standing in front of you is such a mecha manufacturing genius. She inherited and developed the unique mecha manufacturing system of the Saltman tribe, and created a beast-shaped mecha that is completely different from the mainstream humanoid mecha, which is not inferior to any human mecha master. If you hire such a teacher, your students will benefit a lot, and you may be able to set off a new revolution in the form of mecha in the future. Yin Xiaonan was excited. She planned to open a mechanical engineering major in the new semester, but the only teacher available at present was Wei Tianhe. It's not that she doesn't want to recruit someone else, but senior mecha engineers generally work in first-class military academies, advanced research institutes and the like, and it's hard to pry them out easily. Moreover, the location of 627D is remote, and it's really hard to find a suitable candidate for the time being. But the aloof big cat in front of her is not so easy to deal with. Yin Xiaonan is not too anxious. She still knows what mecha engineers like the most. She then took the big cat to the experimental center for a tour under the banner of taking him to familiarize himself with the campus. Carter was very alert at first. Her eyes seemed to say, "Human, I want to see what tricks you are playing." But after seeing the various facilities and mecha materials in the experimental center, her ice blue eyes lit up, just like a cat seeing cat food. Yin Xiaonan smiled and asked, "Miss Carter, what do you think of this place?" "It just SOSO. The big cat tone was still arrogant. "You humans like to make things complicated. Our mecha masters of the Saltman tribe never need to use so many tools, and can still make good mechas." If he hadn't seen the tip of the ear that kept shaking, Yin Xiaonan might have believed the other person's words more. After all the teachers returned to school, Yin Xiaonan held a meeting. In addition to introducing new colleagues to other teachers, the meeting mainly discussed the offline promotion activities that would be launched next. In addition to introducing the school facilities and environment, and the school philosophy, you must be able to tell stories. They actually had to tell stories to recruit students? The teachers looked at the principal sitting in the main seat. Katie said distressfully, "Principal, I can't tell stories." Sean, who was sitting in the corner, also frowned. Did he tell a story to cheer up the kids? He wouldn't do that. Yin Xiaonan further explained, Compared to simply listing the various advantages of the school, stories can better mobilize people's emotions. You don't need to make up stories. Qualifying matches, usual training. These are all ready-made materials. Only through these stories full of details can we better show others the philosophy of our school. It does make sense. Several young teachers had no experience in recruiting students, and they all showed a look of sudden realization, and Katie and Sean also looked confused. The system suspected that the host was doing pyramid selling training. In addition to the above, you can also give examples of students' progress, especially the changes since they entered the school. Yin Xiaonan thought of something and added, "Of course, we have to give them a shot of prevention. This year, the school will be like other formal military schools, conducting selection tests and recruiting a maximum of 1,000 students. The subsequent freshman training will also be very strict, so they'd better think clearly before signing up. With the current reputation of the school, even though the location of 627D Star is remote, it is not difficult to recruit 800 students. After all, 627 Military Academy is now a formal military academy, and the school will not lack students to apply. The reason for the recruitment publicity is, on the one hand, to expand the influence of the school, on the other hand, to obtain more high-quality students. Since the school is just in the development stage, both the current campus scale and the number of teachers are not enough to allow them to accept all the registered students, and not everyone is suitable for military academy, so the selection test is very necessary. First of all, explaining to the students the strictness of the selection and the hardship of the training is actually an invisible assessment. Those students who are afraid of difficulties because of this are not suitable for military academies. After formulating the publicity strategy, Yin Xiaonan divided the teachers into groups. Although the educational resources in the Z39 galaxy are relatively poor, the number of middle schools is not small. After discussing with Catherine, Yin Xiaonan decided to select 1 or 2 schools on each planet as the venue for the recruitment publicity activities. And interested students from other schools can also go to audit. In order to improve efficiency, teachers from different groups will go to different planets. The teachers were divided into 4 groups. Yin Xiaonan naturally took Yana and Yu Pei with him, to prevent them from causing any trouble. Jonah and old Bert were assigned to the same group as their old partners. Although Joel had mental disorder, he was not a slacker, so Yin Xiaonan still trusted him. He assigned him to the same group as Sean, hoping that he could keep an eye on this unstable person. Katie was too naive and innocent, which also made Yin Xiaonan feel uneasy, so he assigned Xia Ping to her, and Wei Tianhe was assigned to a separate group by her. However, he was not without help. Aren't there still a few students? After several days of hard training, Yin Xiaonan showed great kindness and gave several students a chance to be exempted from the remaining days of training. That is, to go with the school teachers to conduct recruitment publicity. The students naturally would not refuse such a precious opportunity to relax, and they quickly agreed for fear that the principal would suddenly regret it. The other new teachers stayed on star 627D to familiarize themselves with the environment. Everything was ready, and the teachers and students of the 627 Military Academy set off. The recruitment seminar went more smoothly than everyone expected. Old Bert originally came from the Z39 galaxy. The teenagers of this galaxy would have the confusion in middle school. When he was young, he also had the same confusion. If people from such backgrounds just go with the flow, then the end of their lives can be seen in a glance. Many people have never even left the planet where they were born. Although they live in the interstellar age, they have no chance to appreciate the vast beauty of the universe. But if you are not willing to accept such a fate, it is not easy to get out of the remote Z39 galaxy. In the past, they only had one way to go, which was to sign up for the army. However, only a few people could really climb from the front line to a high position alive. For so many years, there have not been many military celebrities in the entire Z39 galaxy. Fortunately, there is now the 627 Military Academy. Old Bert thinks these students are lucky. He did not use too many exaggerated words to describe how good the school is. He just sincerely shared his past experiences with the students, which moved many students in the audience. Otherwise, how can sincerity always be a killer move? Apart from Old Bert group, the most popular group should be Katie and Xia Ping. After seeing Xia Ping's strong metal prosthesis, the students exclaimed in admiration. Although Katie shared the story of how she used an electromagnetic gun to knock down all the students, the innocent students below all had envious expressions, saying, "We also want to be hit by Teacher Mao Mao bullets." They had not yet truly realized the cruelty of the Sultan people. Several students from Class 627 were also very enthusiastic in promoting the school. Compared to teachers, they were closer in age to these middle school students and had more in common. She did not dare to be perfunctory about the things the principal had told him to do. With his outstanding eloquence, he vividly told the story of the school victory in the qualifying competition. Several students majoring in meccas directly drove the meccas for a live demonstration of operation, which received a very enthusiastic response. Yin Xiaonan also took out a Class B mecca, allowing the middle school students to come up and try it out. However, since only people with B-level mental power can complete the mental power connection with the mecca, many people found that they could not start the mecca after trying. Some people, although they can complete the mental power connection without special training, even moving the limbs of the mecha is extremely difficult. So when it came to the final question and answer session, a student asked Yin Xiaonan, "Principal Yin, I want to ask you, can people with low qualifications also apply for military academies? Also, does the 627 Military Academy have any requirements for the students' qualifications?" This is a point that many students are concerned about. Many students have inquired that when recruiting students in the last session, the 627 Military Academy did not make any requirements for qualifications. But now is different from the past. No formal military academy has ever recruited students with qualifications lower than BB. Despite this, students still can't help but raise a little hope. Of course, the school selection test will not only consider qualifications. We welcome anyone with a dream to sign up for 627. Yin Xiaonan words caused a commotion as soon as they fell. Although most students have not taken the qualification test, if the school itself does not set a limit on the qualification level, they will have a better chance of being selected. You should know that most people who fail to enter the military academy are often eliminated because of their qualifications. Just when the students were very excited, Yin Xiaonan changed the subject and said, "But the school will not give slack to those with low qualifications. Everyone will face the same set of selection standards. If there are shortcomings in qualifications, you need to work harder in other aspects. In addition, I must tell you a cruel fact. That is, even if you work hard, you may not get the corresponding rewards. It is very likely that people with high qualifications can easily achieve the goals that people with low qualifications have worked hard for a long time to achieve. The gap in qualifications is not so easy to make up. If you want to apply for a military academy, you must have such an awareness in advance." The hot atmosphere of the lecture suddenly cooled down. Yin Xiaonan wanted to say more than just this. Her expression became a little serious. "I think what more important is that, no matter what your qualifications are, when you choose a military academy, it means that you are ready to go to the battlefield one day. I hope everyone will think carefully before making a decision. The real battlefield is very cruel." The students in the audience were thoughtful for a moment. The Z39 galaxy is far away from the front line, although it is closed and backward. There are few wars. Before, they only saw that the status of military academy students was decent enough, and they imagined that they would become prominent senior officers in the future, and thus stand out. But are they really ready to go to the battlefield to kill Zerg one day? Chapter 109 Registration. Chu Jin, I think you should calm down before making a decision. You are very talented in the field of planetary biological research. I am optimistic about your future development. You will graduate in 2 years. I will recommend you for exemption from the exam. Do you really want to drop out at this time? Professor Nancy looked at her proud student on the other side of the screen with a look of regret. I know how you feel now, but people should do what they are good at. It is a bit late for you to go to military school at your age. If you can make any new discoveries in the research on Zerg, you can also make your own contribution to the fight against Zerg for mankind. Don't make a choice that you will regret for the rest of your life because of your impulsiveness. However, in the face of Professor Nancy Ernest's persuasion, the young girl on the other side of the screen still said firmly, "Teacher Nancy, I'm sorry. I failed your expectations. But this is the decision I made after considering it for several months. You don't need to persuade me anymore." Nancy couldn't help but sigh when she heard this seemingly expected answer. She knew that although the girl in front of her looked well-behaved and quiet, she was very stubborn in her bones. Once she made a decision, she would never change it easily. Thinking of what happened to the other person, she couldn't bear to persuade him anymore. In April this year, the Zerg attacked a planet called Hatton without warning, causing heavy casualties. The girl named Su Chu Jin was from Hatton. She escaped because she went to school in the capital planet, but unfortunately lost all her relatives in the disaster. When she just received the news, she fainted and was sent to the infirmary. After Nancy knew about this, she talked to her, and some of her classmates carefully took care of her emotions afterwards. On the surface, she seemed to have slowly come out of the pain. Nancy originally thought that time would eventually heal the other party inner trauma, but she didn't expect to receive the other party application for withdrawal before the start of school. What shocked her more than this news was that Su Chu-jin actually planned to apply for military school. Nancy said worriedly, generally, military schools have age restrictions for students who apply. Those over 20 years old will not be accepted. I have some friendship with Principal Evander of the 1st Military Academy. If you are willing to go to the 1st Military Academy, I can write you a letter of recommendation. Since the student was determined to go to the military academy, Nancy made plans for her. First-class military academies have always had a recommendation letter system. Students who get a recommendation letter can be exempted from all previous assessments and directly participate in the final round of selection. But it is very difficult to get a recommendation letter. There are very few people who are qualified to recommend, and they are all authoritative people with a certain reputation in a certain field, and they can only recommend one person in 5 years. Su Chu-jin paused when he heard what Professor Nancy said, but rejected such a very tempting proposal. Thank you, teacher, but I have already decided which school I want to go to, she said calmly. I plan to go to the 627 Military Academy. This school has no age limit for applicants. 627 Military Academy? Nancy was stunned when she heard this unexpected answer. She had heard about this military academy that had attracted a lot of attention recently because of its unique recruitment promotion strategy. But this school is in the remote Z39 galaxy and is built on a deserted planet with a harsh environment. No matter how you look at it, it is not as good as the famous 1st Military Academy. Nancy was very puzzled. But when she saw Su Chu-jin's serious look on the other side of the screen, she realized that this should be a decision made by the other party after careful consideration. She secretly sighed in her heart. Maybe this child didn't want to trouble her? So she quietly considered everything before submitting her application for withdrawal. She didn't know whether she should be glad that the other party was not just acting on impulse, as she originally thought. In this way, she couldn't force the other party anymore, even if she was planning for the other party. At this time, in an extremely gorgeous bedroom, a blonde girl was also communicating with someone, and the content of the communication happened to be related to the 627 Military Academy. Villani, this time my dad is serious. He wants to send me to the military academy. Belle lay on the bed, looking as if the sky had fallen. Is this true? Did he say which military academy it was? Belle was even more upset when she talked about this. Do you know the 627 Military Academy? He wants to send me there. 627 Military Academy? Why do I feel that the name of this school sounds familiar? It's the school built on the deserted planet, Belle said with despair. I checked its location. It takes at least half a month to get there from the capital planet. That galaxy doesn't even have a first-class star. Oh my god, your father actually had the heart to throw you into such a poor and remote place, the girl on the other side of the screen said in an exaggerated tone. Sometimes, I really wonder why someone can endure staying in such a rural place for a lifetime. For example, I never go to a planet below the 2nd class. The words of her best friend obviously hit Belle even harder. She was about to leave the familiar capital star and go to a place that she thought was very scary, which made her feel very uneasy. She looked at the girl on the other side of the screen with anticipation. When I get there, you must video call me. Of course. We are best friends. Belle was moved for a moment. I will miss you, Nikki, Regna and others. If my dad hadn't stopped me from going out, I would have held a farewell party before leaving. In stark contrast to Belle's avoidance of the 627 Military Academy, in a small government-subsidized housing unit, a girl with light brown eyes told her mother and brother in no uncertain terms that she was going to the 627 Military Academy. The mother, with a haggard and sad face, wanted to say something, but looking at her daughter's lifeless eyes, she finally sighed. Angel, do whatever you want to do. Sister, you can do it. The younger brother, Regis, didn't think too much about it. In his mind, his sister has always been the best. But he still couldn't help but worry. Is the tuition for the military academy enough? I still have a little money here, which I earned at the garbage disposal center a few days ago. Angelica felt warm in her heart. She rubbed her brother's head. I don't need your help yet. The tuition is enough. The extra money is for your daily life. After I go to the military academy, you must listen to your mother. Understand? But Rigel suddenly threw himself into her arms. Angelica was stunned. She felt a wetness on her shoulder. Sister, I will miss you. You must take good care of yourself, Rigel said sullenly. Angelica patted his back gently. Her voice revealed a rare tenderness. Well, I will. Although the 627th Military Academy is located in a remote area, there are still many students who submitted their application forms for various reasons. When the application deadline came, Yin Xiaonan received more than 4,000 applications in total, which was more than she expected. She looked through the information of the registered students, and the effect of the offline presentation was quite good. Half of the students were from the Z39 galaxy. In addition, there were many students who failed to get into other military academies. The enrollment of the 627th Military Academy is relatively late. Many military academies have now completed the first 2 rounds of selection tests, and many students who failed the entrance exam can only find other ways out. There are not many schools that are still in the registration stage. Among the formal military academies, the 627th Military Academy has the least qualifications, so it can naturally attract some students who are not very confident in their own abilities. But if they think that the selection test of the 627th Military Academy will be easy, then they are very wrong. Yin Xiaonan curved her lips. Although she did not impose too many restrictions on the qualifications of the students who registered, this does not mean that she has no requirements for other aspects of the students. Compared with qualifications, she values students' judgment, psychological quality, on-the-spot adaptability, personal qualities, etc. And students who can perform well in these aspects are even more rare than students with good qualifications. Although the number of applicants exceeded expectations, Yin Xiaonan had prepared 3 new student dormitories in advance. One dormitory building can accommodate more than 1,500 people, so it is completely sufficient. Yin Xiaonan flipped through the construction page and purchased 3 new canteens, which were placed in different locations on campus. In addition, she also bought a new playground and a public bathhouse for students to shower after training. With more buildings, the roads on campus need to be expanded, and the green area needs to be increased accordingly. Yin Xiaonan spent a long time setting up the virtual map before he was generally satisfied. In this way, everything is ready, and only more than 4,000 candidates are waiting for their arrival. Before that, the old students return to the school one after another. They are now sophomores, and they are also very curious about the school enrollment this year. Our school seems to have received more than 4,000 applications this year. Yin Ting shared his first-hand information with others. The teachers in the school have been very busy these days, because they have to prepare for the upcoming selection test, and the students who stayed in the school also helped, so they knew a lot of inside stories. It seems that our school is really famous. Hearing this number, the old students couldn't help but gasp. There are only more than 200 people in their class. Because the school has few students, the students are very familiar with each other. In such an isolated place, they have developed a very deep relationship. Although the old students are happy about the development of the school, they are also a little uneasy about the arrival of so many new students on campus. Karen frowned and said, with so many people, our school should also hold a selection test like other schools. Right? Ruby nodded. Yes. The principal said that only 1,000 people will be recruited. Elin sighed softly. Isn't that about 1 to 4? She was extremely glad that she signed up when the school was just starting to establish an urgent need for students. Based on this year's standards, she would definitely not be admitted. Many students who heard the news also felt that they had found a great bargain, and they could not remember the regret they had had about coming here during the hard training in the past. Chapter 110 Sponsorship. At the beginning of the school year, the Interstellar Space Company greatly increased the frequency of flights to Planet 627D. With the arrival of spaceships, more than 4,000 candidates arrived at the 627 Military Academy one after another. For such a school built on a deserted planet, the candidates had already checked a lot of information before coming, but it was far less shocking than seeing it in person. Sally came to the school gate with nervous excitement. The huge transparent protective cover, the neat and open interstellar port, and the extremely magnificent school gate in front of her, all made her feel like she was in a dream. She is from this star system. For generations, They have lived on an ordinary third-class agricultural star in the Z39 star system. Their life is not rich, but it is stable and solid. No one in her family has ever been to other planets. The farthest they have ever traveled is to go to a nearby city for medical treatment. When she wanted to apply for the military academy this time, her parents had advised her against it. They warned her earnestly that the outside world is very dangerous, and she should not be blinded by things like glory and status. They are just ordinary people. These are not what she can achieve. She should learn to accept reality. As an ordinary person, it is good enough to live a peaceful and smooth life. Sally knew that her parents said this for her own good. Decades ago, there were young people in their village who signed up for the army with dreams. As a result, their parents received news of their death from the front line a year later. This is not an isolated case. After seeing countless tragedies, her parents naturally would not agree with her going to a military school. Wouldn't it be better for her to stay at home honestly? Why go out there and risk losing your life? But Sally still insisted on her decision. She knew she was ordinary, but she still wanted to see the outside world. She remembered what the old man named Bert said at the recruitment briefing. There is more than one planet in the Z39 galaxy. There are countless galaxies outside the Z39 galaxy. There are even other star fields outside the UE star field. The universe is so big, she is unwilling to only see such a small sky above her head for her whole life. Sally told her parents that the military academy still had a selection test and might not admit her. But she wanted to give it a try. If she failed, it would mean that she did not have the qualifications. And she would not think about these unrealistic things anymore, and hoped that her parents would give her a chance to try. The parents finally softened their hearts when they saw their daughter's hopeful eyes. At this time, Sally looked at the big word 627 Military Academy on the gate of the school with a firm gaze. And she knew that she only had one chance. Next to her, a girl dragging a suitcase was talking on the phone. "Brother, I'm at planet 627D. When will you come?" Shunlian, who was on the other side of the screen, showed a helpless look in his eyes. "Maybe a month later? The tutor work has not been handed over yet." "Is that so? Then I hang up first. See you then?" Looking at the call that was ruthlessly hung up, Shunlian shook his head. A few months ago, he would never have thought that his sister Jisunu would actually abandon the first military academy to enroll in the 627 military academy. But compared to the fact that the instructor had to run away to the 627 military academy, this is nothing. During this period, Shunlian often doubted his life. A small online shopping experience can be said to have completely rewritten his entire life. Just as the candidates arrived at the school one after another, Yin Xiaonan was meeting an unexpected visitor in the principal office. In the bright office, Yin Xiaonan looked at the person in front of him calmly. This was a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit, with the shrewd and capable temperament that a successful businessman must have. "Principal Yin, nice to meet you. I am Mu Yanqing. I came here today to discuss something with you." The system displayed the other party basic information to Yin Xiaonan in due time. "Host, this person has a priceless first-class mining star, and dozens of second- and third-class mining stars. Although it is not as good as the Terrence family, which has a monopoly on the mining industry, it is also a true family with a mine in the literal sense." Yin Xiaonan quickly scanned the other party information and agreed with the system words. "And this person is not only rich, he is also very lucky. It's okay to be lucky, he is also very skillful, so he has accumulated such a huge wealth." Surprisingly, Mr. Mu was not a rich man born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was actually born into a poor family. But when he was 30 years old, he unexpectedly inherited the inheritance of a distant uncle, the most valuable of which was the ownership of a third-class mining star. Although the value of a third-class mining star is not much compared to first- and second-class mining stars, it can be said to be a considerable fortune for ordinary people. And it is not a one-time deal, but can continuously generate income. What was even more fortunate was that, after he took over the mining planet, a super S-class ore that could be used in advanced meccas was discovered on the mining planet. This ore was extremely rare, and it had not yet been found on other planets. Thus, the originally ordinary third-class mining planet suddenly became a first-class mining planet with an almost inestimable value. But this huge wealth was a disaster rather than a blessing for Mu Yanqing, who had no background. The top 10 financial groups had lasted for hundreds of years and had a monopoly in various industries. They would never let go of such a priceless planet, nor would they allow a new force that did not belong to their interest alliance to rise. before the consortium headed by the Terrence family launched an attack. Mu Yanqing signed a contract with the military. He promised to provide the military with a certain amount of Super S-Class ore every year, thereby obtaining the military protection. After that, he relied on his keen vision, extraordinary courage and courage to establish his own mining company and gradually develop and grow under the siege and joint suppression of the top 10 consortiums, and successfully gained a foothold. Yin Xiaonan simply read the other party life experience and had to admit that he was a tough guy. But why did he come to her? You're not here for Kaiba Star, are you? Yin Xiaonan was alert, but after hearing the other party's real intention, she couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise in her eyes. Are you saying you want to donate 100 million star coins to the school for campus construction? Although she could still keep her expression, Yin Xiaonan was actually excited in her heart. Is her fortune finally coming? Someone is going to sponsor the school. Mu Yanqing nodded. Yes, but I have a small request. He couldn't help coughing, and after calming down for a while, he continued the previous topic. I was busy with my career in the past, and neglected my daughter's education. When I realized the problem, my daughter had been led astray. I wanted to discipline her, but she had already become alienated from me. The more I didn't let her do anything, the more she wanted to go against me. It is said that the business world is like a battlefield. Such a business tycoon, who is cold and decisive in the intrigues of the business world, is now just an old father who is helpless with his children's education. His face was full of sincerity. My only request is to use this sponsorship in exchange for my daughter Bailey's admission to your school. Yin Xiaonan couldn't help but frown after hearing what the other party said. She said mercilessly, Sorry, I can't agree to your request. Mu Yanqing was very surprised by Yin Xiaonan's refusal. He couldn't help asking, Is Principal Yin not satisfied with the sponsorship amount? Yin Xiaonan shook his head. A sponsorship of 100 million star coins is indeed tempting. But I think Mr. Mu may not understand one thing. Military academies are places to train soldiers for the country, not places to discipline your children. Yin Xiaonan was speechless. Does the other party think that this is an illegal closed school that specifically accommodates problem teenagers? Or is he planning to make a rich girl transformation? It is definitely the parent's problem if the child is not well educated. The other party does not think about how to communicate with his daughter, but plans to pass the problem on, and expect others to help him teach his child well. Sorry, she is usually very busy, and has no time to help others take care of children. Mu Yanqing heard Yin Xiaonan's words and explained. You may have misunderstood me. My original intention was not to ask your school to help me discipline my daughter. I just want her to try another possible life. As for whether she is willing to join the army in the future, it is entirely up to her. Your school doesn't need to do anything extra. If she makes trouble in school, you can just expel her directly. I have no objection. In other words, the other party spent 100 million just to let his daughter experience life? TSK, this evil rich man. Yin Xiaonan raised his eyebrows. Then I have to remind Mr. Mu that military schools don't train obedient children. That right, soldiers are bound by their duty to obey orders, but military schools don't train puppets without personal thoughts. As a warrior, they must be aggressive, so their character cannot be as gentle as a lamb. They need to have an indomitable spirit and a passion for fighting regardless of life and death. If they were to be described by an animal, it would be a wolf that is disciplined and extremely fierce. That great? Mu Yanqing smiled bitterly. In fact, I don't mind whether my daughter is rebellious or not. On the contrary, if she can be a little bit bad and a little bit cruel, I would be relieved. It's a pity that she is just a little kitten who is bluffing. Yin Xiaonan was a little surprised by Mu Yanqing's words. Do you think your daughter is too weak? Mu Yanqing coughed and said, I know my daughter's character very well. Although she likes to act like a spoiled child, she is actually very soft-hearted and easy to trust outsiders. I only have her as a daughter. In the future, all the properties will belong to her. But with her personality, how can she keep the family property when surrounded by wolves? When Mu Yanqing was young, he worked too hard and completely ruined his health. He didn't know how long he could protect his daughter. However, the top 10 financial groups have been eyeing them covetously. Some families have even started to take action. Just last month, a branch of the Terrence family shamelessly proposed a marriage to him, hoping to marry his beloved daughter to their son, who had accomplished nothing. The other party's real purpose was obvious. Mu Yanqing was furious at the time and drove the man out. After that, he no longer allowed his daughter to go out. and soon brought his daughter to the remote 627 military academy. He was worried that the Terrence family would harm his daughter after being offended. His daughter was his only weakness. He had investigated the 627 military academy. It was a newly established school, far away from the central star field, and seemed to have some secret relationship with the military. The consortium could not reach here. Besides, he also hoped to take this opportunity to get his daughter out of the impetuous environment of the capital star. Yin Xiaonan understood Mu Yanqing's concerns, but she still rejected the other party request. Sorry, I still can't agree to you. Mu Yanqing wanted to say something else. Yin Xiaonan shook his head. If you want to enroll, you must pass the selection test. For the principle of fairness and justice, I will not open a back door for any student. The system couldn't help but sigh, oh my god. This is 1 billion star coins. Host, I misjudged you before, you are such a principled person. Yin Xiaonan was speechless. So in the system mind, is she a person who can abandon any principles for money? Although losing 100 million is indeed painful for her, she does not want to use the power in her hands to do shady things, otherwise. What will the other students who worked so hard to be selected think? And what about those who were eliminated? Isn't this telling them that hard work is nothing, as long as you have money? You can do whatever you want? Although this may be true in the outside world where major financial groups are rampant, but the 627 Military Academy is a school after all. Yin Xiaonan hopes that it can maintain the purity of the ivory tower. No matter what the outside world is like, at least here there is no need to act according to such a principle, which can be regarded as protecting the ideals of young people. Mu Yanqing was stunned. He did not expect that the young principal could be so firm in refusing such huge benefits. Instead, he admired him even more. I took it for granted. I didn't expect your school to pay so much attention to the fairness of selection, even for a first-class military academy. There are some other ways of admission that are not well known to the public besides the traditional enrollment method. Spending money is one of them. However, it is precisely because of this loophole that other military academies have been infiltrated by the consortium to a certain extent. And Mu Yanqing passed them first. He quickly adjusted his mood. Principal Yin, I will still donate this 100 million star coins. I just hope that your school can make good use of this fund. Apart from this, I don't make any requests. Did you figure it out? Yin Xiaonan was a little confused. What about your daughter admission? I believe my daughter can pass the selection with her own ability. Mu Yanqing's expression softened unconsciously. Her mother is an excellent pilot. She has such a talent. But it has not been discovered yet. Chapter 111 Selection Test Phase 1, Qualification Test. After discussing the sponsorship with Yin Xiaonan, Mu Yanqing returned to the private spaceship. I discussed your admission with the principal, and he disagreed with letting you enroll directly. Bailey, who was originally depressed, suddenly raised her head, and her blue eyes bloomed with an extremely surprised light. Then can I go back? Mu Yanqing directly broke her fantasy. You stay here to participate in the selection test. What? Let her take the selection test? Are you kidding me? Bai Liar looked at the person in front of her angrily. So you still plan to leave me here? You know I can't pass the test. She is not cut out for this. She doesn't understand why Mu Qing insisted on letting her go to military school. Do you think that because my mother went to military school, I should go to military school? Bai Liar smiled sarcastically. Do you think I can become an obedient daughter like this? Mu Yanqing heard his daughter question, paused and then said, Principal Yin told me that the selection test will last for 5 days. If you fail, I will pick you up then. He then half knelt down and looked at his daughter seriously. It only 5 days. Try to hold on. Okay. Bailey fiddled with the ring on her hand in annoyance under such a gaze, and said angrily, You just want me to take part in that selection test. Right? Okay. Is it not okay for me to go? Anyway, I can't help but listen to you. You have never considered my feelings. She looked up and couldn't help but question, Have you really cared about me? Seeing her father silent, Belle suddenly stood up, picked up her bag and rushed out of the room. The feeling of grievance and anger was churning in her chest. She walked faster and faster, and her eyes became wet unconsciously. She raised her hand and wiped her eyes casually, ignoring the surprised flight attendant in the corridor, and left the spaceship directly from the gangway at the exit. Miss, wait! Bailey heard someone calling her from behind, turned around, and saw that it was her father's personal assistant, and said coldly, I'm not going back. The personal assistant said awkwardly, I'm here to deliver the suitcase to you. Miss, you haven't picked up your luggage yet. Bailey looked at the assistant in disbelief. Her father not only didn't catch up to comfort her, but also asked someone to deliver her luggage. He was so eager for her to leave. I don't want to. Go back, Bailey said angrily. Then she ignored the assistant's shouts, turned around and walked out of the port angrily. The port area of 627D Star was very lively at this time. Many candidates were getting off the large passenger ship of the Interstellar Space Company, looking around excitedly. Bailey followed the flow of people out of the port, and saw a magnificent school gate. In a strange place, her mood calmed down a little. She looked around with some curiosity. It seemed that this place was not as bad as she imagined, although the school seemed a little small. And she hadn't even seen a hovercraft yet. It was still much better than the desolate planet she had imagined. She had thought it would be very desolate. After examining it critically, Bailey reluctantly accepted the reality that she would have to stay in such a place for 5 days. While Bailey was inspecting the school environment, many people had noticed her. Some candidates who passed by her couldn't help but cast surprised glances at her. She was really too out of tune with the surrounding environment. Although the candidates' family backgrounds are not very similar, when they go out, especially when they have to take the selection test later, most of them choose simple and comfortable clothes to facilitate their movements. And their temperament is also relatively capable. Bailey is completely different from these candidates. She is wearing a brightly colored thin windbreaker, a pair of smart sunglasses on the tip of her nose that cover most of her face, and a big brand bag inlaid with countless diamonds. She is almost full of luxury goods from head to toe. And it can be said that she is exquisite even to the hair. There was no sign of nervousness on her face. She didn't look like she was here to take the military academy selection test. She looked more like she was going to a celebrity party. Bailey came to her senses when she heard someone calling her name. She was a little surprised to see the person in front of her. Yen Air? Why are you here? She suddenly remembered something and said, So you left the capital star and ran here. You ran really far. The two were of similar age, and were in the same circle in the capital star. They naturally knew each other. Yen Ting was known as a loser because of his mediocre qualifications, and Bailey was always secretly mocked as stupid but rich. Logically, the two should have sympathized with each other. But in fact, they didn't think much of each other, and their relationship was not very good. Yen Ting said in a strange tone, Are you here to register? Bailey raised her eyebrows. Why? Is it not possible? Yen Ting was silent. No matter how he looked at Bailey, he didn't think she was someone who would register for a military academy. Moreover, with so many military academies in the Federation, he didn't expect that she would come to 627. Then do your best. Yen Ting gave a half-hearted blessing. He suspected that the other party was just here for fun, but it had nothing to do with him anyway. He shrugged his shoulders and said, I take you to the student dormitory. The old students had been assigned to help receive the new candidates these days, and it was completely unexpected for Yen Ting to meet old acquaintances. He hadn't been back to the capital for nearly a year, and now thinking back to the days in the capital, it seemed like a lifetime ago. Wait, Bailey couldn't help asking, Does your school have a hotel? I don't want to live in the dormitory. Yen Ting chuckled. Did she think this was a tourist planet? Forget it. All candidates live in student dormitories. Yen Ting raised his hand to check the time, and said impatiently, Come with me to the dormitory quickly. I have to receive other people later. He could get 5 contribution points for each candidate he received, and he didn't want to waste his time serving the eldest lady. Bailey pouted unhappily, but still followed Yen Ting, who was already walking forward. The student dormitory was not far away. Seeing several dormitory buildings close together, Bailey couldn't help but frown. After Yen Ting took her to see the dormitory, she felt like the sky was falling. The room is so small, and not even as big as my bathroom. Listening to this familiar complaint, Yen Ting coughed dryly and reminded her, not only that, but there are 6 people living in a dormitory, which means that only 1/6 of the space belongs to you. Bailey shocked. She looked at Yen Ting with respect. How can you stay in a place like this for so long? Yen Ting touched his nose uncomfortably. It okay, usually we don't stay in the dormitory, we just come back to sleep. Bailey remembered something, and pointed to the row of bunk beds against the wall in the dormitory with a trembling hand. Don't tell me we sleep on them? Yen Ting said, as a matter of course, or do you want to sleep on the floor? Bailey immediately turned around and walked out. Let alone 5 days, she couldn't stay in this place for even a day. she wanted to go back to the capital planet. However, when she returned to the port breathlessly, she found that her spaceship had already left, and only a lonely suitcase was left. Although she could take a public flight to leave 627D planet, her father had frozen all her accounts a month ago, and she was now penniless. Bailey had no choice but to leave the port with her suitcase in a depressed mood. She secretly encouraged herself, isn't it just that the accommodation conditions are a little poor? Anyway, she only needs to stay for 5 days before she can go back. Just 5 days, she can bear it. Bailey silently counted the dates. I wish she could jump directly to 5 days later. After the candidates put their luggage in the dormitory, they all gathered on the playground. The first thing they had to do was the qualification test. Yin Xiaonan stood in front of the glass curtain wall of the top floor office, looking down at the playground. More than 4,000 candidates were crowded together, looking like ants from above. This time she planned to recruit 1,000 students, including some students from the Department of Mechanical Engineering. Before the candidates arrived, Yin Xiaonan had already successfully dealt with the big white cat, and the school teachers became 28. The system also issued a reward to Yin Xiaonan. Originally, the task of recruiting 20 teachers was to be released later, but Yin Xiaonan completed it in advance. As a result, the Department of Mechanical Engineering had 2 teachers. At present, the 2 teachers seem to have very different ideas. They hold completely different views on the materials, structure and other aspects of mecha. Now the 2 have each occupied a piece of territory in the experimental center, and they are basically in a state of not interfering with each other. Mechanical engineering is a non-combat major, which is further divided into 4 directions: mechanical maintenance, weapons engineering, mecha engineering, and ship engineering. This major mainly trains high-end technical talents, who basically do not need to go to the front line. And the selection criteria are completely different from those of the combat department. Yin Xiaonan finally decided to open only 2 secondary disciplines: mechanical maintenance and mecha engineering. Among the more than 4,000 students who registered, a total of 1,752 students registered for the Department of Mechanical Engineering, and the vast majority of them registered for the major of mechanical maintenance. This is because in the eyes of most people, the major of mechanical maintenance is a very good job, and the difficulty is not that high. However, the school only plans to recruit a maximum of 100 students from the Department of Mechanical Engineering this year, which is even more cruel than the assessment of the combat department. There is nothing we can do about it. The school only has 2 teachers in this major. Whether it is mechanical maintenance or mecha design and manufacturing, they all need teachers to provide one-on-one practical guidance. Too many students will affect the teaching quality. As a result, the combat major can actually only compete for the remaining 900 places. There are 3 rounds of selection tests. The first 2 rounds are qualification tests and written examinations, and all students participate together. In the 3rd round, students of the combat major will conduct a practical exercise, and students of the mechanical engineering department will be taken to the experimental center to receive professional assessments from 2 mechanical engineering teachers. For students majoring in combat, the results of the 3 tests will account for 30%, 10%, and 60% respectively. For students majoring in mechanical engineering, the results of the 3 tests will account for 10%, 30%, and 60% of the total score. Finally, students will be admitted according to the total score ranking, but the school will also set a passing line, and students below the passing line will not be admitted. Now the first qualification test is being carried out. Many students are still unclear about their specific qualifications, and they look at the strange equipment in the middle of the playground nervously and curiously. Although they have learned that this school does not set a limit on qualifications, they are still very clear that qualifications are very important. After all, only a few people can make a comeback with low qualifications. For ordinary people like them, the level of qualifications can almost determine how far they can go in the future. After the qualification test began, the students all became quiet. Soon, the test results of the first test student appeared on the display screen at the side, and the students who were still in line couldn't help but look at it. Double B? The students who were tested had already stepped down from the instrument. He was greatly relieved when he saw the test results. Double B can be said to be the lowest threshold for entering the military academy. He was quite satisfied with such a result. The test was carried out in an orderly manner. Generally speaking, the average qualifications of this batch of students were much better than those of the previous batch. Among the students who had completed the test, except for a few C-level qualifications, The majority of them had reached double B qualifications. And there were even 1 or 2 students whose individual qualifications had reached A level. Bailey had a qualification tester at home, and she had known her qualification level for a long time. So she was not surprised to see the test results of mental strength A and physical fitness be given by the instrument. Her qualifications were not low, but she still did not think she was suitable for the military academy. She hated to suffer, and she could not think of a reason why she had to go to the military academy to suffer when she had a good life as a rich second generation. She did not have much ambition, and had no idea about civil rights. And she did not need to work hard for her life at all, because she already had everything. After the test, Belle did not leave. She would rather stay here than go back to the dormitory. She saw an empty chair next to the test instrument, and sat down on it without hesitation. Old Bert, who was testing the students, glanced at her and said nothing. Belle was a little bored and began to stare blankly. Maybe because her dress seemed too unique here. No one of her age came to talk to her, and even a vacuum zone formed around her. But Belle did not feel uncomfortable at all. Just when Bailey was lost in thought, she suddenly heard a cry of surprise from the team next to her. 4S? Is the instrument broken? Spiritual strength S? S+? Physical fitness SS? The best students admitted by the 4 major military academies this year are only double S. Is this test result true? Impossible? Should we test again? If this qualification is true, it's too amazing. Right? The whole playground was like a lively market for a while. The candidates were talking about it. Even Bailey, who was not interested in this qualification test, couldn't help but show surprise on her face, and stood up from her chair unconsciously. There's a 4S qualification over there? Is it true? Chapter 112 4S level candidates. Upon hearing the news, many candidates who had already completed the test rushed over to watch. The candidates who were still in the queue also left the team to join in the fun, leaving only some candidates who were about to take the test staring at the long row of backs of heads in the distance, scratching their hearts and livers. Everyone was eager to know whether this was true or not. It was no wonder that the candidates reacted so strongly. There were very few students who could reach the S level in a single subject when they entered the school. The top students in the 4 major military academies are often double S level students, but they may not be recruited every year, let alone students with 4S level qualifications. This means that the student's mental strength and physical fitness are both SS level. There may not be a student with such qualifications for several classes. Once they appear, they will be fought over by major military academies. If a student has such qualifications, no matter how he performs in other aspects, his future will be smooth based on his qualifications alone. At this time, the crowd crowded in front of the tester that tested the 4S qualification. Everyone looked at the display screen, the comprehensive judgment column. Spiritual strength, S, S+, physical fitness SS. The words clearly appeared in front of them. The examinees couldn't help but search around. They wanted to know who had tested such a heaven-defying qualification. They soon found the other party, the examinee who had just come down from the qualification tester. He looked older than the other candidates, and was very tall and strong. The students of normal height around him looked a little petite. He gave people a strong sense of oppression just by standing there. Xiaoping was in charge of testing him. After seeing the test results, the former special commando was slightly startled. In the entire Federal Army, there were only a few people with 4S qualifications, which could be said to be the limit that humans could currently achieve. But despite being surprised, Xiaoping said nothing, but recorded the result, and asked the students behind to continue the test. However, no one around moved. The student who was supposed to take the test hesitated for a while, and couldn't help but say, "Teacher, should we test the person again first? I think the result just now is not normal." "Yes, that 4S. If it double S, I can barely believe it. But 4S is too exaggerated. It should be a machine error. Right? If it is really 4S, the 4 major military academies must be vying for him. How could he come here? Support retesting, otherwise I will not accept this result." Other students also nodded in agreement, but at this moment, a male voice with a slightly weird tone suddenly sounded. "You don't even know the famous disaster star of the First Army, right?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that the person who spoke was a boy with freckles on his face. He looked at the tall boy in the middle of the crowd with a hint of obvious contempt, and his companions around him had the same expression. "They are from the capital star. The well-informed examinee quietly shared the news he knew with the people around him. There are three main groups among the more than 4,000 examinees who came to participate in the selection test. The first is the students from the Z39 star system, the second is the students who registered from other star systems in the UE star field, and the third is the failed students from other military academies from the central star field. Although there are examinees from other situations, these three groups have the largest number of people. There is a certain gap between the students because of their different backgrounds. Students from the Z39 galaxy usually only get together with other students from the same galaxy to communicate. And the same is true for students from the capital star. The student who spoke out was called Karami. His first goal was not the 627 Military Academy, but the famous Capital Military Academy. But he was eliminated in the second round. Later, he participated in the assessment of several military academies but failed. So he had to come to the 627 Military Academy. Because of this, he was dissatisfied with everything about the 627 Military Academy. He always felt that he was eliminated by the Capital Military Academy because of bad luck. And he thought he was not at the same level as other candidates. He simply looked down on those candidates from the Z39 galaxy, thinking that they were bumpkins, who had never even been to the capital star, and he himself was an unfortunate pearl covered in dust, a white crane that strayed into a flock of chickens. There were several failed candidates from the capital star who shared the same idea as him, and they formed a small group, always acting superior to other candidates. After hearing Karami's words, the candidates present couldn't help but prick up their ears. The disaster star of the capital army? What does this mean? Is there a gossip? The eyes of the onlookers were all on the tall boy and Karami. At this moment, Karami's companion York shouted to the tall boy, "Gossman, did you come here because you were kicked out by the first army? A 4S genius, you also want to participate in this election test with us? Won't other military academies accept you? A disaster star like him, wherever he goes, he will suffer bad luck. Who would dare to accept him?" Several students from the capital star were talking loudly, obviously speaking for the other party to hear. Zephos remained silent, clenched his hands into fists, and then he suddenly walked towards the location of the few people. Several students who were just smiling changed their faces when they saw Zephos coming over. Until this time, they seemed to finally remember the terrible rumors about this person. York felt regretful, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with what he just said. "Why? You still want to hit me? I didn't say anything wrong." Seeing that Zephos seemed to want to settle accounts with him, he stiffened his neck and said, "I warn you. This is a selection test. If you hit me, you're done for." If his voice had more confidence, it might have been more convincing. The other students around him were no longer as arrogant as before. After all, they had heard that Zephos almost killed all his classmates by mistake. He was a complete lunatic. Several students in the crowd couldn't help showing surprised expressions after hearing the somewhat special surname Gossman. They finally knew who this person was. Zephos Gossman, a top genius with 4S qualifications, was sought after by the 4 major military academies 2 years ago because of his extremely extraordinary qualifications. He was finally admitted to the Capital Military Academy. He was once the focus of everyone's attention. He almost stole the limelight from other geniuses in that class. In the past, SS qualifications were the best. But such qualifications pale in comparison to Zephos' S plus mental strength and SS physique. Everyone thought that with him, the Capital Military Academy would surely win the championship of the next 2 military academy leagues. But he did not participate in any military academy leagues later, and there were also reports that his mental strength went out of control and injured his classmates. York and his friends were actually very jealous of Zephos, and because of this, they were very pleased when they saw that he had fallen to the point of competing with them for admission to a remote military academy. They couldn't help but vent their anger about failing the entrance exam to the Capital Star Military Academy on the other party. But they almost forgot that no matter how poor the other party was, they couldn't afford to offend him. At this time, Zephos had already walked in front of several people. Under his fierce gaze, York couldn't help but shrink. The students around him couldn't help but breathe lightly. Xia Ping looked in the direction of several students vigilantly, and raised her metal prosthesis slightly. The few short seconds became extremely long. In the violent heartbeats of York and Karami, Zephos just glanced at them carelessly and strode past them, walking towards the edge of the playground. Everyone watched his tower-like back getting smaller and smaller, until he completely disappeared from their sight. They all breathed a sigh of relief. They thought they were going to fight. York, who had just faced Zephos, fell to the ground, looking like he had escaped death, with a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Next, Xia Ping turned her attention back to the detector. The test continued. The students who were watching returned to their original teams. Many of them whispered about Zephos. For other candidates, this is undoubtedly an unexpected variable. Zephos is a very dangerous opponent. Competing with such an opponent, their expressions suddenly became very solemn. Yin Xiaonan is currently checking the system detailed analysis report on Zephos. Name, Zephos Gaussman. Age, 19. Mental power, S. plus, mental power characteristics, murderous rage, physical fitness, SS comprehensive assessment, aptitude 10. Talent 7. Cultural cultivation 7. Character 6. Potential 6. Luck -1, training suggestions. The student mental power has a strong aggressiveness and can achieve a strong burst of mental power in a short period of time. But because of this mental power characteristic, his mental power is very easy to fall into a violent state, with considerable destructive power. The mental power characteristic cannot be changed. It is recommended that the host guide this student, help him stabilize his mentality, and learn to control his own mental power. In addition, care should be taken to prevent this student from harming other students or causing damage to campus facilities when his mental power is out of control. In view of the student instability, 1 star is deducted, and he is rated as a 4-star talent. By the way, I would like to remind the host that humans with this spiritual power trait are very likely to become mentally ill or commit suicide. According to the system calculation, the current training success rate is 51.33%. The host can consider whether to accept this student. What Yin Xiaonan noticed first was not Zephos' unique spiritual power trait, but his luck -1. This was the first time she saw someone with a negative value in the luck column. How unlucky was he? After reading the training suggestions given by the system, Yin Xiaonan couldn't help but feel sympathy. Mental power is prone to fall into a violent state. It is really unlucky to have this problem. Didn't you see that the system that always encouraged her to accept high-star students asked her to reconsider? This is because mental power violent disease is a more terrible disease than mental power disorder. Not only will the patient be extremely painful, it may also bring danger to others, and this disease, like mental power disorder, cannot be cured by any medicine. What worse is that? Zephos' mental power has reached S+, his physical fitness is also SS level, and he has the characteristics of murderous and violent mental power. Once the mental power is out of control, the destructive power caused is hundreds of times that of ordinary mental power violent people. Just like the student who just faced Zephos was not only frightened, but also shocked by the other party aggressive mental power. Even if Zephos himself did not attack, nor did he deliberately use mental power to attack others, his mental power could still pose a considerable threat to the people around him. It can be said that recruiting such a student is equivalent to installing a time bomb in the school. But if a 4-star talent with outstanding qualifications is well trained, the benefits it brings to the school are also huge. Especially next year the school will participate in the Military School League, which is a time when talents are in short supply. Yin Xiaonan pondered for a while, and did not rush to make a decision. She planned to see the other party performance in the next 2 rounds of tests. Chapter 113 Angelica. At this moment, Zephos was walking aimlessly in this school that was still very unfamiliar to him. Away from the noisy crowd, he rarely showed a confused look. He didn't know whether coming to Planet 627D was the right decision. He walked, and finally stopped in front of the school pond. Looking at the calm water, he couldn't help but recall what happened a few months ago, when he once again failed to find his name on the list of candidates for the Military Academy League. Zephos actually had a sense of expectation. His classmates all regarded him as a mentally ill lunatic, feared him, and despised him. They never regarded him as a teammate, and he did not have a good relationship with his peers. Once he had a conflict with these people, the teacher of the First Army would immediately stand in front of other students, either persuading him kindly or scolding him harshly, but the look in his eyes was the same. Zephos saw the defensive look in their eyes, which was only seen when facing a vicious criminal. He was not unfamiliar with this look. He grew up with such a look. In the past, such a look came from the fact that he was the son of a criminal. Now he himself has become a criminal. At first, he wanted to explain. He did not take the initiative to provoke a conflict. He knew that his mental power was easy to get out of control, so he always tried his best to suppress his emotions. But no one listened to his explanation. The teacher always regarded him as the opposite. It was not until later that he realized that. In fact, whether he was right or wrong was not important to the teachers. They regarded him as an unstable factor in the school. In order to better manage the students, they needed to suppress this unstable factor, even if it was someone else who started the incident. So what? His existence itself was a problem in the eyes of the teachers. In such a situation, how could the school let him participate in the military school league? Although his grades passed the selection, as expected, he was still not selected. At the end of the semester, he received a notice of expulsion from the Academic Affairs Office. The school finally decided to completely remove him from the Capital Military Academy as an unstable factor. His story had long been known to everyone. So even though he had the rare qualifications of 4S, no military academy was willing to accept him. Later, Principal Evander of the 1st Military Academy contacted him. In fact, the other party was willing to accept him. But the 1st Military Academy was not ruled by Evander alone. The school committee did not agree to let such a time bomb enter the school. And Evander was also responsible for the safety of other students. Zephos, I have actually been following your situation. I know your father. He is definitely not what outsiders say. He is a very good person. And you are also a good child, Evander said sincerely on the other side of the screen. What I want to tell you is that the problem with your mental strength is not your fault. And the school rejection of you is not because you really have any problems, but because of the prejudice and fear of the world, which dooms you to embark on a lonely road. Zephos remained silent. Seeing this, Evander could not help but sigh. As the principal of the 1st Military Academy, I have too many people and things to worry about. I can't help you. My only suggestion is that you can apply for the 627th Military Academy. Zephos' eyes moved slightly. The voice from the other end of the screen continued to come. That young Principal Yin is a very thoughtful person. Maybe he can really help you solve your mental problems. Zephos felt that Ivander's words were just to comfort him. He knew that the reason why his mental power was prone to violence was due to his unique mental power characteristics. This mental power characteristic was unique to the Gosman family. According to family records, all the members of the family with this mental power characteristic could not escape the fate of dying from mental power violently. He did not think that he would be an exception. Perhaps his fate was already determined. For some reason, Zephos finally came to the 627th Military Academy, a school that Ivander had mentioned in his words. But he felt that the road ahead was bleak. For his personal future, he could not see any hope at all. On the playground, the test was still going on. Karami entered the test instrument with his head held high. A blue light swept across, and his test results appeared on the test screen. AA. This qualification should be the best at present except for Zephos. Right? As expected of a person from the capital planet. His qualification is much higher than ours. Karami listened to the discussions of others with great satisfaction, and swept away the silence he had just shown when facing Zephos. But just as he was enjoying the admiring gazes from the people around him, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the next team. SS. Someone has tested SS. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it, and Karami's eyes were full of disbelief. SS? How is this possible? He hurriedly pushed through the crowd, squeezed in front of the screen of the aptitude tester next to him, and his face turned very ugly when he saw the test results. Jisunu, who was in the center of the crowd, was naturally very surprised when she learned that her mental strength and physical fitness were both S-level. She was so excited that she almost jumped up on the spot. Her aptitude was even better than her brother. You know, her brother was tested for a single S in the military academy. Her parents were so happy. Not to mention that her qualifications were extremely rare. SS. She decided to contact her family and tell them the good news. Karami was not in a good mood. He was always arrogant. He was already hit hard by the setbacks in the capital star. Now, he was crushed by others in qualifications in such a school that he looked down on. How could he be happy? Jisunu was just the beginning. Next, several students tested positive for AA qualifications. A girl named Su Chu Jin and a boy named Shersha tested positive for single S qualifications. Su Chu Jin was S-level in mental strength and A- in physical fitness. Shersha was S-level in physical fitness and A-level in mental strength. Karami's face was livid. He had always been proud of his AA qualifications. But such qualifications were not only mediocre in the capital star. but also not the best in such an ordinary military academy. Karami was in a bad mood. He turned around and happened to see a girl who was about to take a test. He was not happy. After seeing the girl's unusual appearance, he couldn't help but sneer. What going on? There are blind people who come to participate in the military academy selection. I really don't know what they are thinking. No matter what, the military academy can't accept a blind person. Right? His words were heard by several candidates around him. The candidates couldn't help but look up when they heard it. Sure enough, they saw that the girl's eyes were a little different from ordinary people. If Karami hadn't pointed it out, they wouldn't have realized that the other party was an artificial eye. Angelica heard some whispers behind her. She paused, entered the instrument with a normal expression, and put on the helmet according to the instructions. When she chose to apply for the military academy, she was ready to face all the gossip. When her test results appeared on the screen, other candidates couldn't help but exclaim, and Karami looked very disdainful. The test results were: comprehensive judgment, mental level D-, severe damage, physical level B. There is not much difference between the mental power level and physical level of ordinary people. If the mental power level is too much higher than the physical level, the body will collapse because it cannot bear the pressure of mental power. On the contrary, it is very rare for the physical level to be more than 2 levels higher than the mental power level. This strange phenomenon often occurs in people whose mental power has been seriously damaged. Angelica is obviously in such a situation. Oh my god! Mental power is damaged? She actually came to apply for the military academy? Are you serious? What's wrong with her family? She should stay at home and rest. Right? Why did they let her apply for the military academy? And she has eye problems. What kind of serious accident must have led to such a result? Although I sympathize with her experience, she can't pass the selection in this situation. Right? Joel was responsible for testing Angelica. After seeing such a test result, he couldn't help but be stunned, and then he silently wrote down the name of the candidate, and decided to report the situation to the principal after the qualification test was over. In fact, Yin Xiaonan had already received the system detailed analysis report on this student. Name: Angelica Mujer. Age: 16. Spiritual power: D-, spiritual power attribute, soul insight, constitution, B. Comprehensive assessment, qualification 3, talent 8, cultural cultivation 7, mind 9, potential 3, luck 4, training suggestions. This student has the spiritual power attribute of soul insight, can detect a person's current state, personal character, and even personality essence by identifying soul information. Unfortunately, this spiritual power trait often uses the eyes as a medium. But the student accidentally became blind, and the artificial eye could not play the corresponding role. In addition, her spiritual power was severely damaged, and even after repair, it could not be directly restored to the original level, which limited her future development. It is recommended that the host first help the student repair the damaged spiritual power, and then conduct intensive training on her spiritual power. Artificial eyes have limitations, and she needs to learn to use spiritual power to sense everything, so that she can truly break through. Soul insight? There is such a spiritual power characteristic? Yin Xiaonan couldn't help but ask curiously, system, is there really such a thing as a soul? What kind of existence is it? Although she has traveled through time twice, Yin Xiaonan still hasn't figured out the specific principle. Both times she woke up and found herself in a strange place. As for the soul, she has neither seen it nor felt it. Of course there is a soul, the system explained. The soul can be said to be a kind of energy field. The electromagnetic wave frequency that the human eye can perceive is only between 380 and 750 Hz. There are many things that are not within the range of human vision, such as infrared rays, cosmic rays, etc. Some of these can already be detected by you humans with machines, but with your current level of technological development, there are still some things that cannot be detected by machines. But this does not mean that they do not exist. Yin Xiaonan thought thoughtfully. In other words, Angelica mental power can break through the limitations of the human body and perceive the existence of such a high-level energy field. That right. The system tone was a little regretful. In theory, even if she is blind, as long as her mental power is still there, she can use the ability of soul insight. But humans are used to seeing things with human eyes. It is very difficult to break such an inertial thinking and reopen the mind. It depends on her luck. Angelica, Zephos. Yin Xiaonan silently recited the two names and rubbed her eyebrows. She didn't expect that she could recruit 2 students with rare spiritual power at one time. But both of them have very difficult problems. I don't know whether this luck is good or bad. Chapter 114 Selection Test Phase 2, Written Test. After the qualification test, the next day is the written test. Early in the morning, the candidates were taken to the special test classroom. After putting on the helmet, entering the answering space, and starting to answer questions, many candidates looked embarrassed. They didn't expect the questions to be so difficult. Unlike last year's random selection of questions from the previous year's entrance examination questions of major military academies, the written test of the 627 Military Academy this time was set by the school teachers themselves. The teachers have a wide range of knowledge, and the difficulty of the questions is not less than that of the written examinations of major military academies. The questions prepared by Wei Tianhe and Carter for students applying for the Department of Mechanical Engineering stumped a large number of candidates. After all, the 2 mecha master teachers have high requirements for students, while the candidates were scratching their heads and thinking hard in the answering space. The senior students on the playground were conducting a retest of their qualifications for this school year. Military Academy students must undergo a retest of their qualifications every school year. And this is not a rule of the 627 Military Academy alone. This is because the aptitude test in the interstellar era is like a special physical examination. If there are any problems with the student's mental strength and physical functions, they can be detected by the aptitude tester. For example, Angelica's serious damage to her mental strength can be detected by the aptitude tester. Students have to undergo high-intensity training on a daily basis, and their mental strength and physical functions are very likely to have hidden dangers. The sooner some hidden dangers are discovered, the better. Otherwise, small problems may eventually become big problems, delaying the student's future. In addition, students' qualifications will not remain unchanged. Compared with their qualifications when they first entered school, many students will improve their physical fitness after targeted training, and even the mental strength level of a few lucky ones will change. Theoretically, mental strength can increase before the age of 21. But there are still only a few people who can increase their mental strength again after the golden period of mental strength growth between 3 and 10 years old. And mental strength will basically stabilize after the age of 21. After watching the qualification test of the registered candidates yesterday, the seniors had mixed feelings. These candidates generally had better qualifications than them, with a large number of candidates with double B qualifications, not to mention several candidates with double A qualifications, and even candidates with S-level qualifications or above. The qualifications of the future juniors were so high that the seniors were under great pressure for a while. Fortunately, today qualification retest gave them a big surprise, and the qualifications of almost all of them actually improved. Lin looked at the result of spirit level B-, physical level B- on the screen and could hardly believe her eyes. Her qualifications had improved so much? She finally understood why she could easily defeat a group of hooligans when she was on Keston Star. Yin Ting was also stunned when he learned that his physical level was already A level. He inadvertently recalled the ridicule he faced against his double B qualifications when he was on the Capital Star in the past. And then, he couldn't help but laugh softly. Whether it is the mental power level or the physical level, the higher you go, the harder it is to improve. In this qualification retest, some students with relatively low qualifications generally improve their qualifications by at least one major level, and students with qualifications of double B or above also improve their qualifications by at least one minor level. Among them, Tao Shan qualification change can be said to be the biggest. Her mental power level increased from C to B+, and her physical level increased from C+ to A. When she saw the test results, Tao Shan felt like she was in a dream. She had been rejected by almost all military academies because of her double C qualifications. She felt inferior and suffered because of this. Finally, she chose to accept such an established fact. Since the qualifications could not be changed, she would no longer dwell on this matter. She only knew that she did not intend to change her ideals, so she could only try her best to do her best in other aspects. With this belief, Tao Shan has always held herself to the highest standards since she came to the 627 Military Academy. She knew that she had no advantage in qualifications, so she needed to work harder than others. Tao Shan stared at the test results on the screen for a long time, and she felt a sense of unreality. She clearly knew that she was just an ordinary person, so she never imagined that her qualifications would be improved one day. Being down to earth was her code of conduct. However, at this moment, after she completely accepted her double C qualifications. Such a test result that she had dreamed of in the past suddenly appeared in front of her. And Tao Shan couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of fate. In addition to Tao Shan, Landon's physical fitness level has also been upgraded from A+ to S level, and Ruby has finally entered the ranks of double S. As for Xie Yinhan, her mental strength level has now been unlocked to SS level, and fortunately her physical fitness has also been upgraded to S level in time. She only has 1 year left, and the challenges she faces are still not small. Other students naturally don't know the difficulties Xie Yinhan is facing. They are stunned by Xie Yinhan's rapid rise in qualification level, but when they think that the other party is Xie Yinhan, everything seems to make sense suddenly. In the minds of other students, Xie Yinhan is a god-level figure that cannot be guessed by common sense. Many people secretly suspected that Xie Yinhan must have deliberately concealed his qualification level before. Now that they think about it, how could the other party only have a B-level physique? The previous test results were completely unreliable. In response, the old students were excited. They all knew that there was a 4S qualification among the freshmen. Now they have Xie Yinhan, a god-level student with 3S qualification, so they are not too defeated. In this qualification retest, 177 students who were rated as talents below 3 stars were upgraded by 1 star. In addition, Landon was promoted to a 3-star talent with a single S qualification. Ruby, Lin Tianan and Fang Shengliu were promoted to 4-star talents, and Xie Yinhan was promoted to a 5-star talent with a 3S qualification and telepathic spiritual power. Yin Xiaonan obtained 16,350 points by completing daily tasks, which can be said to be a sudden wealth. She deeply realized that if she wanted to earn a lot of points, the fastest way was to train students. After getting the points, Yin Xiaonan immediately went shopping in the system store. After the new students entered school, the few things in the school exchange store were no longer enough. There were only dozens of items of each type, which were not enough for so many students and teachers. They all needed to buy more from the system store. Yin Xiaonan leisurely browsed the product column of the system store, and from time to time, he selected an item he liked. The purchase quantity basically started at 50. Having a lot of points made him fearless. In addition, more mental training devices and high-end massage chairs should be added. Yin Xiaonan simply vacated 4 training rooms to place a batch of mental training devices and high-end massage chairs, so that students would not have to queue up next to 2 or 3 machines. She had a hunch that after the results of the qualification retest came out, there would be a training craze among students in the next period of time. After all, nothing can be more inspiring than tangible results, and as the principal, naturally, he could not dampen the students' enthusiasm for training, but should do all the preparations well. On the playground, the seniors were excitedly discussing the improvement of their qualifications. It was not surprising that their physical fitness level would improve after the chief instructor devilish training. But it was worth discussing that their mental strength level also improved. It was not easy to improve their mental strength level. If only 1 or 2 people mental strength level improved, they could say that they were lucky. But the mental strength level of so many people improved, which could not be explained by luck alone. I think it has something to do with the food we eat. Isn't it said that the vegetables in our school contain a lot of glycophosphine? And glycophosphine is closely related to the improvement of mental power. Yilin made her own guess. Others nodded involuntarily. This analysis seems to make sense. It seems that they will have to eat more in the cafeteria in the future. Tao Shan hesitated and said, I think it may also be related to the mental power training device. I used to use the mental power training device in school whenever I had time. Every time I used it, I could feel a slight tingling sensation in my mental power. Maybe it also played a role in improving mental power. Tao Shan's mental power level was directly upgraded from C level to B+ level. Her words were naturally highly credible to other students. Other students nodded again. They all made up their minds to use the mental power training device more this semester. Just as Yin Xiaonan expected, the second-year students were full of fighting spirit after getting the first surprise at the beginning of the school year. They all wanted to start training now. Some students with the same qualifications had already widened the gap after a school year of training, and those freshmen who had not yet entered school generally had better qualifications. All these have brought a lot of pressure to the second-year students. However, when everyone has made progress compared to themselves, these pressures have been transformed into motivation to move forward. With examples like Landon and Tao Shan in the past, many students can't help but wonder whether they can also improve their qualifications to A level or even S level in the future. While the seniors are full of confidence and look forward to the future, the candidates, who are still taking the written test, are fighting wits and courage with the answering system. The answering system was still in its mean style. Unlike the old students who could stand firm in the face of the answering system after many exams, and completely treated it as air, the new candidates were obviously not well trained. The exam questions were already difficult, and then there was a poisonous answering system that used taunting skills, and even various illusions that emerged one after another to mess with their mentality. Many candidates were about to collapse. Belle directly confronted the answering system, and ended up being so angry because she was slightly inferior in eloquence. But the answering system was not invincible, just like Xie Yinhan last year. This time the answering system also encountered several tough guys. Chapter 115 Selection Test Phase 3. Facing the ferocious giant bear that suddenly appeared in front of her, Su Chujin's expression was calm. She glanced at the giant beast coldly, and then returned her attention to answering the questions. Perhaps dissatisfied with Su Chujin's disregard for her, the giant bear panted and breathed hot air, and walked towards her with its strong limbs. The answering screen reflected the ferocious figure of the giant beast. The giant bear's half-open mouth was full of densely packed sharp teeth, and a pair of greedy eyes stared at Su Chujin's back, and saliva kept dripping from the corner of his mouth while walking. Su Chujin frowned slightly when he saw this, and suddenly asked, "Can I get extra points if I point out the bug in the answering system?" The entire examination space did not react at all. Su Chujin's voice was still calm. "The modeling of this bear is not right. Judging from its body shape and hair color, it should be a mutant black bear. But its long lower lip and upper jaw are the characteristics of sloth bears. In addition, black bears usually have a V-shaped white spot on their chests. But this bear does not even have this most obvious feature of a mutant black bear. It can be said that it is full of mistakes." The giant bear, which was originally grinning, froze in place after hearing Su Chujin's comments. Su Chujin sighed. "I didn't want to say this, but I think the most basic thing for an examination system is to be rigorous and accurate. You can't make such a low-level mistake." "Right." The answering system. It seriously suspected that the other party was mocking it. The answering system, that has been arguing with students for years, never thought that it would be arguing with others one day. The mutant black bear looked at Su Chujin awkwardly with a pair of innocent eyes, and then paw, and disappeared in the examination space. Su Chujin was not the only candidate who made the answering system helpless. "Oh my god, you can't even answer such a simple question. Your IQ is not even as good as that of the Zerg engineer." "Right." When this mockery from the answering system suddenly appeared on the screen, Shurja did not jump up and down, but said indifferently, "Oh, I don't believe it. Why don't you prove it to me first?" "Prove what?" The text on the prompt box changed. Shurja glanced at it carelessly, and said casually, "Go catch an engineer bug and let it answer the same questions as me, and see who has a higher correct rate between us." Answering system, question mark. Let the Zerg do the questions. Is he crazy? After this, the answering system deeply realized what it meant to be a nitpicker. No matter what it mocked the other party, it would always be counterattacked by this student named Shurja from a strange angle. Seeing that it could not shake the other party mentality at all, the answering system had to leave cursing. In another examination space, the tall black-haired boy was surrounded by a crackling electric current, which was Zephos' aggressive mental power materialized by holographic technology. The holographic virtual scene is connected through mental power, however. Zephos' overly violent mental power makes the entire examination space precarious. It is already extremely difficult to maintain the stability of the space, let alone the other party mentality. The answering system does not dare to go over it all, for fear of provoking this evil god. After a series of setbacks, there is such a time bomb in the examination space. The answering system almost cried out. "This class of students is too terrible. Right? It going to go on strike." But for most candidates, the answering system is still quite powerful. When they finally came out of the answering space, the candidates couldn't help showing their expressions of surviving a disaster. They couldn't help but have the same thought in their heads. Why is there such a weird exam system? Belle, who had been arguing with the answering system from beginning to end, took out a delicate water bottle from her bag and drank most of the bottle in one breath. Although it was the second day on Planet 627D, this young lady still did her own thing. The candy-colored outfit and the shiny luxury bags made her always stand out in the crowd. But now the candidates have no time to pay attention to what Baylor is doing. After calming down, they all hurried downstairs to the hall to check the written test results. The first place in this written test is Su Chujin. When other candidates saw the score of 141 behind her name, they couldn't help but take a breath. They all knew how difficult the questions were. In this case, some people only lost 9 points. How could this not surprise other candidates? Su Chujin has attracted a lot of attention because she was tested for S in a single item in the qualification test yesterday. Several candidates in the hall who recognized her couldn't help but secretly look over, their eyes full of respect for the god of learning. However, Su Chujin was not complacent about her first place. She was concentrating on thinking about where the 9 points were deducted from. If other candidates knew her inner thoughts, they would probably vomit blood. The second place in the written test was a student named Luo Gui, who scored 124 points, which was also amazing. You have to know that the other party applied for the Department of Mechanical Engineering, which uses a different question bank from other majors, and the difficulty of the questions is several times higher. As a civilian major, the Department of Mechanical Engineering does not require high physical fitness for students, but has very high requirements for students' academic performance. For example, the Minerva Military Academy, which is famous for its mechanical engineering department, directly said that their school mechanical engineering department only accepts extremely smart geniuses. Therefore, if some candidates only see that the mechanical engineering department has relatively loose requirements for students' qualifications and think that this major is easier to pass, they are very wrong. Often, the number of students eliminated from the mechanical engineering department of major military academies in the written test is even greater than that of other majors in the qualification test. From the perspective of the entire Federation, senior technical talents are more precious and rare than military school students. Because of this, graduates of the Department of Mechanical Engineering usually have a bright future. Not only are they paid well, they are also very respected, and their social status is second only to that of soldiers. After Luo Gui, Ji Sunyi ranked third with a score of 121. She had a clear goal and decided to apply for a military school early on. She also had a top student brother who was studying for a master's degree in the military and took the time to tutor her. She had a very solid foundation, so it was not surprising that she could get a high score. The fourth place is a student named Zhao Qin, 119 points. The fifth place is Angelica, 118 points. In general, the results of this year candidates are much better than those of the previous year. The last candidate also scored more than 60 points, and there are 47 students with more than 100 points. The scores of most candidates are concentrated in the range of 80 to 100. A difference of 1 point means a difference of more than 100 points. The competition is extremely fierce. After the written examination, the selection test only has the last examination. Students who apply for the Department of Mechanical Engineering have to go to the experimental center to participate in the professional assessment, and other candidates have to participate in the actual combat exercise. The score of the actual combat exercise will account for 60% of the total score, which is very important. Many candidates with mediocre qualifications and mediocre written test scores hope to turn things around in this third round of assessment. Although they are well aware of the importance of conserving energy, many candidates are still too nervous and excited to fall asleep at night. They have many guesses about the actual combat exercise, but the specific situation will have to wait until the next day to know. Early the next morning, all the candidates were called to the playground. When they arrived at the playground, someone was already waiting there. Hello. I am Yan Xiaonan, the principal of the 627th Military Academy. I will explain the rules of the third round of the Combat Department assessment to you. The candidates fell silent and looked at the people in front of them with curious eyes. Yan Xiaonan said in a gentle tone, "This actual combat exercise will be held in the 10-by forest of Fry's Star. There will be a special spacecraft to take you there later. The assessment will last from 9 a.m. today to 6 p.m. the day after tomorrow. You must arrive at the destination 100 kilometers away within the specified time. After the assessment, we will announce the final admission list of the school to everyone." The candidates looked at each other. The actual combat exercise of the 627th Military Academy is to test survival in the wild. Although 100 kilometers is a bit far, but given 3 full days, most people can still do it. Just as the candidates were thinking, Yan Xiaonan continued, "The mutant creatures in the Tingbi Forest are only at level B at most, which is a very suitable trial site for novices like you. In addition, the school will also give each candidate an initial material package. And you can come and choose your own weapons later. We can provide you with both sniper rifles and submachine guns." "What? You can choose any weapon?" The candidates were all excited. Most of them have never touched a gun. So how could they not be excited when they heard that they could choose any weapon? And if it is true as the other party said, the mutant creatures in the forest are only at level B at most, then the difficulty of the test should not be too high. Right? Many people breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that their chances of winning had increased a little. Yin Xiaonan curled his lips when he saw the reactions of the examinees. But this test is too easy, so I've increased the difficulty for you a little bit. The examinees couldn't help but prick up their ears. Yin Xiaonan crossed his arms and said, before you got up, the second-year students of our school had already gone to Fry's Star, and they will ambush you in Tinbai Forest. But they only have about 200 people, and you have more than 2,000 people. For you, this test should not be difficult. Right? The smiles on the candidates' faces disappeared instantly. Is this not difficult? Although on the surface it seems that they have the most people, most of them have never even touched a gun. If they were just competing with each other, it would just be a fight between novices, but if the seniors were involved, the nature of the game would change completely. Many of the candidates had watched the video of the last qualifying competition of UE Star Domain. No matter what, those seniors were the champions of the last qualifying competition. They must have some skills to stand out from the competition of so many military academies. Although many candidates think that they may not be worse than those senior students in the future, they have not received much training after all, and they are not so arrogant as to think that the senior students are not to be feared just because they are fewer in number than them. Yin Xiaonan then explained the scoring rules of the assessment to the candidates. This assessment will naturally use marking bullets. Similar to the qualifying round, each student will wear a score bracelet. The assessment requires candidates to arrive at the destination set by the school within the specified time, and finally the points will be given according to the time of arrival at the destination. The earlier you arrive at the destination, the more points you will get. Candidates who fail to reach the destination within the specified time will be given a corresponding score based on the distance from the destination. In addition, killing a B-level mutant will add 15 points. And killing a second-year student will add 10 points. If everyone knows the rules, come and get the equipment now. No matter how difficult the test is, this is already the last round of the test. Naturally, no one will choose to give up at this time. Candidates lined up to receive equipment and supplies from several teachers. Joel was in charge of distributing the sensor vests, while Katie helped distribute the supplies. The candidates opened the supplies and found that there were very few things inside. There were only 6 things in total, namely, a points bracelet, a signal transmitter, an alloy dagger, a solid compressed energy bar, a very simple map, and a compass. One candidate couldn't help asking, "Teacher, we are going to stay in the forest for 3 days. Isn't a compressed energy bar too little?" Katie tilted her head in confusion. "We are in the forest now. Can't you find food for yourself?" In Katie's opinion, there is no need to give the energy bar. Isn't there food everywhere in the forest? You should know that the 5-year-old cubs of the Sultman tribe can hunt by themselves. If you can still starve to death in the forest, why go to military school? Yin Xiaonan personally distributed guns on the side. The school provides many types of guns: pistols, submachine guns, assault rifles, sniper rifles, but most candidates still choose pistols or submachine guns with shorter range. Although sniper rifles and assault rifles have a longer range, many students have never touched a gun before. Now they are just trying to learn how to shoot, and they are good enough. They don't even think about accuracy. Sniper rifles and assault rifles are heavy and long, and not easy to carry. Therefore, except for some candidates who have learned shooting before, most people still choose lighter pistols or submachine guns after hesitation. From this, we can see the difference in strength between the candidates and the sophomores. It is a pipe dream to expect a group of rookies who have just learned how to shoot to beat well-trained military academy students. Many candidates have realized that, rather than confronting head-on, they should consider how to survive the pursuit and interception of senior students and reach the finish line within the specified time. This is not a confrontation, but a battle for survival. After all the equipment was distributed, Yin Xiaonan said, "You should have discovered that everyone's initial supplies are limited. The school will airdrop a batch of supplies to the exercise site at 12 noon and 5 p.m. every day. There are weapons, ammunition, and food in the airdrop box. Of course, you can also obtain supplies in other ways." Other ways? The examinees' eyes flickered when they heard this. Yin Xiaonan looked around the examinees and continued, "There are hidden cameras installed in every corner of the venue. The wristband also has a recording function. Your every move will be recorded. If someone hits you in a fatal part with a marking bullet, the sensor will be triggered. At this time, you must stop the action immediately. Any extra action will be considered a violation, and the score of this round will be directly cancelled. If you can't hold on any longer and want to give up, you can also contact the teacher through the signal transmitter to take you out of the venue. However, once you choose to give up, the scores of the first 2 rounds of the exam will be invalidated. I hope everyone can think carefully before making a decision. The examinees had different expressions for a while, and everyone was thinking seriously. But Yin Xiaonan would not give them time to be dazed on the playground. After explaining all the rules of the assessment, she took them on the spaceship to the Star Fries. The 3rd round of assessment was about to begin. Chapter 116 Actual Combat Exercise. Although there is a trial planet like Kaibu Star that is dedicated to the school, after all, Kaibu Star is not in the Z39 galaxy. For the sake of convenience, Yin Xiaonan finally decided to hold the selection test on the Flaze Star, which is close to the 627D star. The planet owner of Flaze Star has long been very curious about his neighbor. He never thought that a military school would be built on the bare and desolate star at his doorstep, and this military school has now become the only formal military school in the Z39 galaxy. Therefore, he readily agreed to Yin Xiaonan request to borrow the venue for actual combat exercises. Not only did he generously lend the venue, he also provided a large spaceship to be responsible for the round trip of teachers and students of the 627 Military Academy. At this time, the spaceship had already left the atmosphere of the 627D star and entered the cruising state. The candidates had already left their seats impatiently and gathered together to discuss. They had to face an ambush of more than 200 sophomores, and it was naturally safer to act in a group than to fight alone. However, the candidates were still relatively unfamiliar with each other, and what was even worse was that they were competing with each other. After all, apart from the quota for the Department of Mechanical Engineering, only 900 of the more than 2,000 candidates would eventually be admitted, which meant that they were doomed to be unable to unite as one. Faced with such a situation, most candidates chose to form teams of 3 to 5 people. If there were more people, firstly, the target would be too big, and secondly, they would lack tacit understanding, which would easily cause confusion. If you choose 3 to 5 teammates to form an alliance, it will be more efficient than acting alone, and more flexible than acting in a large group. Most candidates tend to choose other candidates, who they already know or come from the same place as teammates. In addition, candidates who have better qualifications in the first round of qualification tests will be more popular. Among all the candidates, Ji Sunyu should be the most popular one. After all, she was tested with SS qualifications in the first round of tests, and her results in the second round of written examinations were not bad. As long as her results in the third round are not too bad, she will definitely be on the admission list. For such a person, the other candidates did not have much hostility. They were more wary of candidates with similar strength as themselves. As for Ji Sunyu, the candidates were more willing to cooperate with such a strong person to increase the chance of being admitted. But what surprised the other candidates was that Ji Sunyu directly ignored the countless candidates around her, secretly casting their eyes at her, and walked up to someone they had never expected. "Hello, I want to team up with you. Are you willing to act with me later?" Angelica was a little surprised when she confirmed that the most popular candidate in the whole venue had invited her. Since her eye problem was discovered, she had vaguely felt that other candidates were rejecting her. This rejection was not out of pure malice, but more like rejection of the outliers. Most candidates sympathized with her misfortune, but at the same time, they also felt that her presence here was inappropriate. They classified her as a weak person, and they would not deliberately target her, because they themselves did not think that a person with eye disabilities could be a big threat. But in the environment of the survival of the fittest, she was also seen as a nuisance and a hindrance. Angelica had been prepared to act alone, but she did not expect to receive Ji Sunyu's invitation to form a team. The other candidates looked at her with envy and jealousy, but she herself was very calm, not at all flattered that this SS genius chose her, a transparent person rejected by others. Among so many people, Angelica was not born blind. On the contrary, she was once a brilliant super genius. She was detected with 4S qualifications at the age of 15. And she also has a rare spiritual power trait of soul insight. The reason why other candidates have not heard of her name is that she is from the Empire. The Yabata Empire is a country with a combination of politics and religion. The imperial family claims that spiritual power is an extraordinary ability granted by the God of the universe to certain selected people. They use this to maintain the legitimacy of their rule. In the empire, only the royal family and the nobility have the psychic power, and the ruling class uses gene editing technology to ensure the inheritance of psychic power from generation to generation, while civilians usually do not have psychic power and are regarded as inferior. The hierarchy of the empire is very strict. Although the soldiers in the Federation have higher civil rights than ordinary people, at the same time, the soldiers also have to bear more responsibilities and obligations. Civilians are protected rather than animals to be slaughtered, but this is not the case in the empire. In the empire, civilians not only suffer discrimination, but also are treated unfairly in politics, economy, law and other aspects. Angelica is the light of the common people who appeared in such a background. Her parents are both civilians, and neither of them has the spiritual power. But she was not only tested with 4S qualifications that surpassed the children of nobles, but was also found to have an extremely rare spiritual power trait: soul insight. In the empire, any spiritual power trait that has appeared in history will be recorded and rated. Soul insight is a super rare trait that has disappeared in the long river of history. It is called Eye of God. None of the nobles today have this trait. Angelica's sudden appearance has given great encouragement to the common people. Her existence almost broke the saying that the common people are born lowly, which was advocated by the imperial family. However, it also aroused the vigilance of the ruling class of the empire. Although the probability is very small, there have been civilian geniuses with psychic traits in the empire in the past. However, the few lucky ones who were detected were all very ordinary psychic traits. For this kind of people, the imperial family often adopts a strategy of winning them over. The royal family will give them an insignificant title of nobility. Let them draw a line with the past. And if they encounter someone who is not very obedient, they will directly send the angel of judgment to assassinate them and completely erase their existence. But Angelica is different. Her talent is too annoying for the royal family and the nobles. Just 3 days after her qualifications were detected, Angelica was missed by a nobleman. He was severely injured, and his mental strength was also severely damaged. However, because the imperial law favored the nobles, the other party only needed to pay a certain fee to avoid imprisonment. Angelica's parents had no way to redress their daughter's injustice, and they knew that they were in a dangerous situation. So they fled the empire with their 2 children. During this process, Angelica's father was killed by the imperial pursuers in order to protect his 2 children. Angelica's mother took her siblings through many hardships and finally came to the Federation and applied for citizenship. At this time, Angelica looked at the girl in front of her seriously with her inorganic artificial eyes. She could see that Jisunu really wanted to team up with her. There was admiration and expectation in her eyes, but no pity. It seemed that she didn't think she was any different from others. Angelica thought about it. Okay. It is definitely better to have a reliable teammate than to fight alone. Angelica herself is not a person who rejects cooperation. Seeing that Angelica agreed, Jisunu showed an extremely bright smile. Then we are teammates. My name is Jisunu. And your name is Angelica. Right? I noticed you before, but I just didn't have the chance to meet you. Jisunu was not being polite. As a typical face control, she had long wanted to meet Angelica. Angelica was undoubtedly a very beautiful girl. She had short light golden hair, and a pair of inorganic light brown artificial eyes on her fair face made her look inhuman, like a delicate bionic person. Of course, Jisunu didn't choose Angelica as her teammate just because she was good looking. Unlike other candidates who valued the results of the first round of tests, Jisunu valued the results of the second round of written tests. She believes that the most important thing in finding a teammate is emotional stability. The answering system that appears in the written test, although annoying, can indeed reflect a person's mentality. As for the difference in qualifications, Jisunu doesn't pay much attention to it. First, she is strong enough. Second, the candidates have not yet entered school. Many of them have never even touched a gun before. When they are all noobs, the difference in qualifications is not too big. Jisunu never thought of going head-to-head with the second-year students. She planned to rush as fast as possible, reach the target location as soon as possible to get points, so it is far more important for teammates to be smart and emotionally stable than whether they can fight. Anyway, she is still there if the fight really starts. In addition to Angelica, she has another teammate candidate. When seeing Jisunu choose Angelica as a teammate, many candidates who originally wanted to team up with Jisunu hesitated They could not understand why the other party would choose such a drag. Karami, who regarded Jisunu as a strong rival, was delighted. He was originally worried that Jisunu would win over the others with his double S qualifications. But he was so desperate that he found a blind man as his teammate. In this way, he thought that there was no other team among the candidates that could compete with his group. Jisunu's second teammate was Su Chujin, which was also a bit surprising to others. Although Su Chujin was tested with a single S qualification and ranked first in the written test, he was actually an outlier among the candidates. She was older than the other candidates. If the others were still a bunch of little brats who had not grown up, Su Chujin could be considered a mature adult. This naturally created a gap between her and the others. When they saw Jisunu's second teammate, some candidates who were still hesitant to recommend themselves finally gave up. At this time, the others didn't understand that the other party was looking for teammates based on the results of the second round of written tests. Jisunu herself was ranked third in the written test, plus one ranked first in the written test, and one ranked fifth in the written test. This is clearly a meeting of top students. Right? Other candidates, slip away, we are not worthy. York snorted coldly when he saw this scene. This is a real combat exercise. What the point of knowing how to do the questions? He felt that Jisunu's behavior was completely meaningless. Jisunu looked at the beautiful sister on her left, and then looked at the beautiful sister on her right with satisfaction. She decided not to look for other teammates. As a typical face control, she felt extremely happy at this moment. But at this moment, a boy came over. Hello. My name is Zhao Chen. Can I join your team? Jisunu's face was cold in an instant. Sorry. It full. Chapter 117. No, add me in. I'm the fourth in the written test anyway. Seeing that Jisunu was still unmoved, Zhao Chen quickly showed his advantage. I'm a sniper. You won't lose out if you take me. Jisunu reluctantly agreed. So there are 4 of them in total. Except for the second place in the mechanical engineering department, these people are just the top 5 in the written test. Such a super academic combination attracted the attention of many candidates. Although most candidates chose to work in groups, there were also many lone wolf types among them. Although Zephos had 4S qualifications and was once a student of the First Army, his strength was incomparable to others. But perhaps because of the terrible rumors about him, the candidates were afraid of him, not to mention forming a team. No one approached him within 2 meters. Shurja, another candidate who was tested as S level in the qualification test, was a popular teammate besides Jisunu. But he did not accept anyone's invitation to form a team, and he obviously decided to act alone. Several candidates with high qualifications are either like Jisunu, who finds teammates that others think are not very good, or like Shurja, who is withdrawn and unsociable. As a result, the team with the strongest overall strength is actually the team composed of candidates with double A qualifications. Among them is Karami's small group of failed students from the Capital Star. Compared with other candidates, these students from the Capital Star generally have better family conditions, and they have basically learned how to use guns, and their shooting skills are much better than those of ordinary candidates. Because of this, while other candidates were still thinking about how to successfully break through the ambush of the sophomores and reach the finish line, Karami planned to use other candidates as bait and sniper those sophomores. Will this really work? York looked apprehensive. After all, the other side are all sophomores, and they must be more familiar with the use of firearms than us. But there are only 200 of them. Karami thought he had a sure win. The other side only studied 1 year more than us, and we have more people on our side. As long as we can organize people to fight back, the advantage is on our side. He didn't think that the sophomores from such an ordinary military academy could really crush them in terms of strength. So he sneered at the panic of some candidates when they heard that their opponents were sophomores. He would not be scared. When the spaceship finally landed on the Star Fries, Yin Xiaonan stood up from her seat. She said to the candidates, after getting off the spaceship, "A hovercraft will take you to the exercise site. Please note that once you enter the site, the assessment officially begins. Once the sensor is triggered, it means you have been killed. After that, you can only act as a corpse and wait for the teacher to take you away from the venue. Just like you are not allowed to write after the written test after being killed. Talking or moving around will be considered a violation. Do you understand?" The candidates nodded one after another, and Yin Xiaonan let them line up to get off the spaceship. Tenbai Forest is the largest forest on the planet Fries. In fact, this assessment was only conducted outside the forest. This is the intercommunity zone between the Tenbai Forest and the Stella Grassland. The whole area not only has forests, but also grasslands, and the two are interlaced. The hovercraft where Jisoo team is located has entered the exercise site. The cool wind blew in from the half-open car window, with a set of green grass. Outside the window is an endless grassland, and the hills in the distance are covered by dark green forests, surrounding the green grass. Xiaochen turned his head to look at the rear window, and couldn't help asking Xiaoping who was following the car. "Teacher, why didn't I see other cars? Is the destination of other people different from ours?" Xiaoping explained, "Each car has a different route to enter the venue. But don't worry. The straight line distance between where you get off and the end point is the same." The hovercraft finally stopped on the grassland. Xiaoping glanced at the time and opened the door. "You can get off now." The candidates in the car suddenly became nervous. The first person to get off was a brown-haired boy. After getting off the car, he took a gun and scanned the area vigilantly. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found nothing unusual. After that, the candidates jumped off the bus one by one. There were no trees blocking the view from where they got off. The view was very wide. There was only endless grassland and a shadowy forest in the distance. Perhaps because few people came, the dense weeds grew to knee height. The wind blew and made a rustling sound. There was no other sound. The tense mood of the candidates relaxed a lot. They took out the map and compared the surrounding environment to find their current location. The candidates gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to discuss the next arrangements. But at this moment, a sudden gunshot sounded, instantly breaking the tranquility of the place. And this gunshot was like a starting signal, and dense bullets covered the area in an instant. The candidates, who had already got off the bus, were caught off guard, and several of their sensors were triggered. There was a series of whoosh sounds like a balloon leaking air, and puffs of smoke rose from them. And these candidates looked at a loss, their eyes full of confusion. Is their third round of assessment over? The examinees near the car reacted, no longer caring about the map, and fled in all directions like frightened sheep. At this time, only half of the examinees on the hovercraft had gotten off. The marking bullets kept hitting the shell of the hovercraft, and the sound sounded like a heavy rain. The examinee who was about to get off the car at the door could not help but shrink back into the car, and asked Xiaoping beside him with a bitter face, "Teacher, we haven't gotten off the car yet. Isn't it a violation for them to do this?" Xiaoping looked calm. "The principal should have told you that the assessment has already begun when you enter the venue. On the battlefield, the enemy will never wait for you to be ready before fighting." She then urged, "Okay, get out of the car quickly. No delay." The candidates who were still in the car had no choice but to get out of the car. Xiaochen observed the situation through the window for a while, and shook his head at his teammates. "The other party has already taken the lead. We'd better stay out of the spotlight first." Jisoo had just been studying the map. At this time, he looked up and said, "I suggest that we run to the 4 o'clock direction. After entering the forest, there will be more shelters, so we won't be as passive as we are now." They are all smart people. After looking at the map, the others agreed with Jisoo's point of view, so they decided on the next action. Jisoo was very satisfied with this. The team was most afraid of disagreements. Fortunately, they didn't have such a problem at present. As the people in front left one by one, it was soon the turn of Jisoo and the other 4 to get off the bus. As soon as they got off the bus, they ran towards the 4 o'clock direction. There were several other candidates running in the same direction. The shooters hiding in the dark chased them all the way, and bullets as dense as raindrops followed them like a shadow. Several candidates who were slightly behind were hit by marking bullets on the back, triggering the sensor. Looking at the smoking vest on his body, a candidate who was still running stopped, but couldn't help cursing, and threw the gun in his hand to the ground in anger. The other candidates took the opportunity to escape the enemy range and disappeared behind the hill in front. When the gunfire finally stopped, Xiaoping got off the hovercraft and prepared to take the dozen or so candidates who were almost killed on the spot away from the exercise site. They had just come here by car and were about to be sent back, which was equivalent to participating in the third round of assessment in vain. These candidates looked unhappy and were unwilling to leave like this. They protested against the rules of the assessment. "The sophomores are stronger than us, and they ambushed us here in advance. We are not prepared at all. This is not fair at all. If I was ambushed in the forest later, I would accept it. But we just got off the car. There is no shelter around us. What the difference between us and living targets? That right. If the assessment is like this, why don't you just let us stand in a row and let the sophomores shoot us directly. I think the effect is almost the same. Is it necessary to bring us here? After the candidates had vented their dissatisfaction, Xiaoping spoke up. She said, although the sophomores left earlier than you, the school did not give them any extra tips. The things they were given were the same as yours. For them, this is also a test. The candidates, who were originally filled with righteous indignation, were also a little surprised to hear Xiaoping's words. They subconsciously thought that the sophomores had obtained the location of their getting off from the school in advance, which was why they were able to launch this long-planned ambush. How could this not be the case? The exercise started the moment you got off the bus. Entering the venue is like entering a war zone. Enemies may appear at any time and anywhere. And the enemy will not talk to you about fairness. You should be prepared when you get off the bus. I think the principal should have reminded you when you were on the spaceship. The ambush planned by the second-year students actually surprised Xiaoping. They were able to infer the possible ambush points of the candidates based on the extremely simple map in the supply bag and launch an ambush. This is a very strong action. It's just a little bit unethical. But for the second-year students' seemingly unkind behavior, Xiaoping actually doesn't think it a big problem. Since they are enemies, there is no such thing as holding back, and being vigilant at all times is also a quality that military academy students should have. The selection test will eventually select 900 people from more than 2,000 candidates, and half of them will be eliminated, which is destined to be a cruel test, and now it's just to let the candidates recognize this thing in advance. After hearing Xiaoping's words, several candidates couldn't help but hang their heads, feeling even more frustrated. Teacher, are we completely hopeless? Not necessarily. Xiaoping comforted them. If your scores in the first 2 rounds of assessments are good, you still have a chance to be admitted to the school. Although they felt that their hopes were slim, several candidates still couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They secretly thought, this assessment is so difficult. Who knows? In the end, most of the people will get 0 points or single-digit scores like them. If that's the case, they are not much different from the others. After the hovercraft drove away the eliminated candidates, the grassland regained its tranquility. At this moment, a patch of grass in the distance suddenly shook unnaturally, and a few sneaky heads popped out of it. Xieshueshan is too strong. Isn't he? There's actually a hovercraft here. Henry was holding the grass leaf, with an excited look on his face. How many people did we just kill? 14. It's a pity that the hovercraft is parked in a position that blocks the view, otherwise the result could be even better. Zari couldn't help complaining. These guys behind are running faster than rabbits. If they don't run, will they stay where they are and become our targets? Yin Ting climbed up from the bushes, moving his legs and feet. They had been lying in the bushes for nearly an hour, and finally waited for the target. Just got 4 kills, he is in a pretty good mood now. Our result is considered to have exceeded the task. I wonder how others have gained. Mainly, he wanted to compare the number of kills with others. Henry said happily, anyway, we have completed the minimum task required by the principal, and then we can earn more contribution points. Several people recalled what the principal had said to them before. The 3rd round of this selection test is also a test for you sophomores. Each of you must complete at least 2 kills. This should not be difficult for you. Right? If you can't complete it, come back for more training. Extra training. As soon as the word came out, the old students who were originally relaxed could not help but get nervous. Could the extra training mentioned by the principal be ordinary extra training? Yin Xiaonan glanced at them, and handed over another sweet date. Of course, you can get 10 contribution points for each kill. This is also an opportunity for you to earn contribution points. As soon as Yin Xiaonan said this, the students really got excited. After returning to school this time, they found that the school exchange shop had added a lot of things, and they were just short of contribution points. Langdon scratched his head. What if we kill all the candidates? Yin Xiaonan raised his eyebrows. It would be great if you have the ability, but I don't think you can do it. Ruby couldn't help but raise her hand and asked, but what if we really do it? Yin Xiaonan curled his lips. Then I will agree to any of your requests. Hearing this, all the students couldn't help but exclaimed, let the principal agree to any of their requests? This is something they dare not even dream of. Then they have to work hard? Even Xie Yinhan, who had been daydreaming, came back to his senses, and a hint of interest appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he was just watching the fun. Back to reality, Jolly hesitated and said, you say, can we really do it? How do we know if we don't try? Yin Ting was full of fighting spirit, and he walked in front. Let go to the next point. And the scattered candidates naturally didn't know that. The second-year students actually had the ambition to annihilate all of them, and a war between the candidates and the second-year students began. Chapter 118. After getting off the spaceship, Yin Xiaonan went to the monitoring room that had been set up in advance. At this time, she glanced at the monitoring screen and showed a meaningful smile. "Oh, the fight is quite intense." The system was embarrassed. "Isn't this what you did?" It couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy for those candidates. Originally, the second-year students didn't care much about this trial, but who let the host secretly add fuel to the flames? Now, the second-year students all look like they have been injected with chicken blood, and the battle has become more intense. Right? Not only was Ji's new team ambushed at the drop-off point, in fact, almost all the drop-off points were hit with dense gunfire at the same time. A large number of candidates were eliminated without any preparation, and they did not even have the ability to organize a counterattack. The frightened candidates fled in all directions, but there was a second and third wave of ambushes waiting for them. A girl in yellow rushed into the dense woods ahead, while being chased from behind. Seeing that she was far away from the battlefield, she patted her chest, looking as if she was still frightened. It was a close call. She was hit in the leg by a marking bullet, but it was not a fatal part, so the sensor was not triggered. But just when she relaxed, the gunshot rang out suddenly. A bullet came from the front, and before she could react, white smoke came out of her body. And 200 meters away from the candidate, another boy in black was running forward stumblingly. There was no road in the venue, the ground was covered with gravel and weeds, and trees blocked the view, and if you were not careful, you might fall down. But thinking of the group of pursuers behind him, he did not dare to stop at all. The boy wanted to cry, but had no tears. Just now, he and his teammates ran away in panic. What was even more unfortunate was that he was targeted by those hateful sophomores. Will he be eliminated like this? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he felt a pain in his back. And he was instantly submerged in thick smoke. The boy had to stop unwillingly, watching the enemy behind him catch up and rob him of everything on him, and then disappear into the jungle. The exercise had only been going on for an hour, and 431 people had already been eliminated, accounting for almost 1/5 of the total number of candidates. This elimination rate was quite astonishing. Eliminated candidates were constantly sent out of the exercise site by hovercraft. As for those second-year students, they were cursed countless times in their hearts by all the candidates. They were just trying to pass the test. How could these people be so insidious? They actually launched a sneak attack at the beginning. It was really shameless. Principal, isn't the difficulty of the test a bit too high? In the monitoring room, Joel hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but speak out. These students have not received systematic training yet. Isn't it too harsh to let them face such a difficult assessment now? Yin Xiaonan shook his head. The assessment is to select real talents, not for everyone to have fun together, compared with a few lines of data obtained by the machine. I firmly believe that mentality, will, wisdom, and physical fitness, which are crucial to military academy students, can only be truly reflected in a crisis. So the principal wanted to stimulate the students' potential through crisis? Joel suddenly realized that he had always regarded these candidates as children who needed care. Because they were young and generally had no combat experience, he thought he should be more tolerant of them. Yin Xiaonan had regarded them as military school students early on. Joel had to admit that the other party approach was right. Since this was a selection, it was destined to be cruel. If you want to find the real talents from so many people, this is the most efficient way. Even with a high elimination rate, someone will definitely stand out. It can be said that the third round of assessment is an extension question given by the school to the candidates. Only candidates who excel in mentality, physical strength, willpower, and wisdom can get high scores. Yin Xiaonan casually glanced at the surveillance screen and changed the subject. Besides, the opponents I chose for them are just a group of sophomores. Now it seems that the seniors have the advantage. But this advantage is not enough to completely break the balance. They still have a chance. Although the second-year students were stronger, their disadvantage in numbers was obvious. The reason why they were able to eliminate so many people at the beginning was that they occupied the advantageous terrain first and were unexpected. The candidates panicked and could not organize an effective counterattack. Naturally, the situation was one-sided. However, the gap in strength between the two sides was not so big that it could not be crossed. In terms of qualifications, the average qualifications of the candidates were better. They only lacked experience. Moreover, there were also capable people among them. Apart from anything else, Zephos alone is enough to give the seniors a headache. It is not a joke that someone who once overpowered the geniuses of the 4 major military academies can be said to be. Yin Xiaonan narrowed her eyes. She was looking forward to their next performance. In the exercise field, Bailey looked at the vast grassland in front of her, her eyes full of confusion. She couldn't figure out how things turned out like this. After listening to the assessment rules clearly, she had decided to be eliminated early. After finally making it to the 3rd round of assessment, she would be able to wait for her father to pick her up in 2 days. How could she be willing to stay in such a place in the wild for 2 nights, with nothing to eat or drink? But just as she got off the hovercraft, a burst of horrible gunfire suddenly rang out. Her mind went blank instantly, and her first reaction was to run away. When she finally stopped panting, the gunfire had disappeared. She looked around but didn't know where she had run to. Until this time, Bailey finally reacted. Since she wanted to be eliminated earlier, then why did she run just now? If she had been shot just now, wouldn't she have been eliminated now? But the bullet might hurt a lot when it hits a person. Bailey thought to herself, she might as well give up directly. Anyway, she didn't plan to go to military school, so it didn't matter to her whether the results of the first 2 rounds were invalid or not. Thinking of this, Bailey planned to find the signal transmitter from the supply bag, but at this moment, she realized belatedly that her supply bag was missing. Bailey looked at the broken belt in her hand, like a bolt from the blue. She was just running, and didn't even know when her bag fell. She couldn't help but look back in the direction she had just come from, and the dense weeds had completely blocked the way back. Bailey turned around and walked back. The signal transmitter was in the bag, and she had lost her entire bag. There was no way to contact the teachers outside the venue, and there was no way to give up. She had to find the lost bag. But after walking for only 10 minutes, she stopped. The scenery around her was the same. She couldn't tell the direction at all, except for the endless grassland and the forest in the distance. She couldn't see anything else. She didn't even see the figures of other candidates. Bailey panicked. She realized that she was lost, and she had nothing on her. No map, no signal transmitter, no weapons or food. She was left alone in such a deserted place. Is there anyone? Belle started to shout. She was not afraid of attracting enemies. If that happened, she would leave this place sooner. But she did not get any response. How could the pampered young lady encounter such a situation? Belle bit her lip, her face turned pale. She suspected that she was no longer in the training ground. Otherwise, why didn't she see anyone? She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She had to think about what she should do next. She finally decided to walk towards the distant forest. If she could meet other people there, she would let them shoot her away. Although the plan was good, the forest was not close to her. After walking for an hour, Bailey found desperately that the distance between her and the forest was not shortened much. On the other side, Ji Sinu and the other 4 were walking cautiously in the forest. Xiaochen looked up at the sky. It should be time for the first batch of airdrops soon. It's just quiet now, and now the fight is about to start again. Ji Sinu couldn't help but wrinkled her nose. Why not throw it earlier or later? Choose this time to throw supplies. This assessment is really sinister. Although there is a compressed energy bar in the supply bag, but the exercise lasts for 3 days, the candidates basically want to save it for the last meal, and the candidates have been chased for a whole morning with empty stomachs, and they are already starving. People are particularly irrational when they are hungry. Throwing supplies at this time will definitely cause another fight. I think we should not join in the fun later. Xiaochen sighed. No matter how good you are, there will be too many people staring at the airdrop box. Whoever gets the airdrop box will be the target of public criticism. The 4 of them knew very well that although on the surface, their enemies were the sophomores, but the real competitors were not the sophomores, but other candidates like them. Therefore, although killing other candidates could not get points, in order to reduce the number of competitors, other candidates would not miss such an opportunity if conditions allowed, which also led to the fact that the candidates were destined to be unable to unite as one. In other words, if they were to rob the airdrop box, the enemies they would face would not only be the sophomores, but everyone except their team. After the 4 discussed, they all agreed that there was really no need for them to take such a big risk. Ji Sinu said, instead of being a target now, it would be better to be the Oriole later. Just as the principal had hinted before, there was more than one way to obtain supplies. Robbery of other people could also provide supplies. This method is much smarter than attracting everyone's attention to yourself from the beginning. I agree with your point of view. We might as well see the situation first, and then make plans. But there is another question. Zhao Chen covered his stomach and said, should we eat something to replenish our energy now? As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach started to growl. Su Chujin on the side said, I still have wild pears here. Do you want some? Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment before taking a wild pear from her. Thinking of the astringent and bitter taste, he took a deep breath, and then he made up his mind to pick up the wild pear in his hand and took a bite. His face wrinkled instantly. Jisen Yu looked at the scene and gasped. She rubbed her stomach quietly. She would rather be hungry than eat that thing. Su Chujin and Angelica ate the wild pears in their hands without changing their expressions. Zhao Chun and Jisen Yu both admired the two of them. Just a dozen minutes later, the first batch of airdrops really started. Many airdrop boxes with parachutes fell from the sky, perhaps to attract the attention of the students below. These airdrop boxes were accompanied by very conspicuous red smoke. Both the candidates and the second-year students took action and headed towards the nearest material landing point. Chapter 119. A sound of a branch breaking was heard in the quiet jungle. Along with the shaking branches and slowly falling leaves, an airdrop box fell heavily to the ground, covered by a large parachute above. Then a chaotic sound of footsteps was heard in the distance. I saw it fell over there. Hurry! It seems no one has come yet at this point. Let go quickly. I seem to have seen the edge of the parachute. It just in front. Several candidates hurried over, and their eyes lit up when they saw the parachute in front of them. One of them was about to step forward, but was stopped by the person next to him. Be careful, there might be an ambush around. The excitement of the several people cooled down instantly, and they subconsciously raised their guns and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. The reason why they were so cautious was that they had seen several unlucky people who were ambushed instead of trying to get the airdrop box. At first, only the second-year students used the airdrop boxes as bait to snipe the candidates who wanted to take the supplies. But later other candidates also learned it. The first thing they did when they found the supply box was not to open it, but to secretly ambush near the supply box, to eliminate their competitors. For a while, the candidates were in a panic, and they did not dare to rush forward when they saw the supply box. Several candidates carefully observed the surrounding environment for a while, but could not find any abnormalities. So they discussed and decided that one of them would take the box. 2 people would protect him, and another person would be on guard in the back. The whole operation went very smoothly, until their companions picked up the box. There was no movement around. The other 3 candidates couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that they had thought too much. This point should indeed be the first one they arrived. But just when they were about to evacuate with the box, a burst of dense gunfire rang out, and several candidates fell to the ground at once. A short boy saw the white smoke rising, announcing the elimination, and walked out from the dark with a gun. When approaching several examinees, he couldn't help but complain. I say, you guys are too dedicated. Aren't you? You really acted as corpses. I was almost scared by you just now. But at this moment, one of the examinees who fell to the ground suddenly jumped up and pulled the trigger at the boy. The short boy had obviously been on guard secretly, and he immediately rolled to the side when he saw this. At the same time, a bullet was shot from behind the 2 of them, accurately hitting the vest of the examinee who fired the gun, and the smoke device was immediately triggered. The short boy on the side got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. He said to the candidate who had been completely eliminated, I knew that something must be wrong when things were abnormal. I just wanted to test it out. I didn't expect that you were really pretending to be dead just now. The boy's tone was a little proud. Fortunately, I was cautious. Otherwise, I would have really capsized in the ditch. He bent down and picked up the supply box that had just been thrown aside, and turned his head to the bushes beside him and said, Brother Lee, you can come out now. It should be safe here. By the way, your shot just now was really accurate. Your shooting level has improved a lot. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a puff of white smoke came out of his body. The short boy was stunned at first, and then when he realized what had happened, disbelief, anger, and grief appeared in his eyes one after another. He stared at the direction of the bushes. Yet he was not afraid of violating the rules. He would have wanted to scream to the sky. He didn't expect that Song Peng, who had planned so many tricks, would end up being stabbed in the back by his teammates? Just as the boy was cursing his teammates in his heart, a man walked out of the bushes. The short boy was suddenly stunned after seeing the other person's appearance. Isn't this Shersha? He was one of the few candidates who had reached the S level in physique. He had shamelessly asked the other party if he wanted to team up with him before, but he was rejected. Wait, where are his teammates? Shurja wanted to take the supply box from the stunned boy, but he saw that the short boy was holding the supply box tightly. He thought for a while and explained, I was the one who fired the gun just now. Your teammate was knocked unconscious by me. But don't worry, I will let him accompany you later. Short boy. It turns out that he had wrongly blamed his teammates. In fact, their home was robbed. Yin Xiaonan watched the surveillance screen with interest. The plot was full of twists and turns. It was quite exciting. It was just right for eating. Not bad. Yin Xiaonan had already started eating lunch at this time. Her lunch was quite rich. There was a table full of delicious dishes in the monitoring room. All of them were special dishes of Flay's Star. They were specially sent by the planet owner of Flay's Star. Yin Xiaonan was enjoying the food leisurely while watching the surveillance footage. If the students who were still in the exercise field saw this scene, they would probably vomit blood. They were hungry and trying to grab the little supplies in the exercise field. But the principal was enjoying it so much in the monitoring room. Wouldn't her conscience really hurt? After running for their lives for a whole morning, the candidates were already starving. In order to grab the boxes, they used all kinds of tricks. Yin Xiaonan couldn't help but marvel at the drama of the plot. She had just finished watching a fierce gunfight between two parties for an airdrop box. And the box was snatched away by a third party that suddenly appeared. So the two parties chased the third party together. Then she saw three teams fighting for a box. And only one lucky person was left. As a result, this lucky person excitedly opened the box and found that the contents of the airdrop box had been replaced with stones. This is a plot twist. But as batches of candidates were eliminated, the remaining candidates suddenly realized a problem. If they continued to fight like this, they would have no chance of winning against the second-year students. At that time, the situation of all candidates would become even more difficult than it is now. Perhaps they had thought this through. The candidates gradually stopped fighting. Different teams began to get in close contact, seemingly intending to form an alliance. Yin Xiaonan raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene through the surveillance screen, and continued to pay attention to their next actions with interest. On the grassland, Bai Lyra was walking forward at a very slow speed. In the past, she was picked up by a hovercraft when she went out, and she had never walked such a long distance on her own feet. She looked at the forest in the distance, which seemed to have not changed much, and a feeling of despair rose in her heart. How long would it take her to get there? If there was no other way, Bailier would have given up long ago. She was tired, hungry and thirsty at this time. At the beginning, she still had the energy to complain about the poor quality of the rope on the supply bag, the too many mosquitoes here, and when she could return to the capital star, etc. But now she didn't want to say a word. There was no shelter on the grassland, and the scorching sun shone directly on her. She felt a lot of sweat on her back, and her clothes were sticky. This was even more unbearable than hunger. So, when she finally met other candidates, Bailier was very excited. She wanted to go back and take a shower. Bailier was not unfamiliar with the girl in front of her. The girl was her roommate in the dormitory for the past 2 days, but she had never spoken to her before, and she didn't even know her name. Ever since her father abandoned her on planet 627D, her mind was focused on how to get back to the capital planet. She was not in the mood to chat with others, and others did not talk to her. She was very out of tune with the whole school environment, but she had no intention of changing. Anyway, she would only stay here for a few days, and then leave. She felt that she was not the same kind of person as her peers, who wanted to go to military school. However, although the brown-haired girl looked a little surprised when she saw Bailier, she did not shoot her directly and eliminate her as Bailier expected. Hello. Belle had no choice but to greet the other party. I thought there was no one here. I walked a long way and only met you. The girl glanced at her and said, this is the opposite direction of the end point. Most people will not come in this direction. I am not strong enough. I want to avoid the limelight first. You have the same plan, right? Belle was silent. Can she say that she ran around aimlessly and got lost? She actually wanted to be eliminated a long time ago. Unfortunately, the girl didn't hear Bailier's thoughts at all. She took the initiative to invite Bailier. Do you want to team up with me? Bailier couldn't help but remind her. Don't you want to eliminate me? The girl was a little surprised and said, why should I do this? Bailier hesitated and said, aren't we competitors? The girl smiled friendly when she heard it. There are very few people left in the grassland area now. I would rather team up with you. But she didn't want to stay here to take the test. Belle had to confess to the other party. Actually, I want to end the test now. So can you do me a favor and shoot me so that I can leave here earlier? Sally was very surprised to hear this. She actually recognized Belle a long time ago. After all, Belle was not only her roommate in the same dormitory, but also her various behaviors were hard not to be impressed. But despite this, she never thought that Belle would actually want her to help eliminate herself. Is the other party serious? After she confirmed that Belle was not joking, she asked in confusion. But, don't you have a signal transmitter? You can give up by yourself. Right? Don't mention it. Belle told her about losing her supply bag. Sally also sympathized with her experience, but still shook her head. If that's the case, I can't help you even more. Didn't you listen to the teacher instructions when you were on the hovercraft? If you want to give up, you can only use the signal transmitter to contact the teacher. I'm helping you now, but I may also be judged as violating the rules. The bracelet has a video recording function. I'm sorry, I can't take this risk. The nature of voluntarily giving up and being eliminated is different. The former directly cancels the scores of the first 2 rounds, while being eliminated means that the scores of the 3rd round will only be lower. Sally didn't know if she would be held accountable by the school if she helped Belle. She didn't want to be involved. Such an opportunity to go to military school is too important to her. She didn't want to make any mistakes. What kind of violation is this? Isn't it normal for candidates to eliminate each other? Belle felt that Sally was a little too cautious. But it was not easy to force her to fulfill her wishes. She was immediately disappointed. She thought that she would be relieved after finally meeting someone. Seeing Belle looking dejected, Sally thought for a while and said, "Why don't you go with me first? I'm about to leave the grassland. And when I get to a crowded place, it will be easy for you to be eliminated." As for whether Belle would be judged as passive in the game by the school, she didn't know. But she felt that since the other party wanted to give up, she shouldn't care about this. What could Bailey do? She had to continue walking towards the forest with the other party. At this time, there were only a few students left on the grassland. Most of the students had already entered the forest. The alliance between the candidates had gradually formed under the threat of the second-year students. Because several students with S-level qualifications did not intend to participate, the leadership of the candidate alliance eventually fell into the hands of Karami, who had double qualifications and good shooting skills. After negotiating the terms with other teams, Karami decided to launch a counterattack against the second-year students in the afternoon. Chapter 120. Although the candidates knew clearly that this actual combat exercise would not be easy before the test began, they did not have a deep understanding of this until they actually entered the venue. In the eyes of the candidates, the second-year students were as difficult to deal with as annoying hyenas. Even though the other side only had more than 200 people, it seemed that they were ambushing everywhere. As soon as the test started, the defenseless candidates were beaten and fled, with no room for counterattack. What was even more unbearable for the candidates was that most of the first wave of airdrop boxes were also snatched away by the second-year students, and most people were still hungry. Although some food could be found in the forest, the wild fruits were astringent and bitter, making it difficult to swallow. And the small mutant beasts were very cunning. Not to mention the second-year students were there, they didn't dare to start a fire rashly, for fear of attracting the enemy attention. Therefore, when Karami said that he had found a second-year student base, and wanted to find someone to attack together, many people were tempted. The score was secondary. The main thing was that the second-year students must have a lot of food. But although they were excited, the candidates had not completely lost their minds. Is this really possible? The second-year students are so powerful, wouldn't we be walking into a trap if we went there? How many second-year students are there? Can we defeat them? After hearing Karami's plan, the other candidates couldn't help but whisper to each other. Although they were hungry, they didn't want to die in vain. If they didn't get any food and were eliminated, that would not be worth it. Karami cleared his throat and said, "Don't worry. We have already checked the location in advance. There are only 7 people on their side. Our 5 teams have a great chance of winning if they unite. I saw 2 airdrop boxes there." What? 2 airdrop boxes? The expressions of the other candidates changed immediately. A boy said, "Instead of being chased by others with an empty stomach like now, we might as well give it a try." His words were recognized by many people. There were only 7 people on the other side. If they tried hard, they might really win. The examinees had been grumbling about the sophomores. And now that they had a chance to win back, they naturally wanted revenge. Moreover, if they really won, they would not only get extra points, but also get supplies, which was enough to make them take the risk. So the examinees agreed, and with Karami team leading the way, they tiptoed to the base of the sophomores they had discovered. After the examinees carefully observed from a distance for a while, they were all jealous to the point that their eyes were about to turn red. Several second-year students were grilling meat. There were indeed 2 airdrop boxes on the ground next to them, as Karami said. The airdrop boxes were half open, revealing the supplies inside. But the examinees were not paying attention to the airdrop boxes. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the big mutant porcupine being grilled on the fire, and it was difficult to look away. Although it was still quite far away, it seemed that they could already smell an extremely tempting aroma. One examinee couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and said sourly, "They are living a really good life. They have supplies, and they are grilling meat." The other candidates agreed. Another girl in the team hesitated and said, "They are so loud, is there a trick?" Seeing that many people were hesitant after hearing this, Kalami frowned, cursing them as a bunch of cowards in his heart, but continued to patiently comfort others. "Even if there is an ambush, can't we prepare in advance? Now that you are here, do you still want to retreat?" He didn't think the second-year students were as powerful as others said. In his opinion, the reason why the second-year students were able to gain the upper hand now was just because they arrived at the venue earlier than them. If he didn't need some cannon fodder to help charge, he wouldn't have said so much nonsense to these people. The candidates looked at each other, and one candidate asked, "Then what is the arrangement next?" Karami obviously had a plan. Divide into 3 groups. Group A will make a feint attack from the front to attract the enemy attention. Group B will shoot from the side. And finally Group C will go up to grab the airdrop box and evacuate under the cover of other groups. After Group C withdraws, we will decide whether to continue the attack or retreat according to the situation. However, this plan seemed to be good. But when it came to grouping, problems arose again. None of the candidates wanted to go to Group A, because Group A was the most dangerous to act as bait. Some people also questioned, what if the people in Group C ran away with the supplies? Wouldn't the rest of them have worked in vain? Obviously, these candidates had their own little thoughts. They seemed to have formed an alliance, but they didn't trust each other much. In the end, everyone else agreed to let the people in Group A share the most spoils. And only then did some people want to go to Group A. In addition, each team also placed people from their own team in Group C, fearing that other teams would embezzle the supplies. Although Karami was somewhat displeased with these people's actions, in order for the plan to proceed smoothly, he had to endure it. But after they dragged their feet and finally discussed the group selection, they looked back at the base and found that the second-year students had disappeared without a trace. However, both the airdrop box and the fire were still there, and the mutant porcupine that was about to be roasted looked delicious above the fire. Could it be that the other party had discovered them? Karami signaled Group A to go up and test. Several candidates approached the base with guns in hand. When they were less than 100 meters away from the base, gunshots suddenly rang out. Several candidates had been on high alert for a long time. When they heard the gunshots, they quickly hid behind the bunkers nearby. Other candidates saw this and began to act according to the plan. Both sides began to shoot at each other. Although there were more candidates on this side, their shooting skills were obviously lower than those of the second-year students on the opposite side. During the battle, the sensors of several candidates were triggered. Conspicuous white smoke rose in the jungle. There seems to be a sniper on the other side. One candidate hesitated. The other candidates were startled when they heard this, and acted more carefully, but people were still eliminated. In the morning, the second-year students fired unilaterally, and the candidates were unprepared and could only run away. This can be said to be the first time they had a gunfight with the second-year students. But they had a deeper understanding of the difference in strength between the two sides. The candidates who came to participate in this action were basically good at shooting. They originally thought that they had not been given a chance to show their skills before. This time they took the initiative to attack, and they had more people than the other side, so they should be able to kill a few second-year students. Right? But in fact, so far, there has been no white smoke from the other side. The second-year students said, "You must be kidding." Their shooting skills may still have room for improvement, but their ability to dodge bullets was developed under the joint attack of the principal and teacher Katie. If they were so easily hit by this group of rookies, would they still have any face left? Seeing their companions being eliminated one after another, The remaining candidates wanted to retreat for a moment. Karami frowned and said, "Hold on a little while. The others hold back the sophomores. And Group C will go grab the boxes now. After grabbing the boxes, we will retreat." Many teammates had already been sacrificed, and a lot of bullets had been wasted. Naturally, the candidates were not willing to leave in such disgrace. Therefore, after Karami mentioned the airdrop box, they all regained their spirits. Group C began to approach the base carefully under the cover of the other two groups. But at this moment, someone on the opposite side suddenly shouted loudly, "Brother, thank you for helping us attract so many people. You can retreat now. We will send you the reward later." The other candidates paused when they heard this, and immediately became alert. Suspicious eyes fell on the people in Karami's team. Karami's face instantly turned the color of liver. "You believe such an obvious provocation? This is a complete slander." But the other candidates did not completely dispel their doubts because of his words. A boy said, "Then can you explain why our other teams have been eliminated? But your team has not lost any members yet?" After his reminder, the others found that Karami's team was really as the other party said, and no one was eliminated. Now the eyes of others looking at Karami became unfriendly. Karami said unhappily, "Can you blame me for this? Isn't this your own problem? Is it wrong that we didn't lose any members?" But the others didn't accept his explanation at all. In fact, Karami was not as innocent as he said. He had already privately told everyone in his team, "Let the people in other teams do more." They secretly preserved their strength, wait until they got the supplies, and then took the opportunity to eliminate these people. But although he had bad ideas, he definitely didn't collude with the second-year students. At this time, seeing that the others didn't listen to his explanation at all, they all looked at him as a traitor. He was very upset. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The leader of another team mediated, "It has come to this point, so don't be suspicious of each other. It will only benefit the enemy." But to reassure everyone, Karami, "Your team must be the last." His proposal was immediately responded to by everyone except Karami's team. In fact, others may not really believe what the sophomore said, but just want to take advantage of it to get more benefits for themselves. However, Karami was not willing to suffer this loss. He directly said that he would not participate and would take his team members away. Just when the two sides were fighting internally, the offensive from the other side suddenly became fierce. At this time, the morale of the candidate alliance was so low that they could not resist the attack from the other side. The teams fled in all directions, and candidates were eliminated in the panic. When they finally escaped the attack range, there were only a few survivors left on the candidate's side, and Karami was not among them. He tried his best, but was tricked by other teams when he was escaping. His plan ended in failure. In the end, only one person survived in his team. Not only were all the other teammates eliminated, but he himself was also eliminated. This result was like a slap in his face. He stood there motionless, with an ugly expression. Several sophomores came out from behind the bunker at this time. Yen Ting looked very proud. "I just killed 9 people. All of them were hit by one shot. From now on, please call me a sharpshooter." However, his boasting was not welcomed by his friends. Ruby's nose twitched. Her face changed, and she shouted, "The meat is burnt." The others hurriedly passed Yen Ting and ran to the base, leaving him alone at the end. Yen Ting was a little frustrated. "Hey, don't you even have a little surprise at my kill record? There are 9 people." But at this moment, his face suddenly changed, and he rolled to the side, and a bullet almost grazed his body. Enemy attack. Everyone reacted quickly without his reminder. But after the battle just now, they had not had time to replenish their bullets, and there was no cover where they were now, which made them somewhat passive. What was worse was that, after a short while, Yen Ting was eliminated unexpectedly. Of course, his loss was not unfair. The shooting level of the new group of people was much higher than that of the previous mob, and Yen Ting was killed by another sniper, who had been hiding in the dark while competing with the opponent's sniper. In other words, there were at least 2 snipers with very accurate shooting skills on the opposite side. But despite this, Yen Ting was still a little dazed when he looked at the smoking vest on his body. A bad guess emerged in his mind. Would he be the first sophomore to be killed? Seeing that the situation was not good, the other sophomores had to abandon the mutant porcupine that they had just roasted, picked up 2 airdrop boxes, and ran into the jungle. The bullets formed a winding pursuit line behind them. When passing by Yen Ting's corpse, Ruby quickly squatted down and picked up his sniper rifle and supply bag, then ran away with her body lowered, leaving only one sentence. Sharpshooter. I took your legacy away. We will avenge you. Rest in peace. Yen Ting. He died with his eyes open. Chapter 121. In fact, Ji Sun-yu and his 4 companions had discovered the second-year students' base long before Karami team, but they had not acted rashly. Until the candidate alliance was defeated and fled, they launched an attack at the moment when the second-year students relaxed. And such a victory was not achieved by their team alone. When they started the action, they found that there were other people in the dark. Although the 2 sides had not communicated, they reached a very tacit cooperation. Now that the second-year students have left, it is time to reap the fruits of their battle. When they found out that their mysterious helper was actually Zephos, they were a little surprised. They had all heard various rumors about him. And no matter whether the rumors were true or not, he did not look like an approachable person. And he was also the strongest among the candidates. If he wanted, they would be eliminated. In the slightly vigilant eyes of the 4 people, Zephos glanced at them lightly, and only took the part of the supplies that the second-year students had not taken away in time and left. Looking at his departing figure, Zhao Chen touched his chin and said, "Why do I feel that he is not bad?" The other 3 also had complicated looks. Without Zephos' help, the second-year students might not retreat, but they only took such a small amount of things and left, without any intention of competing with him. This made the few people who were still a little wary of him feel a little embarrassed. After Zephos left, the 4 began to count the spoils. Although the second-year students took away all the airdrop boxes, aren't there still a large group of candidates who were just eliminated? The legacy of these people, added together, is also a very considerable fortune. The eliminated candidates could not move, nor could they speak, and could only watch as several people shamelessly looted all their ammunition and supplies. Kalami felt the worst. Being eliminated was already a heavy blow to him, but the situation on the field was reversed just a short while after he was eliminated, and the ones who did all this were the ones he disliked the most. Whether it was Zephos or Angelica, they were all people he had ridiculed before. And Ji Sun-yu had always been regarded by him as an opponent he needed to be wary of. What he found most difficult to accept was that the other party was able to succeed because they had served as cannon fodder. He had been deliberately trying to use others as cannon fodder, but he ended up being the cannon fodder instead. How could he not be devastated? Ji Sun-yu and the others didn't care about his mood. They ignored his sullen face and directly searched all his pockets. Zhao Chen even made a very surprised sound. There are so many bullets. This is a big fat sheep. Karami was almost vomiting blood in anger. The family assets he had worked so hard to save were originally for the last day's sprint, but ended up being used as wedding clothes for others. In addition to the supplies from the eliminated candidates, the 4 people also got the fragrant roasted pig that the second-year student could not take away. They were already starving, and they feasted on it after collecting the supplies. On the grassland, Sally was also making a fire and roasting meat. "Would you like some?" she asked Belle, who was sitting next to her. Belle's stomach growled as she looked at the barbecue in Sally's hand, but she still shook her head firmly. She would not eat it even if she starved to death. She had seen how a few ugly mutant rats turned into these barbecues, and she felt a little uncomfortable when she thought about it now. Sally shrugged her shoulders and ate by herself. Belle sat aside, holding her stomach and staring blankly at the forest in the distance. A faint fragrance kept coming from the side, and it went into her nose. Belle swallowed her saliva, and her eyes moved over unconsciously. Although she knew the source of the meat, she was so hungry that she couldn't control her desire to eat. Sally glanced at her and said, "If you don't eat, you won't be able to keep up with your physical strength." Belle hesitated for a moment, but still chose to take a skewer of barbecue. She stared at the barbecue and kept hypnotizing herself to forget its true source. Then she made up her mind to take a bite. But as soon as the meat entered her mouth, she couldn't help but ran to the side and retched. When Belle came back, her face was very ugly. She looked at Sally, who was still chewing the rat meat in her mouth, and couldn't help asking, "Don't you think the taste of this meat is strange? If you don't think that this is the meat of a mutant rat, the appearance of this barbecue is not bad." Which is why Belle finally decided to try it. But this barbecue tasted not only dry and woody, but also had a strange sour taste. Belle couldn't swallow the meat in her mouth at all. Sally paused and said, "Of course I know it not tasty. But what if I don't eat it? What should I do in the next test?" Bailier looked at her roommate with new eyes after hearing this. She asked curiously, "Do you really want to pass this test?" She didn't quite understand why Sally was trying so hard. Sally looked at the fire in front of her, her brown eyes reflecting the dancing flames. My scores in the first 2 rounds were not high. This is my last chance. Belle couldn't help asking, "Do you really want to go to military school?" Sally nodded. "If I can't pass the selection, I will have to go home. My parents didn't support me to take the military school entrance exam. For me, this is a very precious opportunity." After that, Sally told Belle about her dream with great longing. She loved looking up at the stars in the sky at night when she was a child. She knew that those stars were actually stars and planets that were very far away from her. Most of them had their own galaxies. She wanted to go to those galaxies in person one day. Belle was a little surprised after hearing what Sally said. Before she was 8 years old, she had almost visited all the famous galaxies under the jurisdiction of the Federation. She never thought that there were people in this world who had such a hard time just to leave the planet where they were born. The 2 epoch-making inventions of Stargate technology and space jump technology have greatly shortened the distance between galaxies. Interstellar travel has long become extremely common for people of this era, but technology cannot solve all problems. Poverty has prevented a considerable portion of the population from enjoying the benefits of technological development. Even within the territory of the Federation, the socioeconomic development levels of different planets and even different galaxies are not consistent. The residents of some remote and isolated small planets are still living in the farming era. Belle didn't know these things in the past. She only saw the bright side of this era. After chatting with Sally for several sentences, she suddenly felt a little complicated. She had never seen anyone like Sally before. Although they were of the same age, they seemed to be in 2 completely different worlds. After a short break, they set off again. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the second batch of airdrops began. But the location of the 2 was relatively remote, and the airdrop boxes were basically not delivered to this area. They didn't have much hope, but they were lucky enough to find a box that was accidentally blown here by the wind. There was nutrient solution in this box. The 2 were pleasantly surprised when they opened the box, especially Bailey. These nutrient solutions that she had never looked down on in the past were now like nectar to her. Sally looked down at the map. Compared to the routes taken by other students, the 2 of them could be said to have gone in a big circle. She told Belle that they would probably leave the grassland area at noon tomorrow. After it got dark, they chose to stop and rest. Belle had never walked more than today in the past. When she finally stopped to rest, she sat on the grass without any image, not caring whether there were bugs on it. Sally's physical level is much lower than Belle. This day journey was not easy for her. She was too tired to talk and closed her eyes to conserve her energy. Late at night, Belle lay on the grass and looked at the strange starry sky above her head. She couldn't help but think of her mother. She rarely thought of her mother at this time. In such a special environment, her mind was full of her face, which had become extremely blurred in her memory. Belle realized belatedly that she knew very little about her mother. She only knew that the other party was a pilot who graduated from a military academy. She had never paid attention to his past, but now she had an inexplicable desire to explore. She couldn't help but wonder, what was her mother like when she was in the military academy? Did the other party also participate in such a selection test? Belle's blue eyes were full of confusion. Sally chose to enroll in the military academy in order to get out of the Z39 galaxy. What about her mother? Why did she choose to become a pilot? Bailey had never thought about these things before, but she didn't know why she suddenly wanted an answer. The next day, there were not many conflicts between the candidates and the second-year students. Everyone was rushing on the road. The candidates knew that even if they could really kill the second-year students, they could only get some extra points. It would be a waste of energy to fight with the second-year students. It was the hard truth to reach the destination as soon as possible. But it was not easy to reach the destination within the specified time. The school only gave them a very simple map and a compass. They had to rely entirely on themselves to identify the direction. The candidates did not expect that the school would provide primitive positioning tools like compasses, which made the candidates, who were used to the help of intelligent positioning systems, very uncomfortable. The map provided by the school was also very simple, without even the coordinates of the end point. Only some large reference objects. But the trees in the forest were all the same, and it was very easy to get lost while walking. Although the school told the candidates that the end point was 100 kilometers away. In fact, the road they had to walk was more than 100 kilometers. In addition to taking the wrong road, or having to take a detour due to terrain, they also had to avoid possible ambushes and find supplies. So time was a bit tight. By the third day, There were less than 300 candidates left in the venue. Some of the candidates who left were eliminated by others, and some gave up on their own. These candidates who left have been sent back to Planet 627D by spacecraft. Most of the eliminated candidates are still waiting for the school to announce the final admission list after the assessment. Some candidates who feel that they have no hope of admission or have voluntarily given up have already packed up and left. When the 4 members of G's new team finally saw the extremely conspicuous flag standing at the finish line from afar, they looked extremely embarrassed. Not only were they covered in mud, as if they had rolled in the mud, but their faces were also filled with fatigue that could not be concealed. They were not only physically tired, but also mentally tired. After successfully making the second-year students fall flat on their faces, although they obtained a large amount of supplies, they immediately became the second-year students' #1 enemy. That night, they were counterattacked by the second-year students. After they finally escaped death and successfully broke through the encirclement at night, they unfortunately encountered a group of B-level mutant wolves. Although the B-level mutant beasts were not high-level, they were outnumbered. The marking bullets in their hands had no lethality. The only weapon they could really use was the alloy dagger in the supply bag. Although they were all good at shooting, only Jisenu had a stronger melee ability. However, they were outnumbered and had to run away desperately under the pursuit of the mutant wolves. After finally getting rid of the mutant wolves, they stopped to rest for 3 or 4 hours. When it was bright in the morning, the 4 people tragically found that they had taken the wrong road when they escaped at night. Their location was far from the end point, so they had to go back again. They hurried along the way, and finally arrived near the end point with more than an hour left before the end of the assessment. At this time, Zhao Chen used the scope on the sniper rifle to check the location of the end point, and told the situation to others around him. Some people have already reached the finish line. I saw Zephos, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 more candidates, all of whom I don't know. Well, the principal is also here. Su Chujin suddenly asked, have you looked around? Did you find any ambush? Ambush here? Is it impossible? Zhao Chen spoke subconsciously. This is the finish line. Are those second-year students not so perverted? That not necessarily true. Jisenu curled her lips. The candidates will all come here in the end. I think the second-year students are very likely to be waiting here. Angelica also said, it better to be cautious. Zhao Chen felt that what they said made sense. So he adjusted the scope and searched around. And then he whispered, there really is one. At 4 o'clock, there is a sniper. As soon as he finished speaking, several candidates came from another direction and ran towards the finish line. Intensive gunfire suddenly sounded, and several puffs of white smoke rose up. The smiles on the faces of several candidates froze, and they looked at the finish line that was so close and wanted to cry but had no tears. There is an ambush here. How can we be so wicked? They are just a little bit away from the finish line. What should we do? Zhao Chen asked the others. If they want to reach the finish line, they will definitely enter the attack range of the second-year students. Jisenu raised his gun. No matter what, the test is about to end. Use all the bullets. Let fight them. After Jisenu team fired the first shot to counterattack the second-year students, some candidates who were hiding in the dark and watching also joined them. Gunshots rang out from almost all directions. White smoke continued to rise in the jungle, and the area near the finish line was almost a death zone under the dense bullet coverage. Yin Xiaonan raised her eyebrows slightly as she watched the gunfight that could be said to be happening in front of her. Several candidates who had reached the finish line patted their chests with lingering fear, secretly thanking themselves for reaching the finish line before these people. As the time for the end of the assessment approached little by little, more and more candidates came to join the final battle with the second-year students. Perhaps because they had been frustrated for too long, the examinees opened fire one by one, and for a moment, they suppressed the second-year students on the opposite side. Jisenu had been observing the battle situation. When the assessment was about to end in 10 minutes, she saw the opportunity and got out of the bunker and ran to the finish line. The other 3 followed her, and several of them rushed to the finish line at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Seeing this, the other examinees also left the bunker and ran towards the finish line. Although the gunshots continued, many examinees still successfully arrived at the finish line. At this time, Yin Xiaonan raised his hand to check the time, and fired a flare into the sky, announcing the end of the 3rd round of assessment. Chapter 122 Final List. After the test, Several hovercrafts set out to search for the candidates who were still in the field, while the other candidates who had reached the end boarded the spacecraft in batches under the organization of the school to return to Planet 627D. The candidates who had already sat on the spacecraft had haggard faces. They simply did not know how they had survived the past 3 days. It was fine if they did not eat well or sleep well. They also had to be on guard against sneak attacks from the second-year students at any time, and the location of the end point on the map was not clearly marked. Most people were either traveling on an empty stomach or being chased during these 3 days, with no room to breathe. They couldn't help but shout in their hearts. Is this really the difficulty of the selection test for an ordinary military academy? Also, are those sophomores too strong? Although they knew that the sophomores were definitely better than them, they didn't expect that they would be crushed like this when their number was almost 10 times that of the other side. Originally, the candidates still had a little sense of superiority in their hearts when facing those sophomores. They all knew that the 627th Military Academy was just an uncertified military academy a year ago, which means that those senior students should be far inferior to them in terms of qualifications, but reality slapped them in the face. Some candidates even felt that these sophomores of the 627th Military Academy did not seem to be much worse than the sophomores of other first-class military academies in terms of strength. But this did not comfort them much. The other party was so powerful that they participated in the Military Academy League. What was it for them to come and cause trouble for them? If you have the guts, wait for them to come back in a year to see who is stronger and who is weaker. After the assessment, the old students also boarded the spaceship, and they were not in a very happy mood at this time. These candidates were more difficult to deal with than they imagined, especially in the last battle. The opponent could actually fight them back and forth, and these people generally did not receive much training. It can be imagined that, after entering the school, these freshmen will grow up quickly by then. Can they still rely on experience to suppress the opponent? The seniors felt the pressure doubled at once. They didn't want to be surpassed by the juniors, who were 1 year younger than them in strength. This was about the dignity of the sophomores. Yin Xiaonan couldn't help laughing when she saw the seniors looking like they were facing a great enemy. But it was a good thing to have a sense of crisis. This was one of the reasons why she asked the sophomores to participate in this actual combat exercise. After a long vacation, the students were used to being lax. It was impossible not to put some pressure on them. After all the candidates who were still in the venue were found, the spacecraft set off for Planet 627D. Although the final results of the selection test were about to be announced, the candidates were a little nervous. But they were too tired. When the spacecraft entered the cruising state, the entire cabin was quiet, and only shallow breathing could be heard. Almost everyone fell asleep until they set foot on the land of Planet 627D again. The candidates still seemed a little sleepy, but thinking that the admission list should have been released, they cheered up and rushed to the teaching building. Since the third round of assessment of the Department of Mechanical Engineering had ended yesterday, the admission list of the department was announced even before the actual combat exercise ended. Some candidates who failed to pass the exam left by plane. Compared with the combat department, the third round of professional assessment of the Department of Mechanical Engineering was not easy. The questions were set by two mecha masters, Wei Tianhe and Carter. Before going to Fry's Star, Yin Xiaonan had a special talk with both of them, hoping that they would consider the level of the students and reduce the difficulty of the assessment a little. But even so, the third round of assessment of the Department of Mechanical Engineering still stumped a large number of candidates. This was not because the two teachers who set the questions deliberately made things difficult. Even the mechanical maintenance major, which is a little better than the mecha engineering major, has high requirements for students in all aspects. In fact, many courses of this major overlap with those of the mecha engineering major. Ordinary maintenance workers do not need to learn these. Low-level faults such as power armor or other weapons and equipment can often be solved by maintenance robots. The mechanical maintenance major of the military academy trains senior maintenance technicians, who are not responsible for these tasks. Senior maintenance technicians are mainly responsible for diagnosing and repairing various difficult and complicated problems of high-precision weapons. In addition, they also modify various types of mechas and weapons. Some top maintenance technicians can even turn decay into magic, transforming mechas with original design defects into top-quality mechas that people flock to. Many candidates simply equate this profession with ordinary maintenance workers based on the word maintenance, which is actually a misunderstanding. As for the mecha engineering major, the requirements for students are even higher. In addition to a rich knowledge reserve, The mecha engineering major also requires students to have very strong creativity. Carter gave the candidates who registered for the mecha engineering major the question of designing a mecha that can increase speed to the extreme. Luo Gui, who ranked second in the written test before, designed a shuttle-shaped mecha with a very peculiar shape and got the highest score in the whole field. In addition to the ranking, the school also set a minimum admission score. Candidates who are below the score line will not be admitted. Therefore, although Yin Xiaonan gave 100 places to the Department of Mechanical Engineering, only 87 people were admitted in the end, and all the other candidates were rejected. Yin Xiaonan glanced at the admission list and smiled knowingly when he saw a familiar name. Qiyu couldn't suppress her excitement until now. She really got admitted to the major of mechanical maintenance. Coming to star 627D again. Only 1 year had passed since she left. But the campus had changed so much that she could hardly recognize it. Is this really the 627 military academy in her memory? When she left, the school only had a few buildings. But now the whole school has changed dramatically. The neat and open interstellar port, the magnificent school gate, the teaching buildings of different styles, and the greenery used as embellishment. All of these made her feel extremely unfamiliar. And this school has not only changed in appearance, it has now become a formal military school. Qiyu looked at the large number of candidates around her, and she was very nervous. She suddenly wasn't sure whether she could really become a student of the 627 military academy again. This school is no longer as unpopular as it was in the past. Now, if you want to become a student of the 627 military academy, you must face fierce competition. Qiyu remembered the encouragement from the principal and teacher Joel, and her efforts over the past year, and her eyes became firm again. While others in the school were moving forward, she did not stop. The 627 military academy is indeed not the 627 military academy of the past, but she is not the same person as before. But when she heard the questions that teacher Wei Tianhe gave to the candidates who had registered for the mechanical maintenance major, she was very surprised. The difficulty of the questions was far beyond her expectations, and she had no idea whether she would be admitted. So until she saw her name on the admission list yesterday, she was really relieved. And then her eyes were slightly red. She suddenly wanted to find the principal, find teacher Joel, and tell them that she had never forgotten their encouragement to her. Now she was back as a student of mechanical maintenance. But did they still remember her? Thinking of this, Qiyu hesitated again. She decided to prove herself with her actions. This would not be her end, but her starting point. This time, she would not leave. She would move forward with the 627th Military Academy. Now, the admission list of the combat department has also come out. The candidates gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the comprehensive teaching building, looking up at their names on the big screen. The first place in the combat department of this selection test was Zephos. This result was not surprising to others. They were all convinced of Zephos' strength. But the candidates had different opinions on whether the school would really admit such a dangerous person. Many people felt that even if he passed the selection, the school would not really admit him. The second place was Jisenu. Although she was not the first to reach the finish line in the third round of assessment, she killed several B-level mutant wolves and got a lot of extra points. Combined with the results of the first 2 rounds, she naturally won the second place. Su Chujin surpassed Shirja by a slight margin and took the third place. The fifth place went to Zhao Chen, who successfully got a big shot in the third round of assessment. In general, students with high qualifications generally have better rankings, but this is not absolute. There are also many candidates with low qualifications who made a comeback through the third round of assessment. When Sally found her name at the end of the ranking list, she couldn't help but screamed excitedly. Originally, she thought she had no hope of being admitted. Her scores in the first 2 rounds were not high. She also failed to reach the finish line within the specified time in the third round of practical exercises. She never expected to get such a surprise. Sally didn't know that there were less than 100 candidates who successfully reached the end of the third round of assessment. It was very difficult for a candidate to survive on the third day, not to mention that her physique was only C-level. On the last day of the assessment, her body was indeed on the verge of failure, but fortunately, she finally persevered. Until the end, she did not choose to give up through the signal transmitter, even though she felt that she had no hope of being admitted at that time. Sally was immersed in joy, while Belle beside her was unusually worried. She also found her name on the list, but she was still a little hesitant at this moment. She was not sure whether she really wanted to stay. Just when she was in deep distress, the light brain on her wrist suddenly vibrated. She glanced at the light brain, said hello to Sally, and hurriedly left the crowded hall, running towards the port. Below the screen in the hall of the teaching building, Kalami looked extremely unhappy when he saw that the candidates in front of him were all less qualified than himself. Although he was still on the admission list, he was ranked outside the top 500. This was completely different from what he had expected on the first day. He thought he would definitely be in the top 10, aiming for the top 3. But now, he was suppressed by a group of people with double B qualifications. Are you kidding me? His qualifications are double A. And he shouldn't be ranked behind such a group of people. Right? Karami was very dissatisfied with the scoring mechanism of the 627 Military Academy. In addition, he was also upset about the fact that the third round of assessment ended early. If he hadn't been plotted against, how could he leave so early? The other failed students from the Capital Star, who had originally thought highly of themselves, looked even more devastated after seeing the admission list. Except for a few of them with better qualifications, who barely made it to the back of the list, the others were directly eliminated. For a moment, several people couldn't help but blame Karami. If he hadn't been so clever, they might not have been eliminated so early in the third round, and they failed to pass the selection. Kalami naturally didn't think he was at fault. After a quarrel, the two sides actually started fighting. The candidates on the side were stunned. What going on? This group of people actually had an internal conflict. Chapter 123 Enrollment. Previously, Karami and his group were proud of being from the capital planet, and they were extremely disdainful of people outside their small group. The other candidates were not blind, and they naturally noticed their attitude, and therefore kept their distance from them. Now this group of people have started a quarrel among themselves, and they quarreled so ugly in public, and the other candidates wanted to watch the fun, and stretched their necks to watch from the side. The whole hall was filled with noise for a while. The few people who had already started fighting were so excited that they didn't care about the eyes of the people around them. They just vented their emotions. The candidates who were close to them couldn't help but squeeze back, fearing that they would be affected. But just as the candidates were watching the battle excitedly, a cold and stern voice suddenly sounded, "Stop it." The candidates turned their heads, and saw that Principal Yin had appeared in the hall at some point. His usually warm face seemed to be brewing a storm. Under such a strong sense of oppression, the candidates subconsciously kept silent, retreated when the other party passed by, and made way for a passage. The few people who were still fighting in the center of the crowd seemed to have noticed the change in the atmosphere, and 2 or 3 of them became hesitant. But Karami had been holding back his anger for a long time, and didn't care about it. He raised his fist, and hit the candidate in front of him. But at this moment, a hand suddenly appeared and stopped his fist at lightning speed. Yin Xiao's eyes darkened slightly. "Didn't you hear me say stop?" Karami felt a pain on his wrist, and tried to break free. But the cold hand was like a clamp, firmly holding his wrist, making him unable to move. Karami's face turned pale. "Let me go!" Yin Xiao ignored him, and her eyes swept over the fighting candidates one by one. She was just about to take a break when she received an alarm from the system. "Dare to cause trouble on her territory? You are so bold. Private fighting is prohibited on campus. Are you trying to challenge the rules of our school?" Several candidates lowered their heads under her gaze, but Karami still stiffened his neck and said angrily, "I don't accept it." He was already unhappy with his ranking, and was blamed by others. He thought it was all the fault of the school's scoring mechanism. So after Yin Xiaonan appeared, he did not calm down, but his anger completely exploded. He could not help but shouted, "The third round of tests is not reasonable at all. I just had bad luck. Do I have to be ranked behind a group of people who are not as good as me? Do you think so too?" Yin Xiaonan looked at the other candidates again. They were silent. Although they were dissatisfied with Karami, they also agreed with him. In the final analysis, the third round of the school test itself had problems. They couldn't understand why several people with lower qualifications than them could be admitted. But they failed just because of the mistakes in the third round. If you still think it just a matter of luck, then I think the test scores are reasonable. Yin Xiaonan commented mercilessly. Several examinees looked particularly unhappy after hearing Yin Xiaonan's words. Yin Xiaonan glanced at them. "I remember that you planned an attack on the second-year students in the third round, and then were eliminated by the other side. Right?" Several examinees did not expect that the principal would be so clear about their third round of assessment, and they all looked up at her. Yin Xiaonan first said to Karami, "As a commander, You did not realize the hidden dangers of the team itself. Not only did you not unite everyone, you also had your own selfish motives, and easily let the enemy disintegrate the alliance between the teams with just one sentence. Facing the distrust of other people in the team, you acted on impulse, further exacerbating the conflict. It can be said that none of the decisions you made were correct. Karami felt that the other party words were like sharp arrows that shattered his fragile self-esteem. He suddenly felt hot on his face. And Yin Xiaonan looked at the other people. And you? You are slow to react. Your actions are sloppy. You hide behind others in battle. And I don't see any contribution from you to the whole team except forming cliques. When they were retreating, they were as flustered as a group of headless flies. They didn't even know how to dodge bullets. It would be a miracle if they were not eliminated. Yin Xiaonan said sarcastically. This should have nothing to do with luck. Right? But can those who are ranked higher than us really do better than us? A candidate couldn't help but whispered. They just didn't meet the sophomores. If they really met them, they might not be as good as us. But didn't you find the second-year students yourself? Yin Xiaonan said in a deep voice. When you want to get greater benefits, you also have to take greater risks. Isn't this a normal thing? When you make a decision, you should consider what to do if you fail, and whether you can accept the worst result. If you only see the benefits and ignore the risks, it's your own problem. It's true that some candidates did not take the initiative to participate in the battle during the entire assessment period, but chose to avoid all battle areas and rush to the road. You may think that they are taking shortcuts, but they have a clear understanding of their own strength, which is also an advantage. Yin Xiaonan admitted that there was a certain luck factor in the third round of assessment. Some people were actually quite strong, but unfortunately they encountered two strong opponents early on, and thus missed the subsequent competitions. This situation is undoubtedly a pity, but these aggrieved candidates are not among them. Yin Xiaonan stayed in the monitoring room during the assessment, and she paid attention to the performance of almost all candidates. She can say with certainty that the candidates who were still not eliminated on the last day did not rely on luck alone. Even if they do not participate in direct confrontation, candidates who can stay until the third day must have a keen sense of perception, so that they can avoid the enemy's sneak attacks in time. And they must also be able to identify directions, so as not to get lost in the forest. In addition, candidates with low physical fitness levels must have strong willpower, and be able to endure the various negative effects caused by excessive physical load. Even the young lady who was identified by the system as having a full luck value did not win easily, but cooperated with another candidate and killed several candidates who wanted to sneak attack with good shooting skills. If the third round of assessment fails, the school will not give you no chance. As long as the candidates have good scores in the first two rounds of tests, they still have a chance to be admitted to the school, unless the candidate's scores in the 3 rounds of tests are not high. Yin Xiaonan can't help in this situation. In order to avoid missing out on talents, the school selection rules have been formulated by her after considering various special situations. You should know that other schools do not screen students through 3 rounds of assessments, but eliminate a group of students in each round of testing, and only those who are left at the end can be admitted. Several candidates were silent for a while. Yin Xiaonan saw that they had no objection to the test results, and announced his handling of the fight. Fighting in the hall of the teaching building seriously violated the regulations of our school. All students involved will be disqualified from admission, and their rankings will be postponed. Do you have any objections to this? Several candidates involved looked pale. Some of the candidates watching looked very surprised. Yin Xiaonan crossed his arms and said, "You are lucky this time. No school property was damaged. Otherwise, this matter cannot be let go." The confinement room had been empty for more than half a year, and it was in need of a resident. Several examinees did not know that they had escaped a disaster, and left the hall in a rather embarrassed manner under the gaze of other examinees. On the other side, Bailier saw her father as soon as she walked out of the school gate. It was completely dark at this time, and the street lights surrounding the school were all on. Bailier saw her father standing alone under a street light and looking at her, and walked over awkwardly. "Is the test over?" Mu Yanqing carefully looked at his daughter in the dim light of the street lamp. When he found that his daughter looked very embarrassed, he couldn't help frowning, and there was a subtle concern in his tone. "Are you not hurt?" Noticing her father gaze, Bailier looked down at her dirty clothes, shook her head, hesitated for a moment and said, "I passed the selection." What surprised Bailier was that Mu Yanqing didn't act very surprised, as if it was just a normal thing for her to pass the selection. Bailey opened her mouth. She wanted to tell her father how difficult the selection was, and how hard it was for her to pass it. But before she could speak, she heard Mu Yanqing's voice. Do you want to stay here? Don't you insist that I stay here? Why bother asking for my opinion now? Mu Yanqing's words aroused Bailey's displeasure. She retorted without thinking. Mu Yanqing paused and said, I also reflected on it after I went back. Maybe I didn't consider your feelings. I shouldn't impose my ideas on you. So, if you really don't want to stay here, I won't force you. It depends on what you think. Bailey was stunned when she heard this. She felt as if she was ready to go to war. But the enemy suddenly came to her to make peace. If her father's attitude was still as tough as before, she would have plenty of energy to argue with him. But now she didn't know how to deal with it. Wasn't the reason she had an argument with her father because she hoped that he would consider her feelings? But when she heard him say something she dreamed of hearing, she was a little confused. Her father decided not to interfere in her affairs. So what should she do? Obviously, this decision should be easy to make. Hasn't she been looking forward to leaving since 5 days ago? So what is she hesitating about now? Belle asked herself, and then she thought of the starry sky she had seen on the planet Fries. After the admission list was announced, the freshmen began to go through the admission procedures, and the unsuccessful candidates packed up their things and took a flight to leave the planet 627D. When the procedures were finally completed, the freshmen officially became members of the 627 Military Academy. They didn't care about celebrating, and couldn't wait to get into bed. After working so hard for so many days, they could finally have a good sleep. The exhausted freshmen fell asleep almost as soon as they got on the bed. And the whole campus became quiet. At 5 o'clock the next morning, before dawn, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded, like a sharp sword piercing the freshmen' sweet dreams. What going on? The freshmen woke up from their sleep, still looking dizzy, and the pig-killing singing had begun outside the house. The freshmen covered their ears in pain, which made them more awake. Then everyone's face suddenly changed, quickly got up and started to put on clothes. They remembered that today was their first day of training, and they didn't want to be late on the first day. Chapter 124 The First Day of Training. The freshmen who were quick had already arrived at the playground. They were a little surprised when they saw that the person standing next to the sound system was Principal Yen. Could it be that the instructor of their training camp was the principal himself? Many people gathered together to discuss, looking at the people in front of them with curious eyes. Only Zephos stood silently at the front of the team, with his back straight, looking very out of place in the whole loose team. His unusual behavior quickly attracted the attention of others. Several students shut up and stood at attention. But some students disagreed. Aren't all the people here yet? Is it necessary to be so serious? When everyone arrived, it was already 15 minutes later. Yin Xiaonan looked at the sparse team in front of her, and those guys whispering to each other, and couldn't help frowning. She suddenly understood why Instructor Hill was always so irritable when facing new recruits. It is obviously impossible to expect freshmen to consciously abide by discipline. Discipline is something that is acquired after birth. And the instructor is the most patient craftsman. Only through constant polishing can these rough jades truly shine with dazzling brilliance. Yin Xiaonan blew the whistle. And when the freshman finally quieted down, he said, Hello. I am Yin Xiaonan, the principal of the 627 Military Academy. First of all, welcome everyone to join the 627 Military Academy. Next, you will have a 3-month freshman training. I will be the chief instructor of the training. You can call me Instructor Yin in the future. The guess in their hearts came true. And many freshmen couldn't help whispering. Yin Xiaonan just glanced at them lightly. And then said, The purpose of freshman training is to test whether you are really suitable for the military academy. Although you have already enrolled. If you fail to meet the training requirements in the end, then unfortunately, you will not be able to stay here any longer. As soon as these words came out, the freshman expressions changed instantly. Originally, many people thought that since they had already been admitted to the military academy, they might relax their requirements for themselves. But Yin Xiaonan told them that they would still be persuaded to leave if they did not pass the training. And they could not rest easy. Almost everyone's eyes became particularly solemn at once. I remind you in advance that the training is quite intense. If anyone can't adapt, you can choose to quit at any time and go to the Academic Affairs office to handle the transfer procedures. Yin Xiaonan looked around at everyone. If you understand, then from now on, be alert, don't whisper, don't talk without reporting to me. Do you understand? I understand. Seeing that the attitudes of the freshmen had improved a lot, Yin Xiaonan curled his lips. Okay. Now, is there anyone who wants to challenge me? If so, please step out. No one stood up. Yin Xiaonan crossed his arms. No one? Your seniors are not as talented as you. There were also several who challenged me at the beginning. Don't you even have this little courage? Report? A voice sounded from the team, and the other students couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. Zhaochen tried. Instructor. If. Is there a reward for winning? Those who beat me will be considered to have passed the assessment directly, and they don't need to participate in the next training. Yin Xiaonan looked at him. Why? You want to try? Zhaochen waved his hands repeatedly. No. No. I'm just curious. He is not stupid. He will not be a leader, and be used by the other party to establish his authority. Zhaochen has good conditions in all aspects. He is not like most freshmen who came to the 627th Military Academy when there is no better choice. In fact, with his ability, he can definitely go to a first-class military academy. The reason why he chose such an ordinary military academy far away in the Z39 galaxy among all the military academies was also after careful consideration. First-class military academies are often highly competitive, and there are a lot of students with similar qualifications as him, so it is difficult for him to stand out. But 627 Military Academy is different. This is just an ordinary military academy, although it is far beyond his expectation that a double S genius like Jisunu would choose 627, but even so, the freshmen in the school who have double A qualifications are still as he expected, but only a few. Zhaochen searched a lot of information about the 627 Military Academy on the Star Network. He was very optimistic about the future of this school. Therefore, he decided to take a gamble. He wanted to participate in the rapid rise of this school. As for the school principal Yin Xiaonan, Zhaochen could not collect much information, but he was sure that the other party was definitely not simple. So he would not rashly choose to be the first to stand out. Not to mention that he himself was not good at close combat. TSK, since you don't plan to challenge, why are you talking so much nonsense? Seeing Zhaochen retreat, the students who had originally planned to watch the fun could not help but feel a little regretful. After listening to Yin Xiaonan talking about the rewards for winning the challenge, some students actually stood up. The one who stepped out was a short boy. When the boy walked to the front of the team, Yin Xiaonan asked him, "What your name?" "My name is Song Peng," the boy said calmly. "I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child, and I want to learn a thing or two from the instructor." Yin Xiaonan raised his eyebrows. "Let's start if you are ready." Song Peng got ready and rushed towards Yin Xiaonan as soon as the fight started. The students nearby opened their eyes wide and watched the fight. They were also very curious about the strength of Principal Yin. But the competition ended much faster than they imagined. However, in the blink of an eye, Song Peng flew out and fell hard to the ground. The crowd couldn't help but let out a low cry. Song Peng felt a buzzing in his head, and it took a long time for his vision to become clear again. He sat on the ground for a long time without getting up, and his expression was still a little dazed. Seeing this, Yin Xiaonan walked over and asked, "Can you get up by yourself?" Song Peng nodded, gritting his teeth and slowly crawling up from the ground. Yin Xiaonan said, "If you feel any discomfort in your body, go to the infirmary by yourself and lie down in the treatment device for a while." Song Peng scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. "Actually, it okay, but I was a little confused when I fell." After Song Peng returned to the team, Yin Xiaonan asked, "Does anyone else want to try?" Before the competition just now began, some students were ready to move, but after seeing what happened to Song Peng, they all backed off, and the whole team fell silent. At this moment, two students stood up at the same time. Yin Xiaonan's eyes flashed with interest. "Who will go first? Or do you want to go together?" The students watching were shocked. The two students who stood up were Jisunu and Shurja, two students with S-level physiques. The principal actually asked them to go together? The students had a deeper understanding of Yin Xiaonan's strength, and many of them secretly thanked themselves for not being impulsive. Jisunu and Shurja looked at each other, and Shurja said, "Let me go first. Why don't they just go together?" The other students were very puzzled. In their opinion, the chances of winning 2 against 1 would definitely be greater. However, Jisunu and Shurja also had their own considerations. They were not familiar with each other, and had never worked together before. In this case, 2 against 1 would most likely not produce the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2, but would have the opposite effect. The two were both very famous among the freshmen. The students had high hopes for them. But soon the students watching could not help but open their mouths wide, looking dumbfounded. Instant kill. Another KO. The students were shocked. Unlike Song Peng who challenged him before, Shurja physique was S level, and Jisenu aptitude reached double S. Neither of them was just aptitude, and they had obviously practiced close combat. Under such circumstances, they were killed instantly. How could they not be surprised? Yin Xiaonan and Qualifications have now recovered to double A. It is naturally easy to deal with the two students. No need to work hard just to win beautifully like last year. No matter how good their qualifications are after all. The two are just freshmen who have just entered the school. They cannot compare with Yin Xiaonan in terms of skills or experience. Yin Xiaonan said that she wanted to beat her. The two are still a little naive. Does anyone else want to challenge? Hearing Yin Xiaonan's extremely brisk voice, this time, the students all took a big step back. Even Jisenu and Shurja were defeated in one move. Who dares to challenge them? Chief Instructor. Please let them go. Yin Xiaonan moved his wrists and felt that the fight was not very satisfying. So he called out directly, Zephos, don't you want to come up and challenge? The student's eyes instantly turned to the person standing at the edge of the team. There was a vacuum area around him, and everyone subconsciously kept a certain distance from him. But Zephos did not react to it. He has been keeping a military posture since the gathering, standing silently in his position like a tall and straight poplar tree. In Yin Xiaonan's opinion, Zephos actually has no need to train with other freshmen. Most of the content in the freshman training is useless to him. It can be said that if he did not have the problem of losing control of his mental power, he would be a very good student. However, no matter how good he is, this fatal flaw alone is enough to make most military academies close the door to him. Zephos suddenly heard his name, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He couldn't help but look at the principal Yin, seeing that the other party was looking at him with a smile. His eyes seemed to contain encouragement. He paused and walked slowly in front of the other party. The students' eyes were fixed on the two people, and their breathing became a little rapid. They almost wanted to know whether the chief instructor could still handle the notorious Zephos as easily as in the previous fights, as Zephos took the lead in launching the attack. This fight that everyone was looking forward to began. Chapter 125 Furious. Zephos rushed towards Yin Xiaonan like a cannonball, hit her head with a straight punch with his right hand, followed quickly with a swing punch with his left hand, aiming at Yin Xiaonan's chin. Yin Xiaonan retreated, avoiding the two punches from both sides, and Zephos raised his leg and swept it horizontally. Yin Xiaonan quickly raised his arm to block the attack. Without waiting for the opponent to retract his leg, his left foot turned with his waist, and took the opportunity to kick Zephos' waist and ribs from the side with his right leg. Zephos' center of gravity was a little unstable, and his upper body swayed slightly under this blow. Yin Xiaonan immediately threw a left fist towards his right face. Zephos quickly dodged to the left, and then swept his right leg low to the opponent's lower road. In just a few seconds, the two fought several rounds. The freshmen always knew that Zephos was strong, but they were still very shocked when watching this fight. If Zephos was just a little bit away from strangers at ordinary times, then he was like a beast released from a cage when he entered the combat state. His attack was swift, with an unstoppable momentum. His fists were as dense as rain, and he hardly gave his opponent any time to breathe. The students watching realized belatedly that Zephos had actually been holding back when facing them. The students were amazed and terrified, but they still couldn't help but sigh. Can he be said to be a 4S level genius? This strength, this speed, was completely different from theirs, making them doubt whether the other party was still human. And Principal Yin also made them feel extremely admired. Facing such a ferocious beast, she was able to fight back and forth with the opponent without losing the upper hand. It was obvious that her strength was extremely unfathomable. Yin Xiaonan was actually not as relaxed as the students imagined. If she was facing an ordinary double S opponent, she was confident that she could make up for the difference in qualifications through skills and experience. But Zephos' qualifications were 4S. This means that he not only has an extremely strong physical fitness, but also has the keen observation brought by high mental strength. The gap between A level and SS level is as insurmountable as a natural chasm. Several of Yin Xiaonan's attacks were dodged by the opponent. She could also sense that Zephos was still holding back. But if you think you can defeat her just because of this, you are totally wrong. Yin Xiaonan narrowed her eyes, and her offensive changed accordingly. In terms of pure strength and speed, Yin Xiaonan, with her current double A qualifications, is naturally no match for Zephos, but she did not choose to compete with the opponent in brute force. At this time, Zephos was throwing 2 straight punches at Yin Xiaonan. Yin Xiaonan shook his wrist, his arm turned in an arc, his right hand changed from a fist to a palm, and quickly slapped the opponent's wrist. His left hand slid up along Zephos' other arm for a distance, and brought his elbow down. Zephos' 2 punches missed, and before he could stop, he was hit by an elbow in the abdomen. The students watching couldn't help but exclaimed. Zhao Chen looked surprised. Zephos' attack just now was actually resolved like this. Why do I feel that our instructor didn't use much strength? Su Chujin, who was standing beside him, thought for a while and said, the move that the instructor just used should be the ancient martial arts of breaking the vertical with the horizontal, which changes the direction of the opponent force and makes the opponent move fail. It actually ancient martial arts? The students' eyes lit up when they heard Su Chujin's words, and they all stared at Yin Xiaonan movements, wanting to know what the trick was. Zephos frowned slightly. He felt like he was hitting a ball of cotton, being restrained everywhere. No matter how powerful his attack was, it was easily neutralized by the opponent. Once he showed a flaw, the opponent changed his seemingly soft defensive moves and attacked fiercely. It was as if there were actually silver needles shining with cold light hidden in this ball of cotton. Zephos' moves became faster and faster, and the students watching the battle were quite overwhelmed. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides had already fought several times. Often, just when they were about to scream because of the thrilling scenes, the situation was reversed in an instant, and a spirit full of aggression gradually spread from Zephos' body. The faces of the freshmen, who were close to the front row, suddenly changed, and they scattered and retreated, until they retreated to a place 3 meters away, and were no longer affected by the spirit. The students looked up at the principal, who was not affected at all in the distance, and were shocked. Those who were far away felt uncomfortable, let alone the principal, who was facing the spirit directly, but the other party looked normal, and did not stop at all, which made them have a deeper understanding of the principal's strength. Could it be that the opponent mental power level is actually higher than Zephos' SS? There has never been a mental power level of 3S in history, so the mental power level of this principal Yin is SS+? The students had countless speculations in their hearts, and looked at Yin Xiaonan with awe. They silently made up their minds, never to provoke the other party in the future. Originally they thought that no matter how strong a school principal is, there is a limit. Who knew that the other party would be such a big guy? Yin Xiaonan didn't know that the students had imagined so much. At the moment, she looked a little solemn. Zephos' situation seemed a little wrong. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Emergency task. Help students get rid of the violent mental state. Reward, a lottery ticket. Note, if the task fails, the students who enter the out-of-control state will cause great damage to the campus, and have a certain impact on the school reputation. I hope the host will be cautious. Zephos? Yin Xiaonan called out the other party name tentatively, but received no response. Zephos had a blank expression on his face. His black eyes were a little ominous, and his moves were faster than before. Yin Xiaonan had no choice but to fight him while trying to communicate with him. But he seemed to be immersed in his own world, and did not respond to Yin Xiaonan's voice. Just as Yin Xiaonan was still trying to bring the other party back to his senses, Zephos suddenly used the classic move in free fighting, the Superman fist. He kicked his left leg back and jumped high, and his upper body twisted, and his legs and arms exerted force together, and his right fist stabbed straight at Yin Xiaonan's face. This punch was extremely powerful and swift due to the inertia of the body, and it rubbed against the air, making a heart-pounding sound of air explosion. The students watching the fight from a distance also noticed that something was wrong, and several of them couldn't help but cover their mouths, with horror in their eyes. Before the students could react, Yin Xiaonan quickly turned sideways, avoiding this powerful punch. When Zephos' right fist passed by her ear, her arm coiled up along his straight punch like a snake, grabbed his wrist, and then turned around and threw him out. Zephos' back hit the ground heavily with a loud bang. Are you awake? Yin Xiaonan asked with his eyes downcast. Just when the students thought the fight was over, Zephos got up from the ground neatly, and rushed towards Yin Xiaonan again. Yin Xiaonan also felt a little angry. She put on a sweet smile, but changed her fighting style, and launched a fierce attack on Zephos. The second-year students were also training on the playground. The movement of the freshmen had already attracted their attention. Seeing Yin Xiaonan's expression, they all had the same thought in their hearts. It over. The principal was definitely really angry. Someone was going to be in big trouble. The seniors all knew that the sweeter the principal's smile, the more ruthless he would be. They mourned for the freshman who had offended the principal. What if the principal lost? The seniors said that this would never happen. They could not imagine who else could defeat the principal. In their hearts, the principal was the strongest, compared with the seniors' blind confidence in Yin Xiaonan's strength. The freshmen seemed worried. They now realized that Zephos' mental power was definitely out of control. And many of them had heard about how amazing the destructive power of Zephos was when his mental power was out of control. Some students were hesitant about whether to contact the law enforcement team to handle the matter. But it turned out that the old student's judgment was very correct. When they saw Zephos being repeatedly thrown to the ground by Principal Yin in different postures, the expressions of the freshmen became a little weird. Especially when they saw that the other party was pushed by Yin Xiaonan in midair, was thrown out for the 5th time, and then rolled up again. Zhao Chen finally couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't help but gasp. Doesn't he feel any pain? If it were me, I would have been unable to get up long ago. Jisuni replied, after all, he has an SS-level physique, and I doubt that he can't feel any pain in his current state. Seeing Yin Xiaonan attack getting heavier, the system couldn't help but say weakly, Host, calm down, don't forget that there are still tasks to be done. She scared it like this. Okay. Who is the dangerous person with violent mental power? Why does it think the host is more dangerous than the student named Zephos? I know. I haven't forgotten. Yin Xiaonan took the time to reply to the system. Dodging Zephos' whip kick. Pushing and turning with both hands. Skillfully holding the opponent raised left leg. And then raising his foot to attack the opponent right leg. Tripping him to the ground. This time, without waiting for Zephos to get up, Yin Xiaonan quickly stepped forward and strangled his neck. And then slashed his palm to the outside of his neck. After confirming that he was unconscious, Yin Xiaonan showed satisfaction. Look, the task is completed now? System. Yin Xiaonan said that the heart-centered style was not suitable for her at all, and it was more reliable to directly intervene with physical means. Chapter 126 Conversation. After the urgent task was completed, Yin Xiaonan temporarily put Zephos aside, stood up, and turned his attention back to other freshmen. Although the fight had ended in a way that the freshmen had never imagined, the huge shock it brought to them still made them unable to really calm down for a long time. They couldn't help but think, even Zephos, who was in a violent state, was easily subdued by this principal. So how strong is this principal himself? After noticing Yin Xiaonan gaze, the freshmen subconsciously straightened their backs and stood up straight, no longer as casual as they were at the beginning. Yin Xiaonan walked over and gave them a direct order. Now everyone, turn left. Run 20 laps around the playground. What? 20 laps? Are you serious? Although they felt that 20 laps was too much for them, the freshmen only dared to complain quietly in their hearts, and did not dare to raise any objections in front of Yin Xiaonan. At this moment, the other party looked extremely tall in their eyes. For such a powerful person order, they had no intention of resisting. After all the freshmen ran laps, Yin Xiaonan walked to the side of the seniors. Compared to the shock shown by the freshmen after seeing Yin Xiaonan subdue Zephos, the seniors were much calmer. For them, this was just the principal basic exercise, and they would not behave like those freshmen who had never seen the world. However, they were a little disappointed that there were not many troublemakers among the freshmen who challenged the principal. They had been waiting to see the show since they gathered this morning. You must be having fun watching the fun. Right? Although they were indeed a little gloating, the seniors were not stupid enough to admit it. Under Yin Xiaonan's gaze, they still held their heads high and stood there in the most standard military posture, without moving. Yin Xiaonan said to Xia Ping beside him, take them outside for a 10-kilometer cross-country race. The hearts of the old students jumped. The snowy season of 627D is not yet past. There are constant storms outside the protective shield. It is difficult to tell the direction in it. In addition, the snow is very deep in many places. There may even be hidden cracks covered by the snow. Although instructor Xia Ping will definitely follow them at that time, it is also a big challenge for them. Now the seniors didn't care to watch the freshman excitement, and they put on their equipment with bitter faces. After finding things for the freshmen and seniors to do, Yin Xiaonan took Zephos to the infirmary. Zephos hadn't woken up yet, so Yin Xiaonan directly gave him a tube of mental nourishing potion, and then threw him into the treatment cabin. After all these things were done, Yin Xiaonan could finally take a breath. In fact, she was not as relaxed as the students imagined. Zephos had the extraordinary qualifications of 4S, and he was still in a violent state. and his attributes in all aspects had a certain increase. However, in that state, he also lost the most important calmness and judgment in the battle. Yin Xiaonan took advantage of his inability to think rationally in his violent state and finally subdued him. But her body had also reached its limit, but she did not show it in front of the students. Yin Xiaonan also found a treatment cabin and lay in it. After all, her physique was only a level. Just blocking Zephos' extremely powerful attack caused a large purple mark on her arms and thighs, but it was covered by clothes and no one saw it, as the injuries on her body were slowly healed by the healing device. Yin Xiaonan thought secretly, her aptitude is still too low. It seems that she needs to do more tasks to upgrade as soon as possible, and her daily training should also be strengthened. As the principal of a military academy, it is really unreasonable that her physical fitness level is not even S level. System, you are so terrible with AA aptitude. Host, are you thinking about going to heaven? Yin Xiaonan handed over the morning training of the freshman to Joel. In the afternoon, Yin Xiaonan appeared in front of the freshmen again and took them to start the special physical training program of the 627 Military Academy. Farming. When they were taken to the field and each of them was given a hoe, the freshmen looked a little dazed. Was this the school-exclusive training secret that the instructor told them? Was it really reliable? It was not until they really started to plow the land that the freshmen realized that it was not easy to complete the task assigned by the chief instructor. When they looked at the sophomores next door, who plowed a large piece of land easily, their expressions became very complicated, since they had a real-life exercise with the sophomores. The freshmen held their breath, wanting to avenge their previous shame in the future. The facts now show that the sophomores are not so easy to defeat. It is not a fluke that the other side can beat them, but they are really good. Maybe it is because of the sophomores, who are there to compare with them, that the freshmen are stimulated. They all work hard to swing the hose and sweat on the barren land of 627D. Yin Xiaonan is very satisfied with the scene. It turns out that competition brings motivation. Just when Yin Xiaonan was supervising the freshmen to plow the land, Zephos walked in front of her. How do you feel? Yin Xiaonan asked him. Principal, I'm sorry to bother you. Zephos smiled bitterly. Maybe I'm not really suitable for the military academy? When he woke up from the treatment cabin, Zephos realized that his mental power was out of control again. This was completely beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that he would lose control so easily. This had never happened before. He suspected that his condition was deteriorating rapidly, and it was obviously not suitable for him to continue staying in the military academy in his current situation. He had originally decided to start over, but something like this happened. Zephos was used to it. He had never been a lucky person. This time, perhaps, he should completely give up his dream of becoming a soldier. That not necessarily true. Yin Xiaonan looked at him with scrutiny. Let's talk about this later. Go do your afternoon physical training first. A hint of surprise flashed in Zephos' eyes. He paused and said, Principal, I am very grateful that you allowed me to enroll, but my situation is no longer suitable for staying here. Although you stopped me this time, it is impossible to be so lucky every time. Maybe it is best for me to leave. It's good to solve the problem. Since I accepted you, I have naturally thought about how to solve your mental power problem. Yin Xiaonan picked up a hoe from the side and handed it to him. In short, your current task is to do a good job of physical training. Don't think too much. We will discuss these problems after class. In Yin Xiaonan's view, although Zephos' problem is indeed more serious than she expected, it is not necessary for her to persuade him to quit now. She saw that Zephos really wanted to stay. Since he was not a self-destructive person, there was still hope. And if Zephos' problem could be solved, the school strength would also take a big step forward. Zephos was stunned when he saw the hoe handed to him by Yin Xiaonan. He hesitated for a while, and then chose to take it. Yin Xiaonan, my requirement for others is that each person completes the task of reclaiming 200 square meters of land. As for you, you can do it yourself. Many freshmen had already noticed that Zephos had returned. Originally, they were still a little afraid of Zephos, but after the fight in the morning, the first thing that came to the freshman mind after seeing Zephos was the scene of him being repeatedly thrown to the ground by the principal. Compared to his abnormal attack speed and strength, the freshmen were more amazed at his extremely strong ability to withstand blows. As a member who was also oppressed by the chief instructor, the freshmen felt a sense of sympathy for him. When the physical training finally ended, the freshmen were sweating profusely and exhausted. Reclamation was much more difficult than they had imagined. It was not easy to cultivate the land with pure physical strength or mental strength. Yin Xiaonan checked their task completion status one by one and announced the disbandment. When the freshmen left, she said, "Angelica and Zephos, stay for a while." The students turned their eyes to the two of them. Did the principal intend to persuade them to leave? Speaking of which, one of them has eye problems, and the other one easily loses control of his mental power. It seems that they are not suitable for the military academy. The other students began to discuss quietly, and Ji Sinyu and others, who were familiar with Angelica, looked worried. Angelica and Zephos, who were the parties involved, looked very calm. In fact, they had similar guesses in their hearts, but they knew that if the school really wanted to persuade them to drop out, then there was no point in worrying now. After the other students left, Yin Xiaonan took the two students to the top floor of the teaching building. She asked Zephos to wait outside the door first, and asked Angelica to go into the principal office first. "Sit down." Yin Xiaonan took the girl to the sofa, and Danny brought 2 glasses of milk at the right time. Angelica looked at Yin Xiaonan hesitantly. "Principal, Yin Xiaonan comforted her. "Relax a little. I just want to find out about your current situation." Yin Xiaonan projected the results of her aptitude test. "Have you ever suffered serious damage to your mental strength?" Angelica, hands on her knees, clenched tightly. She was silent for a while and nodded. "Well, the doctor said there is no treatment yet. If you are lucky, you will stay at D- level, but your mental strength level may continue to drop. You signed up for the mobile infantry major. Although there is no strict requirement for qualifications for mobile infantry, it is not easy for you to keep up with the training in your current situation." Yin Xiaonan looked at her. "Even so, are you sure you want to continue on this path?" Angelica nodded without hesitation. Although her light brown eyes looked very empty, her voice was trembling with excitement. "Principal, I am sure that I will become a mobile infantryman no matter what. So I beg you to give me a chance. I promise you that I will not be worse than anyone else." "I received your promise." Yin Xiaonan curled his lips. "I have a potion here that can help you repair your damaged mental power. But if you want to restore your mental power to the previous level, you still need to work hard. Are you willing to try it?" Angelica thought that the principal might refuse her, or really give her a chance. But she never thought that the other party would give such an answer. Even when she was in the Empire, she had never heard of a potion that could repair damaged mental power. But looking at the other party confident look, Angelica didn't know why she chose to believe the other party. Moreover, even if Principal Yin really lied to her, facing such an opportunity to repair her mental strength, she would definitely choose to try. For her now, even if there is only a slight possibility, she is unwilling to miss it. No matter what, it will not be worse than the current situation. "I am willing, Principal. Do I need to pay any price?" Angelica knew clearly that the other party would not give her such a precious potion for free. What she was worried about now was that she could not afford the price at all given the value of the potion. Yin Xiaonan said, "Of course, the potion is not given to you for free. If you accept my potion, then you must strictly follow the plan I set for the next 4 years to train, so that you can fully restore your qualification level as soon as possible. Do you accept it?" "Just like that?" Angelica's tone was a little surprised. "Just like that. But the training plan I set for you is not so easy to complete. Maybe today full day of training is enough for you, but the task I set for you will double it." "I accept," Angelica said firmly before Yin Xiaonan finished speaking. As long as she could become stronger, she would do anything she was asked to do, and training itself was what she needed. The only thing that made Angelica a little uneasy was the principal request really that simple? She did not think that her value was higher than the precious potion. When she was in the Empire, she had faced unreasonable malice. But Principal Yin had reached out to her now, when she was at the bottom of her life. She could not believe it. Was she really so lucky? Chapter 127, Devil Instructor. After Angelica, Yin Xiaonan had another long talk with Zephos. Zephos looked at the person in front of him apologetically. Just now, when he was outside the office, he had thought it through. In his current situation, he should not stay here any longer. His existence will only bring endless troubles to the people around him. "Principal Yin, I have made up my mind. I will submit an application for withdrawal from the school." Yin Xiaonan crossed his arms and said, "Have you ever thought about what to do after dropping out?" Zephos was silent. Yin Xiaonan glanced at him. "Escape is not the solution to the problem. Do you think that just dropping out can solve all the problems? You can have such an accident in school. This shows that your mental state has deteriorated to a certain extent. Have you ever thought about what to do if this happens again after leaving school? Outside is not like school. Ordinary people don't have any ability to resist when encountering such things. Zephos' eyes dimmed. I've made up my mind. I will go to the psychopath sanatorium when the time comes. Are you serious? Yin Xiaonan didn't expect Zephos to have such a plan. The psychopath sanatorium is a place where the Federation specifically accommodates those extremists with unstable mental powers. If he really goes there, then Zephos will have almost no future. You are still so young. Are you sure you want to spend most of your life in such a place? Zephos was not willing to accept this. But he did not want to hurt others. He remembered what other classmates said to him when he was in the First Army. Perhaps they were right. Dangerous elements like him should stay in places like the psychopathic hospital. This would be good for everyone. Yin Xiaonan saw Zephos' depression. She thought for a while and said, I have a way that may help you temporarily suppress the mental riot. Zephos looked up in surprise. He did fantasize about being able to solve the problem of mental power. But he tried many methods and failed. He suspected that perhaps his situation itself was unsolvable. However, Yin Xiaonan's words still gave him a glimmer of hope. Maybe this mysterious Principal Yin really has a solution? He couldn't help thinking. If I'm not mistaken, your mental turmoil comes from your mental trait called murderous rage, which can achieve a powerful burst of mental power in a short period of time, am I right? Zephos didn't expect that the other party actually knew that his problem was fundamentally caused by his mental trait, and knew so clearly about the ability of his mental trait, which was something that even Shojuan teacher had never understood. Yin Xiaonan said, I have a mental power warming potion that can soothe your mental power and repair the mental power damage caused by your multiple mental power violent states. I gave you a bottle this morning. You should feel good now. Right? Zephos paused. He had been worried since he woke up from the treatment cabin. It was not until the other party reminded him that he noticed that his mental power at this moment was calmer than ever before. In addition, I have a unique mental power meditation method that can help you calm your mental power in a violent state in a short period of time. If you feel the signs of mental power violent in the future, you can try this meditation method. Zephos felt like a person who had been walking alone in a dark cave for a long time and saw a light suddenly appear in front of him when he was about to despair. He didn't expect that things would turn around. Yin Xiaonan then taught Zephos the basic points of mental meditation and took him to practice it completely. Whether it is potion or meditation, it can only play an auxiliary role. The key is to rely on yourself. Yin Xiaonan finally said, mental strength is a talent you possess, not a curse. I think your situation has worsened because you have been resisting it. But it is a part of you, and you cannot give it up. What you need to do is to slowly try to accept and control it through these auxiliary tools. Only in this way can your problem be truly solved. Zephos was stunned. He had seen too many disgusted looks. He had thought countless times how good it would be if he didn't have such a mental strength. It was the first time someone told him that this was actually his talent. Master the spiritual power instead of resisting it? Zephos fell silent. Yin Xiaonan glanced at him. How about I transfer you to the 2nd grade? With your strength. There is no need to stay in the 1st grade. Zephos shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Principal, but I hope to start over. What more, if I can't solve the problem of spiritual power, then no matter which grade it is, it's meaningless. That fine. Yin Xiaonan didn't mention it again when he saw Zephos refused. In fact, having such a special first-year student is also an inspiration to others. She thought of something and showed a look of watching a good show in her eyes. After Zephos left, the system said, Host, didn't you teach him the most basic mental training method of the federal military? It seriously suspected that the host was cheating. Yin Xiaonan was not embarrassed at all by being exposed. His biggest problem is not the violent mental power itself, but that he has no confidence in controlling his own mental power. If he doesn't have confidence in himself, then no matter how much others help him, it will be useless. Isn't this giving him some confidence? As long as he feels it works, whether it is a special meditation method or a military mental training method, what does it matter? This is just an introduction. The key is still up to him. The system said that the host was indeed treacherous. The next day, the freshmen unexpectedly found that Angelica and Zephos did not drop out of school as they guessed, but continued to train with them. They were a little curious about what the principal had said to them. But before they could find out the inside story, they started extremely heavy physical training, and they had no energy to gossip. As the chief instructor, Yin Xiaonan was simply a terrible devil in the eyes of the freshmen. She had a pair of very sharp eyes, and could see at a glance where each of their physical limits were. She would assign different training amounts to each person, and this training amount would always be exactly what their physical limits could complete. As for pretending to be sick to avoid training, there is no way to deceive the other party's sharp eyes. If you pretend to faint, what awaits this student is not the rest you dream of, but a bucket of cold water poured directly on you. And if any of them slacked off during training, the chief instructor would take out a whip. To be honest, this whip is more of a warning. It doesn't hurt much when it hits you, but after seeing the other party use that ordinary whip to draw a long groove on the ground, the students dare not be lazy anymore. They were in a state of despair. Who on earth would be so bored as to use spiritual power transmission materials as teaching sticks? Compared with these combat students, the students majoring in mechanical engineering seemed much happier. They did not need to participate in freshman training. They only needed to go to the experimental center on time for classes every day. Although these students were already shocked by the completeness of the school experimental facilities during the entrance examination after they officially entered the school, they still often expressed their surprise that they had never seen the world. Whether it is the heaven-defying holographic simulation experimental system, or new materials that cannot be found on the Star Network, the school always brings them new surprises. However, facing the envious and jealous eyes of the combat students, these mechanical engineering students said that they are not relaxed at all. Okay. The two teachers assign them extremely heavy homework. They don't need to train their physical fitness, but their brains don't rest. In addition, the relationship between the two teachers doesn't seem to be very good. They often argue because of different theories, which makes them tremble every day. Sometimes they would rather stand at attention on the playground like the combat students. Students majoring in combat, come on. Let's switch. Let's see who has it easier. It is obviously impossible to expect students majoring in combat and students majoring in non-combat to understand each other. After physical training, students majoring in combat also conducted special training. When all these trainings were over, it was time for assessment. In addition to the assessment for freshmen, seniors also needed to take the assessment. The training at the beginning of the school was regarded as a compulsory course for them. Failure was equivalent to failing the course. Not only could they not get credits, but they also had to take a make-up exam or retake the course later. All students, whether freshmen or seniors, were gathered on the playground. They were still unclear about the specific content of the assessment. Yin Xiaonan glanced at all the students and slowly announced the assessment rules. In this assessment, freshmen can challenge any senior. As long as they win one game, they will pass. Seniors need to win 5 games in total to pass the assessment. As soon as Yin Xiaonan words came out, freshmen and seniors started to discuss. It seemed that the rules were more favorable to freshmen, but seniors were also stronger. At least no seniors objected to the rules. They did not want to appear to be afraid of the challenge of freshmen. The freshmen who have not passed the test can take on a challenge every day. The first grade to pass the test will be awarded a collective reward, and the rest will be assessed by me personally. The students' expressions changed instantly. They were not willing to fight against the big boss. They still remembered the miserable state of Zephos before. What more, they were not as tough as the other party, let alone being thrown down several times in a row. If they were in his place, they would probably have to lie on the treatment device even if they were thrown down once. The old students who were originally somewhat casual also became serious. The order of the freshman challenge was determined by the ranking of the pre-entry selection test. The first challenge was naturally Zephos. No matter how confident the old students were, they were still a little scared when facing such a demon god. And Zephos lived up to expectations, and quickly won the first duel. The freshman morale was greatly boosted, but the old students were not convinced. What kind of freshman is Zephos? Chapter 128 Arena. This battle between new and old students ended with the old students winning by a narrow margin. Although many of the new students were strong, the old students were slightly better in terms of overall strength, but it was not easy for the old students to win. In particular, there were several guys among the new students who had amazing perseverance and would not let go of a target. They would challenge the same person in the daily assessment, and they would fight again and again after repeated failures, and they made rapid progress, which made the old students feel full of crisis. As for the freshmen, the strength of the seniors once again surprised them. Many freshmen in individual soldier majors thought that they might not be able to beat the sophomores in the same major, but they could always beat the students in command and ship technology majors. Right? but they were slapped in the face by reality. The fighting level of those sophomores in any major was extremely high, and they could be said to have crushed them. After the training camp was over, the students officially started classes. The smoke of war between the new and senior students did not dissipate. In their free time outside of classes, they competed for the school training room and rolled up against each other. Yin Xiaonan was happy to see this happen, and even specially set up a competition arena on campus, encouraging students to compete with contribution points as stakes. After entering school, the freshmen also discovered the existence of the exchange store. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in the exchange column of the store, the freshmen almost drooled. But unlike the rich seniors, they were basically penniless, so the school competition arena was a good place to go. As for the seniors, they naturally did not want to miss such a good opportunity to earn pocket money. Fighting madmen like Fang Shangliu spent almost all their time there when they had no classes. In addition to fighting competitions, the school arena also supports mecha battles, and students can not only challenge each other, but also challenge teachers. Yin Xiaonan students naturally did not dare to challenge, but there were also brave students who challenged other teachers. They also planned in advance that Katie and Xia Ping were strong as professional teachers of the individual soldier department and were not suitable for challenge. Old Bert and Juna were old, so they were not too embarrassed to challenge them. Wei Tianhe and Carter were non-combat teachers, and they were not familiar with them. Finally, they set their sights on Joel, who was always good-tempered, and two new teachers, Yana and Yupei. The teachers had much more contribution points than them, and fearing that others would take the lead, Langdon could not wait to challenge Joel after a public class. Facing the student letter challenge, Joel hesitated for a while before agreeing. Seeing this, other students followed suit and did not forget to post on the school forum to promote it. In a short time, almost the whole school knew that someone had challenged Joel, a teacher in the conducting department. In fact, although Langdon challenged Joel, he did not think he would win. Joel was a teacher after all. The reason why he chose Joel among so many teachers was that he thought Joel would be easier to talk to than other teachers. Moreover, he felt that Joel was not a single soldier teacher. Even if he was strong, his strength was limited. Perhaps he still had hope of winning, but he soon found out that he was naive. Joel on the stage was completely different from usual. He actually felt a hint of murderous intent. Yin Xiaonan, who was watching the battle through the system monitoring, touched his chin. People who have been to the battlefield are completely different from those who have not been to the battlefield. If the students think that Joel will let them go, they are wrong. A qualified soldier will take every battle seriously. After being beaten throughout the whole process, and finally kicked off the ring, Langdon covered his heart. Teacher Joel, I misjudged you. Where is the teacher with the best temper in 627? Despite such a failed case, the students still did not give up. Some people set their sights on the two new teachers, but they still returned empty-handed. Regarding this result, the students were a little skeptical about life. Aren't these two teachers, one teaching reconnaissance intelligence, and the other teaching mental power research? Why are they both so good at fighting? What they don't know is that the two teachers, especially Yupei, actually held back. You have to know that the soldiers on the front line are mostly fighting against the Zerg, and bounty hunters, and some rebel leaders can kill people. The ring battles on campus were very hot. And finally even the dormitory manager, Mr. Wang, came to join in the fun. The seniors had long believed that Uncle Wang was actually a master. So when Uncle Wang proposed to fight with others in meccas, they all watched cautiously from the sidelines. But the freshmen were not aware of these things. Their first reaction was, is this uncle joking? Can he really drive a mecha? In the end, the challenge was given to Shirja from the first-year individual soldier department. Both sides used the B-class mechas used in daily school training to fight. 10 minutes after the start, Shirja was defeated. But Uncle Wang didn't seem to have enough fun. He fought against several students and gave them some pointers after the game. Each sentence hit the nail on the head. The teachers in the school are powerful, but even the dormitory manager is a hidden mecha expert. Some students don't believe it. They searched around the campus and finally found Mu Gui in the guard room and challenged him. They thought that it was impossible for every staff member in the school to be so powerful. Then they lost again. All the students were silent. So they were the weakest in the school? In addition to the arena battles between the same school, students majoring in mecha soldiers also began to participate in the holographic mecha battles in the Star Network arena. The principal in charge of mecha teaching required them to be within the top 1,000 in the arena by the end of the semester. After the start of the school year, there are many military academy students active in the Star Network arena. There are about 3 months before the Military Academy League auditions begin, and the selection of participating students by each military academy will start even earlier, and the military academy students are preparing for this. Yin Xiaonan had also registered an arena account. She decided to use this opportunity to examine the strength of other military academy students. The arena adopts a real name system, but it can also be anonymous. If it is a military academy student, the school the student attends will be displayed in the information column. Yin Xiaonan naturally chose to remain anonymous. The students of 627 didn't know that their principal also went to the arena. They met many strong opponents in the arena these days. Fang Shungliu frowned, looking very serious. She was best at strong attack, and the person in front of her had the same fighting style as her, but he completely suppressed her. Can it be said that the opponent was worthy of being the strongest individual soldier in the 2nd grade of the 1st Military Academy? Yu Yajing was driving a heavy mecha called Kai Shou. The mecha looked a little bulky, but it was very flexible under her control. It launched an extremely fierce offensive at high speed, making Fang Shungliu, who was originally more inclined to take the initiative, exhausted from defense. Fang Shungliu knew that she could not fall into the rhythm of her opponent. She tried to regain the initiative and launched several rounds of counterattacks. But the mecha on the opposite side seemed to be able to predict her actions in advance and easily dodged. The speed of the two mechas fighting almost became an afterimage, and the audience exclaimed from time to time. There were many spectators watching this game, most of whom came for Yu Yajing. When they found out that Yu Yajing opponent was also a military academy student, and from the 627th Military Academy, many people in the audience talked about it. 627 Military Academy? How come I have never heard of this military academy? Are you from the Village Network? This year UE Star Domain qualifying champion, the school also opened an online store selling agricultural products, which is quite popular on the Star Network. I have seen it many times on the Star Network. TSK, what's so great about being a qualifying champion? After all, isn't it just a popular military academy? I think the result of the competition is a foregone conclusion. Not necessarily. Right? This student named Fang Shungliu has a high winning rate. You just watched the arena match. Right? People who have watched the arena match many times know that there is a barrier between the students of the 4 major military academies and the students of other military academies, not to mention that her opponent is Yu Yajing, who is also the most outstanding student in the top military academy. As if to confirm this person's words, the armor driven by Yu Yajing suddenly changed direction strangely, and the high-frequency particle knife was towards the connection of the opponent mecha. It was too late for Fang Shungliu to return to defense at this time, and with the damage of her mecha reaching 70%, the game ended. On the other side, Ruby, who entered the arena with Fang Shungliu, was matched with an old acquaintance. Mia was also a little surprised when she found out that the person in the mecha on the opposite side was Ruby. This was the 2nd time they became opponents since the Black Market Arena on Dionysus. The two mechas quickly fought to the same place as soon as the game started. Both girls were a little surprised in their hearts. They thought they had made great progress during this period of time, but they didn't expect that the other party was not behind. While Ruby and Mia were fighting fiercely, after quickly ending more than a dozen battles, Yin Xiaonan finally matched a student that interested her. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Ding! Found a 4-star talent. Name, Min Luo. Age, 16. Mental strength, S. Physique, S+. Comprehensive evaluation, Qualification 7, Talent 7, Cultural cultivation 8, Mind 6, Potential 6, Luck 6. Yin Xiaonan actually knew this student before the system prompt. As the principal of a military academy, for other schools, especially the students with potential in the 4 major military academies, he naturally had to be aware of them. Yin Xiaonan believed that the principals of other military academies should have also read the information of some students of the 627th Military Academy. Min Luo is a sophomore at the Minerva Military Academy. She comes from a family of ancient martial artists and has a twin sister who studies command at the Federal Military University. She is good at integrating ancient martial arts moves into mecha battles. Because of her unique fighting style, she has many fans on the Star Network. When Yin Xiaonan appeared in the competition venue driving a mecha, there was a whisper in the audience. This person was actually driving the initial mecha that was given free of charge in the arena. What going on? Yin Xiaonan said that since she was fighting against students, she couldn't bully the weak. Chapter 129 Anonymous Player. The initial mecha in the arena is an obsolete model called Warrior. Even in reality, few people use this model. They can only be seen on some very backward planets. As an outdated old mecha, its external armor is extremely bulky, equipped with only a light energy knife, a shield with little defensive power, and an ordinary electromagnetic gun. It can be said that almost no one will use this model of mecha except for the novice match. The audience's first reaction was that the arena match was wrong. You have to know that the arena match mechanism is carefully calculated. The strength of the opponents cannot be too different. It was very surprising for everyone that the warrior could appear in such a high-level battle. But after checking the profile of the anonymous player, they found that the opponent was not a novice. So did she want to lose the game on purpose? Otherwise, why would she choose such a ridiculous model? Many viewers went to place bets, naturally betting on Min Luo to win. In their opinion, no matter what purpose the anonymous player had in choosing such a mecha to fight, the victory had already fallen to Min Luo's side. The odds set by the arena also clearly showed that they were not optimistic about the anonymous player. Min Luo was slightly stunned when she saw that the opponent was driving an initial mecha. But she did not relax her vigilance. Although she usually looked a little careless, she was actually a very cautious person. The mecha she used in this game was a melee mecha named Chunjun. As soon as the game started, she quickly approached her opponent with an extremely steady pace. The dull sound of gunfire rang out at this time. The initial mecha with a very bulky appearance did not run away, as the audience guessed. It still stayed in place, just raised its gun and shot at Min Luo. Several bullets rushed out of the muzzle, drawing a series of sharp trajectories in the air. As soon as the warrior fired, Min Luo realized that this was a master of guns. The opponent did not shoot randomly, but made an extremely accurate prediction of her movement trajectory. Every shot hit the direction she was moving. If she had not reacted in time and changed the direction in an instant, she would have been hit now. As expected, no opponent can be underestimated. She narrowed her eyes, turned on the auxiliary engines on both sides of the mecha, and her movements became erratic. Her steps looked a little strange. The originally huge mecha had a light and elegant feeling under her control, just like a white crane flapping its wings. For the shooter, it is obviously very difficult to hit such a target. The spectators were very excited. The unique ancient martial arts footwork of the Min family appeared. No matter how many times I watched the game of the Min, it is still so amazing. I never thought that I could use the word elegance to describe a mecha. A pink-haired girl couldn't help but sigh. The twins of the Min family, the eldest Minshi, known as Min, and the second Minjing, known as Xiaomin, are both outstanding talents in the 4 major military academies. Others agreed. Ancient martial arts are very mysterious in this era, not to mention applying them to mecha battles. It can be said that Min Luo is unique. It is precisely because of this that she has a huge number of fans. Even the military school male godly Wanshu, who is in the same school with her, cannot cover up her brilliance. Seeing that several bullets all missed, Yin Xiaonan did not intend to waste bullets anymore. The electromagnetic gun equipped by the warrior has very limited bullets. As soon as she put away the gun, Min Luo had already come close to her. The Snow White mecha had no intention of slowing down. The huge metal fist used its huge kinetic energy to smash directly into the warrior cockpit. Yin Xiaonan dodged the attack swiftly with a sidestep, and took advantage of the situation to draw his sword and stab the opponent left rib. The white mecha punch missed, but it continued to move forward in the direction of the punch at a very fast speed. Seemingly it was too late to avoid the oncoming sneak attack. At the critical moment, the white mecha center of gravity changed slightly, and it made a high arc turn, and the light energy sword lightly passed through its pure white outer armor, and the blade touched the metal shell, sparkling a string of dazzling sparks. The audience couldn't help but exclaim at the thrilling scene. The anonymous contestant first-rate reaction speed was beyond their expectations. But what surprised them even more was that Min Luo could actually change the direction of the mecha at such a high speed. To do this requires extremely high physical fitness and reaction ability of the driver. Can it be said that he is worthy of being a genius from a top military academy? Yin Xiaonan couldn't help but show a hint of appreciation, of course. There was still a little regret in his heart. It a pity that such a good seedling is not her student, it really a pity. Seeing this, the system immediately encouraged her. Host, you can poach people. There is a saying that goes, as long as you use the hoe well, there is no wall that cannot be poached. This is a 4-star talent. If you grab it, you will earn it. Yin Xiaonan. She seriously suspected that the system was a bandit. If the audience knew that Yin Xiaolin had time to chat at this moment, they would be shocked. In the venue, two meccas were engaged in an extremely fierce battle. Min Luo did not use any weapons, but neither Yin Xiaolin nor the audience would underestimate her. This is Min Luo's unique fighting style. She incorporates ancient martial arts skills into mecha battles. She is keen on close combat with opponents. In the past, she has smashed the cockpit with one punch, or kicked the head of the mecha. If Mia, Ruby and other students who have been to the Dionysus space station were here, they would definitely sigh that the opponent fighting style is really very suitable for playing in the black market arena. But the opponent's strength is not here. Yin Xiaolin found that the mental power would be blocked for a moment at the place attacked by Min Luo. This technique reminded her of the acupuncture points in ancient martial arts. It was obvious that the opponent achieved this effect by attacking some special acupuncture points of the mecha, which was undoubtedly amazing. Mental power is invisible. When ordinary people fight, they attack the mental power connection point on the head of the mecha at most, because that position is easy to identify. This kind of mental power acupuncture point technique is quite mysterious, and it seems to be very consistent with the opponent identity as a descendant of ancient martial arts. Actually, Yin Xiaolin has a little connection with the Min family. She learned ancient martial arts from Instructor Hill, who once had a Min family member as his teacher. But this special acupoint pressing technique is probably the Min family hidden skill, and it has never been passed on to outsiders. So Yin Xiaolin also saw it for the first time. At this time, the warrior damage has risen to 62%, and Min Luo decided to fight quickly. What she didn't know was that her opponent had the same idea as her. Unlike the beginning of the game, the audience has now changed their opinion of the anonymous player whose identity they don't know. They originally thought it would be a one-sided game, but they didn't expect to see such a wonderful match. They all know Min Luo's strength, and the opponent did perform very well in this game. But the anonymous player, who didn't know where he came from, was able to drive an initial mecha and fight back and forth with such a genius. This made many people feel like they were dreaming. Could a warrior be so flexible? The audience looked at the mecha that nimbly avoided Chunjun attack and almost thought their memory was wrong. Is this really a warrior? If it weren't for the fact that cheating was impossible in the arena, they would really suspect that the other party was cheating. But even so, the game is probably about to end. The audience sighed. The gap between the two mechas is still too big. If the anonymous player was not fighting against Minyu, but someone else, maybe he could really win this game. The audience felt sorry for the anonymous player, but they couldn't understand why the opponent, with such skills, would choose the warrior, a model that only novices would use. But just when the audience thought the outcome was decided, something strange happened. The warrior suddenly changed direction in a short distance, not only avoiding the fatal blow from Min Luo, but also taking the opportunity to go behind Chunjun, and then retreating with a high sweep. The powerful metal leg whizzed towards Chunjun's head. All this happened too fast. Min Shi had no time to defend himself. He was hit hard. The metal head of the white mecha was instantly dented. Without waiting for the audience to exclaim, the warrior grabbed Chunjun's metal arm and pulled it down. The light energy knife pierced into its cockpit in the next moment. The audience was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The situation reversed too quickly. Many people were stunned. Until the arena announced the end of the game, the audience was still confused. Why did Min Shi suddenly lose? So, did the anonymous player really beat the geniuses from the 4 major military academies with a primitive mecha? The audience rushed to watch the replay of the game. Since the last part of the game happened too quickly, they even slowed down the video playback speed. After finally seeing clearly how the anonymous player won the game with a warrior, everyone was silent. Short distance change of direction? Backstep high leg sweep? Is this really a move that a clumsy warrior can do? Moreover, the connection between the movements was so smooth, as if it had been done thousands of times. Looking at the mecha in the video with smooth movements, the audience said, why other people warriors were different from theirs? Minyu was also a celebrity among the military academy students. After this battle, a student soon broke the news on the Chuanqing forum that she lost to an initial mecha in the arena. At first, people who saw the post did not believe it, thinking it was a rumor, but the student who posted the post later sent another video link. The other military academy students originally clicked on the video to see what the other party was doing, but they found that the other party didn't seem to lie to them. Min Luo actually lost to an initial mecha. It's just that the initial mecha seemed to be a little bit stronger? The news spread from one person to 10, and as the video of the game was widely circulated, The entire Chuanxing forum exploded. After all, there were too many things worth discussing about this matter. Unlike ordinary viewers, as military academy students, they clearly knew the difficulty of using an initial mecha to perform these actions. They couldn't help but think about how they would win this game if they were Min Luo. Of course, in addition to the technical discussion, the students also wanted to know the true identity of this anonymous person. The arena has always been a mixed bag. Some students speculated that this person might be a big shot in the military. He went to the arena to test the strength of these military academy students. Some also speculated that the other party was a civilian expert. There were many different opinions. While the students of other military academies were enthusiastically discussing the identity of the anonymous player, the students of the 627th Military Academy looked a little strange after watching the video. Why did they feel that the actions of the warrior in the video looked a little familiar? Chapter 130 Comparison. In recent days, the topic of the Chuanxing forum has always been around the same person. Minchi defeat was just the beginning. The anonymous player, whose identity they did not know, played against several powerful military academy students in succession, and won all of them. And she used the original mecha named Warrior in the arena from beginning to end. This is undoubtedly amazing. You should know that the biggest difference between the virtual arena and the real world is that players can easily buy advanced meccas that are extremely difficult to obtain in reality in the arena. Unlike the high manufacturing cost of meccas in reality, the meccas of higher levels in the Star Network are just a bunch of data. As long as people who play in the arena can be said to have a high-level mecha. In this case, the anonymous player who insists on using a backward model like the warrior is undoubtedly an outlier. The opponent seems to have proved to them, with such a result that, as long as it is used well, the initial mecha can also exert considerable power. When failing, instead of looking for the reason in the mecha, it is better to strengthen their own strength, which is the most critical factor for winning. The warriors were not equipped with high lethality weapons, and the performance of the mechas was not excellent. As a result, the physical fitness and operating skills of the players were put to the maximum. Physical fitness cannot be acquired quickly, but operating skills can be learned. Many military academy students use the competition videos as learning materials, especially the match between the anonymous player and Yu Yajing of the First Army. The opponent can be said to have brought the simple and sharp fighting style to the extreme. In fact, this anonymous player never used any fancy techniques in the battle. Her movements were all very common basic movements, but she always used them just right. The connection between the moves was very natural and smooth. Both the military academy students who had played against her and the students who watched the game recordings repeatedly in private benefited a lot. This anonymous player also gained a lot of fans on the Chuanxing forum, since they didn't know her name. These people respectfully called her anonymous teacher. The students of the 627th Military Academy were in a complicated mood at this time. They had confirmed that this anonymous teacher was their principal. So did they fall out of favor? The principal actually went to the arena to guide students from other military academies. However, after seeing these people flattering the principal, they were still a little proud, and they couldn't help but posting on the forum. Actually, this anonymous contestant is our principal. Our principal mecha operation skills are very powerful. This is just her basic operation. The principal gives us one-on-one guidance every day. I just want to ask you if you are envious? When the students of other military schools learned that the true identity of the anonymous contestant was actually the principal of the 627 Military Academy, they were also shocked. They thought that the identity of this anonymous contestant might be not simple, but they did not expect that the other party would be the principal of the 627 Military Academy. But the guys from the 627th Military Academy shouldn't be so cocky. Their principal is not bad. Okay. Some students from the 4 major military academies couldn't stand the students from the 627th Military Academy acting as if their principal was the best in the world. So, a competition against the principal started inexplicably on the Chuanxing forum. First, the students of the Capital Military Academy posted the brilliant resume of their principal. You should know that the principal of the Capital Military Academy, Talon, is not simple. He is the only military academy principal who has ever had real power in the military. Then the students of Minerva Military Academy were not to be outdone. Whose experience could be more legendary than that of their principal Nangong Wei? The principal should be the only one in the Federation who switched from being an entertainment agent to becoming a military academy principal. Right? And their principal can do the best in any field. When she was an agent, she made countless top stars famous. When she was a principal, She developed the school into the only top military academy in the Floating Light Star region in just a few years. Who else could be better than her? Students from the usually Buddhist Federal Military University also spoke out. Although their principal Jiang Xuanyu seems to be very low-key, in fact. In addition to the title of a master of fooling around, she is also an academic leader with many papers published in authoritative journals. Which principal can publish more papers than their principal? The students of the first military academy were anxious when they saw this. They couldn't be outdone. So they also posted. Although their principal Evander looks like an ordinary bald old man, he is a fitness expert in private. At such an old age, he still has perfect 8-pack abs. Which principal can compete with him? In addition to the students of the 4 major military academies, there are also many students of the first and second class military academies, who came out to show off their own principles. Things like being versatile are the most common. There are principals who can freely switch between the languages of multiple races during speeches. There are also principals who have a photographic memory and are good at catching students who skip classes. The students of other military academies dare not speak. Why do they suddenly feel that their principals are a bit embarrassing? Good guy, are even the principals of military academies so arrogant now? On that day, there were countless sneezes in the principal's offices. The source of this wave of comparison, Yin Xiaonan, did not know that her identity had been exposed by the students. She was making plans for the students' next training. After personally investigating other schools, Yin Xiaonan unexpectedly discovered that Yu Yajing from the first military academy actually had the spiritual power of 5 senses enhancement. She was also another 5-star talent she discovered after Mia from the coalition. So the 4 major military academies are worthy of being the 4 major military academies. It is true that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Yin Xiaonan sighed, and was determined to conduct special training for the students, who will participate in the Military Academy League in the remaining time. The Military Academy League is a team competition. Each school must send a total of 200 students, including 15 from the Command Department, 85 from the Ship Technology Department, and 100 from the Individual Combat Department. Naturally, selection is required. After the final exam, Yin Xiaonan conducted a selection competition in the simulator. Most of the final candidates were sophomores, but a small number of very outstanding freshmen were qualified to participate. It is naturally impossible for these selected students to go home for the new year. Yin Xiaonan took them directly to Kaibu Star for pre-match special training. 2 months later, the auditions for the Military Academy League will begin. Yin Xiaonan has now built multiple trial maps on Kaibu Star. No matter how realistic the holographic virtual environment is, it is not real after all. In particular, there is a disadvantage of long-term use of simulator training. It can only train combat awareness. In many cases, the body reaction in actual combat is actually the muscle memory formed by a large number of repeated exercises. The simulator cannot train this. This is why field training is very important. Despite being mentally prepared, the students were still shocked by the principal's generosity. Generally, the places for field training in schools are often extremely limited, and the environment inside the venue is very simple. However, they can have multiple combat maps for daily exercises, not to mention common maps such as forests, cities, and deserts. There are even maps for special environments such as vacuum and low gravity. You must know that this is not a holographic virtual network. The money required to build so many combat maps can be said to be an astronomical figure. What more? The principal actually equipped each map with a large number of combat robots. It's simply inhumane. But the students didn't care to be surprised. They quickly got into the intense training. Every day, the students had to conduct at least 2 actual combat exercises, and they needed to find ways to deal with the encirclement and suppression from combat robots in different maps. Although these combat robots were not as smart as Ares, they were also very difficult to deal with, and the students were often chased away by them. In the time outside the exercises, the students also needed to go mining. Since buying Kaibu Star, Yin Xiaonan sent the exploration team here. As a bound satellite planet, many functions of Kaibu's system are interoperable with 627D. After so long, the exploration team has only brought back the same 3 things. Yin Xiaonan no longer has any hope of finding valuable resources on 627D. Compared with 627D, a genuine barren planet, the possibility of finding minerals on Kaibu is even greater. Yin Xiaonan received good news as early as last month. The exploration robot found a Class A mine with extremely high value on Kaibu Star. There is actually an abandoned mine near the location of this Class A mine. I wonder how the former owner of Kaibu Star would feel if he knew this news. This Class A mine is a good material for building meccas. Yin Xiaonan has long wanted to expand the school income channels. After finding this mine, she established a standard mecha manufacturing plant on Kaibu Star, planning to enter the field of civilian mechas. Of course, if you want to really open this factory, this alone is not enough. The supply of drawings and raw materials are also issues that need to be solved. But this is not difficult for Yin Xiaonan. The drawings can be designed by Wei Tianhe, who has worked in the mecha R&D department of Guangwei Technology Company for many years. As for the various materials needed for mecha production, Yin Xiaonan went to Muyanqing to discuss cooperation. However, Yin Xiaonan's primary purpose of letting students mine is naturally not to exploit students to work for her factory. Just think about it. If robots are used, the mining efficiency will definitely be much higher than that of manpower. This is actually mainly a training for students. Students have to drive the mining machine specially provided by the school to mine. This mining machine is different from ordinary mining machines in that it can only be controlled by mental power. It is not easy to use such a special mining machine to complete the task required by Yin Xiaonan. Of course, the students also gained a lot. After 2 months of mining activities, students can clearly feel that their control of mental power has become more refined. And the auditions for the Military Academy League also arrived at this time. The league begins. Chapter 131 Auditions. With the start of the new semester, the students all returned to school and resumed classes, but the 200 students selected to participate in the Military Academy League soon devoted all their time to the first round of auditions. The auditions will last for a whole month, and the participating schools will randomly match opponents for a total of 30 offensive and defensive matches. The auditions are not ranked by simple wins and losses, but adopt a unique deduction system. The school will have an initial score of 300 points in each game. If the school loses the game, half of the score will be deducted, which means a direct loss of 150 points. In addition, 2 points will be deducted if the commander-in-chief is killed. 1 point will be deducted if an ordinary student is killed. 5 points will be deducted if a fighter or mecha is damaged. And 15 points will be deducted if a warship is damaged. If all 300 points are deducted, the school score in this game will be counted as 0 points. The scores of the 30 games will be added up, and only the top 24 schools in total can enter the next round. Early in the morning, the 200 students from the 627 Military Academy who participated in the competition all entered the inner world, and the other students who failed to qualify for the competition also sat in the classroom to watch the online live broadcast of the competition. The Military Academy League is the most popular event in the Federation every year, and the entire competition will be broadcast live on StarNet, because the participating schools can share part of the live broadcast income. The major military academies are not only happy to see this, but also often rack their brains to increase the popularity of their own live broadcast rooms. Since the game has not officially started yet, the live broadcast room is now showing the random matching results of the first game. The students looked up and searched for a long time, and finally found the 627 Military Academy among the densely packed school names. And next to it was a school that looked familiar to them. Are we going to play against the K-29 Military Academy? A participating student couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Many of them participated in last year's qualifying round, and they still had a deep impression of the amazing opening ceremony of the K-29 Military Academy. That was the first time they got a glimpse of the strength of the first-class military academy. Even though the other side only performed a mecha show, there were so many schools, but they were matched with one of the few first-class military academies in the first game. Many viewers who had entered the 627 Military Academy live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh that their luck was really bad. But the students of 627 were very excited at the moment. K-29 Military Academy has a special meaning for the old students. After such a long training, they are eager to know how big the gap is between them and the first-class military academy. Although the auditions are in the form of 2-on-2 attack and defense, the specific mission content and battle map of each game are different. The participating students of the 627th Military Academy just entered the battle map, and when they opened their eyes, they found themselves teleported to a battleship. And the mission introduction of this game also appeared in front of them. You are the blue team in this game, and your goal is to enter the red team's outpost, seize the core authority, and occupy the outpost. If the task is completed within the specified time, the blue team wins. If the blue team fails to seize the core authority of the red team's outpost within the specified time, or all personnel are eliminated, the red team wins. The specific coordinates of the red team are as follows. Please note, the outpost has large anti-aircraft weapons. After reading the mission details, Xie Yanhan, the commander-in-chief, opened the holographic map. The special thing about this mission is that the Red Army outpost is not built on an ordinary planet, but on an asteroid. The asteroid has low gravity, no atmosphere, and the target asteroid is located at the edge of the galaxy, which is a relatively special combat environment. In addition, the Red Army also has large anti-aircraft weapons with high lethality. It goes without saying that, as long as the blue warships dare to approach the asteroid, the red side will inevitably launch a fierce attack. After all, for the red side, as long as they can drag it out until the time is up, the victory will belong to them. Pay attention to the description of the task. The blue side goal is not to destroy the outpost, but to occupy the outpost, which means that the blue warships cannot carry out a devastating orbital strike on the outpost. But the red side has no such concerns. However, the red side does not have the advantage, and the blue side actually holds the initiative to attack. Moreover, unlike the red team, which can only defend the outpost, the blue team has greater mobility. If they cannot win, they can drive the warship to escape at any time, and it is also easier to gain air superiority. While Xie Yanhan ordered the crew of the warship to take their positions, he signaled the deputy commander Su Chu-jin to explain the mission information to others. Let go to this coordinate first. After Su Chu-jin finished explaining, Xie Yanhan marked a location on the holographic map, but it was not the direction of the target outpost. Aren't we going to the sentry post? Yin Ting asked in confusion. Xie Yanhan said calmly, if we go to the sentry post now, the enemy will be well prepared. We will only be greeted by overwhelming enemy fire. In this case, it is difficult for our soldiers to land on the asteroid, which is not conducive to the mission. But the mission is time limited. If we delay the attack, we will suffer. Although Jisun Yu felt that Xie Yanhan's words made sense, from the perspective of the mission, they should not waste time just for this. Unlike fighting on the surface of a planet, where you can use rocks or trees for concealment, it is difficult to launch a sneak attack in an open environment like space, so there seems to be no big difference between attacking earlier and attacking later. For them, the earlier the better. Although there is a time limit, you don't have to be too nervous, the game has just begun. Xie Yanhan's tone remained calm. Rushing into battle will not save us much time. As the old saying goes, victorious soldiers win first, and then fight. Defeatable soldiers fight first and then win. What do you mean? Langdon scratched his head. Xie Yanhan curled his lips, with a sly look in his eyes. It means that we need to do some preparations first. The students of K-29 Military Academy were also a little surprised when they found out that their first opponent was 627 Military Academy. Last year, this school was just a low-ranking, uncertified military academy, but now it can compete with K-29 Military Academy. Since the 627th Military Academy won the qualifying championship on the Keston Star, students of the K-29 Military Academy often saw news about this school on the Star Network, especially in last year's comprehensive assessment. The students of the 627th Military Academy were able to surpass the 4 major military academies and made a big splash in the inner world. Their principal Yin Xiaonan even became a hot topic on the Star Forum. After all, the 627th Military Academy is also in the UE Star region, so students of the K-29 Military Academy will inevitably pay more attention to it. Some students were very disdainful of the high-profile style of the 627 Military Academy, and some students had a good impression of the 627 Military Academy, a school in the same star field. But no matter what attitude these students had towards the 627 Military Academy, when they found out that the opponent in the first game was the 627 Military Academy, all the students of the K-29 Military Academy were particularly calm. They were not completely ignorant of the 627 Military Academy. They knew that the strength of this school was not comparable to that of ordinary military academies, and there were even several very strong students. However, K-29 is a well-established first-class military academy. When facing such a new school, they have enough confidence. As soon as the game started, the commander-in-chief of K-29 Military Academy Feng Xian sent a group of fighters to the surrounding areas of the asteroid to search for traces of the blue warships. Rather than passively waiting for the attack that may come at any time, he would rather take the initiative to attack. Outside the outpost, the huge railgun and missile launcher constituted an integrated anti-aircraft weapon system, and the anti-ship missiles were ready, and they were just waiting for the enemy ship to appear and then shoot it into a sieve. But what disappointed the students of K-29 Military Academy was that, although a long time had passed, the blue team still did not appear. Report to the base. The search of the 213 area has been completed, and no trace of the blue team has been found. Received. Continue searching. And be sure to stay alert. Phone Xian cut off the communication and frowned at the holographic image in front of him. In the dark space, the blue-gray asteroid is located in the center of the picture, because it is far away from the area where the star is located. Its body is slightly dim, but it is surrounded by two bright rings of light, which prevents it from being completely hidden in the endless darkness. The space environment in the battle map is not randomly generated, but is based on the real galaxy. This asteroid named Alpha is an icy asteroid. Generally, it is difficult for a celestial body with a small mass like this to have a stable star ring. But Alpha is an exception. Its two beautiful rings are composed of stardust and broken ice, and are bound in the star ring by the gravity of Alpha. At this time, Phone Xian had no time to appreciate the two gorgeous rings. He looked at the map with suspicion, not letting go of any suspicious corner. Could it be that the blue team is in the meteorite belt in the 764 area? Or is it hiding in the shadow on the back of an asteroid? He kept moving the holographic map in front of him and fell into deep thought. Commander-in-Chief, I have a guess. A tall boy next to him couldn't help but whispered. Could it be that the blue team gave up directly after finding that they had matched us? I think it possible, and the possibility is quite high. Another short-haired girl crossed her arms and analyzed. The longer this game lasts, the better it is for us. If the blue team really intends to attack, there is no reason for them not to show up now. But if they gave up the 150 points for winning early on, it would make sense. They might want to keep the remaining 150 points, and not continue to lose points due to casualties in the battle. Right? In this way, even if they lose the first game, they can still get 150 points. But if that's the case, it's too boring. Right? I was so nervous just now, afraid that the opponent would launch a surprise attack or something. The short-haired girl word sounded reasonable, and many students believed it. They naturally had nothing to be dissatisfied with for being able to win without doing anything. It's just that the other party didn't even dare to try and ran away with the warship. Although from a rational point of view, it seems that there is nothing wrong with wanting to minimize losses. But for the military academy students who advocate courage, they can understand but do not agree with this behavior. Commander, don't waste your energy. Just let Li Fei and the others come back. No. The people from the 627 Military Academy are so timid? At least come and take a trip. 300 points in the first game for nothing. Not bad. What else is there to complain about? Phone Xian listened to the chattering in his ears and rubbed his eyebrows. He always felt that something was wrong. Perhaps it was out of the intuition of a commander. He didn't really believe that the 627th Military Academy would give up the game. But where is the blue warship? Phone Xian looked at the holographic map in front of him again. What he didn't know was that the barrage in the live broadcast room of K-29 Military Academy was scrolling wildly. Who said they gave up? The blue team you are looking for is far away in the sky and close at hand. I am so anxious. Why haven't you found it yet? Ah. Why can't I see it? Where is the blue team? Go and watch the live broadcast room of 627 Military Academy. You will know after watching it. I just want to say that the commander of 627 Military Academy is awesome. Chapter 132. Inside the warship, all the students of the 627th Military Academy focused their attention on the small sensor screen. The warship was very close to the target outpost. The enemy should have discovered the warship approaching them at this distance, but they still did not take any action. It seems that they haven't discovered us yet, Yilin whispered. The other students in the cabin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard it. Xie Yinhan said in a steady tone. Now the individual soldiers are ready for airborne landing. The fighter team goes to the hangar. The fire control team is on standby. And always stay alert. At this moment, the 627 Military Academy live broadcast room camera switched to the external space perspective in a timely manner. However, the center of the screen did not show the blue battleship as some viewers expected. Instead, there was a huge ice mass. This ice mass is orbiting the Alpha asteroid at the moment. mixed with other debris and ice around it. It looks ordinary. At most a little bigger than other debris. Where is the battleship? Don't tell me this ice mass is a battleship? What a great disguise. How did they do it? So the blue team is actually right under the red team nose? Isn't this too incredible? Some viewers, who were new to the live broadcast room, were surprised and confused. They had no idea how the students of the 627th Military Academy could do this, so some enthusiastic old viewers explained the whole story to them. Although the combat map refers to the real space environment, it cannot be extended infinitely. For cost considerations, combat maps, especially combat maps in space environments, will only be limited to a certain range. In addition, the distance between celestial bodies has also been reduced by a certain proportion. The battle map of this game is limited to the debris belt area outside the galaxy. Most star systems have such a debris belt outside. This place is far away from the star. It is mainly composed of countless small celestial bodies and icy residues. They are the fragments of the protoplanetary disk when the star system was formed. Xie Yinhan did not let the warship go directly to the target star Alpha, but first went around nearby and found a dwarf planet with ice volcanoes. Unlike the volcanoes that erupt lava on the surface of most planets, ice volcanoes on celestial bodies, such as dwarf planets, will erupt a kind of ice magma. This kind of ice magma is a giant water vapor eruption column composed of water, ammonia or methane. It can reach a height of more than 8,000 meters and stretch for 100 kilometers. It gushes from the surface of the dwarf planet into space. The scene is extremely spectacular. Xie Yinhan let the warship stay above the ice volcano and accept the baptism from the ice magma. The liquid and steam erupted from the interior of the dwarf planet quickly condensed into ice on the surface of the warship, disguising the warship as a small icy celestial body that is very common in the debris belt. In reality, ice volcanoes and the ice magma they erupt are a special space landscape. People often take spacecraft to the vicinity of celestial bodies with this special volcanic activity to see it. But no one has ever thought that ice magma can be used in such a wonderful way. For a while, the barrage of comments was full of amazement. However, to disguise a warship as a wandering small celestial body to approach the target star Alpha, it is not enough to disguise it only on the surface. It is not an easy task to pull a warship disguised as an ice mass into orbit by the gravity of the star Alpha alone. After all, the warship is not a real icy celestial body, and its mass is much heavier than the ice mass. Therefore, the captain must perform very precise manual operations to deliberately simulate the entire process of the small celestial body being captured by the asteroid gravity, so as not to arouse the red side vigilance. At this time, the ice mass disguised as the warship has successfully entered the orbit of the Alpha star. The students who remained in the bridge couldn't help but applaud. Whenever they thought Lin Tianan was already very powerful, the other party could always refresh their cognition again. Xie Yinhan immediately issued the next order. Now the individual soldiers are preparing to airdrop. The mecha team primary task is to destroy anti-aircraft weapons. The mobile infantry will launch a raid on the target outpost, and the fighter team will be ready to provide air support at any time, just as the 627 Military Academy was actively carrying out combat operations. On the side of the K-29 Military Academy, Feng Xian carefully observed the holographic map, and his eyes suddenly fell on the halo of the Alpha star. What is this? He pointed to a somewhat obvious white dot on the edge of the halo, and couldn't help asking the student who was responsible for monitoring the external situation. I remember that there seemed to be nothing here before. The boy who was asked looked in the direction of his finger and immediately explained, this should be a small icy body. Just now, when it passed by Alpha star, it was accidentally captured by the gravity of Alpha star and was pulled into the orbit of Alpha star, because there are many such small icy bodies in the debris belt itself. And Alpha star even has two halos composed of ice and debris. The boy did not report the situation of this wandering small body that was accidentally pulled into orbit to the commander. Feng Xian couldn't help tapping the control panel in front of him. It sounded reasonable. But was it really such a coincidence? He narrowed his eyes and ordered, prepare to launch missiles. Shoot down this icy celestial body. The other students couldn't help but look surprised after hearing his words. A girl couldn't help but ask, is there something wrong with this celestial body? Feng Xian was actually unsure. He looked deep. Try it, and you know if there is any problem. The launch port of the anti-aircraft weapon opened, and a missile was fired towards the sky, leaving a trace of light in the dark space. Everyone in the post stared at the screen. and a white dotted line marked the flight trajectory of the missile. The end of the dotted line was naturally connected to the suspicious icy celestial body. As the missile gradually approached the target, the students of K-29 Military Academy were all worried. But at this moment, the icy celestial body that was originally orbiting the Alpha Star suddenly left its original orbit and avoided the missile fired at it. There is actually a problem. Fong Xion's face became serious. He hurriedly said, "Keep firing. Everyone enter the combat position. The mecha team should pay attention to the enemy attack. Immediately recall the fighter planes. Start the orbital gun. Shoot down the target at all costs." As soon as he finished speaking, the mecha team, outside the outpost, anxiously reported to him that the blue team had landed. The surface of the Alpha asteroid is composed of hard nitrogen ice. It is far away from the star. There is no difference between day and night on the asteroid. The whole planet is forever hidden in the cold darkness. Despite wearing power armor, the students of the 627th Military Academy Mechanized Infantry Group seemed to still feel a biting chill. They were heading towards the outpost. The mecha team had set out earlier than them, and had already started fighting with the enemy in front. The nearly vacuum external environment could not transmit sound, and the fierce battle was carried out in a dead silence. Dense light energy bombs kept flashing in the dark environment. After the two sides gradually approached, Langdon rushed out first, jumped up, and kicked a white mecha in front of him. He was still driving the heavy mecha he named Thunder. After his physical level was improved, Wei Tianhe upgraded the mecha again. Now Thunder was no longer a pseudo S-class mecha, but a genuine S-class mecha. The white mecha was kicked to the ground without warning, and Langdon immediately raised the light knife in his hand and chopped at the opponent cockpit. Seeing this, the white mecha immediately raised its foot and kicked the body of Thunder, and kicked Langdon far away with little force, but Langdon was not panicked. He did a backflip in the air and landed steadily, and then launched a second round of attack. The low-gravity environment makes the originally heavy mecha look extremely light. The fight between the two sides looks light and airy, lacking sufficient sense of attack, and the battle is like the legendary martial arts masters, who can perform light skills. However, although the gravity of the Alpha asteroid is very small, it will not fly directly into space in one jump. Under the same density, only smaller celestial bodies can achieve such a goal. Compared to the students of K-29 Military Academy, who showed some discomfort in this special environment, the students of 627 seemed much calmer. In fact, if it were 3 months ago, they would not have been able to achieve this level. However, during the time on Kaibu Star, they repeatedly practiced in various special maps, including low-gravity environments. You know, they were not practicing in simulators, but fighting directly in reality. A certain unscrupulous principal also placed a large number of combat robots in the map, and the students quickly became familiar with various special environments under the pursuit of these combat robots. Thinking of the days of special training, the students of 627 were full of bitterness. But the results were also very significant. At this time, the offensive of several meccas from 627 Military Academy was still very fierce in the low-gravity environment, and the battle line was constantly advancing. The students of K-29 Military Academy became anxious when they saw this. The mecha team, outside the outpost, reported the battle situation to Fong Xion and asked for support. Fong Xion rubbed his eyebrows and ordered the mecha soldiers and mobile infantry stationed inside the outpost to go out to help, and asked the fighter planes that had returned to give priority to air support to the ground forces. Although he did not underestimate the enemy, he still did not expect that the blue team would launch a surprise attack on them in such a tricky way. Now the opponent has seized the initiative. Fortunately, this is an offensive and defensive battle. As the defender, the most taboo is to be led by the nose by the attacker. As long as they keep their mentality stable and defend the defense line within the specified time, the advantage will still be on their side. But the strength of the 627 Military Academy was indeed beyond his expectations. Fong Xion looked at the monitoring screen. In addition to the individual soldiers who landed on the Alpha Star, the warship disguised as an ice celestial body should not be ignored. It can even be said that compared with the ground forces, the warships with air superiority are a greater threat to the outposts. If the threat from the air can be resolved, then the ground forces that have lost support will be defeated sooner or later. Fong Xion ordered the anti-aircraft weapons to continue firing at the blue warships. At the same time, the red fighters also quietly joined the battle and bombed the blue mecha squad on the ground. Chapter 133. Charlie is a student majoring in fighter jets at K-29 Military Academy. And he is one of the few lucky ones who was successfully selected for the Military Academy League in his first year. Unlike a new school like 627 Military Academy that was established not long ago, in a well-established first-class military academy like K-29 Military Academy, it is very difficult to qualify for the Military Academy League. K-29 Military Academy has more than 20,000 students in total, and only 200 places are not enough for sophomores, and generally it is not even the turn of freshmen. Charlie was an unexpected ally right before the league started, and was a temporary substitute. He had finally won the qualification to participate in the Military Academy League, and he had been excited for several days, rubbing his hands and waiting to show his skills in the game. However, the situation of the official game was completely different from what he imagined. After the game started, the 627th Military Academy, as the attacking party, did not show up at all, and the Commander-in-Chief Fong Xian sent members of their fighter crew to search for traces of the enemy in the nearby area. The debris belt was far from the star, and the entire area was in darkness. They could not directly judge the status and position of the fighter plane with their naked eyes, and could only operate the fighter plane through the detection data displayed on the sensor. Charlie was only a freshman after all. Although he was not flying, he was still a little uneasy in such an environment, especially in the debris belt. There were many small celestial bodies. He stared at the display screen nervously, avoiding the meteorites and ice balls that suddenly appeared from time to time, and his palms could not help sweating. However, despite searching for a long time, they still did not find any trace of the blue team. Charlie had never thought that this offensive and defensive battle would turn into a game of hide and seek. He could not help but frown slightly. Where did the blue team hide? Just when they were about to expand the search range, the commander urgently contacted the fighters outside and asked them to go back quickly. The blue team had landed on the Alpha asteroid. Charlie was shocked. You know, they have been searching for traces of the blue team in the area around the outpost. If the blue team wants to land on the Alpha asteroid, they should be able to detect it. How did the other side get close to the outpost without anyone noticing? Not only Charlie, but also the students of other fighter groups of the red team were puzzled. But now is not the time to think about this. The review can wait until the game is over. Dozens of fighters immediately turned around and rushed to the outpost. When they flew back to the Alpha asteroid, they saw the silver-gray battleship of the blue team that they had been looking for. At this time, the battleship was wrapped in a light blue energy shield. The anti-aircraft weapons of the outpost were still firing at the battleship. The particle beam shot at the hull of the battleship like arrows of light, illuminating the dark space area. A fierce battle was also going on the surface of the asteroid. Charlie could clearly observe the situation on the ground battlefield through the sensor. The situation of the red team was not good. The blue mecha team was constantly breaking through the defense line. Without time to think, the fighter planes immediately joined the battle. They were divided into two teams. The leading fighter planes flew towards the blue warships, and the remaining fighter planes were responsible for ground support. Charlie, a freshman, was naturally assigned to the second team with a lower mission difficulty. He controlled the fighter plane to dive and approach the blue ground combat force. Although the Alpha asteroid has no atmosphere, the dive, a maneuver often used in air combat, cannot increase the speed of the fighter plane in this case, but it can still achieve some unexpected tactical effects. As soon as he approached the asteroid, he pulled the trigger, and beams of energy poured down on the enemy. However, their appearance seemed to have been expected by the blue ground combat personnel. Just as Charlie was bombing the asteroid ground, he suddenly heard the sound of the fighter alarm. He looked at the sensor screen and found that a missile had chased after his fighter without knowing when. Although the Air Force has air superiority, the ground forces are not just passive. For example, the anti-aircraft missiles equipped by some heavy meccas and the anti-aircraft rocket launchers of the mobile infantry can cause damage to the fighters. Red 12. Pay attention to maneuvering and evading. Charlie received the reminder from his companion. He looked calm, dived at a large angle, then pulled the joystick, quickly pulled up the fighter, and pressed the button to release the jammer. The jammer exploded quickly after leaving the fighter, forming a cloud of chaff strips in the air, which was intercepted right in front of the missile. The missile exploded immediately when it passed through the chaff strips cloud. Charlie looked at the sparks blooming behind him and couldn't help but whistle. He was able to qualify for the Military Academy League in his first year, so his ability was naturally not bad. Many people in the live broadcast room of K-29 Military Academy also noticed Charlie's performance, especially after someone popularized that he was the only first-year student in the fighter group of K-29 Military Academy. The barrage praised him for his quick response and promising future. Several anti-aircraft missiles did not cause any obstacles to the Red fighters. After these fighters dodged the attacks one after another, they resumed their formation and continued to suppress the Blue team on the ground with firepower. Although Charlie couldn't see the barrage, his confidence increased, and he was no longer as restrained as before. The pure black fighter was like a giant bat, flexibly shuttling across the battlefield, constantly releasing deadly beams of light. Blocking the Blue team continued advance. But just when Charlie was feeling a little proud, he suddenly received a slightly panicked warning from his companion. Red 12. Watch your back. There is an enemy plane approaching you at 7 o'clock. Charlie's heart jumped suddenly. Sure enough, he found that a strange enemy plane was attacking him quickly. He was sure that he had not seen this enemy plane before. He had no idea where it came from. Charlie's face looked a little ugly. He was in a bad situation. The enemy plane took up a favorable rear position unexpectedly. It was so fast. He had no time to dodge the attack. At this moment, Yinting was in a completely different mood from Charlie. In fact, he had been eyeing Charlie for a long time. The silver-gray fighter representing the 627th Military Academy dived towards the enemy plane below. But something unexpected happened. The silver-gray fighter actually rushed directly in front of the enemy plane. Seeing that the good situation was ruined by Yinting, by liar tone in the communication channel was very impolite. Yin Air. Did you miscalculate the dive angle? You even made such a common-sense mistake. You are not going to give up at the beginning, are you? There are not many students majoring in fighter jets in the 627th Military Academy. Bai Liar is naturally among the participants in this Military Academy League, and she happened to be assigned as Yinting wingman. When they first learned about this, both Yinting and Bailier expressed strong opposition to it. A wingman is an aircraft that assists the leader in performing missions. Generally, the leader is the main aircraft, and the wingman is the auxiliary aircraft. The wingman will be a less experienced pilot. The first-year students of the 627 Military Academy who participated in the competition all played the role of wingman. This was nothing. The two were dissatisfied with the selection of personnel. Yinting never thought that Bailier, the eldest lady, would actually stay in the 627 Military Academy honestly, and she even signed up for the fighter major. This was not in line with her previous style. Yinting was skeptical about Bailier's ability, and naturally didn't want her to be his wingman. Similarly, Bailier didn't trust Yinting's ability, and she didn't think Yinting's ability could beat her. But when the two found Sean and wanted him to help change the candidates, they were rejected. Sean handed in the list, but didn't want to bother to modify it for a small matter. He thought the daily teaching tasks were annoying enough. Yinting and Bailier had no choice but to accept such an arrangement. But the relationship between the two sides did not improve. As soon as Yinting made a mistake, Bailier mocked him mercilessly. Can you stop cursing me? Is there anyone who acts as a wingman like you? Yinting curled his lips and pushed the joystick. The ion flame at the tail of the fighter plane emitted a dazzling blue light. The silver-gray fighter plane flew forward at high speed, followed by 3 black fighter planes of the red side. The alarm beeps continuously. Several missiles break away from the enemy fighter and quickly approach his tail. He controls the fighter to suddenly climb vertically upwards, while releasing a string of jammers. Several missiles explode below him, and he takes the opportunity to complete another turn of the fighter. Wow, Yingmeiman somersault. This fighter from the 627th Military Academy is quite something. Just now I thought he was a fool when I saw him rushing over, but I didn't expect his level is actually quite good. I originally thought that the students of the individual soldier department of the 627 Military Academy were more outstanding. But I didn't expect that the students of their shipbuilding department were also very good. Why haven't I heard others mention it before? Some viewers in the live broadcast room recognized at a glance that the maneuver performed by the blue fighter was the famous Immelman somersault. And there was a lot of discussion for a while. The rather difficult maneuver performed by Yinting obviously caught the 3 fighters of the K-29 Military Academy off guard. At an overly fast flying speed, the 3 red fighters continued to fly forward, and Yinting was behind them again. Yinting would not miss such a good opportunity. He immediately aimed at one of the fighters and opened fire. This fighter was the red number 12 fighter piloted by Charlie, a freshman at K-29 Military Academy. Charlie was extremely panicked at the moment. He kept changing the direction of flight, trying to get rid of the enemy lock. However, the silver-gray enemy followed closely behind him. The particle beam flashed quickly from both sides of him like a meteor shower. He felt the fuselage shaking constantly. The other two Red Army fighters discovered Charlie's predicament and wanted to rush to rescue him. But they were stopped by another enemy plane that suddenly appeared. Bailey looked at the locked target on the screen and pressed the missile launch button without hesitation. An air-to-air missile broke away from the fuselage and quickly chased one of the enemy planes. At the same time, she pushed the joystick and quickly attacked another enemy plane. Particle beams continued to shoot out from the huge muzzle of the aircraft cannon. Bailey stared at the enemy plane in front of her, and a hint of excitement appeared on her face. She felt that her blood was boiling. This was a feeling she had never had when she was on the Capital Star before. Chapter 134. The red pilot immediately maneuvered to evade the silver-gray enemy plane that suddenly appeared, and the particle beam brushed past her fuselage. While dodging the particle beams that were constantly fired by the blue enemy plane, she flew diagonally downward. She was unwilling to tangle with the enemy plane in front of her, and still wanted to support the already shaky Red 12 fighter. Red 12, hold on, Red 9, and I will be here soon. But just as she finished her words, the fuselage shook violently, and a particle beam shot from the rear hit the left wing of the fighter. The red pilot couldn't help but frown as she watched the blue enemy plane biting her tail tightly. The opponent was more difficult than she expected. Bailey focused her eyes. The red fighter in front of her was very good in flying technology. Although she occupied a favorable position, most of the particle beams still missed. The opponent was slowly pulling away from her, but she did not get anxious because of this. Instead, she accelerated again. No matter whether the fighter plane was climbing, diving, or suddenly turning, she tried her best to keep up with the opponent rhythm. Although the pilot of the red fighter plane was much more experienced than Bailey, she was anxious to rescue the red number 12 fighter plane, and inevitably, she was a little distracted. She was not careful, and was hit by Bailey, a newcomer who had just started to use fighter planes. At this moment, Yin Ting dealt a fatal blow to the red number 12 fighter, and the black fighter turned into a fireball in the violent explosion. Charlie didn't even have time to eject from the damaged fighter before his first game ended. Yin Ting couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he watched the burning fighter slowly falling toward the surface of the asteroid. He had been in a state of high tension just now. When he finally locked onto the enemy plane and pressed the missile launch button, he felt his heart was about to jump out. This was the first enemy plane Yin Ting shot down in the Military Academy League. But he had no time to savor this small victory. Bailey's voice sounded in the communication channel, with a rare anxious tone. I am being besieged by 2 red fighters. Come quickly. After Red 12 was eliminated, Bailey saw the enemy plane in front suddenly turn and fly to the right front. She followed without hesitation. But unexpectedly another red fighter rushed out from the side. The Red 9 fighter plane was coming fiercely, and the dense particle beams poured down like raindrops, which frightened Bailey so much that she quickly turned the fighter plane to avoid it. After getting rid of Bailey's pursuit, the red fighter plane in front immediately performed a large-angle horizontal maneuver, quickly changed the direction of the nose, and dived towards Bailey from another direction. The elimination of their companions obviously angered the 2K29 Military Academy students, and they wanted to vent their anger on the silver-gray fighter plane in front of them. Bailey struggled to hold on under the attack of 2 red fighters. The plane was shaking like a boat in a storm, and it could capsize at any time. Yen Air, why haven't you come yet? Bailey pulled the joystick to avoid several oncoming particle beams, and urged on the communication channel. The sharp sound of the alarm was blaring wildly, making her feel overwhelmed. I'm coming. Fly to the 2 o'clock direction now, and I pick you up. Just when the red fighter thought that the blue fighter in front of them was doomed, Yin Ting arrived in time to cover Bailey from the enemy lock. Help me to contain number 11. I will deal with number 9 first, Yin Ting said, and ran directly to one of the red fighters. Although Bailey showed good talent in the previous pursuit, she was still a novice. In fact, she was able to hold out for so long under the siege of 2 enemy planes, which impressed many viewers. In addition to her good flying skills, she also relied on her good luck, and she escaped the enemy fatal attacks several times. Regardless of Yin Ting's talent, he was a serious second-year student after all, and he had much more combat experience, not to mention simulated flights. He had even conducted hundreds of actual flights. It can be said that his actual flight experience exceeded 80% of his peers, who participated in the competition. Unlike the 627 Military Academy, where there were not many people in the 2 grades of the entire fighter major, there were so many students in the first-class military academy, and it was naturally impossible for them to conduct actual flights every day. Some primary schools have similar numbers of students as the 627th Military Academy, but they do not have the conditions to provide students with fighter planes for daily training. At this time, the Red Army No. 9 fighter plane had found that the newly appeared enemy plane was very difficult to deal with. He tried to get rid of the opponent by diving, but Yin Ting seized the opportunity to pull the trigger, and the particle beam accurately hit the wings and engine of the No. 9 fighter plane. At the moment before the explosion, the Red Army pilot was ejected with the escape capsule. If it were a real battlefield, he would still need to wait for the rescue of his friends. But this was a simulated game, so he was teleported out of the battle map when he was ejected. Seeing that the No. 9 fighter was also eliminated, the Red Team No. 11 fighter quickly turned around and flew away from the asteroid, with Bai Liar chasing closely behind. Seeing that Yin Ting had shot down 2 enemy planes, she also felt competitive, and she didn't want to be outdone by the other side. The 2 fighters entered the halo area of the Alpha asteroid one after the other. It was full of gravel and ice particles. Although these small celestial bodies were not large in size, they still caused certain obstacles to the fighters. Fortunately, the halo of the Alpha asteroid was very narrow. The 2 fighters quickly passed through the first halo. Bell immediately locked the enemy plane in front. An air-to-air missile chased the tail of the Red fighter. The Red fighter released jamming bombs while maneuvering to evade. Bell was about to chase, but an accident happened at this time. The Red fighter actually crashed into a small celestial body that suddenly appeared while avoiding the missile. This small celestial body is much larger than the rubble and ice particles in the halo. It is actually a shepherd dog satellite of the Alpha asteroid. Such satellites are usually located on both sides of the halo and can help correct the orbit of the material in the halo to maintain the stability of the halo structure. Although this mini satellite is smaller than ordinary satellites, its diameter is still more than 1 kilometer. Unfortunately, the Red Army fighter plane crashed into it during high-speed maneuvers, and both the plane and the pilot were destroyed. Now it was Belle's turn to be dumbfounded. She hadn't even started the cannon yet. So did she destroy this fighter? Yin Xiaonan was watching the live broadcast of the game in the office. When she saw this scene, she couldn't help but sigh. She is indeed the lucky girl of God. She is so terrifying. After the chase ended, the camera of the 627 Military Academy live broadcast room came to the space area outside the Alpha asteroid. Silver gray fighters flew out of the warship, and they looked like a group of buzzing bees against the backdrop of the huge ship. They intercepted the Red fighters in front of them, not allowing them to get close to the mothership. There were constant explosions in the dark void. Some from the Red fighters, some from the Blue fighters, and different types of energy beams streaked across the space, just like a grand meteor shower. Seeing that the defense line could not be broken for a long time, several Red fighters launched suicide attacks, and did not avoid the missiles fired by the Blue fighters, insisting on approaching the warship. They were soon hit by missiles, but before these fighters turned into balls of fire, several space torpedoes had been launched at the warship. The fighter planes of the 627th Military Academy hurriedly chased in the direction of the torpedo. But how could the fighter planes catch up with the torpedoes launched at high speed? Moreover, even if they could catch up, the shooting level of these second-year students would not be able to hit the torpedoes at all. Inside the battleship, Lin Tianan gave a very calm order. Lock the short-range defense guns, and prepare to fire. The defense guns around the battleship immediately started to operate, forming an impenetrable firepower network in front of the battleship, and detonated them in advance before the torpedoes really approached the battleship. At this time, the ground combat troops received good news. The air defense had been lifted. Xie Yinhan showed satisfaction, and immediately ordered a general attack. On the surface of the asteroid, the Blue team continued to approach the outpost under the dense light energy bombs. Without the deterrence of anti-aircraft weapons, the Blue warships came to the sky above the Alpha asteroid in a swagger, providing fire support for the ground troops. The balance of victory has tilted to the 627 Military Academy. Feng Xian, the commander-in-chief of the K-29 Military Academy, looked very ugly at the moment. He did not expect that they would lose their first game, and the opponent was actually an ordinary military academy that had been established for less than 2 years. But even though he knew their chances of winning were slim, Feng Xian did not intend to give up the victory so easily. He calmed himself down and issued a series of orders. With the support of the warships, the blue team quickly broke through the red team defense line. A large hole was blown directly in the outpost, and a strong airflow gushed out with fragments of building materials. The Alpha asteroid has no atmosphere, and the air pressure is infinitely close to zero. However, the outpost, like the spacecraft, has artificial air supply and pressure regulation. Due to the pressure difference, once a hole appears in the originally closed building, the air will naturally rush out. A group of people were left outside to continue fighting with the remaining red team members. Before the air pressure stabilized, the mobile infantry of the 627th Military Academy took the lead in entering the cave with their more agile bodies than meccas and against the strong airflow. As soon as the students entered the sentry post, they were ready to shoot without even seeing the surrounding environment clearly. But to their surprise, there was no red team member nearby. In front of them were three extremely narrow and unfamiliar passages. The blue team winning condition is to seize the core authority of the outpost within the specified time. And to obtain the authority, they have to go to the outpost main control room. However, they don't have the internal structure diagram of the outpost, and they are not sure which passage is the real way to the main control room. Su Chu-jin, who is in charge of ground combat command, ordered the troops to split into 3 groups. But just when they stepped into the passage, all the lights in the outpost went out. Chapter 135. The tactical helmets of the mobile infantry have multiple vision enhancement modes, including infrared, low-light vision, night vision, etc. And simply turning off all the lights inside the outpost will not actually cause much hindrance to them. But when the environment suddenly changes, people still need time to adapt. And the students of the K-29 Military Academy hiding at the other end of the corridor took advantage of this short moment to launch an attack immediately. The air in the corridor has almost been released, and dense bullets are silently fired at the students of the 627 Military Academy. In fact, in a low-gravity environment, light energy guns without recoil and without any shell residue are more useful. But the corresponding cost is also higher. These mobile infantrymen of the K-29 Military Academy all use ordinary electromagnetic guns, which use the kinetic energy of the bullets themselves to generate lethality. This type of kinetic bullet will still make parabolic motion on the Alpha asteroid, but it will fly farther than on a planet with standard gravity, because there is no air resistance. They move very fast. In the blink of an eye, they pass through the long corridor and hit the armor of the students of the 627 Military Academy. The students in the front row fell backwards under the impact of bullets. The students in the corridor were all panicked, but the corridor went all the way to the end. There was no shelter on both sides to hide temporarily. Although the power armor had a certain degree of defense, it could not withstand the attack of so many bullets. What more? The students of K-29 Military Academy behind started throwing more powerful grenades. The 627 Military Academy was caught off guard and immediately eliminated dozens of people. As the deputy commander, Su Chu-jin was entrusted with an important task by Xie Yinhan. She was in charge of the ground combat personnel who entered the outpost. She was actually a little surprised that the commander-in-chief gave up his power so straightforwardly. Her qualifications were still insufficient, and most of the participating students were seniors. She did not expect that the other party would be confident in handing such an important task to her. Xie Yinhan seemed to see the hesitation in her eyes, and encouraged her before she set off, expressing his trust in her ability. Yen Xiaonan, who was watching the live broadcast, saw through the true thoughts of this lazy person at a glance. What trust or not trust? She was definitely trying to be lazy. With a reliable deputy commander, she started to slack off openly. But Su Chu-jin obviously didn't know Xie Yinhan's true character yet. Now that she had the command, she decided to do her best to do the job perfectly. After discovering the situation in front of the team, she began to organize the team. The students' pre-match training was not in vain. They restored order at an extremely amazing speed. Not only were the red team members at the other end of the corridor surprised, but the audience in the live broadcast room also looked at these students with new eyes. You have to know that the red team bullets never stopped, and the blue team students in the corridor had no place to hide. Even though this was a simulated game, there would be no real death. But the psychological pressure on people was also not small. It was not easy for the team to stabilize so quickly. This was not something that could be achieved by the courage of 1 or 2 students alone. This showed that all the blue team students had very high discipline, so that they could overcome the fear of facing the attack and obey the command of the commander. In the brightest process footage in the live broadcast room, the blue team students moved forward fearlessly under the dense bullets. Without cover, the front row students used their bodies to form a line of defense to cover the students behind them to continue moving forward. Why do I see a sense of tragedy? I admire the students of the 627th Military Academy a little bit. I believe they will definitely become excellent soldiers in the future. Those students use their bodies to block others. I put myself in their shoes and thought about it. If it were me, I would not be able to do it even if I knew it was a simulated game. The barrage of comments that always liked to make fun of others stopped laughing, and many people began to admire the students of the 627 Military Academy. However, as time went on, the live broadcast gradually became a little weird. After a student was eliminated, although he would be teleported out of the battle map, a body would still be left behind to replace him. After the students in the front row were eliminated, the other students of the 627 Military Academy began to use the bodies of the students in the front row as shields to block bullets. Although the students seemed to have no other choice, the audience still felt that the scene was a bit too crazy. After these students passed through the corridor, the audience thought that the corpses could finally retire. But perhaps because they were used to it, the students did not put down the corpses. They continued to weigh the corpses at the red team members. The audience pupils trembled when they saw this scene. Seeing the strange corpses, the red team members who were hitting them were also stunned, and subconsciously took a big step back. The students of the 627th Military Academy immediately opened fire, while the red team members were still in shock. They had been squeezed in the passage and became live targets before, and they were already full of anger. The students of the 627th Military Academy quickly advanced the front line under full firepower. But the students of the K-29 Military Academy were not vegetarians. They were more familiar with the interior of the outpost, and had already prepared a lot of induction bombs at various locations to welcome them. These outsiders who broke into the outpost. There are already many passages in the outpost. The main control room can also view the surveillance of various places inside the outpost. The students of K-29 Military Academy used their own advantages to fight guerrilla warfare with the students of 627 Military Academy. As long as they can drag it out until the end of time, then the victory will still belong to them. The students of 627 Military Academy naturally know what the other party is thinking. Both sides race against time and go all out. In the narrow space of the outpost, the huge mecha cannot be used, and the mobile infantry has become the main force of combat, because the mecha squad is generally regarded as the most elite force in the team. It naturally receives the most attention. Many people in the general public regard students majoring in mecha as cannon fodder soldiers following behind the mecha. Although they have the largest number of participants in various majors, there are still very few mobile infantry whose names are really remembered in so many military academy leagues. This may also be related to the fact that the live broadcast camera rarely focuses on them. After all, whether it is a thrilling fighter chase or a fierce confrontation between meccas, the pictures are more watchable. It was a rare opportunity to show off themselves. These mechanized infantry students of the 627th Military Academy showed extremely amazing combat capabilities. Although the trajectory of the bullets in the low-gravity vacuum environment showed a very large deviation, Tao Shan's shooting accuracy still amazed many viewers, and the barrage praised her as a shooting genius. But Tao Shan's extremely accurate shooting skills were not achieved by talent. She spent all her contribution points on the use time of the simulator. In addition to the training tasks assigned by the school, she used her spare time to do a lot of extra training. Every time other students saw Tao Shan's daily training volume, they couldn't help but gasp. They couldn't understand how he had so much energy. Now it can be proved that all the efforts were worth it. Another student of the mechanical step major, Angelica, who attracted the attention of the audience, showed amazing acuity and reaction ability. The holographic virtual world is connected through mental power. Angelica's problem no longer exists here. She can even play a greater advantage in the simulator than in the real world. After her mental power was restored by the potion, Angelica began to actively rehabilitate. Her original mental power was SS level, and it was a bit difficult to restore the original level. But it was easier to improve below S level than ordinary people. Now she has a B level mental power, and her mental power is much stronger than the average B level in terms of perception. The other mobile infantry also performed well. They quickly swept the first floor of the outpost, but they did not find the main control room. This outpost actually has more than one floor, and the main control room is most likely built underground. The students have found a sealed door that should be the entrance to the underground floor. When an impatient student was about to break the door violently, he was stopped by Su Chu-jin. Deputy Commander, we are in a hurry. Who knows how many people are ambushed below? Why are you stopping me? Faced with the student question, Su Chu-jin said calmly, just as you said, this is the only passage connecting the two floors. The red team will definitely ambush many people below. We can't waste time anymore. Breaking through here will do more harm than good to us. But if they don't break through here, where else can they break through? Some students haven't figured it out yet. But Su Chu-jin has already contacted the warship above the outpost. After briefly explaining the situation, she asked everyone else to disperse. A powerful energy beam instantly fell from above the outpost with incredible precision. It went straight through the roof and broke a big hole in the ground. The air in the lower layer began to surge upwards. And the few red students, who were originally on guard below, were caught off guard and blown all over the place by the airflow. The students of the 627th Military Academy jumped into the underground floor through the big hole in the ground, while the students of the K-29th Military Academy were still not able to react. The location of the hole was carefully chosen by Su Chu-jin, and it was where she thought the main control room was most likely to be. As it turned out, her guess was correct. The hole was not far from the main control room, which saved them a lot of time. Fong Xian, the commander-in-chief of the K-29th Military Academy, sent heavy troops to guard the passage between the two floors, originally planning to continue to delay time, but he didn't know that the 627th Military Academy didn't play by the rules at all. When he heard a loud noise outside the main control room, he felt something was wrong and hurriedly sent people to investigate the situation. However, it was too late. The students of the 627th Military Academy had made great progress and successfully arrived at the main control room to end the game. When the battle map was popped up, Fong Xian still looked a little dazed. The beginning, process, and even the ending of this game were completely different from what he expected. Chapter 136. As a resident of the Z39 Galaxy, Chui he has been looking forward to this year Military Academy League for a long time. As early as last year, when the 627th Military Academy won the qualifying championship in the UE Star region, he began to count the days and wait for the arrival of this Military Academy League. In the eyes of many people, even if a school that has just obtained formal Military Academy certification participates in the Military Academy League, it is just to make up the numbers. At most, it can visit the audition stage, not to mention winning a place in the second round of group matches. It is probably impossible to rank in the top 100. But Chui he still had a bit of inexplicable confidence in the 627 Military Academy, the only school in the Z39 Galaxy participating in the competition. He felt that this school might bring a great surprise to everyone. Although it was still working hours, Chui he entered the live broadcast room of the 627 Military Academy early, and there were many people like him. After learning that a military academy in the galaxy participated in this year's Military Academy League, many residents of the Z39 Galaxy, who had never paid attention to the Military Academy League, also opened their light computers to search for the live broadcast of the game. And some schools and companies even organized groups to watch the game. In such a situation, if the 627th Military Academy was beaten by the opponent in the first game, the scene would be a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, it did not disappoint the audience of the Z39 Galaxy. Even after the game was over and the live broadcast room was closed, Chui he was still excited. Even though he had confidence in the 627th Military Academy, he did not expect that the 627th Military Academy could defeat the K-29 Military Academy, which enjoyed a high reputation in the entire UE Star region, and win so beautifully. According to the battle form, this is a simplified version of the battle. Although the competition is fair, it is impossible to deliberately favor one side. But as the attacker, the 627th Military Academy is inevitably at a disadvantage. From a military theory point of view, the offensive and defensive positions generally have a 3-to-1 advantage in manpower. If the defense of the defender is very good, then this ratio must be increased to 10-to-1. The 627th Military Academy does not have such a numerical advantage, and the defender is a well-established first-class military academy, such as the K-29 Military Academy. The strength of the participating students is extremely outstanding, and they even have large anti-aircraft weapons. If it were in reality, the attacker would be better off surrounding the defender in this situation, and consuming the defender's strength by cutting off the material supply line or reinforcement channel, but this game has a time limit, and the attacker cannot use time to win. At the beginning of the game, most of the audience, who knew a little about military affairs, were not optimistic about the 627 Military Academy. They originally thought that the 627 Military Academy would lose the game because of the long-term attack on the outpost, but they did not expect that the commander-in-chief of the 627 Military Academy would be an unusual person. After all, who would have thought that a game where the defenders already knew the attackers could still launch a surprise attack? In fact, disguising a warship as a small celestial body is not a rare thing. Many people have done this in real wars, but no one thought that the 627th Military Academy would use such a method to get close to the enemy in such an offensive and defensive battle. You should know that the game did not provide any special materials to help disguise the warships. In this case, Xie Yinhan was able to use local materials, using the ice magma generated in a special environment to quickly disguise the warship as an icy small celestial body. This operation stunned the audience. Of course, the reason why the warship of the 627th Military Academy was able to disguise itself so successfully was also due to Lin Tianan's extremely powerful warship operation technology. The enemy had a commander-in-chief with wild ideas, and a captain with such a high level of ability to execute the plan perfectly. The audience felt that it was not their fault that the K-29 Military Academy did not notice the abnormality earlier. No one would have thought that the attacker would sneakily disguise himself as an ice ball and approach the asteroid. Right? In addition to the unexpected start, the combat strength of the students of the 627 Military Academy Individual Soldier Department, and the excellent flying and shooting skills of the students of the Fighter Plane Major also surprised the audience. The most important thing in the competition is the students' own strength. Although a strange plan can sometimes have an unexpected effect, if the students' own strength lags behind, then they will not be able to achieve the final victory. Chui He has watched the screen recording of the 627 Military Academy qualifying competition last year. He knows the strength of the 627 Military Academy students better than other audiences. But his surprise is no less than other audiences. It was because he had seen these students perform in the past that he could feel their amazing progress more clearly. If these students were still immature last year, this year they performed like real warriors. When seeing these students were able to quickly adjust their formation under the fierce attack of the enemy, Chui He was certain that the victory of this game would belong to the 627th Military Academy. The subsequent development was just as he expected. The 627th Military Academy was unstoppable. What surprised him even more was that these students did not attack blindly, but actively thought and ended the whole game in advance in an extremely efficient way. In fact, the warship final attack on the outpost was not simple. If the attack was stronger, the outpost would collapse, which would not be worth the loss. If the attack was weaker, it would not achieve the desired effect. It was not easy to grasp the degree so well. Chui He did not understand this, but he was still convinced that the 627th Military Academy would be able to break through the siege and qualify for the second round of the competition. But when he excitedly told his friend about his idea, he was poured a bucket of cold water by his friend. This is only the first game. I admit that it is quite surprising that the 627th Military Academy can beat the K-29th Military Academy. But winning one game is not enough to get a place in the group stage. The Military Academy League has been held for so many years, and there has never been a school that just passed the qualifying round to enter the second round. The 627th Military Academy is not like the previous schools. They have a good command system, and the strength of individual soldiers is also very strong. There are even students with double S qualifications. I think they can make history. If it was in previous years, it might be possible. But the situation is different this year. You may not know. Right? This year, there are several times more sophomores from major military academies who have reached double S qualifications than in previous years. There are many talented students, and the competition is much greater than in the past. Chui He friend insisted that it would be difficult for the 627th Military Academy to qualify for the second round of the competition. After all, there are so many military academies in the Federation, and only 24 of them can continue to participate in the next round of the competition. Chui He did not agree with the other party point of view, and the two parted unhappily. But as Chui He friend said, there were too many schools participating in the auditions. Although the performance of the 627th Military Academy in the first game was remarkable. After the game, There was not much discussion about this game. The 627th Military Academy itself is just an ordinary military academy that has just obtained Military Academy certification. Although its opponent, the K-29th Military Academy, is a well-established first-class military academy. It originated from the remote UE Star region, and the attention it received is far less than those first-class military academies in the Central Star region. In addition, on the first day of the auditions, most netizens were still focused on the competitions of the 4 major military academies, and all the hot searches on the Star Network were related to them. However, the students of the 627 Military Academy had no time to pay attention to the news from the outside world. As soon as they came out of the inner world, they began to review the games that had just passed. After watching the replays of the games from 2 perspectives, Xia Yinhan, as the commander-in-chief, pulled the video progress bar to analyze the problems of the team bit by bit for others. The students reflected on it and discussed it seriously. Host, aren't you going over? Seeing Yin Xiaonan still in the office browsing the Star Network, the system couldn't help but speak. Yin Xiaonan said calmly, I have done everything I can. Now they have to rely on themselves. I can't feed them mouthful by mouthful at this time. Right? In Yin Xiaonan's view, the Military Academy League is the stage for students, and she doesn't plan to intervene again. Indeed, her rich experience can accurately point out the problems of students, and even tell them what strategies to adopt next to get higher scores. But in this way, the competition loses its meaning of training for students. As a teacher, she thought her teaching task had been completed. She was not a person with a strong desire for control. Rather than asking about every detail of the audition, she would rather leave the stage to the students and let them shine. There were 30 auditions in total. In the following time, other students went to class as usual, while the participating students had to go to the inner world to play a game every day. The afternoon was used for reviewing the game and watching the replays of other schools' games. This Military Academy League is full of talents. Yu Yajing from the 1st Military Academy and Kevin from the Capital Military Academy are the most popular mecha soldiers. Min Jing from the Federal Military University is the most famous commander. There is also Li Wangshu from the Ship Department, who has many fans. In addition to the above-mentioned people, Ji Nanjing, Min Shi, Gu Tianchen and other SS talents are also strong. As the auditions progress, in addition to the 4 major military academies, 627 Military Academy has also attracted the attention of many netizens because of its high ranking. The main reason is that the other 19 schools in the top 20 of the total points ranking are all first-class military schools. And an ordinary military school like 627 Military School is too conspicuous among them. It should be noted that except for the first game, which is a truly random match, the higher the winning rate of the subsequent games, the stronger the opponents matched. There will not be a phenomenon that a school ranks high because it is matched with weaker opponents every time. After paying attention to the games of 627 Military School, netizens were surprised to find that although this school did not win every game, they were always able to control the losses to the minimum. According to the rules of the audition, the school score consists of 2 parts. To get a high score, it is not enough to just win. If a large number of casualties and equipment are damaged in order to win, the initial score of 300 points will be deducted to a small amount, and it may not be as good as those schools that failed but preserved their manpower. Such a competition mechanism tests the commander ability to grasp the battle situation. In reality, war is not only about winning or losing. The losses caused by the war will also be taken into consideration. War is not just war, it is a means to achieve a certain political goal. When the losses caused by war are greater than the benefits that can be obtained, the war is not worth the loss. The commander of the 627th Military Academy obviously understood the intention of the audition rules. She did not blindly pursue victory, but found a balance between victory and loss. This is very rare. Among all the participating schools, only a few commanders really did this. Chapter 137, Oath of Allegiance. More and more viewers began to follow the live broadcast of the 627 Military Academy. As the competition progressed, the opponents that the 627 Military Academy would be matched with became stronger. They wanted to know how far this ordinary military academy in a remote galaxy could go. To the surprise of netizens, the students of this military academy showed the trait of getting stronger when facing stronger opponents. Although their opponents were almost all first-class military academies with deep backgrounds, they still grabbed a lot of points. and their overall ranking rose instead of falling. The students of the 627th Military Academy are growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In fact, at the beginning, their team had some problems, but as the competition progressed, they became more and more coordinated. This is also one of the meanings of the auditions. The participating students are temporary teams. In addition to selecting the 24 schools with the highest scores, the 30 matches in the auditions are also used to help the school team members to run in, so that they can show stronger strength in the next competition, especially for some schools that are sure to enter the second round. The auditions are mainly for the second purpose. For example, the main players of the 4 top military academies will not even play much during the auditions. On the one hand, it is to cover up their own cards, and on the other hand, it is to give the opportunity to those members with less experience. The auditions are different from the daily training of students in the simulator. The world not only has various special environment combat maps, but also a large number of battle modes. In addition to the attack mode like the first game of the 627 Military Academy, there are also invasion mode, rebel mode, etc. In the invasion mode, the attacker occupies multiple defense points of the defender. If the task is not completed within the specified time, the defender wins. The rebel mode requires the attacker to find and destroy the defender 5 ammunition depots within the specified time limit. The specific coordinates of the ammunition depot need to be obtained by eliminating a certain number of defenders in exchange for intelligence points. Different maps, various competition rules, and opponents who were all strong students from other schools. The auditions were a great exercise for the students. Not only were the students of the 627th Military Academy improving, but the students of other military academies were also improving. However, the students of the 627th Military Academy were still the most outstanding among them, especially when the last game was over and the rankings were fixed. The 627th Military Academy actually ranked 3rd in the overall list, which surprised many people. In the past, the top 4 rankings were all occupied by the 4 major military academies. Who would have thought that this year such an ordinary military academy would suddenly appear among them? He was very excited. If he had a good impression of the 627 Military Academy because it came from the Z39 galaxy at the beginning, then he has now become a real fan of the 627 Military Academy. What could be more exciting than watching an ordinary military academy in a remote galaxy counterattack step by step? While watching the game, he felt like he had become a member of the 627 Military Academy. He would cheer loudly when the students won, and he would also worry about them when they were matched with strong opponents. There are many people who have similar experiences with him. In a month, netizens followed the camera and watched the growth of these military school students. When they saw that 627 Military School ranked 3rd in the ranking, they were even more excited than those students. A voice appeared on the Star Network. Some people asserted that 627 Military School would create a miracle in this military school league. But this statement was immediately ridiculed by others. I said, someone will not go crazy just because they won the 3rd place in the audition. Right? This is just an audition. The 4 major military academies are just playing casually. They really think they can rank 3rd in the Federation. What wrong with the Coalition and the 1st Army? If you keep doing this, they will really treat you as paper tigers. Why do I feel more and more familiar with this operation? Oh my God, the 627th Military Academy will not want to follow the path of Minerva Military Academy and debut with the 4 major military academies? Minerva was the military academy that was supported by the Floating Light Star domain. What wrong with the 627th Military Academy? A third-rate school from a remote area wants to challenge Minerva? I think it hard for them to even pass the second round, let alone compete with the 4 major military academies. The outside world is in turmoil, but the participating students of the 627th Military Academy have no intention of paying attention to these things at this time. They are discussing the next second round of the competition in the activity room. The second round of the Military Academy League is a group competition. The 24 qualified schools will be divided into 2 groups, A and B, by drawing lots. After the competition, the top 6 in each group will advance to the next round of the finals. Unlike the auditions, the group stage is an offline competition, and all participating schools must go to the Capital Star to participate in the competition. Are we going to the Capital Star? When she heard about the location of the group stage, Ruby's eyes lit up. I heard that the capital star is built on a star. Just thinking about it, I think it must be spectacular. Elin couldn't help but hold up her face with a look of yearning. What? You said the capital star is built on a star? Landon's face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can people live on stars? Everyone else was speechless. Elin was surprised and said, Oh my god. You actually know that people can't live on stars. Landon was not convinced. Do you think I'm still the illiterate I used to be? I've been taking extra classes. Okay? Jisoo said in a strange tone. But as a member of the Federation, you don't even know what the capital star is? Landon was embarrassed for losing face in front of his schoolmate. Taoshan explained. To be precise, the capital star is not actually built on a star. It is actually a ring world surrounding a star. Langdon scratched his head, still couldn't imagine what the capital star was like, but he didn't want to continue to show his ignorance. He had planned to secretly ask Yin-Ting beside him. He remembered that he was from the capital star, but when he turned his head, he saw a strange smile on his face. Brother Yin, what are you thinking about that makes you so happy? Thinking about how to slap someone in the face. Yin-Ting didn't expect that he would return to the capital star so soon. This time, he would definitely let those who looked down on him in the past see his growth. Those people would never have thought that not only is his physical fitness level a now, but he is also about to participate in the second round of the military school league. Right? Thinking of this, Yin-Ting couldn't help but raise his mouth. Slap in the face? Langdon frowned in confusion. But Bell nodded in agreement. You are right. This time when I return to the capital star, I must give those people who mock me a good slap in the face. In fact, Belle did think about giving up when she first faced the heavy training tasks of the school. She even used the light brain to contact her friends far away in the capital star, but was severely ridiculed by those people. Bylier, I think you and I are no longer from the same world. Just stay on that desolate planet. Actually, I've wanted to say this for a long time. You're really stupid. If we hadn't gotten some benefits from you before, do you think we would care about you? I heard that you went to a military school. Don't make me laugh to death. You can go to a military school with your condition? Your father must have donated a lot of money to the school. Right? Only a fake school like this would accept you. Good schools wouldn't accept students like you even if they paid. Although she was always teased for being stupid and rich, Belle thought she still had some true friends, but reality ruthlessly shattered her fantasy, and it was because of this incident that she really made up her mind to stay in the 627th Military Academy. Yin-Ting words reminded Belle, she secretly decided to prove herself with her strength when the time comes. She is no longer the naive girl who could only maintain friendship with money. Lin Tianan and Zephos, who were both born in the capital star, had a complicated look on their faces at this time. Lin Tianan hadn't been back to capital star for almost 2 years. Thinking of the warm times she had spent with her uncle family in the past, she hesitated, but in the end, she didn't contact them. In fact, it had been so long. Lin Tianan believed that her uncle family should have known that she was on planet 627D, and she was a little surprised that they didn't come to find her. This time when she returned to capital star, she didn't know whether she should contact her uncle family. After all, she had been out for so long, and she should report her safety to the 2 elders who raised her. Although her uncle opposed her enrolling in the military academy, he never treated her badly. She was not an ungrateful person, but she felt that her uncle did not love her as much as he showed. For Zephos, the capital planet was not a place with good memories. Although he had only been on the 627D planet for half a year, he had already fallen in love with it. The potion given by the principal was very effective for him. More importantly, he did not have to suffer strange looks and malicious exclusion here. At the beginning, others were indeed a little afraid of him, but gradually, they began to actively send friendly signals to him. Zephos had never been as relaxed as he was now. He used to be like a string that was getting tighter and tighter, and could break at any time. Now he could finally take a breath. Therefore, Zephos was actually a little reluctant to return to the capital star. He felt a sense of anxiety rising in his heart, and began to practice the mental meditation method taught to him by the principal. Psychic power is a gift you have, not a curse. Zephos couldn't help but recall what the principal had said to him. Perhaps he shouldn't run away. Now he can face his own psychic power. So what if he meets those people he knew before when he returns to the capital? Soon the day to leave for the capital arrived. All the students of the 627th Military Academy were gathered on the playground. The participating students stood at the front, each with their heads held high, like soldiers going to war. Yin Xiaonan looked around at everyone. A faint smile appeared on her face. Her tone was a little sighing. At this time last year, we were still working hard to obtain military school certification, and now we are able to participate in the second round of the military school league. This depends on the joint efforts of all teachers and students. I see your efforts. Maybe some of you will think that my usual requirements are too strict, but if there is no sweat in the past, then we will not be able to reap the fruits of victory today. Now is the time to reap the fruits of your labor. Please show your talents on the stage of the Military Academy League. I will be watching you from the audience. Finally, Yin Xiaonan looked at the students who had to stay on the 627D star. Don't be discouraged if you don't qualify for the competition. You will have another chance next year. Originally, the students who couldn't go to the capital star were somewhat disappointed. Hearing this, their eyes lit up. Many of them silently made up their minds to train well and strive to participate in the Military Academy League next year. After the oath-taking ceremony, Yin Xiaonan took all the participating students and accompanying teachers to board the Victory. They were about to set off for the capital star to participate in the second round of the Military Academy League. Chapter 138 Capital Star. In addition to the students from the combat department who will play in the competition, there are also many students from the mechanical engineering department who will go to the capital star this time. Under the leadership of teachers Wei Tianhe and Carter, they designed several meccas for this military school league. These new meccas did not appear in the auditions, and they are a trump card of the school. In fact, it is not only the 627th military school that does this. In fact, most of the schools that passed the auditions have not yet displayed the meccas they prepared specifically for this military school league. The Military Academy League is not just a stage for the combat department. Although students from the mechanical engineering department do not have to play, they play a crucial role in the outcome of the game. Although a few soldiers with rich family backgrounds have their own meccas early on, most students generally use the Class B standard meccas provided by the school during their school years. These meccas are sufficient for daily training, but they are not qualified for participating in the Military Academy League. Generally, the meccas used by students in the Military Academy League are designed and manufactured by teachers and students from the mechanical engineering department. Although there is no hard and fast rule, it has become a common practice for each school to design and manufacture a batch of new meccas for the competition every year by the Department of Mechanical Engineering. In order to encourage innovation, the Ministry of Military Education will also award the Best Mecca Design Award of this year after the league ends. This award is not linked to the league results, but simply examines the various performances of the mecha itself. The final winners will be jointly evaluated by some mecha masters watching the game, which is full of gold content. In addition, a small auction will be held after the league ends to auction the mechas used in the game, which is also to help the participating military academies recover some blood. Therefore, in addition to the fierce competition among students from the combat department on the field, the mechanical engineering departments of various schools are actually fighting a war without gunpowder behind the scenes. Every year, many new mechas with novel design ideas and excellent performance emerge in the Military Academy League, which not only feasts the eyes of the audience, but also often plays a miraculous role on the field. For this Military Academy League, the teachers and students of the Mechanical Engineering Department of the 627 Military Academy have made a lot of preparations, and Wei Tianhe is also on the travel list. Yin Xiaonan originally planned to bring Carter along, but he refused. In her eyes, the capital star that others dreamed of going to was not as interesting as the experiment. Other students had to attend classes, so it was impossible for all teachers to go to the capital star. In addition to Wei Tianhe, the accompanying teachers included Zhona, Joel, Katie, and Yupei. Yin Xiaonan was worried about leaving the rebel leader in school, so he naturally had to take him along. Zhona was the captain, so she could not go. As for Joel, Yin Xiaonan considered that he was familiar with the capital star, and he had a good relationship with the students, so he could help look after the students. The remaining Katie signed up on her own. Unlike Carter, she was very curious about the capital star and planned to take this opportunity to travel at her own expense. In this way, the teachers who stayed in the school were Old Bert, Xia Ping, Yana and others. With Xia Ping and Old Bert in charge of the school, Yin Xiaonan was more relieved. Even if something happened, he was not afraid, because their school still had a hidden dormitory manager. After leaving the Z-39 Galaxy, Shui Air met a fleet that had been waiting for a long time. This fleet was the law enforcement team. They would escort Schwer all the way to the capital star. This was not because the 627 Military Academy enjoyed any privileges. For safety reasons, participating schools outside the central star field would be escorted by the law enforcement team when they went to the capital star. In this way, star pirates would not dare to approach the school spacecraft casually. Other military schools were eager to have the protection of the law enforcement team. But Yin Xiaonan showed some regret when he learned about this league rule. The school hasn't had extracurricular activities to catch pirates for a long time. Originally, she planned to use this opportunity to catch a few pirates to earn some money for the school and to train the students' practical skills. What a pity! But what she didn't know was that the well-informed pirates had already found out the inside story of the arrest of the Red Spider pirates. They didn't know about the invisible material, but they still became alert, and even their recent activities have decreased. In addition, the image of the victory had long been spread among the pirates. Many pirate leaders told their subordinates to stay away from a spaceship similar in appearance to it. This ship seemed to have some evil nature. Before Red Spider was arrested by the law enforcement team, several pirate groups received the distress messages they sent. Those people were so scared that they were incoherent, and they kept talking about ghost ships. Pirates are generally superstitious, and would rather believe it than not. If the 627th Military Academy had only defeated Red Spider, there might be some stubborn space pirates who wanted to test their abilities. But since some mysterious power was involved, they did not dare to attack rashly. Yin Xiaonan did not know that the 627th Military Academy had become famous among the space pirates. At this moment, she was looking at the boundless space outside the spaceship with a thoughtful look on her face. This time, she was not just planning to take students to participate in the Military Academy League. She was busy developing the school before and had no time. It happened that she was going to the capital star this time. And some things should be solved. The Federation has 5 star regions in total. The capital star is in the Mutant star region, which is also known as the Central Star region. It is located in the center of the Federation. There is a star gate between the UE star region and the Mutant star region. But despite this, it still took the victory half a month to finally reach the Sigrid Galaxy, where the capital star is located. The Sigrid Galaxy is a single star system, and the capital star is built around the only star in the center of the galaxy. As early as when the star was still a bright white dot, curious students would peek out from the porthole from time to time. When the victory got closer, they could see the huge man-made structure surrounding the star with their naked eyes. The noisy cabin suddenly became quiet. The students who came to the Sigrid Galaxy for the first time even breathed softly, no matter how they imagined the capital star in their minds before. It was far less shocking than what they saw at this moment. This was a huge ring. In the dark space, it looked like a sky-blue light belt, surrounding the hot and dazzling star. Its edge is an almost perfect straight line, which makes it easy to tell at a glance that it is a human creation. It is impossible for anyone to not be excited when seeing such a huge man-made object in the universe. It is simply like a miracle. It took the students a long time to finally come to their senses. So this is what a ring world looks like. Langdon scratched his hair. Although I admit it is spectacular, it is entirely possible to build a city on a planet. Why would the Federation spend so much money to build such a place? Jisoo explained. In fact, it is mainly for obtaining energy. The energy reserves of general planets are very limited, but stars are different. There are many solar panels on this ring, which can intercept most of the light from the star. Why do you need so much energy? You may have forgotten the star network. The star network internet can be said to be the second world of the Federation. The territory of the entire holographic virtual world is larger than the area of any planet. The energy required to maintain the star network internet alone is an extremely terrifying astronomical figure. Elin's focus was elsewhere. I have a question too. How does the capital planet dissipate heat when it is so close to the sun? If you look closely, you will see that the capital planet is not just one ring. It is composed of several rings in different orbits. The rings in other orbits are not habitable like the main ring, but they have various auxiliary functions. One of the inner rings can not only block the sunlight periodically to achieve the day and night cycle of the capital planet, but also adjust the light intensity of each area through reflectors, so that the temperature in different areas can be different. If periodic adjustments are made, it can even simulate seasonal changes. Others were surprised after listening to Jisoo's story. At this moment, all the windows of the spacecraft were closed, and the victory was about to enter the spaceport of the capital star. Because the capital star is a huge ring structure, It is different from ordinary planets in that it develops horizontally. Its surface area is much larger than that of ordinary planets, and its interior is divided into different areas. The environment, function, and population of each area are different. There is no doubt that Area 1 is the political center of the capital star, and the campus used to receive all participating schools in the Military Academy League is built in Area 17. At this time, a large number of reporters were gathering outside the spaceport in Area 17. As early as when the law enforcement fleet entered the Sigrid Galaxy, they received the news and waited here early. Which military academy do you think will come? There are many possible schools. Almost half of the schools have not arrived yet. Calculate the time. Is it possible that it is Minerva Military Academy? If it is really Minerva, then we will make a lot of money this time. The reporters gathered together and whispered. A sharp-eyed man suddenly pulled a person next to him and whispered, "Out!" What is this? A group of students in white military uniforms were coming out of the spaceport. Although they had just got off the spacecraft, they were still in high spirits. They walked just a short distance, like a military parade. At the front of the team was a young woman in casual clothes. The schools that can make it to the second round every year are basically regulars in the Military School League. Even if the reporters don't know the students, they can at least recognize their identities through their school uniforms. However, the students in front of them did not belong to any military school they were familiar with. Why did they seem to have seen this school uniform before? The reporters narrowed their eyes and carefully identified it. And the person walking in front of the team didn't seem like an ordinary teacher. It's the 627 Military Academy. The person walking in the front is their principal. I just interviewed her yesterday. Suddenly, a reporter finally recognized Yin Xiaonan identity and excitedly spoke out. After being reminded, the others immediately realized that it was not the Minerva Military Academy, nor any other first-class military academy, but the 627 Military Academy that ranked third in this year's audition. In fact, if it were a few months ago, these reporters from the Capital Star might not know about the 627th Military Academy, but things are different now. This ordinary military academy from a remote star system has defeated both the First Army and the Allied forces in the preliminary round. Of course, these reporters generally believe that this ranking is somewhat exaggerated, but they want this kind of controversy. Since the final ranking of the preliminary round was announced, this military academy has been at the center of controversy. Some people use it to drag down the First Army and the Allied forces, ridiculing that such a top military academy can't even beat such an ordinary military academy that has just entered the league, which naturally caused dissatisfaction among the supporters of the two military academies, and fights can be seen almost everywhere on the Star Network. In addition to these people, there are also those who deliberately praise and criticize the 627 Military Academy, and those who criticize the 627 Military Academy for bundling and hype. It can be said that all kinds of monsters and demons have come out, making the 627 Military Academy always at the top of the Star Network hot search list. The various media have long been coveting this popularity. The key is that this military academy has only been established for less than 2 years, and the information that can be found on the Star Network is very limited. In such a situation, after finally meeting the real owner, these reporters are like sharks that smell blood, and they immediately swarmed up. Yin Xiaonan, who was walking quietly and was suddenly surrounded by a large group of reporters holding microphones, was a little surprised. These reporters from the Capital Star are so enthusiastic? Chapter 139 Interview. Principal Yin, can I take a few minutes of your time and ask you a few questions? Of course. Yin Xiaonan agreed very readily. The reporters looked at each other, and a woman with a ponytail asked first, Principal Yin, according to the points ranking of the auditions, the 627th Military Academy ranked ahead of the 1st Military Academy and the Federal Military University. What do you think of this? Does this mean that the 627th Military Academy has the strength comparable to the top military academies? The reporters around were all excited when they heard this question. Obviously, they were just looking for fun. Yin Xiaonan calmly replied, The Military Academy League has just finished one round. It's too early to talk about the results now. Everything will be decided in the final. The reporters were a little surprised. They had long guessed that Yin Xiaonan would not directly follow the female reporter words to criticize the First Army and the Allied forces in front of the camera. Despite the big fuss on StarNet, even the fans of the 627 Military Academy would not really think that the 627 Military Academy is stronger than the First Army and the Allied forces just because of the ranking in the auditions. Everyone knows that the auditions are just the first round of screening, and all the major military academies are still hiding their cards. Those who are now using the 627 Military Academy to step on the First Army and the Allied forces are obviously the real purpose is not to praise the 627 Military Academy. The main purpose is to attack the First Army and the Allied forces. If the principal of the 627 Military Academy is clear-headed, he will never admit that the 627 Military Academy is better than the First Army and the Allied forces. If she really said that, she would definitely become a target and be besieged by the teachers, students and fans of the First Army and the Allied forces. The reporters didn't expect the other party to really jump into the trap. But Yin Xiaonan answer was completely different from what they imagined. They originally thought that Yin Xiaonan would probably respond to this question with words like 627 Military Academy still has many shortcomings, and is far inferior to the First Military Academy and the Federal Military University. In this way, it can not only distance the 627 Military Academy from the extreme remarks on the Star Network, but also win the favor of the public through humble remarks. They didn't expect that although President Yin didn't answer the reporter questions directly, he didn't give the standard answer they imagined. Come to answer. A reporter wearing a baseball cap had his eyes light up, and immediately asked, Principal Yin, so you are very confident that the 627th Military Academy will enter the finals? Yin Xiaonan raised his eyebrows. You can't think you are going to lose before the game even starts. Right? Principal Yin, I don't know if I've understood it wrong. So what you just said about the finals will be decided is a declaration of war to the First Army and the Allied forces? Another reporter's eyes were full of disbelief. You can understand it this way. Before the reporters could get excited, Yin Xiaonan added, What I mean is that the auditions are not enough to reflect the full strength of the students. The 12 military academies will really compete in the finals. I am looking forward to the performance of the First Army and the Allied forces at that time. It seems that Principal Yin has great confidence in your students. Although the 627 Military Academy has been very popular recently, most of this popularity is not due to its own strength. Just like the reason why these reporters came to interview the 627 Military Academy is actually because of those controversial topics. They were not optimistic about the performance of the 627th Military Academy. In their eyes, this school would only be glorious for a short while, and would soon be eliminated in the second round. Therefore, after listening to Yin Xiaonan words, they were surprised. The principal of the 627th Military Academy still wanted the school to enter the finals? Was she serious? The reporter seriously suspected that this overly young principal might not know how difficult it would be for the 627th Military Academy to pass the second round of group matches. You should know that among the 24 participating military academies, only the 627th Military Academy was an ordinary military academy, and the others were all first-class or second-class military academies. The group stage is again a competition among 12 military academies on the same battle map. Then the 627th Military Academy will be the only soft persimmon. What more? The coalition forces and the First Army ranked behind the 627th Military Academy in the preliminary round. They will definitely regain their position in the group stage and prove to others with their absolute strength that the ranking in the preliminary round was just an accident. Your principal has such high expectations for you. Do you feel a lot of pressure? The reporter turned to ask the students next to him. Looking at the microphone being handed to him, Landon was nervous and excited. He looked at the camera and shook his head firmly. Of course not. Our goal is to win the league championship. That right? We won't disappoint the principal. We will definitely win the league championship this time. Ruby also spoke domineeringly. Tao Shan was more restrained. She said seriously to the camera, just like the principal said, the auditions are nothing. Everything will be determined in the finals. The reporters were dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Principal Yin might have made such a boast because he didn't know much about the Military Academy League, but they didn't expect these students to be even more confident. After the interview, the 627 Military Academy left with the reception staff sent by the league organizer. The reporters smiled with satisfaction as they watched them leave. This interview was worth the money. They could already imagine what kind of uproar it would cause after uploading the interview video to StarNet. The person in charge of the reception work for the 627th Military Academy was an old acquaintance of theirs. Delia came to greet them after the interview, and her tone was particularly cordial. When I learned that you were coming to the Capital Star to participate in the Military Academy League, I took over the reception work from others. After all, Principal Yin is my friend. It's a rare trip to the capital star, so I naturally have to come to greet you. Yin Xiaonan was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this senior official of the military education department would come to receive them in his busy schedule. The military education department had a lot of things to do during the league. Delia was also looking at the people in front of her. Although she was very optimistic about the 627 military academy during the qualifying round, she still did not expect that the military academy would rise so quickly. At this moment, she looked at these students, who had become more upright, and felt a little emotional. Who would have thought? A school that was still participating in the military academy qualifying round at this time last year has entered the group stage of the military academy league this year. Will this military academy continue to bring miracles? Delia didn't know. But she had an inexplicable expectation for this military academy. After the hovercraft carrying everyone arrived at the park built by the Ministry of Military Education for the teachers and students of the participating schools, Delia said to Yin Xiaonan sincerely, Principal Yin, if you encounter anything in the capital star, you can contact me directly. I will treat you to a meal after the league is over. The assistant beside Delia looked at her in surprise, but didn't say anything. It was not until the group of people from the 627 military academy left that she couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister Ye, what is the origin of this 627 military academy? Why are you so polite to them? She had never seen Delia take such good care of people from any school. She had read the information. This 627 military academy was just an ordinary military academy. It even came from a poor and backward galaxy. Delia smiled. This school is a little special. Although it is just an ordinary military academy now, I am optimistic about their future development. Assistant, what about this military academy league? What ranking do you think they can get? Delia thought for a while and said, I infer that they will most likely be ranked between 5th and 8th in the end. But my guess may not be correct. The assistant widened her eyes. Sister Ye, it seems that you are really optimistic about them. On the other side, the 627th Military Academy entered the park. The entire park covers a large area and has everything from food, clothing, housing and transportation. In addition, there is a special training ground. There are still 12 days before the second round of group matches. Everyone will live here before the game starts. Yin Xiaonan naturally took everyone to the accommodation area in the park to put their luggage. The park is still relatively deserted now. Many schools have not arrived yet. Military schools such as the 1st Army and the 1st Army, which are originally located in the capital star, have already moved in. All military schools are accommodated together. Just when the teachers and students of the 627th Military Academy were queuing for the elevator on the first floor of the dormitory building, several students from the 1st Military Academy walked in from the gate. They seemed to have just returned from the training ground. After seeing the group of people from the 627th Military Academy, several students from the 1st Army stopped chatting with inquiring eyes. They just saw a large group of people coming to the dormitory building from a distance. In their impression, Spark Military Academy and Claude Military Academy both wore white uniforms. But when they got closer, they found that they were not from those two military academies. The faces of the people in front of them seemed a little unfamiliar. A student from the 1st Army caught a glimpse of the school name embroidered on the other party uniform, and immediately lowered his head and quickly typed on the light computer, "They are from the 627 Military Academy." The eyes of several other students from the 1st Army widened instantly after seeing this message. They were not unfamiliar with this military academy. As early as last year's comprehensive assessment, this military academy that came out of nowhere once ranked high on the list, surpassing all the other 4 military academies. For this reason, the 4 military academies even had a ranking battle, wanting to defend the dignity of the top military academies. But in the end, the 627 Military Academy took a different approach and broke the game. However, the students of the 4 military academies don't really care about the ranking of the comprehensive assessment. After all, the comprehensive assessment is not a military academy league. Even if the 627 Military Academy won the first place, it doesn't mean anything. The military education department requirement for students is just to pass. At that time, they would never have thought that in the Military Academy League open trials, this weird school would once again be higher than their 1st Army and the Allied forces. Recently, many students in the 1st Army have not been in the mood to browse the Star Network since the overall ranking of the open trials came out. Many people on the Star Network have ridiculed them for this matter. Although schools, like the First Army and the Allied Forces, actually have reservations in the open trials, it is undoubtedly not objective to assert the strength of the two schools based on the results of the first round of competitions. However, no matter how many reasons there are, it is a fact that they are ranked behind an ordinary military academy like the 627 Military Academy. The students of the First Military Academy have been holding their breath these days, waiting to avenge their previous humiliation in the group stage. However, facing the culprits, who caused their First Army to be ridiculed by countless people, the students of the First Army did not have much hostility. Anyway, they would prove the true strength of their First Army in the group stage. Their first reaction was, "Who is the principal of the 627th Military Academy? Is he among the people in front of them?" Several students could not help but secretly search with their eyes. They all remembered the glorious record of the anonymous teacher in the arena. Now that they had the opportunity to see the real person, how could they not be curious? Chapter 140 Teachers. Unlike students who have to wear uniforms, teachers usually wear casual clothes, and they are still very conspicuous among a group of students. Several students from the First Army quickly found the accompanying teacher of the 627th Military Academy. They were shocked again when they noticed that there were aliens among the teachers of the 627th Military Academy. Their eyes were focused on Katie at the first time. Aliens usually do not leave the Alberta Star Field. It is a very rare thing to see aliens in the capital star. Why does this alien teacher look so young? It is said that aliens are very strong in combat. I don't know if it is true. Several thoughts flashed through the minds of the students of the First Army, and their eyes could not help but wander around Katie's two fluffy ears, but they soon remembered their purpose, and looked away with some difficulty, and turned to look at the other teachers. The mecha battles in the arena usually do not reveal the true appearance of the players, but the students of the 627th Military Academy once said on the Star Forum that their principal is a woman. Although several students from the First Army had not searched for information about the 627 Military Academy before, they quickly locked their eyes on Yin Xiaonan. However, they were still a little hesitant. Anonymous teacher, is the cruel person really the young teacher who looks very gentle? If the students of the 627 Military Academy knew their inner thoughts, they would definitely look at them with pity, secretly sighing that these were just a few people who were deceived by the principal appearance. Poor guy. Just when these First Army students were hesitating whether to just go up and ask the other person if he was the anonymous teacher, footsteps suddenly sounded around, and someone walked in from the gate. Teacher Ken. Several First Army students greeted the newcomer. Ken nodded at them, and looked at the large group of people next to the elevator with some curiosity. In the past few days, many schools have arrived at the capital star one after another, and these people should be new. For Ijuan, the most important competitor in each military academy league is the other three top military academies. As for other schools, they don't need to care too much. Therefore, Ken just glanced at them casually. However, this glance made him catch a glimpse of someone in the crowd. Wasn't that his proudest student in the past? How could the other party appear here? A trace of surprise flashed in Ken's eyes, and he immediately strode over. The unusual behavior of this Ijuan teacher immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone watched him walk through the crowd and walk straight to a person. "Joel, why are you here?" Ken's tone was a little excited. "Teacher." Joel had actually seen Ken just now. He graduated from the First Army. Ken had taught him in the past. It was reasonable for him to greet him when he met him, but he felt a little ashamed to face this former teacher. Unexpectedly, when he was still struggling with his inner struggle, Ken came over first. Everyone heard this teacher. All of them looked surprised. After carefully examining Joel's face, the students from the First Army finally recognized his identity. They said that this person looked familiar. He was Joel Hoya, the senior who was always mentioned as an excellent example by Teacher Ken in class. Of course, Teacher Ken also complained that, "You are the worst class I have ever taught." But how could the other person be in the team of the 627th Military Academy? Could he be a teacher at the 627th Military Academy? Several students from the First Army were confused. Based on Joel's ability, he shouldn't have retired so early, right? And even if he really retired, he could have come to teach at the First Army. Why go to an ordinary military academy in a remote galaxy like the 627th Military Academy? The students of the 627th Military Academy also showed a look of excitement. It turned out that this teacher from the First Army was Joel's teacher. Those students who were close to him couldn't help but prick up their ears quietly. Alger told me about your situation. He also said that no one, including him, could contact you. He was a little worried about your current situation. Ken looked at his favorite student with a complicated expression. He had become more reserved than he remembered, thinking of what his other student Alger had told him about Joel's unfortunate experience. He could not help but show a little bit of unnoticeable regret in his eyes. Joel fell silent after hearing what Ken said. After retiring, he did not contact those acquaintances in the past. He did not want to cause unnecessary burden to others, nor did he want others to help him out of pity. His self-esteem did not allow him to do so. Seeing Joel's expression, Ken knew what he was thinking. He wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know how to start. He simply changed the subject. You are a teacher now? Not bad. What the name of your school? Ken had already discovered that the uniforms worn by the students in front of him did not belong to any military academy he knew. Joel couldn't help but feel relieved when he heard Ken question. He didn't really want to talk about the past. He answered Ken, I am now a teacher at the 627 Military Academy. 627 Military Academy? Ken couldn't help but widen his eyes. Isn't this the name of the ordinary military academy that ranked ahead of the first team in this audition? Good boy, I wondered where the 627 Military Academy came from before. It was ranked higher than the first team in the audition. I didn't expect it to be your student. It seems that you have done a good job in this school. Joel couldn't help but show a shy smile. The student's achievement has nothing to do with me. It's because they work hard. In addition, the principal also gave them special training before the game. Principal? Kane keenly caught the key words and asked with interest, Is your principal here for this league? Can you introduce someone to me? He was indeed curious about the principal of the 627th Military Academy. He heard from Alger that Joel had to retire because he suffered from mental disorder. Although he felt sorry for Joel's experience, he also knew that ordinary military academies would not hire people with mental problems like Joel to be teachers in the school for various reasons. So before they met, he already felt a little grateful to the principal of the 627th Military Academy. Even he could not convince the school leaders of the First Army to accept Joel, and looking at Joel's current state, it was obvious that he was doing well after retirement, which made him feel relieved. Kane wanted to know what kind of principal would give Joel such a valuable opportunity, even though he knew that Joel suffered from mental disorder. Joel did not think too much, and directly brought Ken to Yin Xiaonan, but when Yin Xiaonan looked at him, he suddenly became a little restrained. He scratched his hair in embarrassment. Principal, this is my former teacher Ken in the First Army. He wanted to meet you, so I brought him here. In fact, Yin Xiaonan had already noticed Ken, because the system had already popped up a prompt. Name, Galler Ken. Mental strength, A level. Physical fitness, A+ level. Age, 47. Race, human. Subjects of expertise, MMA, mecha combat, theory and methods of physical training, basics of sports biomechanics, etc. System evaluation. Excellent teacher of the First Military Academy, has trained a large number of talents for the Federation. Although his combat level is average, he is very good at teaching, can help students lay a solid foundation. If the host wants to poach, it is recommended to offer high salary, and let teacher Joel go to persuade. Yin Xiaonan is very suspicious that this is actually a poaching system. Right. Not only did she encounter outstanding students from other schools who wanted her to poach them, but she also encountered teachers from other schools who encouraged her to poach them, and she also knew how to use Joel to play the emotional card, which was really a good plan. Nice to meet you, I am Yin Xiaonan, the principal of the 627th Military Academy. Yin Xiaonan directly ignored the system and talked to the teacher of the First Army. When Ken learned that the person in front of him was the principal of the 627th Military Academy, he couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect the principal of this school to be so young. At this time, the elevator just returned to the first floor. In fact, only some students of the 627th Military Academy were still on the first floor. Wei Tianhe and Zhona had already taken some students to the upper floors in the previous elevator. Seeing the elevator arrive, all the people waiting on the first floor lined up and entered the spacious elevator. Ken was surprised again during his conversation with Yin Xiaonan. Originally, the age of the principal had surprised him, but what shocked him even more was that this school had only been established for less than 2 years. Even though he knew the ranking of the preliminary round, Ken had never paid much attention to this ordinary military academy that appeared out of nowhere. He mainly spent his time watching the game videos of the other 3 top military academies. But now he found that he seemed to have underestimated the 627 military academy. It took less than 2 years to enter the second round of the league. This growth rate is very shocking. Even the Minerva Military Academy took 5 years to do what the 627 Military Academy has done now. It took them another 3 years to finally win the league championship. This development speed surprised everyone at the time. Will the 627th Military Academy be the next Minerva Military Academy? Ken couldn't help but wonder, of course. It's too early to talk about this now. Joel, it seems that the school you teach at is not simple. I will take a good look at the strength of your students during the group stage. The elevator first arrived at the floor where the first military academy was staying. After saying goodbye to Yin Xiaonan and Joel, Ken left the elevator with several students from the First Army. He left a message for Joel at last. Alger is the commentator of this league. He would be very happy if he knew you were back in the capital. Go meet him if you have time. Before Joel could react, the elevator door had already closed. Joel stared blankly at his own blurred figure reflected on the metal door. Alger was his classmate at the First Military Academy. They had participated in the Military Academy League together, and won the championship trophy for the First Military Academy. Later, they both entered the military. But he retired early due to mental disorder, while the other party remained in the military. Although Joel was prepared to meet some old friends before leaving for the Capital Star, he did not expect that his old friend would serve as the commentator of this Military Academy League. He was overwhelmed with emotions. After hearing what Ken said, the students of the 627th Military Academy secretly looked at Joel. Many of them did not know that Joel had such a connection with the First Military Academy before. Now they were even more curious when they heard Ken mention the commentator of this league. You know, not just anyone can be the commentator of the Military Academy League. Only very outstanding soldiers in the Army can be invited by the Military Education Department. And from the tone of the first-class teacher, the commentator of this league seems to be very familiar with Teacher Joel. The student sighed. I didn't expect that Teacher Joel is also a person with a story. Chapter 141 Dispute. Is this the restaurant in the park? Langdon glanced around the surrounding environment, and his tone was particularly disappointed. I waited in vain. I thought the restaurant in the Capital Star would be different. Ruby also shook her head. There is not even a high-end cooking robot here. This is too backward. After putting away the luggage, some students from the 627th Military Academy made an appointment to go to the restaurant in the park together, planning to see what is so special about the restaurant in the Capital Star. But what disappointed them greatly was that this restaurant looked ordinary. Even worse than their own school cafeteria. Actually, this restaurant is already very good. Isn't it? Aren't your requirements a bit too high? Yen Ting twitched his lips. Do they think that any restaurant can reach the level of their school cafeteria? Thinking of his experience when he first arrived at 627D Star and wanted to show off his identity as a Capital Star, but was slapped in the face. Yen Ting felt that his face was still a little painful. This is not a question of whether the Capital Star is backward or not. It is obvious that the existence of their school itself is not in line with common sense. Apart from their principal, who else would put so many high-end cooking robots in the cafeteria? Not to mention the large supply of high-quality fruits and vegetables and exotic beast meat. What are you pretending to be? A bunch of bumpkins from a barren planet? You want high-end cooking robots? Have you really seen what high-end cooking robots look like? Just as these 627 Military Academy students were talking, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a group of people wearing black and gold school uniforms. This group of people are students of the Capital Military Academy. They just noticed these new faces in the cafeteria. When they found out that these new faces were students of the 627 Military Academy, they couldn't help but reveal a trace of disdain in their eyes. Although they are both military academies in the Capital Star. Unlike the First Military Academy, which is more inclined to recruit talented civilian students, the Capital Military Academy is often called a gathering place for second-generation children. Almost half of the students have military backgrounds in their families. Perhaps because of this, the students of Capital Military Academy have always been arrogant and do not look down on students from other military academies, especially those from other Starfield schools. As the oddball among the 24 participating schools in the league, 627 Military Academy is not only built on a deserted planet in a remote galaxy, but is also the only ordinary military academy among all the military academies. Naturally, these students of Capital Military Academy look down on them. They originally thought that the students of 627 Military Academy were country bumpkins. They would definitely be amazed at the restaurant, just as they were about to make a mockery. But they didn't expect the other party to brag that the restaurants in the capital were just SOSO. Barretti frowned. He felt that the people from the 627th Military Academy were definitely putting on a brave face. Do these country bumpkins from a remote star system know what a high-end cooking robot is? They are just bragging here. He didn't have a good impression of the 627th Military Academy in the first place, so he couldn't help but make a mockery. Who are you? What does our conversation have to do with you? Before anyone could react, Ruby spoke quickly and directly retorted. That right? How do you know we haven't seen advanced cooking robots? Don't judge others by your own standards. Jisunu also chimed in. Barretti had never expected that these students from the 627th Military Academy would not care about the reputation of the Capital Military Academy at all, and openly challenged him. For a moment, his face flushed, and he was furious. But just when he wanted to teach these people a lesson, a companion beside him suddenly changed his expression, and shouted in the direction of the door. Zephos, how come you are here? Zephos. When the name came out, these students of the Capital Military Academy had no time to care about the 627 Military Academy. They all looked towards the door of the restaurant, and they saw a figure that they never dreamed would appear here. What going on? Hasn't this disaster star already dropped out? Several students who were just showing off suddenly panicked. Several of them couldn't help but take a big step back after seeing Zephos, and their eyes were full of vigilance. You didn't sneak into the campus, did you? I warn you, you are no longer a student of the First Army, you are not qualified to be here at all. A student said timidly. Where are the guards? Call the guards immediately. This kind of dangerous person must have bad intentions when entering the park. Barretti also started to yell. The noisy voice made the students of the 627th Military Academy, who were watching around, frown. What are you yelling for? Senior Gao Simong is from our 627th Military Academy. Why can't he come to the restaurant? Yin Ting curled his lips, thinking to himself that these people from the First Army were mentally ill. Isn't Zephos wearing the uniform of their 627th Military Academy? These people actually thought of calling the guards, making it seem like this restaurant was opened by their First Army. Hearing Yin Ting words, several First Army students were surprised. They did find that Zephos was wearing the uniform of the 627th Military Academy, but they thought it was a disguise to sneak into the park. But from what this person said, Zephos is actually a student of their school. Don't you know he is sick? Barretti's expression was incredible. People like this shouldn't continue to study in military academies, but should stay in a mental hospital. How can a third-rate military academy understand these things? They just couldn't wait to accept Gao Simong because of his high qualifications. Another student of the First Army said with contempt. They don't even think about it. If this person is really normal, would we in the First Army drive him away? Other students of the First Army also echoed. You are right. Some people drop out for a reason. Several students of the 627th Military Academy couldn't help but look at Zephos with some concern. After spending some time together, they had already discovered that Zephos himself was completely different from the description in the rumors. Apart from the fact that his mental power tends to go berserk, he is actually a very easygoing person. Other students have long discovered that Zephos' true character is in stark contrast to his tough-to-deal-with appearance. In real life, he is actually a very shy and warm man. Many students have received silent help from him during their usual training, and he himself never publicizes these things. It was only later that a careful student discovered them after observation. At this time, Zephos' breathing was a little heavy. Hearing these familiar words again, he felt as if he was dragged into that painful memory by a huge force. Countless fragments of memory flashed in his mind uncontrollably. He seemed to hear the whispers of countless people in his ears. These voices were mocking him, telling him that what he had done during this period was just useless. In such a state, his mental power also began to vibrate. Zephos closed his eyes and began to practice the mental power training method taught by the principal. Mental power is my talent. He kept repeating this sentence in his heart, as if he was hypnotizing himself. A trace of aggressive mental power leaked out from Zephos, and several students of the Capital Military Academy changed their expressions instantly, and immediately looked over nervously. Barretti frowned and said, even if he is now a member of your 627 Military Academy, he should not be here at all. He will pose a threat to everyone's safety. Such people should get out of the league. Tao Shan, as the team leader, stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Senior Gao Simeng is a participating student of our 627 military academy in this league. The Ministry of Military Education has no regulations that prohibit him from participating in the competition. If you have any objections, you can report to the organizer. This is not a reason for you to slander others at will. Several other students from the 627th Military Academy also stood in front of Zephos. Yinting curled his lips. If you really don't want to compete with Senior Gao Simeng, you don't have to ask others. There is a saying that it is better to ask yourself than to ask others. You can just get out of the league first. You 627th Military Academy. Don't go too far. Barty's face was a little distorted, and he said angrily, "What does it have to do with me? A lunatic like Zephos should not be eligible to participate." Ruby made a look of sudden enlightenment after hearing this. So you don't want to withdraw from the competition, but you don't allow Senior Gao Simeng to participate in the competition. Then I suspect that you just want to find an excuse to deliberately weaken the strength of our 627th Military Academy because you see Senior Gao Simeng's strength. I think so too. Maybe they were scared by our performance in the auditions, so they want to use this inferior method to suppress our 627th Military Academy. Langdon was immediately indignant after hearing this. The faces of the students of the First Army were as colorful as an overturned palette. Are these people kidding? Does the Capital Military Academy need to be wary of an ordinary military academy that came from nowhere? Barty felt that he could not communicate with this group of people at all. He took a deep breath and scanned the students of the 627 Military Academy one by one. When he saw Yinting, he was suddenly stunned and sneered. "I didn't recognize you just now. So you are Yinting. How come you left the Capital Star and went to such a crappy school?" Yinting? Another student from the Capital Army thought about it after hearing the name and said, "You said he was the loser from Lieutenant General Yin family? Who else has this name besides him?" After discovering Yinting's identity, Barty regained his sense of superiority. TSK, I thought you would never come back to Capital Star in your life. Do you want to embarrass yourself in front of your parents by participating in the competition with your weak ability? Yinting was not affected by his words. After all, he had rehearsed countless times on the way to Capital Star about the situations he might encounter when he returned to Capital Star. You know, he came back this time to slap someone in the face, and he must not lose in momentum. Yinting raised his chin. You can see whether it is me who is embarrassed, or you who is embarrassed. Barty felt that Yinting was just being stubborn. His eyes accidentally glanced at a girl standing next to Yinting. Then he seemed to have discovered a new world. Isn't this Miss Bai? This school really accepts everyone. It seems that Mr. Mu has donated a lot of money? Bai Liar crossed her arms and said, "The donation is not much. Only 100 million. Do you have any objection?" Everyone around couldn't help but gasp when they heard the words only 100 million. Are you Bailier? At this moment, a Shojuan boy in the crowd couldn't help but speak up. His sister used to play with Bailier, and he had seen her several times. It was for this reason that he had such a big reaction when he saw Bailier's current appearance. The change in her was like a complete transformation. Unlike the impression of a rich lady with luxury goods all over her body, Bailier is now wearing a pure white school uniform, a neat short hair, and no fancy decorations. In addition to these changes in appearance, more importantly, her temperament has completely changed. She now looks capable and calm, and is completely different from her high-profile and ostentatious appearance in the past, which makes people even more unwilling to despise her. In fact, let alone others, even Bailier's biological father Mu Yanqing was shocked when he video-called her last time, which shows how much Bailier has changed. I was wondering what school would dare to accept Zephos. Now I know. This school is a garbage shelter. It accepts all kinds of junk. Since even Yinting and Bailier can go to school, it's normal to have another Zephos, Barty said sarcastically. All the students of the 627th Military Academy present were unhappy for a moment. At this time, 3 boys wearing black and gold uniforms came over. When Barty saw the people coming, he felt like he had found a backer. He hurriedly said, "Senior Liu, Senior Lin, Chief, I have an emergency to report to you." But the 3 ignored him. One of the gentle-looking boys walked straight to a girl from the 627th Military Academy under everyone's gaze. "Xiao En, it's been so long, you should be calm now. Since you ran away from home, your parents have been blaming themselves, feeling that they neglected your feelings. Since you're back to the capital planet this time, you should come home with me when you have time." Chapter 142 Cousin. Lin Tianan was a little surprised to see the newcomer, especially after hearing what the other party said. Her expression was rarely touched. Lin Muyuan had been observing her expression, and immediately said, "My parents have figured it out. Since you really want to join the army, there is nothing wrong with it. When the league is over, you can directly transfer back to the capital star, so that our family members can rest assured." Lin Tianan was slightly surprised. She knew that her uncle Lin Chuanyu was a very stubborn and conservative person, and once he made up his mind about something, he would not change his mind easily. In the past, when she was at home, no matter how she persuaded him, he couldn't let her go to military school. And after she left for so long, his family never contacted her. Lin Tianan knew that they really couldn't find her at the beginning, but they deliberately didn't contact her later. She originally thought that her uncle was still angry, and would never pay attention to her unless she followed their arrangements. But she never expected that he would give in first. Lin Tianan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Anyway, her uncle family had never treated her badly over the years. Even if they didn't allow her to go to the military academy, they wanted to protect her. She seemed to have gone a little too far. At least, she should report her safety to the two elders. Lin Tianan was silent for a while, and then said, "I will go back to visit them after the game." Lin Muyuan's brows relaxed, but before he could show his joy, he heard his cousin continue. "But there is no need to transfer schools. I like my current school very much." Lin Muyuan's expression changed immediately. "Xiao En, are you still quarreling with us? The overall strength of the military academy you are attending is average, and the location is so remote, which is not good for your future development. If you really want to join the army, you should plan it now. Don't abandon your personal future just to be angry with us. I'm not quarreling. I just told you that I like my current school very much and I have no intention of transferring to another school at the moment." Lin Muyuan couldn't help but sneer in his heart when he heard this. He felt that his cousin was very naive. In his opinion, even if Lin Tianan's current school made it to the second round of the league, it was not as good as any school in the capital star. What more? Lin Muyuan's eyes darkened. He knew that his cousin was soft-hearted, so he softened his tone. "You don't understand how much impact the gap between schools will have now. You will know when you graduate. The army also depends on your background. The second-rate military academy like the one you are in now can't bring much help to graduates. Even if you really join the army at that time, your development will be very limited." Lin Tianan's attitude remained firm. "Thank you for your reminder, cousin, but I have decided to stay at the 627 military academy." Seeing that Lin Tianan was not moved at all, Lin Muyuan's face became a little ugly. "Father has talked to the grade director of the capital military academy about you, and the other party promised that as long as your performance in the league is not too big a problem, the capital military academy will accept you. Do you want my father's efforts to go to waste?" Hearing this, Lin Tianan couldn't help but frown. She originally thought that her uncle would not interfere in her affairs anymore, but she didn't expect that even though the other party agreed to let her go to the military academy, he still wanted to continue to interfere with where she went to school. Maybe the other party thought that this action was for her good, but such an excessive desire for control made her feel suffocated. Whether it was the students of the 627th Military Academy or the students of the 1st Army, they were very surprised when they saw Lin Muyuan and Lin Tianan talking to each other. It was not until they listened to the conversation between the two for a while that they suddenly realized that the two were relatives. It was naturally not good for outsiders to interrupt other people's family affairs. The students all watched quietly, but after hearing Lin Muyuan's words full of moral kidnapping, Bailier couldn't help but speak out. "Senior Lin has already said that she doesn't want to transfer schools. Can you so-called family members respect her own wishes? She is not your puppet, and has no obligation to satisfy your wishful thinking." What Bailier hates most is parents interfering in their children's affairs. At the beginning, she made a big fuss at home because Mu Yanqing insisted that she go to military school. It was not until now that she reluctantly forgave him. This experience made her empathize with Lin Tianan's situation. Bailier blocked Lin Tianan behind her, and looked at Lin Muyuan with a vigilant face. Yin Ting had long been unhappy with the other party contempt for the 627th Military Academy, and interrupted at the right time. "Also, this noble first-class military person, please don't drag a 627 casually. Our 627th Military Academy ranked 3rd in the audition. And it is not the inferior military academy you said." "That right." Langdon on the side also curled his lips in dissatisfaction. "We are a popular school to win the league championship. Please don't talk nonsense. You guys still want to win the championship?" Several students from Showdown who had been watching were shocked by the shamelessness of the 627 group, but Lin Muyuan had no intention of paying attention to them. In his opinion, Yen Ting and others were just clowns. What he cared about more was Lin Tian's non-cooperation. Seeing that the other party was not moved by soft or hard tactics, his face darkened slightly. And at this moment, the other two boys who were waiting for him not far away saw that he looked different, and they also came over. "Is this your cousin?" Lu Qiang glanced at Lin Tian and said jokingly, "I have known you for so long. But this is the first time I have seen your sister. You have been hiding her so well before." Then he showed Lin Tian a friendly smile. "Hello. My name is Lu Qiang. And I am your cousin friend. I heard that you are a warship technology major. I am honored to meet a future captain like you." The brown-haired boy next to him looked more cold. But his attitude towards Lin Tian was also very gentle. "My name is Kelvin Clarence. If you have any questions during the league, you can come to me." "Humph," pretending. Yen Ting, who was standing by, commented bluntly as soon as Kelvin finished speaking. As the saying goes, enemies become more jealous when they meet. Although he was the enemy unilaterally identified, Kelvin could be said to be the peer that Yen Ting hated the most since he was a child. The two were born on the same day, and both came from military families. His mother and Kelvin's father were even colleagues in the same department, but their qualifications and talents were very different. Look at what Kelvin is like. And then look at what you are like. Why can't you learn a little from others? We are all human beings. Why can Kelvin do it? But you can't? It's embarrassing for us to have a son like you. Kelvin doesn't need his parents to worry about him. Sometimes, I really wish Kelvin was my child. Yen Ting often heard these words while growing up. His parents were very strong-willed people. They were unwilling to fall behind in their lives. But Kelvin's parents completely won over the next generation. How could this not be a big blow to his parents, who always thought highly of themselves? Yen Ting himself is a person of mediocre qualifications, although his parents have invested a lot of educational resources in him. As he grows older, the gap between him and Kelvin continues to widen, which undoubtedly makes his parents more unbalanced. Yen Ting has hated Kelvin since he was a child. He is jealous of his excellence and hates his arrogant attitude of looking down on him, compared with his parents' accusations and other classmates' ridicule. What makes Yen Ting's self-esteem more frustrated is that Kelvin does not take him seriously at all, because he is worthless in his evaluation system. There was a period of time in the past when Yen Ting hated Kelvin to the extreme. He once naively thought that if Kelvin was not there, his parents would love him. It was Kelvin who stole his parents' love for him. Now he is unwilling to deceive himself like this. During the time he left the capital star, he finally realized one thing. That is, whether Kelvin was there or not did not prevent his parents from not loving him. Now his mind is much more open. He has a partner to fight side by side, a good teacher, and a lifelong goal. He has not thought about Kelvin for a long time. But despite this, when he saw him again, he still disliked Kelvin. There is a saying that goes, "The person who knows you best is not your friend, but your enemy." It is precisely because Yen Ting knew very well that Kelvin was actually a cold, arrogant and profit-oriented person that he expressed his disdain when the other party showed goodwill to Lin Tian. When he returned, he should remind Lin that this guy was being too attentive for no reason. And he must be a thief. Yen Ting thought to himself, and he didn't think that his behavior of bad-mouthing others behind their backs was unethical. In fact, Lin Tian didn't have a very good impression of Lu Qiang and Kelvin. Lu Qiang seemed very enthusiastic, and even complimented her as the future captain, but his expression was full of contempt, and the word captain was obviously just a joke. And Kelvin's look at her just now made her very uncomfortable. She could feel that he was examining her, as if she was a commodity being evaluated by him. Originally, the students of the 627th Military Academy thought that Lin Muyuan would continue to persuade Lin Tian to transfer. But perhaps because he found that Lin Tian's attitude was particularly firm, and would not change his mind easily, Lin Muyuan finally told Lin Tian to remember to go home and visit, and then left the restaurant with Lu Qiang and Kelvin. The other students of the First Army knew that Lin Tian was Lin Muyuan's cousin, so they didn't want to continue to find fault. They were still worried about Zephos' participation in the competition. Since Lu Qiang and the other two didn't want to care, they decided to go to the teacher in charge to report the matter. Leaving now? Are they not going to eat in the restaurant? Langdon wondered. Ji Sinu thought for a while. The three people in front, I think they are very likely to come to see senior sister Lin. As for the guys behind, I guess they must have gone to complain because they were in such a hurry just now. Complain? What is there to complain about? They didn't do anything just now. At most they talked a few words, which is not a violation. The students didn't react for a while. Tao Shan hesitated. You mean, they still want to disqualify Zephos from the competition? Jisun nodded. We'd better tell the principal about this. The others all agreed with her proposal, as it involved the qualification for the competition. Students like them couldn't help even if they wanted to. Only the principal could solve this problem. Having been interrupted by Lin Miyuan just now, everyone almost ignored Zephos' situation. When they turned their attention to him again, they found that his mental strength had stabilized. The heavy stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. They all knew that if Zephos still couldn't control his mental power, even if the principal mediated, he would probably find it difficult to continue participating in the competition. The military education department would not allow such an unstable factor to exist in the competition. Senior Gao Simeng, we all believe that you can do it. When he opened his eyes again, Zephos found himself facing countless concerned eyes. He unconsciously felt a strange warmth in his heart. He had always been unlucky, but for the first time he felt that he was actually lucky. Chapter 143 Reunion. Just as Jisun guessed, the reason why Lin Miyuan and the other two appeared in the restaurant was to look for Lin Tianan. After leaving the restaurant, Lu Qiang said casually, "Your cousin is quite unique. I don't think she will transfer to another school easily." Although he and Lin Miyuan have always been good friends, he is not familiar with Lin Miyuan's cousin Lin Tianan. He had only vaguely heard that she was studying art in the past, and he originally thought that she was just an ordinary lady, but he didn't expect that she would run away from home to register for a military school despite the opposition of her relatives, and never contacted her family. When they met this time, Lu Qiang couldn't help but sigh. Lin Miyuan's cousin was indeed very special. Facing the invitation from the Capital Military Academy, she was able to refuse so decisively. I don't know if she still has a grudge against her family. However, in his opinion, it would not be a wise behavior to refuse to come to the Capital Military Academy just for this reason. The gap between the schools is not so easy to make up, and she would suffer in the end. Like Lin Miyuan, Lu Qiang also felt that Lin Tianan was acting on impulse. How could an ordinary military school be better than the prestigious Capital Military Academy? He could not think of any other reason why he chose the 627 Military Academy instead of the Capital Military Academy. Lin Miyuan smiled bitterly. Shao-an has always been willful. This matter can only be considered in the long run. He looked worried, and seemed to be very worried about his cousin's future. Lu Qiang patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry too much. Maybe she will figure it out in a few days. Kelvin on the side was very silent. He actually didn't interact much with Lu Qiang and Lin Miyuan. The reason why he followed them to the restaurant this time was that Lin Miyuan found him, and he agreed to it because of his family arrangement. Senior Lu. Senior Lin, I have to go to training and I will leave first. After saying this, he left without waiting for the two to respond. Lu Qiang and Lin Miyuan were used to being flattered by their juniors, so they were naturally dissatisfied with Kelvin's attitude. But they just kept this dissatisfaction in their hearts. Although Kelvin was one level lower than them, he was not only highly qualified, but also had a distinguished family background. They would not make enemies with him for no reason. Lin Miyuan carefully recalled the other party expression just now, and he was relieved in his heart. The other party did not seem to reject the engagement with Xiaoan, but when he thought of his cousin's attitude, he became irritated. That right. The reason why the Lin family agreed to let Lin Tianan continue to attend the military academy was not because they had really thought it through, but because it would allow their family to gain greater benefits. Lin Tianan's parents died for the country. According to the military policy, relatives of martyrs will receive some preferential treatment if they go to military academies. In addition, most of their former comrades are still in the military, and some have even held important positions in the military. This undoubtedly gave the Lin family some very valuable connections. At first, the Lin family was reluctant to let Lin Tianan go to military academy, because they wanted Lin Miyuan to monopolize these resources. It was precisely because of this relationship between Lin Tianan's parents that Lin Miyuan was able to quickly gain a foothold in the Capital Military Academy. But Lin Tianan's parents have been dead for so many years, not to mention, Lin Tianan is now in military school. Lin Miyuan will be able to get limited help after joining the army in the future. The old comrades of Lin Tianan's parents are obviously more willing to promote Lin Tianan rather than Lin Miyuan, who is more distantly related. And the Clarence family, where Kelvin comes from, has a wide network of contacts in the army. Kelvin's parents are both senior officers of the Federation, and his grandmother is a famous general of the Federation. If he can get on board with such a family, Lin Muyuan will undoubtedly be able to go further in the army. Although the Federation always despises the Empire decadent and backward hierarchical system. In fact, the Federation itself has long lost the ideals when it was first founded. The major financial groups almost control and monopolize the economy of the entire country. Military families have gradually become the new aristocracy, and the class is gradually solidifying. Promotion in the military is not only based on personal ability, but also on the relationship behind. People of ordinary origin may even be suppressed. Lin Muyuan's personal qualifications are not outstanding enough, but he has very big ambitions, so he is naturally unwilling to do so. In order to consolidate their own status, the military families in the capital often intermarry with each other, and sometimes absorb some outstanding talents from ordinary families into the family through marriage. The Lin family simply does not have the ability to take the initiative to establish a relationship with the Clarence family. In fact, after the Clarence family learned that Juno Watts, a famous federal captain, was teaching at the 627 Military Academy, they found that Lin Tianan was suspected to be the other party closed disciple, and investigated her life experience. Seeing that she had a clean background, and being the daughter of a martyr was a plus. They had other ideas. The Lin family was not aware of this, and they did not even know that Juno Watts was Lin Tianan's teacher. When the Clarence family came to them, they felt lucky, and they could not wait to let Lin Tianan return to the capital star to study, so that they could bring her back under their control. But Lin Tianan's attitude undoubtedly made Lin Muyuan very worried. When he saw his cousin again, he was very surprised at her change. She was no longer the silent and obedient girl in his impression. He noticed the strong nature under her gentle appearance. Lin Muyuan didn't know if this was his cousin's true character, or if the military school life in the past 2 years had changed her. In short, he realized that the other party might not obey their arrangements. But thinking that he would graduate next year, he was unwilling to give up this rare opportunity easily. On the other hand, several students from the 627th Military Academy returned to the dormitory building after dinner and told Yin Xiaonan about the dispute between the students of the 1st Army and Zephos. Okay, I understand. Yin Xiaonan acted very calm. Since she dared to let Zephos participate in the military school league, she must have confirmed his mental state in advance. Seeing Yin Xiaonan's calm expression, the students finally felt more at ease. After leaving the principal lounge, Jisung Yu frowned and said, I always feel that there seems to be something wrong with Lin's cousin. I also think there is something fishy. Yin Ting touched his chin. Kelvin's reaction is not normal. From what I know about him, he would never waste his time on such a boring thing. Why don't we just ask Xie for help? Langdon thought for a moment and said, maybe she can find a way. There were too few clues, and the other students had no idea at all, so they all agreed to Langdon's proposal. They still had great confidence in Xie Yinhan's ability, but they were very skeptical whether she was willing to take the trouble. To the students' surprise, Xie Yinhan agreed to help after listening to their story. She was willing to take care of Lin Tianan, who also had the trait of mental power. The students didn't have time to think about this anymore. Yin Xiaonan gave an order, and they were all pulled to the training ground by Joel. Joel asked the students to do push-ups and squats according to the daily training requirements, while he stood by to supervise. But at this moment, a tall young man in military uniform came over. Joel. Alger's eyes were full of surprise. I heard from Mr. Ken that you were in the team of the participating school this time. I thought he was joking, but I didn't expect you to be here. Long time no see. Joel couldn't help but smile when he saw his old friend. Alger walked up quickly, put his arm around his shoulders. So you've been an instructor at the military academy for the past 2 years? You didn't contact us for so long. We almost thought something happened to you. Sorry. Joel felt a little guilty. He just wanted to avoid causing unnecessary burden to others, and didn't want to face strange looks. So he cut off contact with all his acquaintances after retiring. But he didn't expect that he would still make them worry. Joel glanced at the conspicuous golden star on Alger's shoulder, and changed the subject. You are now a major? Congratulations. Alger was also a little proud. I am the fastest promoted among our graduates. In addition to me, Zhongyu and Lena are now captains. Fraley is also doing well in the 4th Regiment of the 2nd Group Army. He is now a platoon leader. It will probably be moved up again soon. And Coralie. Alger told Joel about the recent situation of his old classmates. Most of them are still in the army and benefiting from the new marshal coming to power. Many of them have been promoted. Because of this, he felt even more sorry for Joel. Joel had always been stronger than him in school. If he hadn't had any accidents, he should have been able to achieve higher achievements than him. Alger was worried about affecting Joel's mood, so he didn't say these inner thoughts. He glanced at the students who were doing squats and couldn't help but sighed. I didn't expect you to choose to be a teacher. Do you remember how we used to complain about Teacher Ken behind his back when we were in school? Joel touched his nose awkwardly. Who hasn't been young and frivolous? He was silent for a while, and suddenly said, in the beginning, I had no confidence in whether I could be a good teacher. It was just that it was the only job I could find that had a little connection with the past. Maybe I was still unwilling. I was unwilling to go back and inherit the family business in such a humiliating way. Joel, you? Alger looked at his good friend with some concern. What is more difficult to accept than falling into the trough of life is the sharp gap brought by the sudden fall from the peak. The Joel he knew was actually a very outspoken and confident person. He still remembered the way he drove the Fire Phoenix with an extremely eye-catching exterior paint job in the Military Academy League. In the eyes of Alger and others, Joel was a well-deserved child of destiny. Everyone who knew him believed that his future would be bright. But the Battle of Wilchester changed everything. For the Federation, the Battle of Wilchester was a nightmare that no one wanted to recall. And for Joel personally, the same was true. The former mecha genius unfortunately suffered from mental disorder after this battle. He could no longer drive a mecha, and his military career was completely cut off. Alger could not imagine how much of a blow this was to Joel. He knew that Joel had always dreamed of joining the army, and even had a big fight with his family for enrolling in a military academy. If it were him, it would probably be difficult to cheer up after all this. Alger was thinking about how to comfort him. But when he looked at Joel, he found that his expression was not as lonely as he imagined. He didn't know if he was wrong. He even saw a hint of satisfaction on his face. Joel didn't know about Alger's complicated psychological activities. He paused and continued later. It was the principal who encouraged me. She trusted me and handed the students to me. I gradually realized the joy of being a teacher. Joel looked at the students who were doing daily training with a smile. These students are all very good children. They may not have an advantage in qualifications, but they are positive and enterprising. And they are brave to fight. No matter how difficult the task is, they can always adapt quickly. They are like a group of little lions who never give up. Aren't they cute? I believe they will grow into excellent soldiers in the future. Joel said with relief. I did feel that I had completely lost my life goals for a long time after retiring. But for me now, these students are the continuation of my dream. When they grow up, as their teacher, I feel no less sense of accomplishment than before. Alger was silent for a long time. He did not expect Joel to say such a long paragraph. He remembered that Joel and he were of the same age. Right? But why did he feel a trace of kindness from him? After confirming that it was not an illusion, Alger began to doubt his life. Even though he knew that Joel's personality might change after the sudden change. He had imagined many situations, but he never expected that this genius, with an extremely flamboyant personality in the past, would become a kind old father. Chapter 144 Hot Discussion. Alger looked at Joel's proud face when he talked about his students, and couldn't help but feel a little curious. Are these little guys really as good as you say? Then I have to pay close attention to them during the group stage. He knew very well that Joel was not a boaster. Although he did not rule out that his daddy filter was too thick, these students still caught his attention anyway. While Joel and Alger were reminiscing about the past, Yin Xiaonan received a message from the organizer of the event, and went to the event office. After arriving at the place, she found that the principals of the First Military Academy and the Capital Military Academy were also there. Principal Yin, I have heard of your great name for a long time. I am Evander, the principal of the First Military Academy. Evander, the principal of the First Military Academy, is an old man who looks very kind. As soon as Yin Xiaonan entered the door, he took the initiative to come over and greet her. I have heard a lot about your deeds before, and today I met you in person and realized that those rumors were not exaggerated. He smiled and said, when the league is over, you are welcome to visit our first army. Yin Xiaonan was somewhat surprised by Evander's extremely enthusiastic attitude. As for the other principal present, Talon of the Capital Military Academy stood aside, and did not intend to pay attention to Yin Xiaonan's intentions. He even snorted coldly when Evander praised Yin Xiaonan, as if he looked down on Evander, and Yin Xiaonan behavior of getting close to each other. After Yin Xiaonan and Evander exchanged a few pleasantries, an official from the Ministry of Military Education cleared his throat and said, "Principal Yin, we came to you this time to find out about the situation of Zephos Gosman. Someone reported that he has psychotic disorder. If he continues to participate in the competition, it will endanger the safety of other students." Yin Xiaonan said frankly, Zephos' mental strength was indeed a little unstable in the past, but his symptoms have improved since he entered the school. He participated in the entire audition, and there were no unexpected situations. "That impossible." Talon interrupted her with a gloomy face. "Gosman was a student of our Shoujuan before. I know his situation very well. He is not suitable to stay in the military academy at all. I seriously suspect that this lady deliberately concealed the student illness in order to pursue school grades." Principal Yin, this. The official from the military education department looked at Yin Xiaonan in embarrassment. Yin Xiaonan shrugged. "I don't agree with Principal Talon's accusation. In order to ensure the safety of other students, you can send professionals to check Zephos' current mental state." Obviously, the military education department had already planned this. On the way to Yin Xiaonan office, relevant personnel had already gone to verify Zephos' situation. After waiting for a while, we received feedback. After testing, the mental power of this student Zephos Gosman is indeed in an abnormally active state. But no signs of violence have been found so far. It can only be said that such a risk exists. Seeing such a result, the official of the military education department could not help but feel a headache. If Zephos' mental state is really very bad, then they can naturally disqualify him directly. But the problem is that the other party current mental state is in a range that is not easy to judge. Whether to allow him to continue to participate in the competition or simply disqualify him. It seems not good. Talon obviously supports the disqualification of Zephos. The military-born principle is very strong. Since there is a risk, we should nip it in the bud. The Military Academy League is the most watched event in the entire Federation. We cannot afford any mistakes. Yin Xiaonan tried her best to retain Zephos' eligibility. She said in a deep voice, "We have not found any signs of Zephos' mental power being violent. We cannot disqualify him just because of suspicion. If the news gets out, it will damage the reputation of the League and the Ministry of Military Education. The fairness of the competition will be questioned." Talon immediately retorted, "This is not groundless suspicion. This student has a long history of bad deeds. When he was in the First Army, he injured his classmates because of his violent mental power. It is a mistake to let such a dangerous person stay in the League." Evander did not agree with him. He also stood on Yin Xiaonan's side. "I also understand what you said. It was the injured student who started it first. I am not saying that Zephos was completely right in that matter. But I think that as an educator, we should not give up on a student casually. There may be other possibilities in him. We can't sentence him to death now." The official from the military education department looked at the three principals in embarrassment. It seemed that what they said made sense. But now they had to make a choice. If they did what Talon said and directly disqualified Zephos from the competition, then the competition would indeed be unfair. After all, Zephos did not violate any regulations. But if they did what Yin Xiaonan and Evander said and let Zephos continue to participate in the competition, if something really happened, they would not be able to bear the responsibility. Yin Xiaonan saw his hesitation, raised her eyebrows and said, "In this case, why don't we all take a step back?" Everyone looked at her. Yin Xiaonan said, "The left and right group matches will still be held in the simulator. You can regard this game as a test for Zephos. If he can successfully complete the game, he will retain his qualification for the next competition. If he really has any problems, the protection mechanism of the simulator can also ensure the safety of other students. At that time, the staff will be guarding outside the simulator, so that they can respond in time if an accident occurs." The official from the military education department was delighted when he heard Yin Xiaonan's proposal, and he immediately agreed to this more compromising plan. Seeing that it seemed unlikely to directly disqualify Zephos from the competition, Talon sneered inwardly, but did not raise any more objections. Even if Zephos was allowed to participate in the group stage, he did not think that the 627th Military Academy could enter the finals. Then no matter what Zephos' condition was, he would not be able to continue to participate in the finals. And he did not need to waste his breath. When the matter was finally settled, Talon was the first to leave in anger. Yin Xiaonan talked with Evander for a while. The principal of the First Military Academy seemed to be very concerned about Zephos' situation in school, and asked Yin Xiaonan several questions. Principal Yin, to be honest, Zephos' father and I are old acquaintances. You should have heard of the deeds of General Jasmine. Right? In fact, there are some inhumane inside stories. I don't want Zephos to follow his father's old path. Yin Xiaonan naturally knew Zephos' father, General Gosman, who was not an unknown person. The other party was a nobleman who fled from the Empire to the Federation. He had made great contributions to the Federation. But in the end, he suddenly became mentally violent on the battlefield. After killing people in the command center, he shot himself, causing the Federation to suffer heavy losses in that war. After his death, he was identified as a traitor by the military court. Since Evander said that there was something else going on, the death of General Gosman was very likely to be strange. Yin Xiaonan could probably guess something from Evander's expression. It should be related to the power struggle within the military. So he would be so secretive. Actually, I considered accepting Zephos after he dropped out of the First Army. But the First Army is not my one-man show. And to be honest, I don't have the confidence to really help him. This time, I didn't expect Zephos to recover so well in such a short time. Principal Yin must have spent a lot of effort. Right? Evander looked at Yin Xiaonan with appreciation and gratitude. Although he suggested Zephos to apply for the 627th Military Academy, he just let him try his luck at the time. He didn't expect Zephos' mental state to really improve after he arrived at the 627th Military Academy. Yin Xiaonan did not take all the credit on herself. She said in a leisurely tone, in fact, it is mainly his own efforts. If he can't overcome the difficulties, it's useless for us to worry. Evander agreed with him. He sincerely hoped that Zephos could pass the test of this group match safely. They, as outsiders, could only help him get a chance at most. He still had to fight the real tough battle by himself. The students settled down in the park, training while waiting for the start of the group match. More and more participating schools arrived at the capital star, and the video of the teachers and students of the 627th Military Academy being interviewed outside the space station quickly spread on the Star Network. The names given by the reporters to the videos are also full of gimmicks. 627 Military Academy has arrived at the capital star a few days ago, officially issued a declaration of war to the First Army and the Allied forces. 627 Military Academy shouts at the 4 major military academies, the championship belongs only to us. Netizens thought it was a clickbait, but after clicking in, they found that although the titles of the reporters were a bit exaggerated, the speeches of the teachers and students of the 627 Military Academy in the interview were really explosive. When the finals come, the 12 military academies will really show down the hatches. I am looking forward to the performance of the First Army and the Allied forces at that time. Our goal is to win the league championship. The auditions are nothing. Everything will be decided in the finals. After watching the video, netizens were shocked. They never thought that the teachers and students of this ordinary military academy, in the midst of a storm of public opinion, had the courage to make such bold statements. This is hype. Hype, it's just a clown who is trying to attract attention. If you take it seriously, you will lose. It's a good thing to have a dream. Who doesn't want to win the championship? It's boring to watch those military academies doing Tai Chi during interviews every year. I think this military academy is quite interesting. It's okay to have dreams, but you have to have a correct understanding of your own strength. Okay? If it's a military or coalition that says this, I support it. 627. I just think they are too arrogant. I don't know if they will be so scared after they are eliminated and watch this interview. I suspect they are completely inflated because of their performance in the auditions. But it doesn't matter. The major military academies will teach them a lesson during the group stage. EatMelon.jpg. This video has added fuel to the popularity of the 627 Military Academy, which was already high on the Star Network. And in a mansion in the 7th district of the capital Star, a young man looked at Yin Xiaonan who was talking freely in the video, and was very suspicious. Chapter 145 Jiban. Jiban hadn't thought about his adopted sister Meili for a long time. 2 years ago, when he learned that his mother had given the other party a third-class agricultural planet, he was very angry. In his opinion, Meili was just an outsider, and had no right to take anything from the Talisa family. Moreover, he, the biological son of Aurora, didn't even have a planet under his name, so how could she, a burden, surpass him? Gibbon had never thought that the reason why Aurora did not give him too much assets was because of his unreliable behavior in the past. He was only concerned about one thing. That is, Meili, the cheap sister he always looked down on in the past, actually received better treatment than him. In fact, the most favored person in the whole family was Emily, the youngest daughter of Aurora's second marriage. When she was just born, she already had a first-class star in her name, and she was regarded as the successor of the Talisa family since she was a child. But no matter how arrogant and conceited Jibin was, he knew that he could not compete with her for his mother position. Although he was very jealous and hated her in private, he did not dare to do anything. He knew that if he really harmed Emily, Aurora would never let him go. Meili was different. She was just a tenant in this family, and had a lower status than him. As the time of departure was approaching, Jibin noticed that this cheap sister, who had always been lifeless, had a rare smile on her face, and her eyes were full of longing for the future life. The malice in his heart could not help but surge. He felt that the other person's smile was annoying. He could not bear to see such a person who was worse than him being happy. So, when Meili left the capital star, he secretly bribed the accompanying staff to teach her a lesson. Naturally, he also stole the third-class agricultural star and got it into his own hands. At first, Jibin was a little worried that what he did would be discovered. But in the end, everything was calm, and no one cared about this fake lady of the Talisa family. What happened after leaving the capital planet? Both Aurora and Meili's biological father Evan had long wanted to get rid of such a burden. They had to raise the child under the coercion of the old Teresa couple. Now that the child has grown up, they naturally don't plan to care about it anymore. Gibbon gradually put his mind at ease, but he didn't expect that the matter was still discovered by the nosy housekeeper Morton. But Aurora scolded him behind his back, and then let the matter go. For Yoshimoto, who often got into trouble, a few words of reprimand were naturally not a big deal, and he quickly put Mary behind him. Yoshimoto never thought that he would see her again in this way. Although the person in the video was completely different from the girl in his memory and temperament, he was very sure that this was his cheap stepsister. But that sickly girl was a waste with a physical condition of only F grade. How could she become the principal of a military academy? Jibin immediately searched the name Yin Xiaonan on the Star Network. When he found out that the school was on the Star 627D, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. The address of the school was enough to show that this principal Yin was undoubtedly Meili. But Jibin couldn't understand it all. How could a military school be built on a deserted star? And how this military school even entered the military school league? She must have had some connections. Someone was helping her behind the scenes. And the position of principal was probably just a figurehead. Yoshimoto didn't believe that Meili could become the principal of a military academy with her own ability. But even so, he still felt a little jealous. Although the 627 Military Academy was just an ordinary military academy, the principal of an ordinary military academy was already better than him. A playboy who had accomplished nothing. Moreover, this military academy had entered the highly anticipated Military Academy League and was discussed by countless people on the Star Network. Looking at the confident and generous appearance of Meili in the video, Yoshimoto felt a little uncomfortable. He originally thought that Meili would live a miserable life after becoming the planet master of that desolate planet, and would never appear in his sight again. Will she come back to the capital star for revenge this time? This thought suddenly occurred to Jibin, but he quickly shook his head, feeling that he was thinking too much. Mary now has nothing to do with the Talisa family. She dare not attack him. Unless she wants to offend the entire Talisa family, the power behind her will not allow her to do so. Jibin was relieved, and did not intend to continue to pay attention to the affairs of this cheap stepsister. Just when he was about to close the video, the light brain suddenly popped up a call reminder. Jibin glanced at the name, and chose to connect the call. A casual male voice came over. Jibin, the annual collection auction will be held in 3 days. I got a few tickets. Are you interested in going with us to broaden your horizons? Joe Ping. You are really good. You even got such a priceless thing. Jibin showed excitement, and immediately agreed. Go. Of course. At this time every year, because of the Military School League, the entire Capital Star is extremely lively. The largest auction house in the Federation, Kinster Auction House, will take this opportunity to hold a collection auction. This auction will display a large number of carefully selected treasures, including antiques, jewelry, resource planets, new meccas, spiritual power transmission materials, and other types of auction items. Tickets are extremely difficult to obtain. Given marginal position in the Teresa family, he has never been to the scene, and naturally does not want to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In addition, Emily's birthday is coming soon, and Gibbon was originally a little worried about what gift to give. The arrival of this auction just solved his troubles. Although he hated his sister in his heart, in order to make a good impression in front of his mother, he had to please her against his will. Moreover, Emily was the next head of the Talisa family, and Gibbon naturally did not want to offend her. Soon it was time for the collection auction. The auction was held in the prosperous 6th district. In addition to the invited guests, the auction was also broadcast online simultaneously, allowing the audience to watch the entire bidding process online, and even bid on StarNet. Of course, the guests invited to the scene have more privileges. Being able to obtain the admission ticket to the collection auction is a symbol of noble status, and many people regard it as an honor. Yoshimoto specially changed into a well-tailored suit today, dressed up like a man, and walked into the central building where the auction was held with his head held high with his group of friends. He was very proud in his heart. Even if that sickly guy became the principal of the military academy, what would happen? Would he be able to come to such a high-end auction? What he didn't know was that Yin Xiaonan was actually at the auction, and was sitting in a luxurious box specially prepared for VIP customers. As early as when he arrived at the capital planet, Yin Xiaonan contacted Kinster Auction House through Zhona relationship and sent the W3 material over. When the auction house appraiser found that this was a new type of material that had never appeared on the market, and had excellent performance that was not inferior to traditional materials such as Atlan polycrystalline, he was almost ecstatic and immediately added it to the auction list 3 days later. Yin Xiaonan also received several VIP invitations to the auction, and attended the auction with 4 teachers: Wei Tianhe, Joel, Katie, and Yupei. As for Zhona, she declined Yin Xiaonan invitation and chose to stay in the park to rest. Few people know that Zhona was the famous captain of the Federation. Not only has extraordinary personal achievements, but also has a very prominent family background. She actually came from the Mosti family, one of the top 10 financial groups. She was a rich lady who lived in a pile of splendor. But she took the initiative to give up her status as an heir and resolutely went to the battlefield. Later, when Zhona's achievements became higher and higher, the Mosti family did not think about getting closer to her. However, Zhona knew the character of the family members very well, and did not want them to do whatever they wanted under her name. So few people knew about their relationship. It was also because of this background that Zhona was not interested in the collection auction. Yin Xiaonan considered that there was still a need for a teacher in the park, so that the students would not cause trouble again when they saw that no one was in charge. So he did not force the other party. Wow, this building is so tall. Is this a robot? Why does it look different from Ares? There are food in the box. Is it charged? Since entering the central building, Katie has been looking at the surrounding environment with sparkling eyes. Everything she sees is new. Not only that, she has also turned into 100,000 wise, asking all kinds of strange questions to others from time to time. Until the auction officially started, she finally calmed down and looked curiously at the transparent wall facing the auction table in the box. Everyone else couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even the decisive rebel leader couldn't stand the endless why of the Sultman Cub. The auction started with jewelry and antiques, which were not very practical. The items that were selected for the collection auction were naturally rare treasures. Either they had rich historical and cultural value, or their appearance was extremely eye-catching. And these were just for warming up the crowd. The next items to be auctioned were the latest high-end meccas developed by major mecha companies. After checking the data of these meccas, Wei Tianhe showed a look of disdain and made some extremely sharp comments, especially the meccas of his old employer, Guanwei Technology Company, which he almost criticized to pieces. Despite this, these meccas are still very popular. People keep raising signs, and the prices are rising. Wei Tianhe regrets not taking the meccas he designed and manufactured to participate in the auction. However, even if he really did so, his meccas would probably not appear at this auction, and the ban on him by major financial groups has not been revoked. Wei Tianhe was so angry when he thought of this, and he was looking forward to the auction of Material W3. Chapter 146 Auction. After the mecha, there was the auction of resource planets. Some of these resource planets were habitable, while some were not suitable for long-term human survival. Their main value was to be used to mine various resources needed by humans. Yin Xiaonan looked at a lava planet with a transaction price of billions of star coins, and felt deeply poor. She was also glad that she had acted early, and had won the Kaibu planet at an extremely low price of 80 million star coins. It was a huge profit. After the auction of the resource planet was over, the auctioneer said with a smile, "Now it's time for the mecha material special that everyone is looking forward to. The first thing I want to introduce to you is a new type of biosynthetic material that has never appeared on the market." The mecha masters who participated in the auction had their eyes lit up when they heard the auctioneer words, and they leaned forward involuntarily. The heads of the companies that had mecha businesses also showed some interest and turned their eyes to the auction table, seeing that he had attracted the attention of the guests. The auctioneer was satisfied and continued to drop a bomb. "After our testing, this mecha material has very good ductility, and its mental power conductivity is not inferior to that of traditional materials such as polyethylene crystals. It is even lighter than polyethylene crystals in terms of quality." Friends who understand mecha materials should understand what this means. This means that this material can be a substitute for polyethylene crystals. Many people were excited in their hearts. You know, polyethylene crystal is the most superior spiritual power transmission material among similar materials at present. It can be said that polyethylene crystal must be used as long as high-end mecha is manufactured. But the raw materials of this synthetic material are produced from the mining stars under the names of Zoe Group and Terrence Group. In order to obtain greater profits, the two groups have joined forces to control prices and limit sales, making the price of polyethylene crystal high and in short supply. Whether it is the military, the major research institutes, or some other groups, they have long been dissatisfied with this. The emergence of W3 material is undoubtedly a good breakthrough. I just don't know what the specific value of this W3 material is, and whether the output is large. There was a buzz of discussion at the auction site. The auctioneer naturally knew what the customers were most concerned about. He pressed the remote control in his hand and projected the data tested by the auction house on the big screen behind him. The mass is actually 19% lighter than polyethylene crystal. Is this data true or false? Although the mental power conductivity is slightly lower than that of polyethylene crystal. But overall, this new material has better performance. None of this matters. Did you see the data in the last line? This material also has good heat insulation. If used properly, the infrared stealth performance should be quite good. Originally, many people were skeptical, thinking that the auctioneer might be exaggerating. But after seeing the specific test data of material W3, the atmosphere at the auction site suddenly became heated. Anyone who knows a little about mecha materials knows the value of this new material. Looking at the strange mud-colored material on the auction table, many people secretly made a decision to buy it. Although Kinster Auction House is not a scammer, they still test the items themselves to be assured. Moreover, since it is a biosynthetic material, they can also find professionals to conduct reverse research. If they really decipher the production formula, they will make a lot of money. Thinking of this, several elites in suits and leather shoes hurriedly left to contact their superiors. As long as there are enough raw materials, it is still easy to produce W3 material. The raw materials of W3 material come from the Xiaoxiu beast on Kaibu's star. During the winter vacation before, Wei Tianhe had been busy with this matter. The students who participated in the pre-match special training also helped. Every time they participated in cross-country training, each of them would carry a net bag with them, specially for picking up the feces of the Xiaoxiu beasts. When they first learned that the training content actually included the incredible activity of picking up feces, even the old students who had experienced a series of mock training such as farming and raising pigs could not help but crack their faces. Why is the training in their school becoming more and more perverted? Is this a training program that a normal person would think of? Landon scratched his hair and was still optimistic. Actually, except for being a little disgusting, this task is not bad. Right? It better than going mining. Others thought about it and thought it disgusting. So what? They would rather be disgusted than go mining. The mining machine is simply not something that humans can operate. Don't underestimate this task. This poop is not so easy to pick up. In the past, there was a rich, picking up shit, Ruby, who had experience, spoke in a heavy tone. But the others did not take her words to heart. Isn't it just to help collect some of the swoosh poop? How difficult can it be? They have all checked the information. The swoosh is very docile, and its level is not high. It can't pose a threat to them at all. It was not until the students really took action that they finally understood what Ruby meant. The swoosh itself is indeed very friendly. But because its feces are rich in a variety of nutrients that are beneficial to other mutant creatures on Kaibu's star, every time it excretes, there will be a shit-grabbing war. The students who were chased and blocked by a group of terrifying mutants while carrying the feces of the shio beasts, were very upset. Why is the training in their school always so weird? Simply asking students to pick up feces manually is definitely not efficient. In fact, Yin Xiaonan wanted to train their speed. The real way to collect raw materials is through other means. Wei Tianhe built a shio beast farm on Kaibu Star and raised a large group of shio beasts. In this way, the efficiency of obtaining raw materials was greatly improved. Despite this, there is still not much W3 material for auction. It is not that the 627th Military Academy cannot provide more materials, but that this material has other uses for them. Considering that this is a brand new material, Kinster Auction House chose to auction it in batches to maximize profits. As soon as the first batch of materials was auctioned, people in the audience raised their signs one after another. In just a blink of an eye, the price quickly soared to 10 million star coins. And at this time, the VIPs in the box had not yet left. Yin Xiaonan was very happy watching the rising prices on the big screen. Although the main purpose of her and Wei Tianhe sending material W3 to the auction was not to make money, they could indeed control the sales channels of this special material, and only release a small part of it on the market each time, waiting for the price to rise. But if they really did that, wouldn't they be no different from those financial groups that deliberately raise the prices of spiritual power transmission materials? What more, those financial groups would not let them control the exclusive sales channels of material W3. At that time, they would definitely find ways to seize the research data of material W3. If coercion and inducement failed, they might even resort to some shameful means, just like what Wei Tianhe had experienced in the past. In this case, Yin Xiaonan and Wei Tianhe decided to turn the table over. Selling materials alone may not have an impact on these consortiums. But what if a large number of civilian meccas with low cost and excellent performance appear on the market? There has long been a standard mecha manufacturing factory on Kaibu Star. In addition to participating in the military school league, they came to the capital star this time to launch a new mecha made of W3 material. The debut of W3 material at the collection auction is to build momentum for the subsequent sale of the mecha. Of course, it would be even better if we could take this opportunity to make a killing from those consortiums. The consortiums participating in the bidding did not know the two-people plan. The last 3 batches of materials were bought by the Alex family, the Zhou family, and the Terrence family. The Alex family and the Zhou family are both involved in the field of mecha manufacturing, and they almost occupy half of the market share of the entire federal civilian mecha market. In particular, the Alex family does not have a mining star that produces polyethylene gel crystal raw materials, so the demand for W3 material is naturally extremely urgent. The Terrence family is mainly engaged in industry and mining. After discovering a new material that seriously threatens the polyethylene crystal market, they are more anxious than other forces. If the people of the Terrence family knew that the raw materials of the W3 material they bought at a huge price actually came from the Kaibu Star, how would they feel about such a fourth-class mining star that once belonged to the Terrence family? After the W3 material, some other types of spiritual power transmission materials were auctioned. These materials were also very popular in the past. But today, most of the people sitting in the audience seemed a little uninterested. Their minds were completely attracted by the appearance of material W3. Just because they failed to grab the material, they couldn't wait to go back after the auction to find out about this new material, to see if they could find other ways to obtain the material. Since there were not many people holding signs, Yin Xiaonan bought several materials. Although there was a system store, not all materials were available in the store. Moreover, compared to exchanging points for materials, it was more cost-effective to buy with star coins. After the auction of the spiritual power transmission material was over, the entire auction came to an end, and everyone's attention returned to the auction table. According to convention, the auction house would take out the finale item when the auction was about to end. They wanted to know what kind of item could surpass the new biosynthetic material and become the finale item of this auction. 2 staff members came on stage with a safe. After a complex fingerprint, voice print, and pupil unlocking, the box was opened, and the camera immediately projected the contents of the box onto the big screen. Everyone looked over with expectation, and saw a layer of dark red velvet in the box, and a tube of unopened medicine in the groove in the middle. What is this? The auctioneer voice sounded at the right time. The finale of this auction is this tube of medicine. Some people may have heard of it. It is the famous gene-stimulating medicine of the Empire. Hearing that this tube of medicine is actually the legendary gene-stimulating medicine, There was a commotion in the audience. You know, the gene-stimulating medicine can be said to be the most mysterious medicine in the Yavata Empire. It is firmly controlled by the imperial family and nobles of the empire, and is not circulated to the outside world. Therefore, there are many rumors about this medicine in the Federation. Although some medicines from the empire are smuggled into the Federation through special channels every year, the audience still did not expect that Kinster Auction House could actually get such a level of medicine. And the auctioneer's next words were even more jaw-dropping. Maybe many friends don't know the specific effects of gene-stimulating medicines, so let me briefly explain it to you. The auctioneer's tone was extremely excited. This medicine does have a very amazing effect. It can not only increase the probability of qualification promotion, it can even help stimulate a person's potential mental strength. The audience couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. What? This potion can actually improve aptitude. The atmosphere on the scene was instantly ignited. The audience, who were originally just a little curious, couldn't help but whisper. Everyone knows that it is very difficult to improve aptitude, and everyone has a certain limit that cannot be crossed. Now there is a potion that can improve aptitude level. Even if it only increases the probability, it is enough to attract people. What more? The auctioneer also mentioned the legendary spiritual power trait. Everyone present had their own information channels, and naturally knew that the spiritual power trait was real. And it was a talent that was far more precious and rare than S-level qualifications. It was through the monopoly of gene editing technology, and this kind of medicine whose formula was strictly kept secret, that the imperial family and nobles were able to maintain their qualifications from generation to generation and firmly control the empire political power. The auctioneer smiled slightly and continued to release a bomb. The empire gene-stimulating medicine is also divided into grades, and the purity of different grades of medicine is different. The purity of this tube of medicine in the box reaches 99.7%, and the impurity content is extremely low. It is a second-class product specially provided for royal family members, second only to the first-class medicine used by the Emperor of the Empire. If used, the side effects will be very small. The audience was even more excited after listening to the auctioneer introduction. Many people looked at the medicine and showed an eager look. Yu Pei, who originally looked a little careless, changed her expression slightly after hearing the origin of this tube of medicine. At this moment, she suddenly felt a gaze falling on her. She looked up and saw the principal looking at her leisurely. The two of them looked at each other. Yin Xiaon uncurled his lips and asked casually, "Teacher Yu, what do you think of this potion?" Yu Pei paused. After spending some time together, she found that her identity was very likely exposed. She didn't know if the other party question was another test. She thought about it and answered. The gene-stimulating potion was developed for the ruling class of the empire with certain genetic defects. It is not clear what side effects will occur if other people use it. I don't recommend that ordinary people take the risk to try it. Yu Pei was actually more concerned about the fact that the empire had very strict management of gene-stimulating drugs. Each tube of drugs had an independent number. Whether it was issued or collected, there would be a special person to check it. Especially the second-class products that could only be used by members of the royal family. It was impossible to lose them easily. So did the appearance of this tube of drugs mean that there was something wrong with the empire that she didn't know about? As the hammer in the auctioneer's hand fell, the tense bidding began. As soon as the auctioneer said the starting price, the people in the audience couldn't wait to raise their signs and bid one after another. The intensity of the competition even exceeded the previous auction of material W3. As the price continued to rise, the audience emotions were extremely high. In fact, most people were self-aware. They knew very well that this tube of potion would never fall into their hands. They were just joining in the fun. In the end, this tube of potion was bought by a VIP in a box at a sky-high price of 3.121 billion star coins. Everyone was shocked. The auction ended successfully in this extremely warm atmosphere, and everyone began to leave one after another. You go back first. I still have something to deal with. Yin Xiaonan left with these words and left alone. Several teachers looked at each other in bewilderment as they watched the principal disappear into the crowd. Yin Xiaonan actually had a sudden idea. She had just caught a glimpse of a person in the audience below Yi Bin. Originally, she was planning to find him sometime. Since he happened to be at the auction, it would save her trouble. Chapter 147 Melee. Jibin was in a good mood at the moment. The auction had ended, but he still felt a little reluctant to leave. Both the mecha materials and the gene-stimulating potion, which was the finale, were things he could hardly get his hands on. Although he did not have the strength to participate in the bidding for these things, he also gained a lot of knowledge. In addition, he also successfully won a crown inlaid with diamonds. In this way, his sister Emily's birthday gift was also settled. Therefore, he was still very satisfied with this trip to the auction. After the auction was over, the audience began to leave one after another, and the buyers who had bought the items were contacted by special staff. Yoshimoto did not choose to take the items away, but left an address, asking the auction house to send the items directly to his mansion in District 7. And then he and several rich kids, who were traveling with him, walked out of the venue in a back-to-back manner. Several people were very excited, still discussing what happened at the auction. But just when Yoshimoto was chatting with others, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared and blocked his way, who was walking without eyes. Ben almost bumped into him. He looked up impatiently, and was about to scold him. But after seeing the other person's face clearly, his eyes widened instantly, and he almost blurted out, why are you here? What wrong? Who is this? Ben, do you know him? Seeing Ben's big reaction, several young men nearby couldn't help but look at the person who came. The person who blocked the road was a young woman, who looked a little strange, and didn't seem to be from the same circle as them, but seeing Ben's reaction, it seemed that he was quite familiar with the other person. Several people couldn't help but feel a little curious about the relationship between the two. Yin Xiaonan faced Ben almost interrogative words, and said leisurely, "Of course I came to find you. Looking for me? What do you want to see me for? I tell you, you have left." Ben stopped talking subconsciously. He didn't want others to know the relationship between Mei Li and the Talisa family. Even though she had lived under the same roof with him in the past, he had never regarded her as a real relative. What more? She signed an agreement before leaving the capital star. Legally speaking, she has nothing to do with the Talisa family now. The other party came to him now. Could it be that he regretted it and wanted to return to the family? Ben secretly speculated, and looked at the few friends who were watching the fun beside him with some caution. He knew these people very well. It was okay for them to get together to eat, drink and have fun, but if these people really knew about Mary's identity, it would definitely be known to everyone within a day. And, since Mary had come to him, he was very worried that the other party would talk nonsense outside and ruin the reputation of the Talisa family. Yoshimoto thought for a while, and decided to find a quiet place to talk with the other party. It would be best if this hidden danger could be completely resolved. What's so mysterious? We can't even listen to it together? Looking at the backs of Yoshimoto and the strange woman leaving, a few playboys grumbled unhappily. At this moment, one of the young men in a white suit clapped his hands suddenly and said, "I remember who that woman is." Everyone else looked at him. The young man said excitedly, "She is the principal of the 627 Military Academy, who was recently on the hot search on Star Network. I just felt that she looked familiar. I seem to have seen her somewhere. Later I remembered that I had seen her in an interview video. But why did the principal of the Military Academy want to find Ben? It's impossible that the other party suddenly discovered that Ben is a good candidate for the Military Academy. Puff. The reason why these people can get together is that they have similar interests. They know Ben's strengths and weaknesses very well. He is an ignorant idiot. Just linking Ben with the Military Academy, they find it extremely funny." A group of people laughed and joked. On the other side, Yin Xiaonan followed Ben with interest and walked into the empty emergency passage. "You are looking for me to go back to the family, right? I tell you, this is impossible." Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Ben immediately changed his face, looking at Yin Xiaonan with contempt and arrogance. Yin Xiaonan was a little curious about what Ben wanted to say to her, but she didn't expect that he actually thought that she came to him to build a relationship with the Teresa family, which made her laugh and cry. She didn't plan to continue talking nonsense with him, and punched him hard in the abdomen. Ben had never thought that Mei Li would fight him directly. He was caught off guard by the heavy blow, and immediately screamed and fell to the ground. Isn't this too weak? Yin Xiaonan looked at the person on the ground in a daze. She remembered that the person's physical fitness level was D in the information. She was afraid of beating him to death, so she deliberately held back a little. She finally realized that she seemed to have a certain misunderstanding of Ben's strength. After all, those students with D-level physical fitness in the school are all strong military academy students. Although they are also D-level, they are higher than the average level of D-level. Not to mention, a lazy young man like Ben has no fighting power at all. Ben, who was beaten, was stunned and angry at the moment. He struggled to get up from the ground, holding his stomach and grimacing. He looked at Yin Xiaonan with a look that seemed to be poisoned. How dare you hit me? You're done. Compared to being beaten. What made Ji Ben more unbearable was that the person who beat him was actually Meili. He never thought that such a weak person in his eyes would hurt him. But the ribs that were still aching reminded him that all this really happened. Do you think you can show off in front of me now that you are the principal of the military academy? Isn't he just a lousy principal? When mother finds out that you beat me, she will never let you go. Hey, how old are you? You're still crying for your mother? Yin Xiaonan sneered. And I'm just giving you a small lesson. Right? Just like what you did to Meili. After this reminder, Ji Ben also remembered what he had done before. He had secretly made some moves before, and replaced the agricultural planet that the other party was supposed to go to with a wasteland planet, and had her left there alone to fend for herself. Could it be that this woman really came for revenge? Ji Ben didn't think he was wrong. How could an outsider like her take the things of the Talisa family? He regretted something else. Why didn't you die on the deserted planet? He said bitterly. As he wished, the original Meili had indeed passed away unfortunately. Yin Xiaonan originally thought it was boring to beat a weakling unilaterally, but after hearing what Ji Ben said, she couldn't bear it anymore. She stepped forward and kicked Ji Ben again, and then she opened her hands left and right, and beat him violently. After being punched by Yin Xiaonan, Ji Ben had already developed a little defense against her. But he was slow to react. He wanted to fight back, but was restrained. And he wanted to escape but couldn't. He was beaten by Yin Xiaonan and cried out in pain. Finally, he was thrown to the ground by her. With a loud bang, Ji Ben couldn't help but let out a pig-killing scream as soon as his body hit the ground. He felt that there was no part of his body that didn't hurt. He no longer had the thought of resisting. There was only one thought in his mind. That was to escape. He wanted to leave here. He wanted to ask for help. This woman was too scary. But now, he didn't even have the strength to crawl. He struggled desperately despite the excruciating pain in his back. But he still couldn't move forward. At this moment, he felt a shadow falling on him. You? What are you going to do? I warn you. If anything happens to me, the Teresa family will not let you go. Ji Ben raised his head with some effort, but couldn't see the face of the person in the backlight. His psychological defense line completely collapsed at this moment. He burst into tears and begged humbly, Don't kill me. I was wrong, I was really wrong, can you let me go? Yin Xiaonan looked at the man on the ground with disdain, whose face was covered with tears and snot. Was there any trace of his previous domineering and arrogant look? Do you like this lesson? Yin Xiaonan curled his lips. Ji Ben didn't dare to speak. He was very regretful in his heart. He felt that the Meili he knew in the past was not the real Meili at all. She had been pretending, and he was unaware of it, and offended her several times, which brought him such a terrible enemy. But it was too late to regret now. Gibbon was shaking all over. Just when he thought he was doomed, he saw the person in front of him wipe his hands with a tissue, then pushed the door open and left leisurely. Gibbon couldn't help but relax. The door at the entrance of the passage had closed again. Under the shadow of the light, his expression immediately became extremely sinister, completely different from the humble begging for mercy just now. He said in his heart with hatred, this woman can't stay. When he goes back, he will tell the family about it. And then he will make her die miserably. But at this moment, he finally remembered a question. The other party had just taken away his optical computer. How should he leave this hellhole now? Yin Xiaonan came to Ji Ben this time to help the original owner vent his anger. In fact, she already had a lot of evidence against the other party. As long as she handed the things over to the law enforcement team, Ji Ben would inevitably go to jail even with the support of the Talisa family. But if that was all, Yin Xiaonan still felt that it was a bit too easy for the other party. If she didn't let him feel the pain personally, she would always feel sorry for the original owner, who died alone on the deserted planet. Yin Xiaonan casually threw Ji Ben's computer into the trash can, and then got on a hovercraft back to the park. In the car, she packed up all the evidence of Ji Ben's past violations, and sent it to the law enforcement team. Ji Ben has never been a quiet person. It's not just about Meili. He used to get into trouble outside. If the Talisa family hadn't deliberately protected him, he would have been in jail long ago. Yin Xiaonan even found evidence that the Talisa family threatened the victim privately in order to keep him quiet. Not only Ji Ben, but the entire Talisa family is likely to be implicated. The death of the original owner, if Gibbon is the main culprit, then the Talisa family is an accomplice. If they had not indulged Gibbon, and deliberately ignored the original owner would not have gotten into trouble, and no one would have found out. Although the Talisa family had raised the original owner, according to federal law, Mary's biological father Evan and stepmother Aurora had an obligation to raise her. If they really didn't want to raise the child, they could actually give up custody, which is also allowed in the Federation. But they wanted to gain a good reputation, and were unwilling to treat the original owner well, which caused the original owner tragedy. Of course, they did not really abuse the original owner. The last person to do it was Gibbon. They could say that they were unaware. But it was not legitimate for Evan and Aurora to use cold violence against a minor for a long time. The original owner had always lived a very depressed life in the past. She often watched Evan, Aurora, and Emily family of 3 having fun together silently. However, as Evan's daughter, she was treated with indifference and neglect. She had also tried to integrate into this family. But every time she spoke, others would suddenly become quiet, and Aurora would look at her with a scrutinizing look, which made her wonder if she had done something wrong. In the end, she finally realized that her existence was the biggest mistake, and she should not show off her presence and spoil the fun for others. If an adult lived in such an environment for a long time, he would have emotional problems. Not to mention that the original owner was still a minor. She couldn't figure it out. If they didn't like her, why did they bring her home in the first place? Although Aurora never skimped on her food, clothing and daily expenses, the original owner didn't live a very good life. Aurora's attitude was so obvious that the servants didn't look kind to her. Butler Morton was the only one who cared for the original owner, but she was always grateful to him. If it weren't for the kindness of the Talisa family, she wouldn't have been able to live such a good life. But the original owner actually preferred to grow up in an orphanage. Yin Xiaonan did not intend to specifically target the original owner father and stepmother, because the original owner herself did not have such an idea. She respected the other party choice. Just because of her poor health since childhood, Mei Li was actually a very transparent girl. She knew that her stepmother had no obligation to care for her. Even if she wanted to blame someone, she could only blame her own biological father. But her father Evan never abused her. Even her daily living expenses were paid by Evan. Despite the resentment, she finally let it go. The girl originally planned to live a peaceful life on the agricultural planet after leaving the capital planet. But even such a small wish was not realized in the end. Yin Xiaonan couldn't help but sigh. She hoped that the original owner had been reborn like her, and lived a happy life in a certain world. League Group Stage. Chapter 148 Group Match Opening Ceremony. As the military academies arrived at the capital star one after another, the second round of group matches of the Military Academy League also arrived. The group matches were held in a simulator dedicated to the league. Unlike the auditions, which were fixed 1v1 offensive and defensive battles, the venue for each game was very limited. And the battle map for the second round of group matches was much larger. The 24 schools that advanced to the second round will be divided into 2 groups, A and B, by drawing lots. The 12 military academies will compete on the same stage in a battle map. Finally, the top 6 in each group will advance to the finals. The entire competition will last for 10 days. Unless students die during the competition, they must stay in the simulator throughout the whole process and meet their most basic physiological needs through external intubation. This is a screening of the participating students. Those students with poor physical fitness cannot stay in the simulator for 10 days at all. Even those who can do this do not like to stay in such a small space as the simulator for a long time. But this is something that all soldiers in the interstellar era must adapt to. Especially those Air Force personnel who serve in the space fleet all year round. In some special cases, they will stay in the space capsule for a longer time. If a student can't even stay in the simulator for 10 days, then there is no doubt that he is not suitable to join the army. The opening ceremony of the group competition was held in the Great Hall in the park. Students from various military academies lined up outside and entered the venue in order according to the ranking of the audition. The 627th Military Academy ranked 3rd in the audition, and it was their turn to enter after the Capital Military Academy and Minerva Military Academy. Under the complicated gazes of other military academy students, they walked into the Great Hall with their heads held high, and they didn't look stage fright at all. Both the audience in the live broadcast room and the students of other military academies were a little surprised. Looking at it this way, this 627 Military Academy seems to be pretty good. A student whispered, Before, she had only heard others talk about this ordinary military academy, and didn't know how it ranked in the top 3 in the auditions. This time, when she met the real owner, she couldn't help but sigh that there was indeed a reason why this military academy could stand out in the auditions. No matter whether there was a component of luck in the ranking of the auditions, under various voices from the outside world, they were able to act as if they were not disturbed at all, and even their momentum was not inferior to that of the Capital Military Academy and Minerva Military Academy that entered earlier, which made her look at them with great admiration. Another student poured cold water on them, saying, "Who knows if they are just trying to hold on? We still have to see how they perform in the group stage." He was impressed by the strength of the 4 major military academies, but he did not approve of this ordinary military academy that came out of nowhere. Unless the other party could show strong combat effectiveness in the group stage, he would not regard them as opponents of the same level. A student from the Spark Military Academy nearby heard the conversation between the two and said with yearning, "No matter what, I still hope that our school can be grouped with the 627 Military Academy." Everyone around was silent. It is said that the weak are the weakest. Among the 24 participating schools, there is only one ordinary military school, the 627 Military School, and it has no experience in participating in the group competition. Naturally, it has become a target secretly targeted by many military schools. However, regarding the grouping, these military schools are actually more concerned about another thing. The girl who spoke first sighed, "This is secondary. I hope that this year grouping will be the same as last year. The 4 major military schools should not be grouped together. Equally distribute 2 schools in each group." Others nodded, and a boy couldn't help but complain, "I think the league rules should have been changed a long time ago. It should be stipulated that the 4 military schools can only participate separately. Now, as long as 3 military schools are divided into one group, there is no need for others to fight. You are right. It is too unfair now. If we are divided into 3 top military schools, won't we become cannon fodder?" Many students from military schools echoed. But at this moment, a slightly sarcastic voice suddenly came from the crowd. "What if another strong school appears? The league is changing the rules again?" Everyone looked over and found that it was Feng Xian, the leader of K-29 Military Academy. He said earnestly, "You should improve your strength. You can't make progress by restricting the strong." A group of people blushed at what he said. The complaining boy thought Feng Xian was deliberately mocking him. He sneered, "I thought someone was making a high-sounding statement. It turned out to be someone from K-29 Military Academy. I remember you lost to 627 Military Academy in the audition." "Why? The strong school you mentioned is not the 627 Military Academy. Right?" Feng Xian did not get angry when he heard this. On the contrary, he thought about it seriously for a while, then shook his head with a smile. "It is really possible. Who can predict the future?" "Oh my God! Are you serious? You may have been brainwashed by those comments on the Star Network that the 627 Military Academy will become the 5th largest military academy in the future?" The boy never expected Feng Xian to react like this. Many people looked at the other students of K-29 Military Academy in surprise. The meaning was obvious. Your commander-in-chief has gone crazy. Why don't you do anything about it? However, the students of K-29 Military Academy ignored them. It was K-29 Military Academy turn to enter the venue. Feng Xian had no time to chat anymore. He followed the team and left. The students of other military academies were left to discuss whether Feng Xian was brainwashed by the Star Network or had some other intention. And Feng Xian, in fact, said what he really meant. K-29 Military Academy lost to an ordinary military academy like 627 Military Academy in the first round of the audition. The impact on Feng Xian, the commander-in-chief, was greater than anyone imagined. He couldn't help but doubt whether he was really suitable to be a commander at the beginning. If even ordinary military academies were at this level, then he felt that it would be better for him to step down and let the wise take over. It was not until K-29 Military Academy won several games in a row in the subsequent matches that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, 627 Military Academy was just an exception, and his command did not seem to have any major problems. Despite this, he couldn't help but pay attention to the next game of the 627 Military Academy. At first, he was a little unconvinced, but after watching 2 more games, he had to admit that the 627 Military Academy victory over K-29 was not a fluke. and the opponent command ability was indeed better than his. He didn't know what ranking this military academy would eventually get in the league. But when others mentioned whether this military academy would become a strong school that was no less than the 4 major military academies, he subconsciously felt that this was really possible, which even surprised himself. So he was so optimistic about the 627 military academy. No matter what, Fong Xian was still looking forward to the second round of the game, when other military academies would play against the 627 military academy. Especially when he thought about the students from other military academies, who just expressed their desire to be drawn into the same group with the 627 military academy, he felt quite gloating. Since the K-29 military academy had been defeated by the 627 military academy, he didn't think that other military academies could do better than the K-29 military academy, and he wished that other schools would also have a reversal. The students of other military schools did not know Fong Xian's evil intentions. After all the military schools entered the venue, the commentators of this league walked to the podium in front of the Great Hall. The military school league often arranges for commentators with different majors, and this league is no exception. The 4 commentators are all soldiers who have been on the battlefield and have brilliant achievements that the students look up to. Oh my god! Isn't that Titus Bader? He is actually the commentator of our game. After recognizing the identity of one of the commentators, a student couldn't help but exclaimed. Although the other 3 commentators were not inferior to Titus Bader in terms of personal ability, he was the most famous because his personal experience was very legendary. He was a fighter pilot, graduated from the Capital Military Academy, and was originally a very good pilot. But unfortunately, he lost his legs in an accident. His superiors originally planned to transfer him to the logistics department, but he rejected the proposal. If he was a mecha soldier, he would not be able to continue to drive the mecha after losing his legs. But fighters and mechas are different. Although he still encountered many difficulties when he first started to practice fighter driving skills, he finally successfully proved himself to his superiors and returned to the flight squadron again. And he even performed better than before. When the fighter performs some difficult maneuvers, it will bring negative gravity, which will cause blood to flow from the head to the toes and cause black vision. Titus' black vision was reduced because he lost his legs. He was able to fly a fighter plane and perform some extreme actions that he could not do when he still had his legs. In the Battle of Wilkest, although the Federal Army lost miserably on the ground battlefield, Titus performed quite well in the space battlefield. In the entire battle, he shot down 17 kamikaze jet bugs and even destroyed a Leviathan with a missile. Unlike humans who vigorously developed mechanical technology and invented mechas with amazing combat power and various weapons and equipment, the Zerg took a completely different path. They are not uncivilized and inferior races, but their technology tree is all in the direction of biology. Kamikaze jet bugs are a Zerg mutant that can move freely in space. They can spray highly corrosive venom and plasma cannons, and will suddenly explode when approaching the enemy. They are similar to human fighters, but more dangerous. Leviathans are similar to human warships. Their huge abdominal cavities can carry other types of Zerg. They often have hardened shells with amazing defensive power, which can not only resist the low temperature and radiation in space, but also withstand the attacks of human fighters and warships. Titus' record is undoubtedly amazing. Neither the kamikaze jet bug nor the Leviathan is so easy to deal with. After such a tragic defeat, the Federation had to present a hero to wash away the shame and give the people hope. Titus is undoubtedly the best candidate. His extraordinary record and inspiring experience have inspired countless Federation members. Major Titus lost his legs and still became an ace pilot with great achievements. The Federation just suffered a failure. How can they retreat so easily? With the help of public opinion, the Federation gradually got rid of the shadow of defeat, and Titus became the most popular military celebrity at the time. Good morning, fellow military academy students. I am Titus Bader, graduated from the Capital Military Academy with a major in fighter aircraft technology, and one of the commentators for this league. As soon as Titus finished speaking, the students immediately applauded excitedly, and the other 3 commentators introduced themselves one by one. I am Algermelon, graduated from the 1st Military Academy with a major in mecha soldiers. I am Zhu Haolon, graduated from the Command Department of the Federal Military University. I am Liang, graduated from the Battleship Technology Department of the Minerva Military Academy. The 4 commentators all graduated from military academies, and they are not very old. Except Liang, who has little experience in the military and has a lower rank. The other 3 are already majors and are the best of the young generation of the military. Except for Titus, the military academy students are not unfamiliar with the other 3 people. Several commentators have participated in previous military academy leagues, and they can be said to be their seniors, and they are also idols they once admired. After learning the identities of the commentators, the students stared at the rostrum with bright eyes, and several commentators began to introduce the rules of the group stage. Chapter 149: Drawing Lots. The first step in the group stage is to draw lots. The 24 participating military academies are divided into 2 groups, A and B, according to the results of the draw. In order to balance the strength of the 2 groups, the Ministry of Military Education stipulates that the top 3 teams in the previous league cannot be assigned to the same group at the same time. Before the rise of Minerva Military Academy, this regulation ensured that the 3 strong schools, the Capital Military Academy, the First Military Academy, and the Federal Military University, would not be concentrated in the same group. But when Minerva Military Academy became the 4th largest military academy, the situation became a little complicated. According to the rules, the draw results can only ensure that the top 3 of the previous session cannot be in the same group at the same time. But now there are 4 schools that are much stronger than other military schools. In extreme cases, 3 strong schools will be concentrated in the same group at the same time. This is why many students from other military schools hope to change the draw rules. If their school is really in the same group with 3 strong schools, they are likely to become cannon fodder. It is much easier for schools in another group to advance, and they think this is unfair. But the military education department obviously has the same idea as Feng Xian. If they change the lottery rules just because of the rise of Minerva Military Academy, if a new strong school emerges, will the rules of the competition have to be changed again? Since it is a competition, competition cannot be avoided. Although many people have raised objections to the lottery rules, so far, there is no sign of change in the rules of the group stage. The second round of the Military Academy League is the group stage. Titus took the lead in explaining the rules of the competition. After entering the simulator, the 12 military academies drawn into the same group will be randomly placed on 3 planets with different environments in the same battle map. Each military academy will have a garrison, which has an airport for fighter planes and warships to take off and land, and a resource exchange office for exchanging various weapons and ammunition. Yes, Alger, who was born as a soldier, continued, the competition will provide a certain amount of energy and ammunition for the individual soldiers. Mecha soldiers can bring their mechas into the arena. Subsequent resources need to be exchanged for resource points by hunting mutant creatures in the map. As soon as Alger finished speaking, lying on the side showed a very friendly smile. I need to remind you that resource points are not equivalent to points. They can only be used to exchange various weapons, ammunition and energy, and the right to use fighter planes and warships at the resource exchange office. Points are obtained by eliminating enemy players. Eliminating ordinary players gets 5 points. Eliminating main players gets 7 points. Eliminating the general commander gets 15 points. And eliminating the deputy commander gets 10 points. The last person to speak was Zhu Haolan, the only commander among the 4 commentators. Her voice was steady and powerful, and it also revealed a hint of unquestionable majesty, which made it very easy for people to believe. After explaining all the rules, she looked at the students in the audience and said, the competition will end in 10 days. The top 6 schools in each group will advance to the final round. Good luck to everyone. The rules of the Military Academy League are similar every year. This year, due to the military educational reform, some people were still worried that there would be unexpected changes, but after listening to the rules of the game, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The rules of the group stage are still the same as before. It seems that the educational reform does not intend to change the rules of the group stage. As for whether there will be any changes to the finals rules this year, they can't think about it now. They have to fight for the qualification first. After the 4 commentators finished explaining the rules of the group stage, the next step was the draw. Although the optical computer could perform random grouping, the league still prepared a huge transparent glass tank on the stage with a sense of ceremony, which contained 24 red balls that looked very festive. The first person to go on stage was Kelvin from the Capital Military Academy. He casually took a ball out of the glass tank, opened it, and showed the note inside to others. Liang, who was standing by, glanced at the mark on the note and said loudly, Capital Military Academy. Group A. The order of the draw was also based on the ranking of the auditions. The second person to draw the lot was Li Wanshu from Minerva Military Academy. He was also the star student of this league. This was because he not only had the excellent qualifications of SS, but also had an extremely outstanding appearance. After entering Minerva Military Academy, he became known to the public as the military school male god and had an extremely large number of fans. His appearance that is generally recognized by the public is not exaggerated. When he walked onto the stage, everyone's eyes lit up, and the comments in the live broadcast room started to roll like crazy. The military school male god recognized by the Star Network is indeed worthy of his reputation. He is so handsome. Jisenu, a veteran face control, looked at the person on the stage with starry eyes. He is a fighter pilot, right? I really hope that we can be assigned to the same group with Minerva. I really want to shoot him down from the sky with my own hands. The two boys standing next to her couldn't help but shudder when they heard her words. Yin Ting was originally worried that the other party wanted to be in the same group with Minerva to give Li Wanshu a break, but now he felt a little sympathetic to his cousin. Yes, Yin Ting is actually a cousin of this military school male god of Minerva Military Academy. But every time someone finds out about his relationship with Li Wanshu, they always wonder if he is really his cousin. Why is there such a big gap between the two? Yin Ting simply didn't mention this matter in front of outsiders. In his opinion, his cousin is a typical winner in life. He has been smooth sailing since he was a child. The only thing that bothers him is that other people pay too much attention to his appearance instead of his strength, which is a trivial matter that Yin Ting thinks is completely unworthy of mentioning. In fact, Yin Ting also hopes that the 627th Military Academy can be drawn into the same group with the Minerva Military Academy, so that he can compete with a genius like his cousin. He really wants to know how he compares to the other party now. Li Wanshu unfolded the note inside the ball. Minerva Military Academy also drew Group A. The third person to draw the lot was naturally the 627 Military Academy, which ranked third in the audition. Tao Shan had never thought that one day she would be able to represent the school in the Military Academy League draw ceremony. In the past, her biggest dream was just to become an ordinary Military Academy student. And now, as the leader of the 627 Military Academy, she is about to step onto the podium under the attention of the public. You have to know that the people who drew the lot before were famous genius students like Kevin and Li Wanshu. Tao Shan had been a little uneasy since Keldon went up to draw lots. As time went by, she became more and more anxious. Her face was tense, and she couldn't relax at all. She couldn't help but have a thought in her mind. There were many people in the school with better qualifications than her. Should she really represent the school on stage with such mediocre ability? Tao Shan couldn't help but retreat. Would it be better to let someone else go on stage? She felt that her ability and qualifications were not enough to represent the school on stage. She didn't want others to look down on the entire 627 Military Academy because of her. It was soon the turn of the 627th Military Academy to draw lots. If they didn't change their candidates, they would have no chance. Tao Shan became increasingly anxious. She subconsciously looked for the principal. The principals and teachers of each school were standing in a corner. When Tao Shan finally found the principal in the crowd, she was surprised to find that he had keenly noticed her gaze, looked over here, and gave her a cheering gesture. Tao Shan was stunned for a moment before she realized that the principal was cheering her up. Somewhat magically, she suddenly felt that all the hesitation and entanglement that had been lingering in her heart just now had dissipated at this moment. She felt a great courage in her heart. She no longer thought about changing people, but silently decided to show her best mental state when she went on stage. Kelvin and Li Wanshu were both popular players in this Military Academy League. Not many viewers knew Tao Shan. When she went on stage to draw lots on behalf of the 627th Military Academy, many barrages were asking, "Who is this?" After learning that she was a student of the 627th Military Academy, the audience became somewhat uninterested after satisfying their curiosity. Some people urged her to finish drawing lots quickly, so that the leaders of the 1st Military Academy and the Federal Military University could come on stage. In the eyes of many people, the 627th Military Academy was the first cannon fodder to be eliminated in the second round, so they were naturally too lazy to pay too much attention to it. The students of the 627th Military Academy did not know the reactions of the audience in the live broadcast room, and even if they knew, they would not care too much. They were more concerned about which group they were assigned to. 627 Military Academy. Group A. lying voice sounded at the right time. The students of 627 Military Academy all looked very satisfied when they heard it, which puzzled the students of other military academies and the audience in the live broadcast room. They were assigned to the same group as the Capital Military Academy and Minerva Military Academy. How could they still laugh so happily? The next person to go on stage was Yu Yajing from the 1st Military Academy. In fact, after the grouping results of the Capital Military Academy and Minerva Military Academy came out, the 1st Military Academy, which ranked 3rd in the last Military Academy League, was destined to be assigned to Group B. Yu Yajing's appearance was just a formality. All the Military Academy students are now most concerned about one thing, which is the result of the grouping of the Federal Military University. Most of them still hope that the coalition can also be assigned to Group B, so that Group A and Group B will each have 2 strong schools. If the coalition is drawn to Group A, then Group A will have 3 top military academies: the 1st Army, Minerva, and the coalition, which will become a terrible death group. In contrast, Group B has only 1 army and 1 strong school, which is an enviable group of heaven. Other military schools were reluctant to gamble, and they hoped that the coalition would be assigned to Group B, so that it would not matter which group they were assigned to later. The person in charge of drawing lots at the Federal Military University was their commander-in-chief Min Jing. Although she looked very similar to her twin sister Minshi, their personalities and the temperaments they showed to the outside world were completely different. Minxi's personality was more outgoing. She was cheerful and generous, and it was easy for people to like her, so she had a very good relationship with people. Min Jing, who is studying at the command department of the Federal Military University, looks more reserved. She always stares at others quietly with her deep brown eyes, as if she can see through people's hearts, which makes people feel a little scared. After Min Jing came on stage, she took out a small ball from the glass jar. She ignored the anxious eyes of others and slowly took out the paper inside and unfolded it slowly. Federal Military University, Group A. After knowing the result, the Military Academy students all looked miserable, but the audience in the live broadcast room watched the excitement without thinking it was a big deal. They didn't care whether it was difficult for the Military Academy students to advance. The more intense the fight, the more interesting the game would be. Now that the 3 top military academies have gathered together, they are looking forward to who will win. The only one assigned to Group B, the 1st Military Academy, seems to have secured the qualification in advance. In fact, no matter how the groups are divided, each group has 6 qualifying places. Students from the 4 major military academies are not worried that their schools will be eliminated in the group stage. But students from other military academies are different. But the result is already determined, so they are still cheering up. Anyway, it is not their turn to draw lots yet. Maybe they can be assigned to Group B? Naturally, excluding the 4 major military academies. The only school that has been confirmed to be in Group A, 627 Military Academy, has gained a lot of sympathy from people, and the students of other military academies are still a little gloating in their hearts. They don't believe that the people of 627 Military Academy can still laugh now. But when they looked in the direction of 627 Military Academy, they were suddenly stunned. Why do they feel that these people are not afraid at all, but they can't wait for the game to start right away? Chapter 150, Will to Fight. These people were right. At this time, the students of the 627th Military Academy were full of will to fight. A few days ago, the students knew about the engagement between Lin Tianan and Kelvin through Xie Yinhan. They were even more angry than Lin Tianan. Your uncle family is too much. They actually made such an engagement without your consent. What the difference between this and selling your niece? Elin said indignantly. Angelica was a little surprised. There are arranged marriages in the Federation? I thought only the imperial nobles would do this, in order to ensure the purity of blood. Intermarriage between imperial nobles and civilians is not allowed. Only a few civilians with spiritual power can break this rule. However, as long as the spiritual power is detected, these lucky few will become new nobles. Therefore, the marriages of imperial nobles are rarely free, and they are basically political marriages between people of equal status. Angelica, who is from the Empire, is not surprised by this, but she did not expect that the Federation, which claims to be free and open, would have such an elder forcing a marriage without the consent of the parties involved. Even though Lin Tianan is not yet an adult, don't be too biased towards the Federation. Although we don't have nobles here, there are some people who are superior to others. Ji-Sun curled her lips after hearing Angelica's words, and whispered, I heard that the reason why the Federation suffered a disastrous defeat in the Wilkes battle was because there were various factions within the military. Interest groups colluded with each other, and some military families acted even more aggressively than the Empire nobles. You're right. The Kelvin family is just like the bully nobles in the Empire. Yin Ting looked very indignant. I said Kelvin behavior was weird before, but I didn't expect him to have such an idea. I thought he was just a little hypocritical before, but now it seems that I don't know enough about him. He is just a hypocritical scumbag. What should we do now? Is there any way to make the other party cancel the engagement? Ruby asked in a distressed manner. Ji-Sun, as long as Senior Lin disagrees, it should be fine. This engagement has no legal effect. If they really dare to force Senior Lin, don't we still have our principal? I believe she will never allow such a thing to happen. The students were still a little worried in their hearts, but after thinking of the principal, they relaxed instantly. Yes, Kelvin family may be powerful, but Lin Tianan has the protection of the principal, and the principal will never let these people bully the students in the school. The students had never thought about what to do if Yin Xiaonan couldn't solve the problem. In their hearts, the principal was omnipotent. As the person involved, Lin Tianan secretly made up her mind. She didn't want to trouble the principal. If someone dared to force her to fulfill the engagement, she would not sit and wait for death. She was indeed grateful for the upbringing of her uncle family for so many years. But she would not unconditionally accept all their arrangements in order to repay the favor. Although Kelvin was highly qualified and had a good family background, she still had no intention of getting involved with him. Her plan for the next few years of her life is to become the best captain, inherit her parents' legacy, fight against the Zerg, and defend the Federation, rather than marrying someone she doesn't know well after graduation. Since the principal is in charge, do we not need to worry about this matter now? Langdon asked hesitantly. In theory. That right. But I think we can teach the guy named Kelvin a lesson. Ruby showed a cunning look. We can put a sack on him later. Let Enan beat him up to vent his anger, and see if he dares to have such evil thoughts. I agree with this idea. Yin Ting's eyes lit up, and he also started to give advice. If we go during the day, it will be a bit too conspicuous. It better to go at night, and the principal is out for an auction today, so he not in the park, which is convenient for us to do. He had long disliked Kelvin, and after learning about the engagement, he naturally responded to Ruby's call very actively. But Kelvin seems to have the qualifications of a double S. Can we succeed? Yi Lin hesitated. If we are really caught, according to the rules of the competition, we will most likely be disqualified. As long as we are not caught by the surveillance camera, what is there to be afraid of? And since he is in a sack, it is a sneak attack. We are not afraid of him even though he has double S qualifications. We have more people on our side. Let Ruby and Fong hold him down together. I don't believe he can make any waves. Then how do we get surveillance? Xia Yinhan, who had been standing aside without saying anything, had a hint of interest in his eyes, and chose to lend a hand. I can help you with the surveillance. Seeing that Xia Yinhan was also planning to join in, Yin Ting continued to plan excitedly. The Capital Military Academy lives on the floor above us. Let's first find out which room Kelvin lives in. Then we can climb up from the outside of the building and enter his room through the window. What if the window is locked? Yi Lin still felt that this plan was not very reliable. Well, I actually know how to open the smart windows in the dormitory building. Dioshi raised his hand weakly. He did a lot of sneaky things when he was in Dia Star in the past, and he had already mastered the skill of unlocking. He had seen the windows in the dormitory building, and it was not particularly difficult to crack a smart window like this model. Seeing that this group of restless guys were really planning to make trouble, Tao Shan had to stand up and dissuade them. She understood their feelings of wanting to stand up for Lin Tianan, but the group stage was about to begin. If she really let them go out and make trouble, it would be fine if they were not caught, but it would be terrible if they were really caught. Team leader, relax. We will be careful. This is not a real game. No matter how powerful Kelvin is, with so many of us dealing with him alone, isn't it easy to catch him? The students who wanted to cause trouble naturally refused to give up their plans easily. And Tao Shan, as the leader, did not intend to give in, and even said that if they insisted on doing it, she would tell the principal about their plan. Just when the two sides were arguing, Lin Tianan's cold voice sounded at the right time. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want my affairs to affect the school next competition. The most important thing now is the group competition that is about to begin. Don't waste your energy on other irrelevant things. As for the marriage contract, I will handle it myself. Seeing that the parties involved had spoken, the others had to stop. But although they cancelled the original plan to put a sack on Kelvin, they still did not give up the idea of teaching him a lesson. The group stage was naturally an opportunity to target Kelvin openly. So when the students of the 627th Military Academy found that they were drawn into the same group as the Capital Military Academy, they all got excited. It can't be considered a violation to beat someone up on the field. Right? What are they waiting for? They are eager for the game to start soon, so that they can go in and beat people up. As for the fact that they were assigned to the death group, the students didn't care too much. No matter how terrible the students of these 3 top military academies are, they can't be more terrible than their principals. Right? Their combat effectiveness may still have room for improvement, but their ability to withstand blows is absolutely first class. After experiencing the principal series of weird training, they are fearless. After all 24 schools have drawn lots, all the students went to the computer room where the simulators were placed, and the principals and teachers of each school also went to the special viewing room, waiting for the arrival of the game. Groups A and B compete in different battle maps. To avoid mutual interference, both venues have independent viewing rooms. For commentators are divided into 2 groups. They will provide separate commentaries on the 2 venues in the game that will start later. Yin Xiaonan ran into an old friend at the door of Group A viewing room. Jiang Xuanyu, the president of the Federal Military University. The coalition forces are far away in the Taishi Star Field, which is already very far away from the capital star. The school spacecraft encountered some changes on the way here, which made them finally arrive at the capital star when the group stage was about to start. They were the last school to arrive in this military school league. Because of this, Jiang Xuanyu had not seen Yin Xiaonan until now. She couldn't help but smile. Principal Yin. Long time no see. She still remembered that she had a brief contact with him at the Tiandu Star Space Station. At that time, the young principal made an appointment with her to meet again at the Military Academy League. She didn't take it too seriously at the time, but she never thought that the 627 Military Academy, a new military academy that had been established for a short time, would actually enter the offline group stage this year. She was also able to renew the relationship with Principal Yin. Yin Xiaonan also showed a smile on his face, and the two walked into the viewing room together while chatting and laughing. The layout of the viewing room is similar to that of a lecture hall, with a large screen in the front and rows of seats under the stands. These seats are prepared for the staff of the Military Education Department and the teachers of the participating schools, and other relevant personnel are not allowed to enter the viewing room at will. If ordinary people want to understand the situation of the game, they can watch the simultaneous live broadcast on StarNet. The principals of the 12 participating schools were arranged in the first row closest to the screen. Many principals were already sitting in their seats. Seeing that Jiang Xuanyu and Yin Xiaonan came together and seemed to know each other, they were a little surprised. Could it be that this ordinary military school is now connected to the Federal Military University? For a moment, everyone had different thoughts. Some of the more thoughtful military school principals had many guesses in their minds. Yin Xiaonan and Jiang Xuanyu did not pay much attention to the eyes of others. The two found an empty seat in the first row and sat down. On Yin Xiaonan left was Jiang Xuanyu, and on the other was a very elegant-looking woman. She wore a simple lapel coat and a colorful scarf around her neck. She looked like someone who had walked out of the cover of a fashion magazine. Yin Xiaonan naturally recognized this lady. She was Nan Dongwei, the principal of Minerva Military Academy. This legendary principal had once been a gold medal agent in the entertainment industry, and her fashion taste could be said to have killed all the principals and teachers in the viewing room. Nan Dongwei raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw Yin Xiaonan sitting next to her. She had been curious about Principal Yin of the 627 Military Academy for a long time. The reason why the Minerva Military Academy, a branch of the Minerva Military Academy, suffered a Waterloo in the Military Academy qualifying competition was because of the 627 Military Academy. She was looking forward to the development of this new school at that time, but she did not expect that the other party would develop so fast. In less than 2 years, this school, built on a remote star in a desolate star system, actually broke into the second round of the Military Academy League. Nan Dongwei has a strong interest in the principal of this school. Among the 4 top military academies, only Minerva is a newly established school in recent years. And it is precisely because Nan Dongwei founded Minerva Military Academy that she knows how difficult it is to develop the school to the current level of 627 Military Academy in such a short time. What more? 627 Military Academy is not like Minerva Military Academy, which has a large consortium behind it to provide funds. It can be said that it is penniless. Nan Gongwei took the initiative to greet Yin Xiaonan. She always liked to deal with capable people. Yin Xiaonan was also quite curious about Nan Gongwei, a military academy principal who changed careers from an agent. The two of them naturally started chatting. But before they talked for long, the big screen at the front of the viewing room lit up. The students had already entered the simulator. Chapter 151 Group Stage 1. At this time, the big screen was divided into 3 parts, showing 3 planets with completely different appearances. The planet on the far left was azure blue. Looking around, the entire planet was almost covered by the ocean, with only a few scattered islands. The planet in the middle had a larger land area, and the land was covered with very dense plants, making the planet look full of life and vitality. The planet on the far right has iron oxide widely distributed on its surface. It is a dark red planet that is very different from the first 2 planets. After entering the simulator, the students of the 12 military academies were randomly placed on these 3 planets. The most schools are located on planet number 1, where students from 5 military academies, including the Federal Military University and the Spark Military Academy, are studying. There are 3 military academies on planet number 2, namely the Capital Military Academy, the 3rd Military Academy, and the 627 Military Academy. The environment on planet number 3 is relatively the worst, and 4 military academies, including the Minerva Military Academy and the Silver Blade Military Academy, were unfortunately placed there. After the students of the 627th Military Academy entered the simulator, they opened their eyes and found themselves in a land of ice and snow. Is this an extremely cold planet? Yin Ting couldn't help but shiver, and the hot air he exhaled from his mouth condensed into ice chips in an instant. The other students also observed the surrounding environment curiously. In addition to the snow and wind, there were several gray buildings not far from them. If I guess correctly, that should be their base. Xie Yanhan used his command authority to check the relevant information and shook his head. The second planet we are on now is a habitable planet with a rich and diverse climate, but the location of our base refresh is not very good. This is the polar region of the second planet. In the viewing room, Alger couldn't help but sigh that the 627th Military Academy was really unlucky. Originally, there were only 3 military academies on the second planet, which should have the least competitive pressure, but the 627th Military Academy was placed in the polar region with the least mutant creatures, so they might as well have been placed in the school on the 3rd planet. Although the environment of the 3rd star is harsh, the 4 military academies are all on the same starting line. The situation of the 2nd star is completely different. In addition to the 627th Military Academy, which is located in the cold polar region, the 3rd Military Academy is located on a fertile plain, and the Capital Military Academy is located in a mountainous area that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The environment is much better than that of the 627th Military Academy. Some viewers in the live broadcast room have obviously noticed the situation of the 2nd star, and have discussed it in the barrage. The 627th Military Academy seems to be in trouble. The location of the base is not good, and it is assigned to the same planet as the Capital Military Academy. I don't think they can stay in the simulator for long. Let not talk about the Capital Military Academy. The strength of the 3rd Military Academy is also very strong. It can be said that it is the school second only to the 4 major military academies. It seems that the first military academy to be eliminated in the group stage is definitely the 627th Military Academy. Although it a bit miserable, I feel like laughing. What going on? I heard that they were very arrogant during the interview, and they kept sticking to Minerva marketing. I didn't expect that they would die so soon. As expected, people should not be too arrogant. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room was gloating, the students of the 627th Military Academy arrived at the base. The base includes the headquarters, the resource exchange office and the airport. Except for the headquarters, the latter two cannot play their due role without resource points. Xie Yanhan quickly divided the team into several teams to go out and look for prey, so as to obtain resource points as soon as possible. The initial supplies given to each school in the competition are very limited. Although theoretically students do not need to eat in the simulator, their nutrition supply during this period of time in the simulator is solved through external intubation. And the food in the holographic world can only simulate the taste of real food, and cannot really fill the stomach. However, in order to better simulate the real situation, students will also experience hunger, fatigue and other states in the simulator. Just like in holographic online games, if a student does not eat or rest for a long time, he will have some debuffs, if no remedial measures are taken. When the situation deteriorates to a certain extent, he may even be eliminated directly because of his poor physical condition. Therefore, the group stage is often divided into multiple stages. In the first stage, all the students of the participating military academies will not rush to fight. They will race against time to hunt mutant creatures during this period, and obtain as many resource points as possible in exchange for various resources. Commanders generally do not choose to launch an attack rashly at this stage. Firstly, the distance between the bases of various schools is very far. Without opening a teleportation point or exchanging transportation, the time cost required to walk to the bases of other schools is too high, and the effect of a surprise attack cannot be achieved at all. If we really waste all the time on marching, the enemy will probably have developed by taking advantage of this time difference, and the chance of winning is relatively small. Secondly, there are not only 2 teams on a planet. Even if we defeat one school, there are other schools waiting to attack. If we launch an attack without any resource guarantee, it is very likely that the gains will outweigh the losses. In this case, the first 2 days of the competition can be said to be the golden period for each participating school to obtain resource points. After this period, if the school wants to hunt mutant creatures to obtain resource points again, it must be on guard against sneak attacks from other military schools. If resources fall behind one step, they may fall behind step by step, no matter how strong the students are. Without weapons and ammunition, they can only be suppressed by other military schools. In particular, fighter planes and warships need resource points to unlock. If the resource points accumulated in the early stage are not enough, the school cannot even participate in the space battle in the later stage of the game, and can only stay on the ground and be chased and bombed by other schools that have gained air superiority. Therefore, in order to obtain resource points as soon as possible, all participating schools took active actions. The land area of planet number 1 is very small, and the schools are located on small islands. The mutant creatures living on these islands are rare and of low level. In order to obtain more resource points, the schools on planet number 1 soon turn their attention to the sea. There is no sign of biological activity on the surface of planet number 3, but there are many caves underground. So the 4 military academies sent their teams down to the dark underground and carefully explored. The 3 schools on planet number 2 face different environments. The plain where the 3rd military academy is located is rich in water and grass, and has a rich animal community. They are currently hunting a group of B-level black-spotted sheep, and soon they have harvested the first resource point. The capital military academy is stationed in a continuous mountain range. The area where the station is located is not only rugged, but also rich in forest resources. There are many high-level mutant creatures around, for some schools with insufficient strength. This is not a good location for the station. The high-level mutant creatures in the forest will be a great threat to the station. Maybe before the enemy attacks, the team will be reduced in advance because of these high-level mutant creatures. However, this place is very suitable for schools with outstanding combat capabilities, like the Capital Military Academy. Opportunities and risks coexist. Although high-level mutant creatures are dangerous, killing them will also gain more resource points. If the situation can be controlled, these high-level mutant creatures will bring huge benefits. At this time, on the big screen in the viewing room, several mecha soldiers of the capital army were besieging an S-level mutant black tiger. Although they have killed several mutant beasts, because these students who went out have not returned to the exchange office in the base to exchange for resources, they are now fighting mainly with alloy knives and electromagnetic guns that do not require energy. Because of the limited ammunition, they even had to use electromagnetic guns sparingly. As for high-damage weapons like laser cannons, they didn't even have to think about it. The S-class mutant black tiger that the Shoujuin students were attacking was naturally not comparable to an ordinary tiger. Even though it was surrounded by several tall meccas, it still looked very oppressive. What was even more terrifying was that the black tiger defense was extremely amazing, and the ordinary bullets used by the electromagnetic gun could not cause any damage to it. The fur on its body was very hard, just like a layer of bulletproof vest, which deflected all the bullets fired at it. Facing such a tough opponent, several mecha soldiers of the First Army still performed very well. Seeing that the electromagnetic gun was not very effective, they quickly changed their strategy and drew out the ally knife to engage in close combat with the mutant tiger. Although the mutant black tiger kept making attacks, several meccas were agile, causing the ferocious black tiger to miss one after another. And under the continuous attacks, the wounds on its body became more and more. The mutant tiger became anxious. It seemed to realize that the enemy in front of it was not easy to deal with. Its instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm made it want to retreat. However, several meccas had already blocked its retreat route and did not intend to let it leave. In desperation, the mutant black tiger eyes became crazy and fierce. It raised its head and let out a sharp roar. Several mecca soldiers who were close to it could not help but stagnate. It felt like a thunderclap in their ears, and their heads were buzzing. Taking this opportunity, the mutant black tiger was about to pounce on an enemy in front of it. But unexpectedly a silver mecca suddenly appeared, and the ally knife in its hand was as fast as an arrow, and accurately pierced into its copper bell-sized tiger eyes. The sharp blade instantly penetrated its entire brain with a devastating force, until the huge body of the mutant black tiger, which was as big as a hill, fell heavily to the ground. The barrage became active again. It is worthy of being an S-level mutant beast. The roar even has the effect of mental attack. Isn't Kelvin too strong? I had long guessed that this mutant tiger would not be his opponent, but I didn't expect it to be a one-shot kill. He really wasn't affected by the mutant tiger roar at all. He is the second-year individual leader of the First Army. How can he not be strong? An S-level mutant tiger can add 100 resource points, plus the A-level mutant beasts they just hunted. The First Army should have the most resource points now. Right? Isn't it because they are lucky? The Coalition is on planet number 1. Underwater combat is difficult. Minerva, it's been so long. They're not even a shadow of the mutant creatures. None of the remaining military academies can fight against the First Army. Haven't you heard that luck is also a kind of strength? Anyway, I'm optimistic that the First Army will take the first place in Group A in this round. The game has just started. I don't think so. Maybe the Coalition and Minerva will overtake later. There are too many reversals in the league. Until the last moment of the game, no one knows what the final result will be. Just as the audience was discussing, the screen suddenly changed from a vibrant forest to a white snowy field. The audience was stunned. After a while, they finally remembered that the 627th Military Academy seemed to be stationed in the polar region of the second star. But there was nothing but white in front of the camera. Where were they? Chapter 152 Polar Station. Some viewers originally suspected that this was an empty shot, but the live broadcast of the competition does not shoot people. Why only shoot the scenery? Just when many people were confused, suddenly several bullet comments excitedly said that they saw students from the 627th Military Academy in the camera. There was obviously nothing in the camera. Other viewers thought so in their hearts, but they still searched the live broadcast screen again with half belief and half doubt. Several bullet comments came one after another, saying that the 627th Military Academy was found in the screen, but there were also quite a few bullet comments saying that they saw nothing. All of a sudden, the live broadcast room of the competition became extremely lively, and a large-scale searching for the 627 Military Academy activity was launched. I suspect I am blind. Where is the 627 Military Academy? Why can't I see anything except the snow-capped mountains? Add 1. I seriously suspect they are lying. Where is the mecca here? Friendly reminder. Look at the lower right corner of the screen, next to the darker stone. In the middle, on the lower right. It is indeed a bit difficult to find. Ah, I found it. Isn't this camouflage too strong? I thought it was a stone before. I'm shocked. Their meccas are completely integrated with the surrounding environment. How did they do it? Some viewers who finally found the 627th Military Academy with the help of others were surprised and curious. The voice of the commentator Alger sounded at the right time. This mecha team of the 627th Military Academy is very well hidden. This is because their mechas are coated with a special heat-sensitive paint. Special coating? The audience watching the live broadcast pricked up their ears. Alger flipped through the information in his hand and explained, according to the information submitted by the 627th Military Academy, the mechas they used in this competition all used a new type of heat-sensitive coating. This coating changes color at different temperatures, allowing the mecha to better blend into the surrounding environment. Of course, they can achieve such a good camouflage effect not only by relying on the special coating on the outside of the mecha. Alger showed a hint of approval on his face. In order to save energy, they probably didn't turn on the thermostat system inside the mecca, but despite this, they were still able to stay still in the extremely low temperature environment. Apart from anything else, these students have passed the test in terms of perseverance. This is what they should have done. If they can't even stand the cold, what kind of military academy students are they? Titus, who was standing by, snorted coldly when he heard Alger praise for the students of the 627th Military Academy. He scanned the screen with a critical look. This special coating is nothing special. Optical camouflage works better. Alger was somewhat surprised by Titus' reaction. He shook his head in disapproval. Optical camouflage can indeed achieve perfect camouflage effects. But you and I both know how high its manufacturing cost is. The emergence of this new special coating is undoubtedly very exciting. From the current situation, this coating performs well in low-temperature snowy environments. Now it depends on whether it can achieve such a good camouflage effect in other environments. If it performs so well, the application prospects of this material will be very broad. Titus did not refute Alger's point of view this time, but he still expressed doubts about this new material. I have never heard of such a special material before. I hope it is true. I hope some schools are not deliberately exaggerating for the sake of gimmicks. There is no benefit. The audience in the live broadcast room also discussed the new special coating in the barrage. Some people are very optimistic about this, and have even begun to look forward to this coating being widely used in the field of mecha, becoming the best substitute for optical camouflage. But many people share Titus' idea and think that the effect of this special coating has been artificially exaggerated. At this time, the camera in the live broadcast room slowly zoomed in, and everyone was finally able to observe the meccas of the students of the 627th Military Academy up close. However, when they saw the meccas driven by these students clearly, everyone was shocked again. Am I dazzled? These students' meccas are warriors? What a waste of resources. Such precious paint is used on an obsolete model like the warrior? When I was just explained about the special paint, I was still surprised that an ordinary military academy like the 627th Military Academy was actually quite strong in mecha manufacturing. I didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. The participating meccas are warriors. Are you serious? This should be the only school that uses obsolete models to participate in the competition. Right? Sure enough, there is still a big gap between ordinary military schools and first-class military schools. I am a little doubtful about the authenticity of the special paint now. Even Alger was a little surprised that the meccas of the 627th Military School would use the obsolete warrior model. This type of mecha is basically not sold on the market. Could these warrior mechas used in the competition be bought back from the garbage planet? In the audience, Jiang Xuanyu originally wanted to ask Yin Xiaonan about the special paint, but when he found out that the model of the mecha was warrior, he couldn't help but show a little surprise on his face. She didn't think Yin Xiaonan had intentionally exaggerated the effect of the special coating, but she still didn't understand why the 627 Military Academy chose a mecha like the warrior as the participating mecha. Nandong Wei, who was sitting on the other side of Yin Xiaonan, had a different opinion. In her opinion, no matter what the secret of this mecha was, the 627 Military Academy had successfully attracted the attention of the audience in this way, which was a profitable business for the school. In addition to the central live broadcast room, the competition also provides live broadcast rooms with a single perspective for each school. All the income from the central live broadcast room belongs to the Ministry of Military Education. But each school can get a high-priced advertising share through each school-exclusive live broadcast room. The more popular the live broadcast room is, the greater the income the school can get. Many military schools are counting on generating income through the league. In the annual Military School League, in addition to competing for rankings, the participating teams all rack their brains to attract the attention of the audience. But people will be curious. Nandong Wei has no doubt that after the 627 Military Academy has successively displayed special coatings and warrior mechas, the popularity of their live broadcast room will definitely increase greatly. And the 627 Military Academy is expected to earn a large amount of income. In addition, if a school wants to get more and better students, it needs to increase its popularity in various ways. As the principal of the well-known marketing giant Minerva Military Academy, Nandong Wei is well aware of this. Unlike the three old top military academies of the First Army, and the Allied Forces, which have a deep foundation, Minerva Military Academy can rise so quickly. In addition to its own hard power, It has also made great efforts in publicity. Although many people on the Star Internet have criticized Minerva Military Academy for its enthusiasm for hype, bringing the bad habits of the entertainment industry to the education sector, Nandong still goes her own way. Every year, Minerva Military Academy invests a large amount of money in publicity. She is a result-oriented person. As long as it works, she doesn't care about the method. And Minerva Military Academy has indeed benefited from this. When talking about the best military academies in the Federation, almost everyone will think of the 4 major military academies. Who would have thought that Minerva Military Academy relied on bundling to get to the top in the beginning? Therefore, Nandong really appreciated the operation of the 627th Military Academy. But her intuition told her that those warrior meccas were not as simple as they seemed, and there might be some hidden secrets in them. Yin Xiaonan still looked at the big screen calmly under the curious or inquiring eyes of the 2 principals beside him. The special coating was of course real, and it was actually a byproduct of Wei Tianhe research on invisible materials. After conducting various experiments, Wei Tianhe had made some progress in his research on invisible materials. Light is essentially an electromagnetic wave. The reason why solids are often opaque is that their atoms are arranged very closely. If you want to make solids transparent, you only need to arrange the atoms randomly, such as glass. If you want to achieve the invisibility of mecha, you must also make a breakthrough at the atomic level. Wei Tian had discovered that the so-called invisible material is to make objects invisible in microwaves by changing the path of microwave radiation. After a series of attempts such as looking for special materials, and heating, liquefying, and crystallizing the materials, he has achieved some results. However, invisible materials are not suitable for public display. At least, they cannot be used in the Military Academy League in recent years. Even if the 627th Military Academy has such an idea, the military will never allow it. But this does not bother Wei Tianhe. In the process of the experiment, in addition to invisible materials, he also unexpectedly obtained some byproducts. And this new type of thermal coating is one of them, which can be used on the participating meccas. Since it is impossible to manufacture invisible meccas, then it is always possible to let the meccas constantly change the color of the external body, so that they can blend perfectly with the environment. Right? As for why these meccas use the obsolete warrior models, there are naturally other reasons. In the holographic arena, will that big thing really come back? I feel like we all turn into ice sculptures if we wait any longer. After squatting motionlessly for 20 minutes, Langdon finally couldn't help but complain in a low voice. The number of mutant creatures in the polar region is far less than that in other areas of planet number 2. After leaving the base, the students walked a long way, but they only got 2 B-level long-legged rabbits. Looking around, it was all white, and they couldn't find any trace of prey. The mecha soldiers naturally didn't want to return empty-handed. Fortunately, after walking a few hundred meters, they found some fresh footprints on the snow under an ice valley. Judging from the footprints, it should be a big guy, so they ambushed around it, wanting to wait for the rabbit. However, the students were not sure whether the mutant creature would come back here. The competition time was tight, especially in the initial stage of accumulating resources, which did not allow the students to wait in one place and waste time. However, even if they continued to move forward, they might not find prey. Just when the students were hesitant, a giant beast with long snow-white hair appeared in their sight. The height of this beast reached nearly 6 meters. It had extremely thick hair, and strong and sharp claws. When it walked, its limbs sank deeply into the snow on the ground, leaving behind large and deep footprints. The students finally knew where the previous footprints came from, but the size of this beast was much larger than they expected. They originally thought that the footprints were left by bears, but they didn't expect that the main creature was much larger than a bear. This is the S-class mutant giant-clawed snow sloth. Hiss, this guy dares to fight against the polar bear, and can knock a B-class mecha away with one slap. The 627th Military Academy is a bit unlucky. It's so hard to come across a prey, but at this kind of existence, that is very scary even among the S-class mutant beasts. Can they really handle it? My suggestion is to run quickly, don't fail to earn resource points, but instead lose all the main players. The barrage was full of discussions, and after a brief accident, several mecha soldiers of the 627th Military Academy quickly calmed down. Ruby was the first to jump out from her hiding place. The mecha she was driving was still the ugly thing, but the exterior of the fuselage was also painted with a new type of paint. The mecha was no longer the strange mud color of the past. In the icy and snowy environment, the entire mecha turned snow white. She quickly approached the giant clawed snow sloth and pulled the trigger. The bullet hit its high protruding forehead and flew out directly. But she also successfully attracted the attention of the giant beast. After discovering the enemy, the giant clawed snow sloth snorted, and a violent emotion flashed in its eyes. This giant creature living in the polar region has a bad temper. Even when facing the equally ferocious polar white bear, it would tear it apart directly, not to mention the strange iron lump in front of it. It stretched out its huge claws and slapped the ugly thing directly, with such great force and speed that it even brought a whistling cold wind. But Ruby was like an agile and nimble cheetah, and she evaded the giant clawed snow sloth palm flexibly. At the same time, the alloy knife in her hand chopped heavily on its forelimbs. The giant clawed snow sloth let out a cry of pain. With thick fur to protect it, this minor injury naturally could not threaten its life. But it also completely angered it. It let out a huge roar and pounced on the culprit. Ruby did not linger in the fight, but turned around and fled immediately. Chapter 153 Jaeger. The giant clawed snow sloth naturally would not let go of this guy who dared to offend it easily. It immediately chased after him. Its huge body was like a moving mountain. Its running made the earth tremble. Ruby keenly sensed the dangerous aura approaching quickly from behind. She did not panic because of this. Instead, she accelerated again. The snow-white mecha passed through the snow like a stream of light. The giant clawed snow sloth's steps also became larger. Its strong and powerful limbs continued to exert force. One stride was 5 or 6 meters, and it quickly shortened the distance with the mecha in front. But just when it was about to catch the abominable iron lump, Ruby drove the ugly thing and suddenly accelerated to the frozen ice surface of the river at the bottom of the valley. The giant clawed snow sloth chased to the shore and stopped. It looked at Ruby's figure in front of it and seemed a little hesitant. The IQ of the S-level mutant creature is not low. As a native of the polar region, it knows very well that the area is very dangerous for it. If the ice surface cannot bear its weight, it is very likely to fall into the water. Seeing that the giant clawed snow sloth did not catch up, Ruby also stopped running. She turned around and looked at the giant clawed snow sloth on the shore, and fired a shot at its twitching nose. The giant clawed snow sloth felt a pain, and a trace of anger flashed in its eyes. It wanted to pounce on it and tear the arrogant guy in front of it to pieces, but it was still concerned about the danger on the ice, and just wandered anxiously on the shore. Ruby also found that the giant clawed snow sloth did not seem to want to get close to the ice. So she took this opportunity to keep firing and harassing the giant beast on the shore, and deliberately drove the mecha around in front of the other party, making some provocative movements. Finally, the giant clawed snow sloth could no longer tolerate the arrogant enemy in front of it. It let out an extremely angry roar, and then took a tentative step onto the ice. Seeing that the ice was very solid and could fully bear its weight, it rushed straight to where Ruby was standing. Ruby seemed to be prepared. She ran farther away again, and this time, the giant clawed snow sloth followed without hesitation. But before the two sides could close the distance again, a panicked howl sounded, and the giant clawed snow sloth limbs were trapped in an ice hole on the ice. As it struggled, it not only failed to climb out of the ice hole, but also sank deeper and deeper. Ruby did not continue to run. She circled back and smiled smugly at the giant clawed snow sloth in the ice hole. The other students also came out from their hiding places and fired long-range shots at the giant clawed snow sloth. The giant clawed snow sloth was stuck in the ice hole and could not move. It had no way to fight back. The S-level mutant beast was used as a huge target and lost its life in the concentrated fire of the students. The ice hole on the ice that was big enough to trap the giant clawed snow sloth was not an accident. It was a simple trap made by the students when they were bored waiting for the giant clawed snow sloth to appear. The ice hole that has been dug is difficult to refreeze. Even if it refreezes, its thickness is far less than the surrounding ice layer. But it is extremely concealed. If you don't know the location of the ice hole in advance, it is very easy to step on it. Although Ruby is fully capable of killing the S-level mutant beast alone, the mecha's energy and weapons and ammunition are very limited compared with a head-on confrontation. It is of course more cost-effective to deal with the mutant beast in this way. At this time, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. After the giant claw snow sloth's dying struggle, more and more cracks appeared on the ice surface. The area of the ice hole was constantly expanding. and the body of the giant claw snow sloth slowly sank into the water. Bright red blood gushed out from the wound on its body, dyeing the surrounding ice layer red, and the blood slowly seeped into the water under the ice layer, and continued to spread outwards through the flowing water. Generally, in this case, for safety reasons, the body of the giant-clawed snow sloth should be dealt with in time, or the personnel should be organized to leave the battlefield as soon as possible, so as not to run into other mutant beasts attracted by the blood of the giant-clawed snow sloth. But this is a competition. Students need to kill mutant creatures in exchange for resource points, and mutant creatures in the polar region are already rare. Students are eager to lure more mutant beasts through the body of the giant-clawed snow sloth, so they did not deal with the body of the giant-clawed snow sloth. Mutated creatures are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. After a while, a large group of B-level polar skuas came over. They flapped their huge wings and swooped down from the sky. Since the river under the ice valley is directly connected to the ocean, some A-level spiral-toothed ice sharks and mutant giant squids quickly gathered under the ice. These mutant creatures competed for the corpse of the giant claw snow sloth. The students compared these mutant creatures flying in the sky and swimming in the water, and finally decided to focus on dealing with the group of B-level polar skuas. Although the helicoprion and giant squid are of higher levels, they have to fight underwater, which costs them too much. Although the polar skua is of lower level, it is huge in number, and can make up for the lack of level with its number, which is more cost-effective for students. Polar skua is a very domineering bird. They eat almost everything, especially love to snatch food from other creatures. It can be said to be notorious and has always been called an air robber. But because they move quickly and swiftly, the victims are often unable to do anything to them, and can only let them flap their big wings and flee. A huge group of polar skuas are dark and dense, hovering above the ice hole like a long-lasting dark cloud. From time to time, polar skuas swoop down, using their short hook beaks to tear off the flesh of the dead giant-clawed snow sloths. Several students with good marksmanship spontaneously raised their electromagnetic guns and shot at these brown birds. Intensive gunshots rang out, and from time to time, the polar skuas that were shot fell to the ground from the air with a thud. The downed polar skuas were screaming heart-wrenchingly on the ice, still struggling to survive. Other polar skuas also noticed the students who fired the guns and retaliated against them angrily. They swooped down in groups, using their claws and beaks, grabbing and pecking at several meccas. The beaks of these polar skuas could peck the flesh off the S-class mutant beast giant claw snow sloth. The students drowned in the flock could hear the thumping sound of the beaks constantly pecking at the outer body of the mecca, like dense drumbeats. Although they were unable to peck through the outer armor of the meccas for the time being, the coating on the outer layer of many students' meccas had been pecked into patches. The students were shocked. They knew how important the thermal coating on the outer layer of these meccas was. They naturally could not let the polar jaguars continue to attack the meccas. Several soldiers put away their guns and stopped standing there shooting. Instead, they manipulated the meccas to flexibly avoid the attacks of the polar jaguars, while dancing the alloy knives in their hands vigorously. The bloody smell in the ice valley became even stronger. As the swords flashed, the bodies of polar skua continued to fall to the ground. But this did not scare their companions. The other polar skuas still rushed towards the students' meccas without fear, looking like they were going to die with the enemy. The more this situation is, the more we cannot retreat. Animals also bully the weak and fear the strong. Showing weakness will only lead to more violent retaliation. We can see that the overall quality of the mecha soldiers of the 627th Military Academy is quite good. Although they generally use the now obsolete warrior-type mechas, their movements are very smooth. The two commentators of Group A, Titus has rarely spoken since the live broadcast camera turned to the 627th Military Academy, with a cold and indifferent look. Alger also saw that the other party seemed to have some opinions on some of the practices of the 627th Military Academy, so he took the initiative to take on the responsibility of commentary. Let me give you some popular science. The warrior is a typical 4th-generation standard mecha. Everyone should know that. The standard mecha that is popular on the market now has developed to the 7th generation, and the technical gap between the 4th-generation standard mecha and the current 7th-generation standard mecha is very large. But because of this, we can clearly see that these students are quite skilled in mecha operation technology. Even if they are driving the backward 4th-generation mecha, their performance is still not inferior to the mecha soldiers of other military academies. Alger looked at the warrior mecha fighting fiercely with the polar skua on the big screen with admiration, but his attention was soon attracted by the only two non-warrior mechas in this mecha team. These two mechas are customized mechas, and generally only meccas above level A need to be specially customized. Undoubtedly, these two meccas are the top combat power in this mecha team. Alger recognized that one of the meccas was the slightly odd-looking S-Class mecha that had previously engaged in a chase with the giant-clawed snow sloth. At this moment, it still made use of its speed advantage, and flexibly shuttled through the mutant bird flock like a gust of wind. With a flick of its hand, it cleared all the polar skua that blocked its way, although there was a large group of angry polar skua chasing behind it. This S-Class mecha still seemed to be very comfortable. Its movement trajectory was extremely erratic, and it would suddenly turn from time to time, making the group of air pirates, who were always known for their agility, run around in circles. The other S-Class mecha on the field was completely different from this mecha. It was a heavy mecha, with a larger body than other mechas, and was the most conspicuous target in the mecha team, attracting polar skua from all directions to charge at it. But it had no intention of moving at all, standing there steadily, like a solid fortress that always stood firm in the waves of violent black waves. The weapons used by this S-Class heavy mecha are also different from other mechas. It has two domineering four-sided lanthanims in its hands. Every time it swings this pair of heavy weapons, it can cut off the heads of several polar skuas. Soon, the bodies of mutant birds fell to the ground at its feet. The owners of these two S-Class mechas are naturally Ruby and Landon. Under the fierce attack of the two, the number of polar skuas is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just when the situation was very good, the students who were fighting fiercely suddenly felt something like raindrops falling from the sky onto the fuselage of the mecha. Is it raining? This is impossible. Right? They were wondering, and then they found that several external cameras were all covered by an unknown object. They were stunned. This suspicious color. After a closer look, they found that the culprit was indeed the group of polar skuas. Perhaps they found that it was difficult to break through the iron lump in front of them with their beaks, so they changed their strategy and started to launch airstrikes, spraying bird shit at the mecha. The faces of several mecha soldiers became a little ferocious. Ah! They're mechas. For mecha soldiers, the mechas are their lifeblood. Even in a holographic virtual world, they cannot bear to see their precious mechas covered with bird shit. The students gnashed their teeth, and the offensive became more fierce. These damn stinky birds. They will definitely make them pay the price. Chapter 154, Giant Beast. Although the polar skuas are only B-level mutants, they fly fast and are small targets, so they are not easy to kill. The audience in the live broadcast room was originally surprised by the performance of the students of the 627th Military Academy, but they were caught off guard by the shocking scene of the flying fortune from the sky. Ordinary audiences naturally watch the excitement and do not mind the big things. When they saw the embarrassed and angry appearance of the students in the camera, many people laughed unkindly in front of the screen. Only some mecha masters cast extremely sympathetic eyes on these unfortunate students. They could understand the other party collapse at this time. If their beloved machine was defiled like this, their reaction would definitely be more extreme than these students. In the game map, each student took out a posture to fight the polar skua, and their offensive was much more fierce than before. The alloy knives in their hands were like terrifying meat grinders, crushing all the polar skua that dared to approach, turning this ice valley into a bloody slaughterhouse. Seeing that their own side suffered heavy losses, and the enemy became more and more courageous, the remaining polar skua began to disintegrate and flee. When the last surviving polar skua fled this land of death in a panic, the students finally took a breath. At this time, the entire ice valley was filled with the corpses of polar skuas, especially around Landon Mecha, where the corpses of mutant birds were piled up as high as a hill. The students were still very satisfied with the gains of this battle. A B-level mutant creature could only be exchanged for 10 resource points. But the number of polar skuas was too large. They had just killed nearly 100 polar skuas, and at least 1,000 resource points were obtained. But their mood was still not very good. As soon as the battle was over, they hurried to the side of the ice hole, wanting to clean up all the bird droppings on the outside of the mecha. Just now, the students' attention has been on the polar skua, and they have not paid attention to the situation here. Several mecha soldiers looked curiously under the ice hole. The body of the giant clawed snow sloth has disappeared, and the A-level spiral tooth ice shark and mutant giant squid that gathered before have also disappeared. They all ran away so quickly? The students couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Originally, they planned to wait until they dealt with the polar skua to see if they could kill a few more spiral tooth ice sharks. Mutated creatures in the polar region are too rare. Since they have run into them, No matter how difficult these underwater creatures are, they don't want to let them go so easily. According to the students' previous thoughts, there is such a big corpse of a giant clawed snow sloth. The spiral-toothed ice sharks should not leave so early. After they have dealt with the polar skuas, they can come back to deal with the spiral-toothed ice sharks. But they seem to have underestimated the appetite of these underwater creatures? The students pondered secretly, and with some disdain, they scraped off the bird droppings that had frozen into ice particles on the outer armor of the mecha, and kept pouring water on it. The ice valley was completely calm. Several mecha soldiers were cleaning the outer fuselage of the mecha while chatting. But just when they thought they could finally relax, Ruby's face suddenly changed, and she shouted to the others standing on the ice, "Something is coming. Run!" The other students were startled when they heard this. Although they did not notice any danger around them, they immediately ran towards the shore. But it was still a little late. As soon as Ruby gave the warning, a giant beast suddenly jumped out of the huge ice hole on the ice without any warning, and opened its bloody mouth to bite a nearby warrior mecha. The mecha soldier who was targeted wanted to dodge to the side, but was horrified to find that he had completely lost his ability to move. A terrifying pressure fell on him, making his whole body weak. Just maintaining a standing posture consumed all his strength. Song Pung could already smell the disgusting fishy smell emanating from the giant beast's mouth. He looked at the huge mouth full of sharp teeth in despair as it covered him head-on. But he could do nothing. The beast was too fast, and it was too late for other students to rescue him. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, the beast bit Song Pung mecha. A sharp metal tearing sound was heard, and the outer armor of the warrior mecha was broken like a fragile eggshell. Some mechanical parts inside fell out from the cracks, and the body of the mecha was completely deformed under the pressure of this huge force. Although the warrior mecha was only a B-class mecha, its external defense was not bad. The polar skua had an extremely sharp beak, but could not break its defense in a short time. But under the sharp teeth of this beast, it looked like a cardboard model. The unlucky Song Pung was ejected from the map by the simulator, and the giant beast dragged the warrior mecha back into the water. Ruby's expression became a little solemn. This suddenly appearing giant beast gave her a very dangerous feeling, and even an S-level mutant beast would not make her feel this way. The central live broadcast room that had just left was cut back again, and the director also played back the slow motion attentively, so that the audience could see the true appearance of the giant beast. If I'm not mistaken, this is an SS-class megalodon. Right? Oh my god, there are SS-class mutants in the map. Can these students from the 627th Military Academy really deal with it? They are too unlucky. I think they should run away quickly. If the entire mecha team is defeated here, what the point of fighting later? Are you kidding? Is it so easy to run away after being targeted by an SS-class mutant? I think they will all die here. Commentator Alger couldn't help but look worried when he saw that the mutant creature that attacked the 627th Military Academy students was an SS-level megalodon. He introduced to the audience, the megalodon is a rare SS-level mutant beast. We have only found its traces on a few planets. It is one of the top predators among mutant creatures. We have just seen that its bite force is amazing. Ordinary B-level meccas can't survive more than one round under its teeth as sharp as steel nails. They are in a very dangerous situation now. The teachers and principals in the viewing room were also very surprised when they saw the SS-level mutant beast. SSS-level mutant creatures have only appeared a few times in historical records, and many scholars still question their authenticity. The highest level of mutant creatures in existence is SS level. The strength of mutant creatures at this level is already very terrifying. It can be said that they are second only to the high-level mutants of the Zerg. Even experienced veterans may fall in front of SS-level mutant creatures, not to mention these military academy students, who have not yet graduated. This level of mutant creatures rarely appear in the military academy league. Perhaps because the overall quality of the participating students is generally high, the level of mutant creatures appearing in the group match map has also been raised. The principals and teachers of other schools were quite restless when they thought that there was a high possibility that there was more than one SS-level mutant beast in the map. Nan Dongwei subconsciously glanced at Yin Xiaonan and beside her. Seeing that the other party was still calm and composed, she couldn't help but wonder if this overly young principal was pretending to be indifferent, or if he had some hidden cards that they didn't know about. Yin Xiaonan was not really worried. She knew the strength of these students. Although the appearance of SS-level mutant beasts was a bit beyond her expectations, she still had confidence in them. She was looking forward to their performance. I hope she won't be disappointed. Yin Xiaonan had already made plans. If these students performed too poorly, She would find a way to get a few SS-level mutant beasts to serve as sparring partners for them when she returned. In the battle map, the students of the 627th Military Academy did not know the terrible thoughts of their principal. They were extremely vigilant at this time. Although the beast had returned to the water, they did not relax. The mental pressure of the SS-class mutant beast always permeated the ice valley, reminding them that the beast had not left yet. It was even possible that it was hiding underwater and observing them. When such a thought flashed through their minds, the students were quite terrified. Several warriors had all retreated to the shore. Such a beast was not something that a B-class mecha could deal with. The only two main players in the team who had the hope of dealing with the SS-class mutant beast were Ruby and Landon, who were driving S-class mechas. The surroundings were completely quiet, with only the whistling wind still acting as the monotonous background sound. Time became particularly long, and everyone stared at the ice surface with vigilance. But the giant beast did not show up again. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room began to wonder whether the giant beast had left, Ruby suddenly moved. With the help of the thruster, she jumped high. At the same time, the ice layer where she was originally standing was instantly broken, and the huge beast suddenly jumped out from the bottom with the broken ice and snow, and pounced on her. Ruby understood why Song Peng, who had been eliminated, acted as if he was scared. Although her mental power reached S level, she still felt dizzy when facing the terrifying pressure of the SS-level mutant beast. Ruby bit her tongue and quickly woke up. The light energy gun on the arm of the mecha fired several light energy bullets at the eyes of the giant beast. Langdon, who was on the side of the giant beast, also took the opportunity to aim at its huge body and fired a particle cannon. Both of them knew clearly that ordinary bullets had no killing power against SS-level mutant beasts, so they used energy weapons at the beginning. The energy beam hit the body of the giant beast, and a dazzling spark exploded on its thick skin like a city wall. But this could not stop the giant beast's actions, and it rushed towards Ruby's position with a ferocious look. Amid the exclamations of the audience, Ruby controlled the mecha to change direction and time in the air, and only then did she narrowly avoid the bloody mouth that attacked her. The beast fell back into the water after failing to hit it, and its dark blue blood spread in the water. Although the particle cannon failed to kill the beast, it still injured it. However, Ruby and Landon did not look much relieved. The mecha had limited energy. Although the other members of the team contributed energy to them, they could only use a weapon like the particle cannon, which was very energy consuming. Once at most. Now that Landon had used it, only Ruby had one chance left, which was undoubtedly the key to killing the mutant beast. In the following time, the two of them had a very fierce battle with this very cunning beast. The ice layer at the bottom of the valley had become broken into pieces, and there were fewer and fewer places for them to stand. Their continuous attacks also completely angered this SS-level mutant beast. The mental pressure that was stronger than before instantly enveloped the two of them. Ruby's face turned pale, and Landon, whose mental power level was only A, almost broke the mental connection with the mecha. At this moment when the two of them lost consciousness, the powerful tail of the beast suddenly hit the floating ice where they were standing, and both mechas were thrown into the water. Chapter 155 Plan. The audience stared at the screen nervously, and the camera in the live broadcast room changed to an underwater perspective. In the center of the screen, Langdon Mecha Thunder fell into the water and sank quickly like a weight. The giant beast suddenly appeared at this moment and opened its big mouth to bite the heavy mecha. Some timid viewers closed their eyes in fear, but when they looked at the screen again, they unexpectedly found that the mecha in the picture was not broken into pieces like the previous B-class mecha. Wei Tianhe, who was watching the live broadcast, showed a smug smile. The other attributes of the Thunder mecha may not be very impressive among S-class mechas, but its defense is maxed out. However, no matter how strong the defense is, it is not invincible. Thunder was not destroyed by the giant beast's sharp teeth, but it was not intact. Under the intense squeezing, its left half of the body still had a certain degree of deformation, and the internal functions of the mecha had a series of failures. In the cockpit of the mecha, Landon's mental power had been impacted, and at this time, he listened to the prompt sound that kept ringing in his ears, and felt a splitting headache, but his mecha obviously could not withstand another attack of the same degree. Langdon gritted his teeth and forced the mecha out of the beast's mouth. Enduring the discomfort. Due to the different environments on different planets, interstellar mechas are generally able to adapt to a variety of special environments, including space, and underwater combat is no problem. Langdon adjusted the angle of the Thunder external auxiliary engine, which changed the mecha resistance in the water. This mecha, which is extremely heavy on land, is unexpectedly flexible in the water. With the help of the thrusters, it quickly fled in the direction away from the beast. But how could the megalodon easily let go of its prey? Langdon soon discovered that the beast had caught up with him again. Although he had already driven the engine to the maximum, the speed of the mecha was still no match for the megalodon, which lived underwater. The huge shadow enveloped Lei Ting again. Langdon did not dare to look back at all. He just swam forward desperately. The audience in front of the screen were so nervous that their heartbeats accelerated. They had already seen the SS-class mutant beast open its mouth. Just as the megalodon bit thunder again, Langdon suddenly controlled the mecha to sink rapidly. At the same time, Ruby appeared from nowhere, and a dazzling beam of energy penetrated the megalodon body through its wide-open mouth, and soon a dull explosion sounded in its belly. To Ruby and Langdon's disappointment, the megalodon was not blown to pieces from the inside out as they had hoped. Although the particle cannon itself was powerful, some of the energy was absorbed by the water before reaching the giant beast, resulting in a lower energy density on the target, and the destructive power was far less than when it was on land. But after the attack just now, its internal organs should have been blown to pieces. A large stream of dark blue blood gushed out from the megalodon mouth, spreading in the water. However, the giant beast seemed to be unaffected and rushed towards Ruby angrily at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, Ruby immediately turned around and fled. Langdon released an alloy rope to loop around the giant beast's dorsal fin, and pulled the other end of the alloy rope to drive the mecha engine in the opposite direction, trying to stop its movement. But even though Thunder was a genuine heavy mecha, it was not able to compete with such a giant beast. Not only did Langdon fail to stop the megalodon, but he was dragged away by its huge brute force. A huge black shadow enveloped Ruby. At this critical moment, an unexpected event occurred. The giant beast suddenly stopped all its actions as if the power was cut off. Ruby and Langdon escaped death, and they were both quite confused. They carefully observed the giant beast's body for a while, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of an SS-level mutant, even its dying counterattack is so terrifying. The audience in the live broadcast room had been on edge just now, especially when Ruby was chased by the megalodon. Many people even held their breath, staring at the screen without blinking, for fear of missing any critical moment. Until the beast slowly sank to the bottom of the water, they had time to send comments and communicate with others. It was really close, I was almost dead, I didn't dare to blink just now. By the way, what are the qualifications of these two students? I think they are pretty good. 627 Military Academy is pretty strong. I didn't expect they could really kill this SS-level mutant beast. They are likely to be the dark horse of this league. Although it is really good, I feel that there is still a component of luck. Let not exaggerate too much. Right? How can you kill an SS-level mutant beast just by luck? I bet that even if the 4 major military academies encounter an SS-level mutant beast, they may not do better than them. Then I still think the 4 major military academies are stronger. The 627 Military Academy only has these 2 students who are relatively strong. How can they compare with the 4 major military academies? The barrage debated fiercely about the strength of the 627 Military Academy, and the principals and teachers in the viewing room couldn't help but look at Yin Xiaonan. Although the 627 Military Academy had received a considerable amount of discussion on the Star Network before, most first-class military academies did not really take this ordinary military academy seriously. But after watching the battle just now, they realized belatedly that this ordinary military academy really has something. The principals and teachers in the viewing room were much more discerning than the audience in the live broadcast room. Although the megalodon died very suddenly, a simple review showed that the particle cannon fired by the student named Ruby before was the fatal blow to the SS-level mutant. Although it seems simple to fire a particle cannon, it is just a matter of pressing a launch button. In fact, it is not as easy as others imagine to grasp the timing. The speed of the SS-level megalodon was too fast. It is much more difficult to make the particle cannon accurately pass through the megalodon mouth than to shoot at a moving target from hundreds of meters away, especially underwater. It is also necessary to consider that the water flow may produce reflection and refraction, and the energy beam will be offset to a certain extent. The particle cannon can only fire once, and she doesn't even have any chance to make mistakes. They are sure that this student must be an excellent sniper. From the battle just now, they can see that she has a quick mind, good psychological quality, and a pretty terrible intuition. Several principals of first-class military academies are secretly regretting that such a good seedling is from another school. If only Ruby is outstanding. Then these principals may only think about how to poach her after the competition. The Military Academy League is a team competition, and the role that a single player can play is not very big. But the principals and teachers noticed that the other members of this mecha team also performed well. After discovering that the situation was different, all the B-class meccas retreated very decisively. Another main player, Landon, also performed exceptionally well. He cooperated well with Ruby, and was able to kill the SS-class mutant beast with only one person lost. Nan Gongwei couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder Principal Yin wasn't in a hurry just now. It turns out that he has a good seedling in his hands. I was wondering why there were fewer and fewer genius students, but I didn't expect that all the geniuses were picked up by Principal Yin. Facing Nan Gongwei joke, Yin Xiaonan curled his lips and said, Principal Nangong, you are too kind. They still have a lot of room for improvement, but they don't deserve this praise from Principal Nangong. The principals sitting around thought Yin Xiaonan was pretending to be modest when they heard what she said, but they didn't know that she really thought so. In her opinion, several mecha soldiers lack sufficient experience in dealing with SS-level mutant creatures and needed more practice. So after the league is over, she should find them some SS-level mutants to practice with. In the simulator, the students did not know that their principal had put a new abnormal training project on the agenda. After dealing with the SS-level Megalodon, the mecha team set off to return to the base. Unlike other areas on the planet, the sky in the polar region darkened early. And what worried the students more was that as night fell, a fierce blizzard also raged. Fortunately, the students often did cross-country training when they were on Planet 627D, and they were very experienced in marching in the snow. After returning to the base, the students began to eat dinner. Although they earned a lot of resource points this day, they still did not want to exchange them for nutrient solution at the resource exchange station. They chose to cook for themselves, digging up the snow and using the lichens buried underneath to make a fire. The ingredients were some small mutant beasts they killed during the day. Amid the crackling sound of burning plants, Xie Yinhan announced the next arrangement. Tomorrow morning, hurry up and earn more resource points. We will leave here at noon tomorrow. Isn't it a bit too hasty? Yen Ting couldn't help asking. Others also looked at Xie Yinhan, wanting to hear what she had to say. Although they didn't like this place very much, it didn't seem like a good idea to rush to other schools' bases. If we continue to stay here, we will not be efficient in obtaining resource points. If we fall behind one step, we will fall behind step by step. The gap will only get bigger and bigger. It better to occupy a better base now to accumulate resource points faster. Ji Sunyu frowned in annoyance. Which base should we go to? Xie Yinhan opened the holographic map. The locations of the bases of each school were marked on the second star. Except for the polar base of the 627th Military Academy, the rest were the plain base of the 3rd Military Academy, and the mountain base of the Capital Military Academy. Although the base of the 3rd Military Academy is safer, but from the perspective of the efficiency of obtaining resource points, the base of the Capital Military Academy has more advantages. Then let's take it. When they heard that they were going to take the territory of the First Army, the others swept away their hesitation and responded actively. While the 627th Military Academy was thinking about taking the territory of the First Army, the Capital Military Academy was also discussing the next battle plan. Although according to the progress of previous sessions, the confrontation between different military academies on the same planet usually starts on the 4th day, this does not prevent them from starting to plan now. In the eyes of the students of the First Army, whether it is the 627th Military Academy or the 3rd Military Academy, they are not to be feared at all. They have already taken it for granted that these two military academies are the points depository of their First Army. After comparing, they decided to harvest the points of the 3rd Military Academy first, because they did not think highly of the shabby base of the 627th Military Academy located in the polar region. The arrogant students of the First Army were used to treating other military academies as prey, and they never thought that there were military academies that were secretly targeting them. Chapter 156, the second stage of the group stage. The various bases on the same planet are far apart. Generally, there are 3 ways to attack the bases of other military academies. The first is to unlock fighters or long-range missiles, to interfere with the opponent through air strikes, so that the target cannot do the task normally, and it is difficult to complete the accumulation of resource points. The second is to unlock transportation, and choose to send combat personnel to the enemy base by sea or air transport. The third is to unlock the limited time teleportation points around the target base, and directly perform space teleportation. The first method can only interfere with the target to a certain extent. It is a strategic bombing, which is mainly used to destroy the enemy morale. It cannot actually deal a devastating blow to the enemy. In addition, the cost of launching an air strike is not small. In addition to the resource points required to unlock the fighter, the airborne missiles used in the bombing must also be exchanged with resource points. It takes 50 resource points to launch a missile, which is not affordable for every school. Even the fighter may be destroyed by the enemy, which is really a loss. The price of long-range missiles is even higher. The second method is to unlock transport ships and other means of transportation to the enemy base. The problem is that it takes a long time, and there is a certain chance of encountering some unexpected situations on the way. The third method, direct transmission, perfectly solves the problem of the second method, but it also requires the most resource points among the three methods. Generally, schools will not easily spend all their resource points on transmission. The three methods have their pros and cons. In the early stage, some schools with sufficient resource points may adopt the first method to interfere with the opponent. The second method is the most cost-effective. Most schools tend to choose to unlock transportation in the second stage of the game, and establish supply lines based on their own bases, so as to fight long-term with the opponent. The third method is most suitable for launching surprise attacks or escaping. But the location of the teleportation point is fixed, and there is also the risk of being surrounded by the enemy. Xie Yanhan chose the third way, spending resource points to unlock the teleportation point, and she decided to abandon the existing base directly, and everyone went to the base of the first army together. This was actually a very risky decision. You know, the base is very important for the participating schools. After all, the base includes two key buildings, the Resource Exchange Office and the airport. If a participating school loses its base, not only will they be unable to exchange various resources, but they will also directly lose air superiority. Therefore, most schools would not abandon their own bases even if they wanted to attack other schools' bases, so that they would have a way out even if they failed. But Xie Yanhan obviously didn't think so. If people from other schools knew her plan, they would definitely regard her as the craziest gambler. If they were not careful, the 627 Military Academy would be eliminated directly, and what they wanted to deal with was the powerful Capital Military Academy. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room of the 627 Military Academy was full of questioning voices. In the eyes of the audience, this was a war with a huge gap in strength between the two sides. The hope of the 627 Military Academy winning was very slim. Many people even suspected whether Xie Yanhan was an undercover agent of Shoujuan. Otherwise, why would she bring everyone to give points to Shoujuan? Chui He stared at the light computer screen and couldn't help frowning. Even someone like him, who always supported the 627 Military Academy, couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Although he didn't react as strongly as other viewers, he also felt that Xie Yanhan's decision was a bit too risky. In his eyes, the foundation of the 627 Military Academy was still insufficient. He hoped that the 627 Military Academy could take steady steps and adopt a more stable combat strategy to survive to the end, rather than taking an unconventional approach and making such a risky gamble. Even fans like Chui He have the same idea, let alone others. If the central live broadcast room had not been switched to the 627 Military Academy, Xie Yanhan's plan would probably cause greater controversy. In the simulator, the other people in the 627 Military Academy did not have any objection to the Commander-in-Chief decision. They went out early the next morning to hunt mutant beasts to earn resource points. It takes 1,000 resource points just to unlock the teleportation point to the first army base. Before they set off, they would naturally earn as many resource points as possible. These resource points will all be exchanged for weapons and equipment to support their next battle with the first army. It can be said that the harder they work now, the greater their chances of winning later. Although the students of the 627th Military Academy were very active in seizing the capital military base, they were not blindly confident. No matter how dissatisfied they were with the people of the Capital Military Academy, they knew that the other party's strength was not diluted. Otherwise those people would not be so arrogant. The students actively searched for traces of mutant creatures in the desolate snow, until noon when the captains of each team ordered to go to the teleportation point. Many people were still reluctant to leave. When we arrived at the first army base, there was no resource exchange point. Unless we completely drove away the first army students, they would not be able to exchange resources even if they hunted down mutant creatures. This was also a major disadvantage of playing away games, which determined that the 627th Military Academy could not fight a war of attrition with the First Army. The teleportation point and the base were not in the same place, but were set up in another location a certain distance away from the base. After deducting 1,000 resource points, a circle of light appeared on the snow. This teleportation point has a time limit, and can only be opened for 15 minutes. If you want to open the teleportation point again, you need to pay new resource points. The students of the 627th Military Academy walked into the light circle one after another, and in a flash, they came to an unfamiliar forest. After checking the map, they found that this place was very close to the headquarters of the First Army, and the students became alert one by one. They had previously guessed what would happen after being teleported here. The worst-case scenario was of course to run into the First Army team and directly alert them. Fortunately, their luck was not that bad. Xie Yanhan sent out several mecha teams to scout the surrounding environment, while the others rested on the spot. The central live broadcast room finally cut over. At first, the audience was still wondering if the 627th Military Academy was not in the polar region. Why was there no snow in the camera? And there were so many lush plants. Then, as they watched, some people began to feel that the surrounding scenery seemed familiar. When the audience in the live broadcast room finally realized that the students of the 627th Military Academy had run to the vicinity of the First Army base, almost everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Oh my God, are these students so brave? Even Titus, who had been extremely cold to the 627th Military Academy before, couldn't help but frown slightly. Alger, who was originally analyzing the situation of the game, was directly stuck. What are these little guys doing? Ahem, I just said that the group stage is divided into 3 stages. Often on the 4th day, teams on the same planet will enter a melee. But we can see that the 627th Military Academy has arrived near the headquarters of the First Army through the teleportation point. It seems that they want to attack the First Army in advance? Alger's tone was uncertain. He felt that the operation of the 627th Military Academy was a bit confusing. It was only the 2nd day. Shouldn't they take advantage of this opportunity to earn more resources? And if they really wanted to launch a surprise attack now, they wouldn't be so desperate as to abandon their own base. Right? Even if we put aside the above, what exactly were they thinking to abandon the weaker 3rd Military Academy and choose to attack the First Army? No matter which point, Alger didn't quite understand it. But he remembered Joel's praise for these students. Although he didn't rule out that the other party old father filter was too heavy, he still couldn't help but guess. Maybe these students actually had other plans? After several mecha teams entered the forest, they quickly blended into the surrounding scenery. The audience was surprised to find that the meccas of these students changed from white to camouflage green, which is more suitable for operations in mountainous areas. Although they had known about the existence of special paint before, many people actually suspected that the 627th Military Academy deliberately exaggerated the effect of this special paint before seeing the mecha change color with their own eyes. The fact slapped them in the face. This paint actually performed extremely well in mountainous environments. Principal Yin, are you selling this kind of paint? Nan Dongwei asked with interest immediately after seeing the effect of the special paint. Jiang Xuanyu also hurriedly said, if you sell it, sell some to our coalition, price is not a problem. Yin Xiaonan shook his head helplessly. The current production of this kind of paint is limited, and we don't have any extra stock at 627. Seeing the disappointment in the two people's eyes, she changed the subject. But after the league is over, we will sell a batch of meccas that use this special paint externally, which is the same one used by our students in the league. If you are interested, you can pay attention to our 627 Military Academy online store, and then this batch of meccas will be sold on the online store. The two principals were delighted at first, but after hearing that the mecha sold by the 627 Military Academy was also a warrior model, they couldn't help but feel a little regretful. In their opinion, it was a waste of resources to use this special coating on an obsolete mecha like the warrior. Despite this, they still planned to instruct the school purchasing department to purchase a few warrior mechas produced by the 627 Military Academy. While the principals were discussing the special materials in a low voice, Alger's excited explanation suddenly sounded, and the three principals stopped talking tacitly and looked at the big screen. A small-scale battle was being broadcast live on the big screen. Although only a few minutes had passed, the battle was already coming to an end. The two sides were the Mecca squad of the 627th Military Academy and the Mobile Infantry squad of the Capital Military Academy. The Capital Military Academy did not know that people from other schools had come to the vicinity of the base. The Mobile Infantry squad was ambushed by the Mecca squad of the 627th Military Academy while hunting mutant creatures. The Mobile Infantry did not have an advantage when facing meccas, and they were acting with their minds unintentionally. Even so, the audience was still shocked by the agile skills of the Mecca soldiers of the 627th Military Academy. After all, these are students of the First Army. They never expected that this Mobile Infantry squad would be defeated so quickly. After quickly dealing with the Mobile Infantry squad, the Mecca squad of the 627th Military Academy did not stay there any longer. They quickly cleaned up the battlefield, and then disappeared into the forest again. As soon as they left, a Mecca squad of the First Army appeared in the live broadcast camera. Chapter 157 The Commander-in-Chief of the First Army. The members of the Mecca team were stunned after seeing the scene clearly. They came here after receiving a distress signal from a nearby friendly force, but despite this, they did not take this matter too seriously before. Maybe this Mecca team encountered some high-level mutant beast that was difficult to deal with. They speculated in their hearts, secretly cursing these guys for being useless trash. They couldn't even deal with a mere mutant beast, and they actually had to trouble them to come to the rescue. With this in mind, they still rushed over at full speed. Although they didn't like the Mobile Infantry dragging their feet, they couldn't really ignore the distress signal. Not to mention that high-level mutant beasts were worth a lot of resource points. But what they never expected was that in such a short time, the Mobile Infantry team had been wiped out. The faces of several students from the First Army were a little solemn. They left two people to be on guard, and the others carefully checked the traces of the battle left at the scene. There are corpses of A-level black wolves around here. They may have encountered a large pack of black wolves. Huan Feng frowned. The black wolf is one of the most powerful subspecies among mutant wolves. Not only is it cruel and cunning by nature, it is also very good at group combat. If this mechanized infantry team just happened to encounter a large pack of black wolves, then the current situation seems to be explained. But another student named Howell did not agree with his conclusion. It shouldn't be. It was only about 15 minutes when we arrived. No matter how weak these mobile infantrymen are, they can't be killed so quickly by a group of A-level beasts. Right? No matter which school, the admission standard of the Mecha Soldier Major is higher than that of the Mobile Infantry Major. Many students of the Mobile Infantry Major are eliminated by the Mecha Soldier Major, and their average qualifications are far lower than those of students of the Mecha Soldier Major. This has also created a professional contempt chain. Many Mecha soldiers secretly look down on Mobile Infantry. This discrimination has even been carried over to the military. Some extreme Mecha soldiers directly regard the large number of Mobile Infantry as cannon fodder. However, even if the students who were admitted to the 1st Army Mobile Infantry Major were not as strong as the students of the Mecha Soldiers Major next door, they would not be too bad. If it was just a group of A-level black gold wolves, it would not have wiped them out so quickly. Howell felt that there seemed to be something strange. Maybe an S-level wolf king was born among this group of black gold wolves? I heard that some black gold wolf packs may even give birth to SS-level wolf kings. They might just have the bad luck to encounter one. A girl named Yita thought for a while, and came up with a guess. It seems that this is the only possibility. Several Mecha soldiers showed thoughtful expressions. They didn't know that the camera of the central live broadcast room was aimed at them at this time. The barrage almost covered the entire screen. The audience was just amazed at the lightning speed of the 627 Military Academy students, but they didn't expect that these students were so good at covering up the traces of the battle. The students of Shoujuan had already made a preconceived notion, and did not realize that there were people from other schools around the base. In addition, the students of 627 Military Academy arranged the scene before leaving, and successfully led these Shoujuan students into a ditch. I suddenly feel that 627 Military Academy seems to have a chance to win. What going on? I really want to rush in and remind these Shoujuan students. 627 Military Academy is already at your doorstep. It no wonder that the Shoujuan students didn't expect it. Right? It only the second day of the competition. Am I the only one who is impressed by the good cleanup work done by the 627th Military Academy? They destroyed the evidence quickly, and it's obvious that they've been through a lot. Just when the audience thought that the 627th Military Academy was going to get away with it, the accompanying commander of the Mecha team frowned, with a slightly hesitant look. I always feel like something not right. Slosha, did you find anything? Yuta asked curiously. Slosha paused and explained one by one some of the things he felt were inconsistent. First, if there really were S-level or even SS-level mutant beasts, and they were in combat mode, we would not have been unable to detect any mental fluctuations at all given the distance we were just from here. Second, based on the animal footprints left nearby, I inferred that the number of mutant wolves would not exceed 10, and the mutant wolf corpses around seemed to confirm my judgment, which was completely contrary to the speculation of a large mutant wolf pack. Third, this is the most critical point. He picked up a piece of armor wreckage to show others. This fracture does not look like it was caused by an animal bite, but more like it was caused by a human weapon. You mean the annihilation of this mechanized infantry squad was man-made? One phone face changed instantly. My personal judgment is this. Slausa's answer was still cautious. But even if this fracture was caused by a human weapon, it can't directly prove that it was done by someone from another school. Right? Yuta questioned. The other people didn't say anything either. The main reason was that it was only the second day of the competition. In their opinion, the probability of other teams coming here was even smaller than the probability of the mechanized infantry team encountering SS-level mutant beasts. And the three doubts raised by Slosha were not very strong evidence. Slosha said, in any case, the situation here must be reported to the Commander-in-Chief. No one else had any objection to this. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but get excited when they heard Slosha analysis. Alger even had a faint smile on his face. Sharp intuition is one of the important qualities that an excellent commander should have. This student from the First Army has obviously noticed the potential danger. There are indeed hidden talents in the top military academies. I was just wondering when they would discover the existence of the 627th Military Academy. I didn't expect that one of them would notice the abnormality so quickly. Students in the command department are more careful than students in the individual soldier department. Now it depends on what the First Army plans to do next. I think the 627th Military Academy is still a bit too aggressive. Guerrilla warfare also requires sufficient supply reserves. They don't have a resource exchange point. If the First Army is on guard, they will not be able to fight with the First Army at all. The bullet screen was full of discussions. Slosha also contacted the headquarters at this time. He reported the whole thing, including his speculation. Okay, I understand. The Commander-in-Chief of the Capital Military Academy is a sophomore named Zheng Yuan. After receiving the news that one of his mechanized infantry teams had encountered an accident, he was surprised and immediately issued instructions to all the outbound teams in the public channel. A black gold wolf king above S level is suspected to have appeared in the A61 area. Mecha Team 4 and Mecha Team 1 will search and kill this high-level mutant beast in the nearby area. Other teams should stay away from this area as soon as possible. Hearing Zheng Yuan arrangement, Slosha frowned slightly. There was no doubt that Zheng Yuan did not agree with his judgment. He was more inclined to believe that the destruction of the mechanized infantry team was caused by a high-level mutant beast. The current decision was also made based on this judgment. Slosha could not help but say, Commander-in-Chief, in order to ensure the safety of the personnel, should we withdraw all the mechanized infantry teams back to the base first? No need. Zheng Yuan directly rejected his proposal. It's just a high-level mutant beast. We don't need to be too nervous. The most important thing now is to earn more resource points. The more resource points, the more weapons and ammunition can be exchanged. Zheng Yuan originally planned to attack the bases of the three armies in a few days. It was impossible to recall all the people and waste an afternoon. But Slosha wanted to continue to fight for it, but was interrupted by Zheng Yuan impatiently. Are you questioning my arrangement? Don't forget, I am the Commander-in-Chief. You only need to follow my orders and don't have any extra thoughts. Zheng Yuan sneered in his heart, his eyes full of disdain. He is just a commoner, but he thinks he is a big shot after being praised by the teacher? He has heard of this freshman in the command department named Slosha. It is said that he is usually very popular with the professional course teachers, and is also the only freshman in the participants of their First Army Command Department in this league. Zheng Yuan thinks that it may be because of these insignificant achievements that have given this commoner freshman too many illusions, which makes him have the courage to question his decision in the public channel, as if he can step on him to show his own extraordinariness. He, Zheng Yuan, is the commander-in-chief of this league. Besides, the competition only started on the second day. How could anyone from other schools come to their base on planet number 2, besides their first army? There are only 2 military schools. The 3rd Military School and the 627th Military School. He knows the commander-in-chief of the 3rd Military School, Yuan Shuang. The other party command style is conservative. It is impossible to be reckless. And even if the 3 armies really intend to raid the bases of other military schools in advance, with the 627th Military School, he doesn't believe that the other party will attack the 1st Army first. As for the 627th Military Academy, it was even more impossible. In Zheng Yuan's opinion, the strength of the 627th Military Academy was originally at the bottom of the league. Not to mention that their base was in the polar region where mutant creatures were rare. He even suspected that the resource points obtained by the 627th Military Academy so far were not enough to unlock the teleportation point. With the mob of the 627th Military Academy, how could they kill an entire mechanized infantry squad without anyone noticing under the noses of their 1st army? After thinking about it, Zheng Yuan felt that the speculation that a high-level mutant beast appeared around the base was the most reliable. He also concluded that this mutant beast should be SS level. Otherwise it could not explain why the mechanized infantry team was defeated so quickly. Zheng Yuan reviewed it in his heart, and still believed that his speculation was correct. But he didn't know that the audience in the live broadcast room were sighing. They were so close to the correct answer. Why did they still make the wrong decision in the end? I'm speechless. Is the commander-in-chief of the 1st Army so self-righteous? Shouldn't he be on high alert when a special situation occurs? He actually left the mechanized infantry team outside. Wouldn't this make it easier for the 627th Military Academy to launch a sneak attack? The commander-in-chief of the 1st Army is not as intuitive as the commander of the accompanying team. What a pity. Some of them have already guessed the truth. The 1st Army is a little too arrogant. This is a league. We should never lose our guard. It is known that an entire mechanized infantry team was eliminated in a short period of time. No matter what the reason is, it is unwise to continue to let other mechanized infantry teams act alone. Don't have a god perspective. Okay? I think there is no big problem with the decision made by the commander of the 1st Army. It is 627 that is abnormal. In fact, if it were me, I would not easily believe Slouse's judgment. He did not provide enough strong evidence. Do we want everyone else to believe in the intuition of a freshman? As to whether Zheng Yuan should be blamed for making the wrong decision, the barrage of comments launched a fierce debate. Instead of the audience continuing to worry about when the 1st Army would find out that the enemy had arrived at their doorstep, Zheng Yuan was soon slapped in the face by the battle report from the front line. Chapter 158. 3 armies are attacking? With a shrill wail, the huge mutant bear fell heavily to the ground. Lu Qiang put away the light energy knife in his hand, looking a little uninterested. It only A-level, boring? Another soldier named Yutong in the team couldn't help but suggest, didn't they say that a high-level mutant beast appeared in the A61 area? How about we go and join in the fun? Lu Qiang was also a little tempted but finally shook his head. Forget it, since Zheng Yuan has already sent the mecha team one, let not steal the limelight from the juniors, let go. Let go to other places to have a look. We may find other high-level mutant beasts. Several meccas set off again. Yutong asked curiously, do you think there are really SS-level mutant beasts in Area A61? If it was just an S-level mutant beast, Zheng Yuan would not be so nervous. He would not even send 2 teams to encircle and suppress it. It seems that he thinks the mutant beast is SS level, so he would send the strongest mecha team one over there. The possibility is still very high. Lin Muyuan on the side thought for a moment and said, the average strength of each military academy in this league can be said to be the strongest in the past 10 years. Especially in terms of high-end combat power. The number of students with double S level in this league has reached double digits, which is rare. If the simulator really adjusts the level of mutant creatures, it is reasonable. Yutong couldn't help but click her tongue twice. If this is the case, it won't have much impact on our 1st Army. But other ordinary military academies will probably lose personnel in the first stage. In fact, to be honest, among the schools that entered the group stage, only the 627th Military Academy was an ordinary military academy. The other participating schools were first-class or second-class military academies that were considered strong by the public. However, in the eyes of the students of the 1st Army, these schools were not much different from ordinary military academies. They were used to classifying all these schools as ordinary military academies. Only the students of the 1st Military Academy, the Federal Military University, and the Minerva Military Academy could be regarded as competitors of the same level. Hearing Yutong's words, Lu Qiang said coldly. That because they are too weak. Competition is a form of competition. Isn't it normal for the weak to be eliminated? I don't sympathize with him. Yutong smiled. Isn't it because I am worried that their points will be wasted? That true. A head is worth at least 5 points. If these schools reduce their staff in advance, we will get fewer points. It seems a bit of a waste. Another soldier named Hog took over. Right. Other military academies are fine, but the 3 armies and 627 on the same planet as us had better lose fewer people, otherwise we will be at a real disadvantage. Yutong sighed, but did not continue the topic, but shifted her attention to another matter. By the way, the junior who questioned Zheng Yuan's decision in the public channel just now was quite courageous. Does anyone know him? He is Slausa, a freshman in the command department. Teacher Amos seems to like him very much. He must be very talented in tactical command. Otherwise, he wouldn't have qualified for the league in his first year. Lin Muyuan's tone was filled with a hint of jealousy. He didn't like this civilian genius, who was very flamboyant. It turns out that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Hearing that Slausa was only a freshman, Yutong couldn't help but show pity. Zheng Yuan is very narrow-minded. I think he will be in trouble after the league is over. Lu Qiang said meaningfully. Sometimes showing off too early is not a good thing. Especially for ordinary people with no background, he added silently in his heart. Although Lu Qiang did not say it too clearly, but everyone else knew it tacitly. In the First Army, you can't get ahead just by relying on your personal talent. Rare 4S geniuses like Zephos will be targeted, not to mention other students whose talents and family backgrounds are far inferior to Zephos. If a civilian genius wants to gain a foothold in the First Army, he must rely on a small group, and be willing to be a foil for others. If a student is unwilling to abide by these unspoken rules, and is too independent, he will be excluded and suppressed by others. Lin Muyuan, Yutong and others are also members of a small group. The central figure of their small group is Lu Qiang, who has double S qualifications and a strong family background. However, they were not forced to join the small group. For Lin Muyuan and others, being able to establish a relationship with Lu Qiang is very beneficial to their future development in the military. They were able to squeeze into this small group after defeating many competitors. Therefore, in their opinion, regardless of whether Zheng Yuan's decision was really problematic, it was very stupid for Slausa to openly question the other party in the league. Several people fell silent for a while, and just hurried on their way. At this moment, Lu Qiang, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and made a gesture to stop moving. Just when others were confused, the radars of several meccas issued a piercing alarm at the same time. Is there a missile approaching? Several students from the First Army almost thought that the radar was wrong. Aren't they all the people in this forest? Where did the missile come from? Countless speculations suddenly emerged in their minds. But now was not the time to think about these things. Yutong immediately aimed at the missile that was coming at high speed, and pressed the launch button of the particle cannon. A beam of energy accurately shot at the missile in the air, detonating it in advance. The violent airflow generated by the explosion swept towards them in an instant, carrying mud, sand, and broken branches, hitting the external armor of several meccas. Lu Qiang observed the surrounding environment vigilantly. The flying dust obscured his vision, making it impossible for him to accurately find the enemy's true position. Suddenly, the airflow in front of him fluctuated, and a cold light came straight towards his cockpit. Lu Qiang's pupil shrank suddenly. Driven by his fighting instinct, he turned sideways, and a long spear almost brushed past his body. Lu Qiang looked up at the owner of the long spear. Seeing that it was a strange mecha he had never seen before, he couldn't help but frown. From the 3 armies? In fact, Lu Qiang had never expected to encounter an enemy attack on the second day of the game. Besides the First Army, there were only the 3rd Military Academy and the 627th Military Academy on planet number 2. He ruled out the 627th Military Academy without a second thought. Then the strange mecha could only be from the 3rd Military Academy. But is the 3rd Military Academy so bold? He still remembered that in the last league, the students of the 3rd Army ran faster than rabbits when they met the people of the 1st Army. Why did they take the initiative to get close to the 1st Army this year? The strange mech ignored Lu Qiang's question. Seeing that the attack failed, she suddenly swept the gun to the side, and the sharp gun head went towards the cockpit of the mech again. Lu Qiang quickly shrank his upper body back, narrowly avoiding this fatal attack, and the strange mech turned the spear over. and the tail of the spear quickly pressed towards him. Lu Qiang drew out the light flame knife to block the aggressive spear, and the collision between the blade and the gun body made a slightly harsh sound. Seeing the spear was blocked, the strange mecha immediately reversed the spear shaft again, and used a move to sweep the spear forward. Lu Qiang's reaction was not slow. He pushed the light sword in his hand forward, and manipulated the mecha to lower his body. The high-speed rotating spear head whizzed past him. Are the students participating in the 3 armies this year so strong? Lu Qiang secretly wondered. But he recalled the students of the 3 armies in his mind, and he still couldn't find one that matched the strange mecha in front of him. Why didn't he know that there was such a person in the 3 armies? Lu Qiang felt something was wrong, but he didn't have time to think. The attack of this strange mecha was like a storm, attacking one after another, not giving him a chance to breathe. If he hadn't dodged in time, the sharp gun head would have pierced his cockpit. He couldn't continue to be distracted. His teammates were also in a tough fight. Where did these mechas come from? While Yu Tong was hastily dodging the extremely fierce attack of the mecha in front of her, she asked everyone inner questions. If it weren't for the missile just now, they wouldn't even know that the enemy mecha was approaching. The infrared thermal imaging and radar didn't detect the existence of these mechas at all. Could these mechas have applied some new technology? But how come they didn't know that the mecha engineers of the 3 armies were so awesome? And the strength of these mechas also surprised them secretly. Good guy, it seems that they underestimated the 3 armies. The other party is obviously aiming for big things this year. Just like Lu Qiang, the other students of the 1st army also subconsciously thought that the attackers were from the 3rd army. The 5 members of the 1st army mecha team are all 3rd-year students. Except for the strongest Lu Qiang, who has double S qualifications. The others are all single S qualifications. 3rd-year students have the most combat experience. As the 3rd-year leader of the mecha individual soldier major, Lu Qiang was the strongest individual soldier of the 1st army before Kelvin appeared, with Lin Muyuan, who is also very strong. Even among the several mecha teams of the 1st army, the overall strength of this mecha team ranks among the top 3. However, they were defeated by several strange mechas. On the one hand, the enemy had more people than them, and Lu Qiang, the strongest player in the team, was restrained. On the other hand, the energy and ammunition they carried were somewhat different from those of the enemy. You have to know that this was only the 2nd day of the competition, and they had never thought of an enemy attack. The resources they were allocated were enough for them to deal with the mutants, but they were somewhat stretched when facing this group of aggressive enemies. Seeing that he could not defeat the opponent for a long time, Lu Qiang felt uneasy. What was worse was that the enemy mechas were forming a gradually closing encirclement. Would they really not all be killed here? Lu Qiang's eyes fixed, and he suddenly abandoned the S-class mecha in front of him and attacked another weaker enemy mecha at the side at a very fast speed. The S-class mecha was about to intercept, but he did not expect Lu Qiang to just make a feint and turn around and rush to the gap in the encirclement. After finding out that he had fallen into a trap, Fang Shangliu swung his spear neatly and stabbed it behind Lu Qiang with an invincible momentum. But it was unexpectedly blocked by another mecha of the 1st army. Under the desperate cover of the other 4 mechas, the battle ended with Lu Qiang breaking through, and the other 4 were captured. Ji Sinyu used a beam sword to violently break open the cockpit of the mecha in front of her. When she found that the person in the cockpit was Lin Muyuan, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Oh, I know him. On the other side, after Lu Qiang was away from the danger zone, he quickly reported to the headquarters about the raid by the 3 armies. Chapter 159 Prisoners. At this time, the live broadcast room was filled with bullet comments that almost covered the entire live broadcast screen. These viewers had already seen the outstanding combat strength of Ruby and Landon, but they did not expect that there were more than these 2 Super S-level soldiers in the 627 Military Academy. You should know that the 3rd-year students on the Capital Military Academy side are not unfamiliar to the audience, who have been paying attention to the Military Academy League. Last year, these students represented the Capital Military Academy on the stage of the Military Academy League, and the fact that they were able to qualify for the competition for 2 consecutive sessions was enough to prove their extraordinary strength. But such a strong mecha team actually fell here at the 627th Military Academy. How could this not surprise the audience? Unlike the previous sneak attack by the 627th Military Academy on the 1st Army Mecha Infantry Team, this battle was also the first face-to-face confrontation between the high-end combat forces of different military academies in this group match. The most amazing thing for the audience was Fang Shangliu, who fought back and forth with Lu Qiang with a spear, Lu Qiang was the strongest individual soldier in the First Army except for Kelvin. If it weren't for the student named Fang Shangliu, who restrained him with a strong attack, the First Army mecha team might not have been defeated so badly. In the viewing room, Nan Dongwei couldn't help but brighten her eyes when she saw the smooth shooting of the S-Class mecha of the 627th Military Academy. But when she learned that the owner of the mecha was a student named Fang Shangliu, her expression became a little strange. She remembered this name. Last year, when the Murfa Military Academy participated in the Military Academy Qualification competition in the Yue Star region, it unexpectedly lost to the then unknown 627th Military Academy. In order to keep his position, Dude, the then president of the Murfa Military Academy, mentioned this student with double S qualifications to her. However, before she could extend the olive branch, the student was snatched away by the 627 Military Academy. She did not feel much regret at that time. Although students with double S qualifications are hard to come by, if the other party really wanted to come to Minerva Military Academy, he would not agree to the 627 Military Academy so quickly. So she did not force it. Minerva Military Academy has developed rapidly in recent years, and is not short of excellent students. Even if Fang Shangliu really abandoned the 627 Military Academy and came to Minerva, it would only be icing on the cake. Besides, the other party had obviously made up their minds. So why should she make enemies with the 627th Military Academy for no reason? She had seen the performance of this student in the qualifying round. Although his strength was not bad, he was still a certain distance away from the geniuses of several top military academies. At that time, she was eager to get rid of Rated, and did not want to give the other party any chance to turn things around. After weighing the pros and cons, she decisively gave up the fight. Nan Dongwei did not expect that in such a short time, this student had made such great progress. If she had known in the past that this student named Fang Shangliu would suppress Lu Qiang of the First Army in the Military Academy League, she would have tried again no matter what. Did she misjudge? Or did the 627th Military Academy hide some unknown training secrets? But even the Minerva Military Academy could hardly guarantee that its students would achieve such a complete transformation in such a short period of time. Is it really possible for the 627th Military Academy, which has only been established for less than 2 years, to achieve this? Nan Dongwei, who has always been praised for her discerning eyes, felt very complicated for a moment. You mean that the 3 armies have arrived near our military base through the teleportation array, and sent people to attack your team, and you are the only one who successfully broke through the 5 members of the whole team? In the headquarters of the First Army, Zheng Yuan received Lu Qiang's report, and his face was full of disbelief. If he hadn't known very well that Lu Qiang would not joke about such things in such an important occasion as the League, he would have thought that Lu Qiang was deliberately teasing him. But how could this be possible? It was only the second day of the group stage, and he hadn't sent a team to raid the headquarters of the 3 armies yet. How could the 3 armies declare war on the First Army first? Zheng Yuan frowned. And at this time, the news came from the mecha team 1 that they had not found any traces of S-level or above mutant beasts in the A61 area. In the communication channel, Kelvin coldly asked him to confirm whether the information was correct, and he obviously questioned his previous decision. Zheng Yuan's face darkened completely. If someone else spoke to him like this, he would have turned hostile long ago. But Kelvin's identity made him hesitate. The other party was not only the strongest soldier of the First Army, but also had a family background that was not inferior to his. He was not someone he could easily control, so he could only endure it temporarily. Listening to Kelvin's merciless words on the other end of the communicator, Zheng Yuan's fingertips on his right hand turned pale, and he almost crushed the communicator. Zheng Yuan took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the news transmitted by different teams had silently proved that his previous judgment was indeed wrong. The elimination of the mechanized infantry team had nothing to do with the mutant beasts, but was caused by human beings. Zheng Yuan inadvertently remembered the judgment made by the first-year student named Slausa on the annihilation of the mechanized infantry team, and his disdainful look at that time. He felt like he was slapped hard in the face. He would rather the other party had not made any suggestions at all, so that his previous decision would not appear so ridiculous. In order to improve the efficiency of obtaining resource points, the teams of the First Army were acting separately and independently, but they did not expect that this would give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of it. Even Lu Qiang's team was almost wiped out. Zheng Yuan naturally could not let the teams continue to be exposed to unknown dangers without knowing anything. He wiped his face. Opened the public channel. Attention everyone! Mech Team 3 has just been attacked by the three armies and suffered heavy losses. Please everyone stay alert to prevent the enemy from launching another attack. Then he issued 2 orders in a row. Now, the mechanized infantry teams will form groups of 3 and quickly move closer to the nearby teams. After the large forces are assembled, immediately search for traces of enemy teams in various areas and report any abnormalities to the headquarters in a timely manner. The mech team must remain flexible and maneuverable. Once the enemy appears, immediately go to support. After receiving replies from the team leaders, Zheng Yuan stared at the dark forest at the end of his sight without saying a word. His eyes were deep. Until now, he did not feel that he was wrong. According to the experience of previous sessions, all teams were still accumulating resource points in the early stage of the group stage. No one would have thought that the three armies were so bold that they dared to attack their first army on the second day of the game. Right? Moreover, Zheng Yuan had a suspicion in his heart. He suspected that Slusha had deliberately concealed some important information before, which led to his misjudgment. Thinking that Mech Team 1 was now operating together with Mech Team 4 where Slusha was, Zheng Yuan couldn't help but have a guess. Could it be that Slusha had said something to Kelvin behind his back? Otherwise, why would Kelvin be so rude to him? The commander-in-chief. The more Zheng Yuan thought about it, the more he felt it made sense, and he completely hated Slusha. But he knew very well that now was not the time to worry about this. For now, he had to get rid of this group of people from the three armies who came out of nowhere. As for Slusha, he would have plenty of opportunities to teach him a lesson later. After cleaning up the battlefield, several mecha soldiers from the 627th Military Academy escorted the prisoners back to the school temporary camp. Why are you here? Lin Muyuan was shocked when he saw the familiar faces in front of him. When he was on the road just now, he was still planning how to escape. In his opinion, although being captured the next day was a bit unlucky, it might not be a bad thing for him. Since he has not been eliminated, he still has a chance. For Lin Muyuan, who is about to graduate, this military academy league is the last chance to show his strength to the outside world. And what can better show his personal ability than escaping from the enemy camp alone? Lin Muyuan suspected that the three armies had gathered the strongest mecha soldiers into one team. This can explain why this team is so strong. It is also easy to guess why these people would temporarily save their lives. The three armies launched a surprise attack on the second day of the competition. It can only be through unlocking the teleportation array. Then this group of people must have few resource points left. And they can only fight quickly and decisively. In this situation, intelligence is crucial. The other party wants to get information about the first army from him. After understanding this, Lin Muyuan immediately made a plan. He decided to pretend to obey. Give some information that is hard to distinguish between true and false to confuse the opponent. And then find a chance to hold their commander hostage. In this way, he might be able to escape. But he didn't expect that he had calculated so much along the way. And he actually made a mistake in the person who arrested him. It wasn't the third army that came, but 627? He didn't want to believe it. But he recognized that the students in front of him were the students of 627 Military Academy, who were with his cousin that day. But isn't 627 Military Academy just an ordinary military academy far away in a remote star system? Lin Muyuan recalled the battle just now, and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Why did this third-rate school in his eyes have such strength? Good luck. I actually caught the main players of the first army. Zhao Chen was delighted when he saw the special marks on these Shojuan students. Yes, and look, there are some acquaintances among us. As soon as Ji Sinyu finished speaking, everyone's eyes near the camp fell on Lin Muyuan. Lin Muyuan noticed these slightly teasing looks. If he hadn't remembered that he was still broadcasting live, he would have almost lost his calm expression. It turned out to be Cousin Lin. Yin Ting said sarcastically. Aren't you a noble Shojuan student? How could you be captured by a low-ranking military academy like us? Lin Muyuan couldn't help but frowned, but didn't say anything. He disdained to get into a meaningless verbal dispute with people like Yin Ting. What was more important to him was how to escape next. It was good that they came to the 627th Military Academy, he thought to himself, so that his chance of escape would be a little higher. After handing over several first-line prisoners to Yin Ting and others for custody, Ji Sinyu went to report the battle situation to Xie Yinhan first. You mean they were surprised by your appearance? And later they mistook you for the three armies? Xie Yinhan listened to Jisuni's words and looked thoughtful, and then ordered people to bring the several prisoners over. Chapter 160 Fengyin. Although the 4 students of the First Army were trapped in the enemy camp, they still held their heads high, showing the pride of the top military school pride. Xie Yinhan didn't care about the contemptuous looks the 4 people cast on him at all, and asked with a smile on his chin, "How many resource points have you accumulated in the First Army now?" Yutong raised her chin with an unyielding look. "I was caught because I am not as skilled as others. But you can't pry anything out of me." And Ha beside her cursed, "Bah. You want me to tell you information? Dream on." Lin Muyuan remained silent. "So you have accumulated about 5,000 resource points now." Xie Yinhan looked as if he had realized something. "Well, it about what I expected." Several students from the First Army were startled. Yutong said, "Don't think you can trick us. We won't tell you the real data." Xie Yinhan didn't comment. Next question. "What is your current deployment of troops?" As Xie Yinhan asked more and more questions, a panic spread in the hearts of several Shoujuan students. Even Lin Muyuan, who was calm, looked at Xie Yinhan with a hint of doubt. Yes, at the beginning, they did think Xie Yinhan was deliberately deceiving them, but later, when this woman confidently said one piece of information after another that only the Shoujuan knew, they were not sure. Could it be that she guessed all this? Or could she read minds? Whichever guess was particularly frightening to them, and the second guess was still too far-fetched, so the first guess should be more likely. But how terrifying a person must be to be able to guess so many things from just a few clues. Sure enough, the commanders were all cunning and smiling tigers. Yutong looked at Xie Yinhan's clear eyes, and felt that all her thoughts were exposed under the gaze of these eyes. Although the person in front of her was unarmed, she inexplicably felt that this person was much more terrifying than the previous mecha soldiers. She wished she could just eliminate him now, rather than suffer mental torture here. In fact, the guesses of several Shoujuan students could not be said to be completely wrong. Xie Yinhan combined the characteristics of telepathic mental power with her strong personal information collection and reasoning ability, thus creating such a heaven-defying effect. After asking a few more questions, Xie Yinhan found that several Shoujuan students seemed to have noticed something wrong, and they began to empty their minds to resist her investigation. Seeing this, Xie Yinhan stopped asking questions. She already knew almost everything she wanted to know. "Okay. You can take them away and lock them up." Xie Yinhan waved his hand and said with some disinterest. Just when several students were about to take the 4 captives away, an accident happened. Lin Muyuan suddenly jumped up and instantly broke free from the rope that bound his hands, and rushed towards Xie Yinhan in front of him at a very fast speed. He seemed to see the other party glance at him in a trance, but he did not dodge or avoid it. Before he could get closer, a huge mental pressure suddenly pressed down on him. Lin Muyuan's face turned extremely pale in an instant, and his holographic image in the simulator flashed, and then he fell straight to the ground. Xie Yinhan was still standing there, watching the scene in front of him calmly. The other students of the 627th Military Academy reacted a little slower, and immediately rushed over to restrain him again. "You are so brave. You even want to attack our commander?" These students had long been unhappy with Lin Muyuan, and they all clenched their fists and smiled maliciously. Xie Yinhan glanced at them, said nothing, and just casually reminded them, "Remember not to kill them. I still have these people to use." The other students of the Shoujuan army were shocked when they heard this, and Yutong's voice was filled with anger. "Hey, don't go too far. TSK. I just wanted to scare you, but I didn't expect you to be so scared. It turns out that you, the people of the First Army, are all cowards." Yenting put his hands on his waist, and his expression and words were all rude, which made several students of the First Army even angrier. But they soon ignored their anger when they were escorted away by those hateful 627 Military Academy students. They unexpectedly caught a glimpse of a mecha that they were very familiar with. Several students of the First Army paused. "Let go. Don't waste our time." Under the urging of the 627 Military Academy students, several students of the First Army still stared at the mecha in front of them, until the blue-black mecha passed by them indifferently. They felt like they were struck by a thunderbolt. Isn't that Lu Qiang mecha Fengyin? Why did it appear here? Although the blue-black mecha had been out of sight of several First Army prisoners, they still did not come back to their senses for a long time. Unlike standard mechas that can have multiple users, custom mechas can only be controlled by the original owner. This is because custom meccas are often equipped with mental locks. When the user makes the first mental connection, the mecha will record the user mental characteristics, unless the user cannot open the mecha at all. So even if Lu Qiang was caught and eliminated by the people of the 627 Military Academy, and the mecha fell into the hands of the other party, it stands to reason that they could not control his mecha. But several students of the First Army did not believe that the person just now was Lu Qiang himself. Feng Yin could move freely in the enemy camp with swagger. It couldn't be that Lu Qiang had betrayed directly. Right? Not to mention that Lu Qiang would never do such a thing. Not to mention that this was a military school league. Students were fighting for their respective schools, and turning against the enemy would not bring any benefits to individuals, unless they were bribed privately, otherwise there would be no traitor. And how could a child of destiny like Lu Qiang be bribed? If he really became a traitor, Lu Qiang could basically bid farewell to his career. No matter how powerful his family background was, the other people in the First Army would not let him go. And the military would also be suspicious. If a person could betray the League for various reasons, there was no guarantee that he would not surrender to the enemy on the real battlefield, and his future could be said to be completely ruined. Therefore, even if he pretended to surrender, no one in the 627th Military Academy would believe it unless they were fools. So what is going on? Several students of the First Army could not help but frown. They felt that the 627 Military Academy seemed a little strange. It can be said that since the encounter with the enemy, every step of the enemy action was almost beyond their expectations. At this point, it is impossible for them to continue to regard this school as an ordinary military academy, but they still feel that everything in this military academy seems to be hidden in the fog. When the other three focused their attention on the mecha that seemed to be Feng Yin, Lin Muyuan seemed a little absent-minded. He could not forget the feeling when the huge mental pressure fell on him just now. If he was not mistaken, that should be the release of mental power. When he realized what the mental pressure was, Lin Muyuan felt his brain go blank instantly. Mental power release is a rare advanced mental power application skill. Only people with mental power level above S level can use it after mastering certain skills. It is no longer a field that these military school students can touch. Lin Muyuan hoped that he had made a mistake. But there was a voice in his heart that told him that he had not made a mistake. And that was the release of mental power. But how could it be possible? Could it be that the commander-in-chief of the 627 Military Academy had SS level mental power? What about Lu Qiang mecha? Lin Muyuan felt a splitting headache, and he suddenly felt unsure whether he could escape. At this time, the central live broadcast room and the exclusive live broadcast room of the 627 Military Academy were almost all filled with exclamation marks. Unlike the few students of the First Army who were in doubt, the audience in the live broadcast room with a God perspective watched the entire process of the birth of the Feng Yin. That right. The mecha that the students of the First Army encountered in the temporary camp of the 627 Military Academy was not the real Feng Yin, but a fake Feng Yin disguised by a warrior mecha. As a popular player in the league, Lu Qiang mecha is still very famous. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes a warrior mecha constantly transforming into a Feng Yin, they couldn't believe that the mecha in front of them was not the real Feng Yin, but a disguised mecha. Oh my god! So the warrior is so awesome? I suddenly suspected that I was using a fake warrior before. I'm sure the warrior I used in the arena didn't have this function. So why was the warrior eliminated? It makes me want to buy a warrior. Don't be fooled. The mechas of the 627th Military Academy are not real warriors at all. These mechas were obviously just disguised as warriors before. I can only say that the 627th Military Academy is so scheming. I really thought they were using warriors to participate in the competition. So this is a new type of transformable mecha? Wow, I want it so badly. Does anyone know where I can buy it? The comments were so exciting. In the viewing room, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Yin Xiaonan. Even the principal of Shoujuan, Talin, couldn't help but secretly glance over. Principal Yin, you are so mean. You have been hiding such important information from us. If it weren't for your students demonstrating the functions of the mecha, we would have been kept in the dark. Do you really think these mechas are warrior mechas? Jiang Xuanyu complained to Yin Xiaonan with some resentment. Nan Dongwei on the other side glanced at her sideways, with a half smile. Principal Yin is indeed a hidden talent. All his students are talented, and they even use the rare high-level skill of mental power. This transforming mecha is something that we, who are ignorant, have never heard of. We almost thought it was a warrior mecha. Your Excellency is too tight-lipped. Yin Xiaonan touched his nose, and looked at the two of them innocently. "I never said it was a warrior mecha before." The two principals were stunned. They recalled the previous conversation and realized that the other party had never said that these meccas were warrior meccas. Yin Xiaonan only told them that he would sell a batch of meccas of the same model as those used in the league. But they had a preconceived idea. However, if they said that the other party did not know them at all before, it might be misleading. And they did not believe it. However, the two of them could understand that this was the trump card in the other party hand, and they would not reveal it to them casually. Just like they actually had a lot of trump cards hidden. The two principals quickly passed over the matter and asked about the sale of this transformable mecha. Yin Xiaonan introduced, after the group stage, "Our school online store will open a pre-sale channel. You only need to pay a deposit of 1/3 to reserve the mecha in advance. Students will show the actual machine effect in the finals. If you are satisfied, you can pay the balance. Of course, you can also choose to buy it in full after the finals. The online store will ship it within 2 weeks." Jiang Xuanyu and Nangongwei mouths twitched at the same time. What did the other party think of the final actual combat match of the Military Academy League? They doubted that the other party was really here to compete, and not to sell goods. But now the two of them had no objection to the fact that the only ordinary military school in the league could enter the finals. They even felt a potential threat from this school that almost came out of nowhere. The reason why the top military schools can open up an almost discontinuous gap with other military schools is that they rely on strong faculty and the best students in the Federation. This is the foundation of a military school. Even a wealthy school like Minerva Military Academy, which relied on money to build the school, was unable to make up for the gap in these two aspects. For talented students, the future is naturally more important than money. Top military academies have better teachers, who can help them gain experience, skills, and other things that money can't buy. Even if other schools offer more benefits, they often still give priority to top military academies. The best teachers in the Federation are basically from top military academies. They generally prefer to return to their alma mater to work, and are more willing to teach talented students with more development potential. This forms a closed loop, allowing the top military academies to maintain their advantages over other military academies for a long time. However, this school, which was established less than 2 years ago, seems to have broken this rule. At least in terms of high-end combat power, the performance of several main players of the 627th Military Academy in this Military Academy League was extremely impressive, and it can be said that they were not inferior to the proud students of other military academies. There was even a demon student who could release his mental power. How could the two principals, who were always perceptive, not be alert? The other party has achieved such results in such a short period of development. They simply cannot imagine what kind of terrifying existence it will become if the military academy continues to develop. But at present, the two principals are still very happy to befriend Yin Xiaonan, especially after learning that the other party wants to sell transforming meccas. The value of transforming meccas is self-evident. They can almost foresee how crazy it will be if the outside world knows about the release of this mecha. After getting this very valuable information from Yin Xiaonan in advance, the two principals have been rubbing their hands and silently planning in their hearts how to seize the opportunity at that time.